You are now tuned into Then Radio. If you enjoy our videos, we ask that you consider joining our Patreon to support our channel. Don't forget to like and subscribe so that you never miss a new video. We hope you enjoyed today's episode, and as always, thank you for watching.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. Each week at this time from Hollywood, California, Kraft presents Harold Peary as The Great Gildersleeve, written by Leonard L. Levinson. We'll hear from the Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. But first, times like these call for real thrift. Yes, we must save money to buy defense bonds to help in any way we can. But we must be careful to economize wisely, especially when we economize on food, because the health and well-being that comes from nourishing food are vitally important, too. That's why delicious Parquet margarine, the modern margarine made by Kraft, is a good thing to know about these days. First, Parquet is so good-tasting, your family will want to spread it thick on toast, hot rolls, and bread. And Parquet margarine is an economical source of food values important to a balanced diet. Parquet is a wholesome, nourishing food, one of the best sources of food energy there is. What's more, serving your family Parquet margarine is a dependable way to give them vitamin A, because every pound of Parquet contains 9,000 units of this important vitamin. So why not start serving Parquet margarine tomorrow? It's perfectly delicious for table use and for baking and pan frying, too. Yes, you can economize wisely without sacrificing nourishment or flavor if you use Parquet, spelled P-A-R-K-A-Y. And now let's visit our friend, the Great Gildersleeve, who has, as you know, a nephew named Leroy, who has, as you probably don't know, 4 rabbits, named respectively Eeny, Meeny, Miny, and possibly Mo. Right now, they are preparing to go to Fairview, where Leroy is to represent his school at the Junior Rabbit Breeder Show, and all 6 of them are quite hopped up about the trip.
Now, take it easy, Leroy. Just be calm, like me. No use getting all excited about this. Not at all. Where's my briefcase?
Under your arm, Unc.
What? Oh, yes. How did it ever get there? Now about my suitcase. Handkerchiefs, socks. Bertie?
Yes, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Never mind. I found him.
Found what, Mr. Gildersleeve?
His socks.
Well, what about him?
I found him.
Well, why shouldn't you? They're right there all the time.
Yes, I know.
He found him.
Then why call me?
Because I couldn't find him.
But I thought you said...
Oh, never mind. Yeah, my goodness, anybody'd think we'd never gone any place before.
Well, it's pretty exciting for me, Uncle Mort. Baby, 300 miles. Jeepers.
Leroy, you talk like you'd been chained up in the coal cellar all your life. Didn't you fly to California and back last year?
Well, sure, Unc.
Yes, son. We automotored all over the 47 states 2 years ago.
There are 48 states, Bertie.
Yes, I know that. But when we was in Florida, they never heard of California. And when we was in California, the visor was bursting.
Well, anyway, Leroy, you've done a great deal of traveling for a boy your age, and another 300 miles shouldn't mean any more than going down to the corner on Saturday morning for the Sunday morning papers.
But creepers, Uncle Mort, we're going on the train. I never been on a train.
Oh, my goodness, modern youth. Why, when I was just a baby, I can't seem to find my military brushes. Where are they, Bertie?
I put them in your Happy Rock bag, Mr. Gildersleeve.
In my what?
Bertie, could you perchance mean Gladstone bag?
Yeah, that's it.
Yes, Happy Rock. Well, I guess that's everything. Wait a minute. Leroy?
Yes, Unc?
Did you mail that letter I gave you last night?
Which letter? Oh, well, yes, of course I did.
Good. It was to Cousin Flora, telling her and her husband we're coming to stay with them while we're in Fairview. Won't they be surprised?
Why? Why, Uncle Mort?
Well, because it's an answer to a letter they sent fishing around for an invitation to visit us.
Good thing they ain't coming this week with Miss Marge out of town at that Red Cross training school.
Yes. Well, are you sure you've got everything you'll need, Leroy?
Positive.
Say, if you're going to be on that train when it leaves, you better get mobilized. Where's your rabbits, Leroy?
Out in the hall in that wooden box. The manual training class built it especially for them.
Well, they did a bum job, Leroy. That box is full of holes.
Yep. Holes? Well, that's so the little creatures won't get asphyxiated, Bertie.
Yes, it'll help them breathe, too. Shall I call up and get you a taxi?
Taxi? No, thank you, Bertie. We can pick up one at the drugstore. If we can't, it'll be the first thing I haven't been able to get at that drugstore. Come on, Leroy, let's get going.
Okay, Unc. So long, Bertie. Don't let any Japs get you.
Quit picking on us South Sea folks, Leroy.
Hey, come on, young man. I'll take the suitcases. You bring that crate of clover crunches. If Marjorie gets back to town before we do, Bertie, you tell her where we went.
Yes, sir. I'll tell her that you had to act as a convoy for a bunch of dumb bunnies. And then she'll say...
Never mind. I know what you say. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Bertie.
Bye, Miss Gildersleeve. Bye, Leroy.
I hope we haven't forgotten anything, Uncle Mort. Have you got the tickets?
Yeah, the tickets. Don't be ridiculous. Tickets. Oh, wait a minute. I better look to make sure. Yes, here's the envelope. Yo, Great Caesar's ghost.
What's wrong, Uncle Mort?
Look, here's my letter to Cousin Flora. I must have sent her the railroad tickets. Oh, now she'll think I want her and that loud husband of hers to come here.
Oh, gee, now how are we going to get to Fairview? Does this mean we're not going?
Now, wait a minute. Don't rattle me, Leroy. Don't rattle me. No time to get reservations. The next train won't get us there in time. Oh, for what a thickhead I turned out to be.
Say, Unc, how about driving?
Yes, it's driving me. Wait a minute. Driving? Why, of course. Let's get the car. Come on. We can put the rabbits in the rear compartment, load up on gasoline, and beat the train to Fairview. That was a fine suggestion. You're a bright boy, Leroy.
Gee, I don't know about that, Unc. I just suggested myself out of my first ride on a railroad train.
How far is it to the next town, Leroy?
Well, according to the sign we passed 10 miles ago, it's 3 miles. While according to the map, it's 6. But according to all the houses around here, we're almost there.
Thank goodness. I hope the road gets better from here on. So far, it's been terrible. It's had more hairpins than a dime store. And what's more, it's full of Charlie holes.
Don't you mean chuck holes, Uncle Mort?
Yes, but this is a road I don't want to become familiar with, Leroy.
Yeah, we haven't hit a straight stretch for hours.
That's right. For every mile forward that we go, we travel 2 from side to side and 3 up and down. This isn't a road, it's a Laconga line. Why, when I think of... we almost went in the ditch that time.
Why don't you try driving in the ditch? It might be smoother.
Yes. Leroy, this is no time to horse around. Though if there was a horse around, I'd trade it in for this car.
I'm getting kind of hungry.
Hungry? Well, so am I. Strange how much exercise you can get just bouncing up and down, isn't it?
Let's stop and eat at the next stop and eat.
It's all right. That place up ahead doesn't look bad. However, we're so far behind schedule, let's just get some sandwiches to eat along the way. Huh?
Okay.
Come on, Leroy.
I'm right with you, Unc.
Oh, my. And to think if we hadn't mailed those tickets, we'd have been sitting in a comfortable train counting the telephone poles instead of dodging them. Let's sit here at the counter, eh?
Tired, Uncle Mort?
Just my eyes, Leroy. Funny, I'd swear I was seeing gravy spots in front of them.
That's easy, Unc. You're looking at the waiter's apron.
Yeah? Oh, of course, yeah, that's it. What'll you have, Leroy?
A ham sandwich?
Same thing for me, waiter, and we'll take them with us. Say, look, they've got cherry pie, Leroy. Would you care for a slice?
No, thanks, Unc. After that road we were on, I couldn't stand anything else with pits in it.
Now, how long did it take you to drive from Fairview, Mr. Toby?
Oh, about 7 hours, McGuire. At this rate, I should be in Summerfield by 10 o'clock tonight.
Excuse me, gentlemen, but I couldn't help overhearing that last remark. Don't count on getting to Summerfield by 10 o'clock tonight, sir.
No? Why not?
Because these blasted roads are in a blasted condition.
Oh, you don't like our roads, eh?
And now, McGuire, take it easy. What's wrong with our roads?
What is it? And you take it easy, too, mister. Don't get angry at me just because I warned you about that collection of bumpy ruts ahead of you.
I accept that as a personal insult.
Huh?
Gee whiz, is it your road?
Well, I'm the superintendent of road maintenance for this section, and this is State Highway Commissioner Toby.
Yeah? What am I supposed to do? Get down on my hands and knees and bump my head on the floor?
What?
If you think I'm going to back up and crawl, Commissioner, you're mistaken. I've done all my backing up and crawling for the day on that blankety-blank road of yours this afternoon.
Say, I don't like your attitude.
And I don't like your highway. Looks like it was surveyed through the bottom of a beer bottle. Yes, and built by a hillbilly with the hiccups.
Now, look here. You're doing Mr. McGuire an injustice.
Yeah?
He and his men have been constructing that road for the past 6 years.
I know that. I saw the signs all along the way. Slow men at work.
Well, that's enough. I'm going to hand this guy a face full of fists. Let me at him, then warning.
Here's our sandwiches, Leroy. Mister, you're mighty lucky we're in a hurry. Come on, Leroy. Let's stop tearing down the commissioner's highway and start tearing down the commissioner's highway.
Okay, I'm coming. Gee, you certainly told him off, didn't you?
Yeah, did you see the look on that guy McGuire's face?
Ain't you going to finish your steak, Commissioner?
No, the mood's gone. I might as well get started. Oh, waiter, the check.
No. Let me pay for it.
No.
Yes.
Well, all right.
Here you are, waiter. Keep the change. Now, Commissioner, don't let that big blimp get your goat. What does a mug like that know about the heartaches of building roads?
Yes, you're right, McGuire. Say, I thought I parked my car about here.
Are you sure?
Well, I think so. I remember it was near this truck.
Here it is, Commissioner.
That's strange. Could someone have moved it? Hey, hold on a minute, Mac. That isn't my car.
It ain't. It certainly looks like it.
Sure, it's same make, same model, same color, but those aren't my official license plates.
Hey, that's right.
Oh, now I wonder who could have been so chuckle-headed as to pull a trick like this.
Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve.
What do you mean? What are you talking about?
That's the name of the bird that owns this car. Here's his registration certificate.
Well, we've got to get that car of mine back, McGuire. We've got to send out a police warning over the radio to the highway patrol.
Sure, Commissioner. We'll get it back all right. You needn't worry or get excited.
You don't understand. There's been a rock slide on the road near Summerfield, and an emergency, and I've got 100 pounds of explosives in the rear compartment of my car.
You notice how much more pep the car seems to have now, Leroy? I really get a bang out of driving a car with oomph.
Yeah, careful of that bump, Unc.
Huh? Yes. Oh. Quite a bounce, wasn't it? I can't get over how much better the car runs. If it keeps up like this, it'll feel as if we had wings, Leroy. Hold on, here comes Kurt.
You better go easy on those tires, Unc.
Huh?
Remember, you can't get any new ones until the FBI investigates you and finds out you're an ambulance or something.
Yes. Well, these tires are good for thousands of miles yet, Leroy. Oh! Hey, these roads. I hope that didn't hurt any of our little cottontail cuties in the rear there. Well, I guess they're well padded.
Yeah, I can hear the box bouncing up and down.
You can?
Maybe I better get it and hold it in my lap.
No, don't do that. They'll be happier if they don't get a look at this road. Besides...
Look out for that red lantern.
What red lantern? Oh, that red lantern. Oh. No wonder I couldn't see it. A big pile of dirt behind it, Leroy. Well, here's the end of the detour. Now I'm really going to hit it up. And Leroy.
Yes, Uncle Mort?
I want you to keep a sharp lookout and back. If you see any highway patrol cars with red lights flashing and cops in them, you just nudge me. Understand?
Yes, Uncle Mort.
Yeah, good. Now, I don't expect to get it. Oh, Leroy, don't bump me.
That wasn't a bump, Unc. That was a nudge.
Nudge? Oh, my goodness. Yes, now I can see him. I better stop, eh? I can't imagine what in the world I've done.
Well, Uncle Mort, I have an idea.
Be quiet, young man. Oh, here they come. Good evening, boys.
Good evening, Chief.
Chief?
Shh, he thinks I'm an Indian. What can I do for you, boys?
Just stay where you are, sir. We'll have the fire out in a minute.
Yes. Fire?
Just one of your rear brakes. Bring me that extinguisher, Mike.
Oh.
Here you are, Sid. Any button you coat, it's the commissioner.
Thanks.
Say, what's going on back there, boys?
Well, nothing to get excited about, Chief. One of the brakes must have locked.
Oh, my goodness. It's lucky you put it out before it got to that box of rabbits. I better look to see how they are, Unc.
No, Leroy. They're probably sleeping. Let's let sleeping rabbits lie.
I don't think any harm was done. If you'll just watch your brakes for a ways, Chief.
Well, thank you very much, boys. Anytime I can do anything for you, I got a card here someplace.
Oh, we know who you are.
Oh, you do? Well, I never knew I was that famous.
Sure, you're a big man in this state.
Sid, he'd be a big man in any state.
Yeah. Well, I got to be getting along now. Goodbye, boys.
Goodbye, sir.
Goodbye, sir.
Now, there's a genuine guy, the commissioner.
Yeah, don't act no different than you and me.
You or I, Sid. He's a lot better looking than his pictures do him justice.
Yeah. But don't you think he's a little fatter?
No, not fatter, Sid. Heavier setter. You see, fatter isn't a respectful way to describe a state commissioner.
Yeah, but on him it looks good. Well, let's get into the heap and start rolling again.
Yeah.
Attention all highway patrols.
Hey, listen.
Be on lookout for large gray sedan, license 4X669.
That number's familiar.
A state car assigned to Highway Commissioner Toby.
Oh, the guy that was just here.
Taken from Junction Grill an hour ago by a stout man and a small boy with a black mustache.
A small boy with a black mustache. Hey, that's the guy who... Why, that fat rat.
Handle situation with care, boys. Rear end of car is loaded with explosives.
Come on, Mike. Let's go get him. There they are. Right up ahead. Get closer. Hey, what are you doing? Shooting at the rear tires. Hey, wait a minute. That car's full of explosive. Oh, my gosh. Don't get too close, Mike.
Okay, I'll drop back, but what did we do?
Say, look at him go. Let's trail him till he slows up. If he slows up before he blows up.
Well, we've been making good time, my boy. I thought we'd better stop here in Millville and get some gasoline. Where is that attendant?
I think I'll get out and take a look at the rabbits, Uncle Mort.
Yeah, that's a good idea. That road was so rough, I bet those hairs stood on end. Oh, say, Leroy, the police chaps again.
All right, stick him up, you two.
Yeah, reach for the ceiling and I'll stick him up.
Oh, hello, boys. Practicing?
Get him up quick, fatso.
If that's all?
Say, what's the idea?
You two, get him up. Now search him, Mike.
Yep, here. You needn't be so rough. You've broken a couple of my cigars.
Well, they haven't got any guns on them, Sid.
Okay, you can put down your hands. But don't pull any funny business, you two.
What's the meaning of this unwarranted outrage?
Hey, get him.
Yes.
That's what we did, didn't we? You stole the highway commissioner's car and it's loaded with explosives.
What's this about the commissioner's car?
Take a peek at those official license plates.
Huh?
Well, gee, Unc, how did they get there?
They were framed. I mean, we were framed, Leroy. Well, at least there's nothing to this explosive nonsense. You officers can look in the rear compartment and see for yourselves.
Okay, take a look, Sid.
Sure.
Won't he be surprised, Leroy?
Aha!
You see, it's just rabbits, officer.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah? Come here, Mike. Does this look like rabbits to you?
Nah, to me it looks like a case of explosives.
Well, if you were a rabbit and went through what we've been through, you'd feel like exploding yourself.
Why don't you come back here and look for yourself?
Yes, come on. Let's show these stupid... Oh, my goodness, Leroy.
Uncle, what you trembling like that for?
Look at that box. Blasting powder. Whose car is this? Who slipped it to me? How did that dynamite get in there?
That's what we aim to find out, brother.
Good. Who'll we ask?
You.
Me?
Yes, come on.
Say, where are you taking us?
To the Millville police station. You're going to hold a little quiz, kid.
Yes, sir. There must be a reasonable explanation for all this. It can only take a moment. I'm asking you for the last time, Captain. Will you telephone our home in Summerfield so that our maid can identify us?
Now, just keep your shirt on, Stuffy.
Yep.
I put in a call a few minutes ago. I bet that's it now.
Oh, thank goodness. Bertie will clear this right up, Leroy.
Hello.
Hello, who's this calling?
Long distance from Millville.
Oh, I know the answer to that one. It sure is.
This is the police department. We're holding a man with a stolen car loaded with explosives. He claims to be Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve.
Mr. Gildersleeve ain't in Millville. He done took the train for Fairview today.
Oh, he took the train, huh?
The train? Ooh, I've got to tell her about that. Let me
Now,
talk
you get
to her.
away from this phone. This man claims he drove this car as far as Junction City.
Oh, that can't be. Mr. Gildersleeve's car's resting right here in the garage.
Ah. Well, in that case, I was right all along. Sorry I troubled you. Goodbye.
Hey, goodbye. Wait a minute. Why did you hang
Oh,
up?
look, you, I've had enough of this. Who do you think you are trying to run things and act so insolent and arrogant? The police?
Yeah, huh?
Mike, put these two in separate cells till morning.
Here, what's going on here?
Oh, hello, Commissioner Toby. Well, I recovered your car for you, sir.
Yes, I know. Where's the man who took it?
Here I am. Hello, Commissioner.
Oh, so it was the little critic of the state highway system, the little road runner down there.
Oh.
Well, I'm only thankful nothing happened to my car with all that blasting powder in the back.
Yes. What do you mean by letting me carry dangerous explosives?
Oh, dry up, you big wet blanket.
Oh,
You ought to be thankful you're getting out of this mess without going to jail.
You mean you don't want him held, Commissioner?
No, this man just made an innocent mistake. It was stupid, but I don't think it was intentional. Come on outside, Gildersleeve, and we'll trade cards.
Yes, all right. Hey, good night, Captain. Thanks for the hospitality.
Yeah.
Something he ate, no doubt. After you, Commissioner. Come on, Leroy.
Say, I better make sure my rabbits are all right.
No, don't worry. They're safe, my boy.
Oh, did you have a look at them?
I'll say I did, and they jumped right out of the box and escaped.
Escaped?
And now, don't worry. We called out a road gang and rounded them all up again.
Oh.
Took the best part of 2 hours.
Gee, I hope nothing happened to them.
Now, they're all right. None the worse for the little romp. They're in fine condition, all 7 of them.
Yes. 7? But we only had 4 rabbits to begin with. Commissioner, you found too many.
Hello, operator. Quick, give me the police department. Police? This is 747 Parkside Avenue, and something's happened here. Didn't you phone me about a man who said he was Mr. Gildersleeve in a stolen car? Well, some policemen did. Well, anyhow, I went back to bed, and I tossed, and I turned, and I turned, and I... Okay, I'll get to the point. I got up, and I went out to the garage to see if it was there, and it wasn't. No, the garage was there all right, but nothing else was. What do you mean, be more specific? Oh, well, somebody sneaked in and stole all of Mr. Gildersleeve's 4 beautiful, brand-new retreads. Hello, wait a minute, I ain't through yet. At the time these tires were stolen, they was attached to Mr. Gildersleeve's automobile.
Leroy, quit pinching me. What's the big idea?
I'm afraid you'll fall asleep.
Well, don't worry. If I want to sleep, I'll pull over to the side of the road.
Yeah, but the trouble is you'll pull over after you've fallen asleep.
Oh, yes. By George, it's 2 a.m. I'd stop right now. It would make us late for that rabbit. What's that noise?
It looks like a cop, Unc.
Another cop? The police have been on my neck tonight like a muffler. Well, this time they can't find anything wrong. I'm driving under 40. My lights are all right. It's my own car.
All right, pull over to the side of the road.
Oh, yes. Pull over, Leroy.
Jeepers, I wonder what it is now.
Probably some officer who hadn't heard that everything's been straightened out between Commissioner Toby and me.
You know, I'm beginning to be afraid of cops.
Oh, poppycock. You watch me handle this fella. I'll get rid of him inside of 2 minutes.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, 2 minutes. You can time me, Leroy. But you can't hold us any longer, officer. We've been here for 2 hours already.
2.5, Unc. I'm still timing you.
Yes. But look, officer, and you too, Captain. Here, Captain, wake up when I'm talking to you.
Huh? What? Oh, you here again? How many times?
No, I'm still here. It's just the second time. How soon are you going to set us free?
I can't do anything until we hear of this party in Somerville who turned in the stolen car report.
When they call, let me talk to them, please. I'd like to get my hands on anybody who says I stole my own automobile. Why, I'll... Oh, yes.
Hello, Millville Police Station. Captain Webster speaking.
Are you calling the Gildersleeve residence?
I don't know. Did you report a stolen car earlier in the night?
I most certainly did. You catch it?
Yes, but the driver claims he's the owner, Gildersleeve.
That's the second burglar that's did that tonight, and this is getting monotonous.
Well, he claims that you can identify him. I'm going to put him on. Here you are.
Thank you. Now, see here, Bertie. What's the idea of having the police chase me clear across the state?
Mr. Gildersleeve, what you doing in the pokey?
Yeah, huh? You ought to know you put me in this pokey. Leroy and I took the car instead of the train.
Oh, you took it. And I thought it was some of them rubber robbers.
Yeah.
I wish you'd have told me.
Yeah, so do I now. We'd have been in Fairview by now if you hadn't had us arrested for stealing our own automobile. Now, you tell the captain here that I'm all right. Here you are, Captain.
Yeah. Well, what about this man?
Yeah.
Oh, that's his car, all right, and he's my employer. At least he was as of our most recent conversation. I better hang up before he decides to change the status quo and make me a member of the alumni.
Well, Gildersleeve, that looks like a clean bill of health for you. I guess you can go now.
Oh, thank goodness. Come on, Leroy. It's time we got...
Here, take your hands off me. I tell you I didn't steal that car. It's mine. I'm State Highway Commissioner Francis X. Toby.
Oh, yeah? Well, we had another guy tonight who was also supposed to be the commissioner.
But that was... hello there, Captain. Tell this lunkhead who I am.
Well, hello, Commissioner. They got you, too, I see.
Yes, Gildersleeve, for stealing your car.
Well...
I told this balloon brain I was innocent, but he wouldn't believe me. Not even when we arrived here and I showed him your car.
Huh?
Why, I parked right next to it and I said, look...
I don't care. Orders is orders.
Mike, this man is the commissioner, all right?
Huh? Just my luck.
Well, now that everything's straightened out, we better be going. I'll have to drive 70 miles an hour if I'm... Oh, I forgot. The speed limit is 50, isn't it? Well, come on, Leroy, let's go. Where's Leroy? Oh, I'd give a lot right now if I could say, move over, Leroy. Well, Leroy, this must be it. Let's see, yes. The Fairview Convention Hall, exhibitor's entrance.
Yeah, we just made it, too.
Your passes, please, sir.
Passes? Oh, yes, you have them, I believe, Leroy.
Yeah, that's right, Uncle Mort. Here you are, sir.
Just 1 second, sir. I'll open the envelope, please.
Yes, it's Porter, I guess.
I'm sorry, folks, but these here appears to be the wrong kind of tickets.
Let me see. Oh, suffering whales, Leroy. These are our railroad tickets.
What? Well, I've had them, and we could have come by train all the time.
Yeah.
Well, then what did we send to Cousin Flora?
The rabbit show passes, I guess. Well, at least we're here anyway.
Yeah, that's true. What do we do about getting in, though?
I'll arrange it. Hey, Porter, if you'll help us with this box of rabbits.
Yes, I'll be glad to.
Yeah, you bring the box in. That you'll find it in the rear compartment, and we'll go and find the manager.
Gladly, sir, yes.
Huh? What's the matter? Can't you budge him? Here, let me help you. Oh, my gosh, Leroy. Danger, explosives. It's the commissioner's car again.
The Great Gildersleeve will be with us again in a few minutes. But right now, I'm sure most of you homemakers realize the importance of energy-producing foods to your whole family. We're all working hard and playing hard these days, and the energy we use up must be replaced by the foods we eat. So you should know that Parquet margarine, the delicious modern margarine made by Kraft, is one of the best energy foods you can serve. Yes, the wholesome, nourishing American vegetable oil that goes into Parquet margarine is one of the best sources of food energy there is. Now, that's particularly important in the wintertime. The food energy in Parquet helps give you body warmth, too, helps protect you from the cold. And equally important, every pound of Parquet margarine contains 9,000 units of important vitamin A, making it a dependable food source of this important vitamin the year round. So use plenty of Parquet margarine, at the table and for cooking, too. Yes, the delicate, appetizing flavor that makes Parquet so delicious for table use makes it a real flavor shortening for baking. Grand for pan frying, too. So tomorrow, sure, order delicious, economical Parquet margarine. Remember, it's Parquet. P-A-R-K-A-Y.
Think Cousin Flora would be home when relatives come to visit.
What do we do now, Uncle
Oh,
Mort?
we'll kill time till dinner, then come back and see if they're home yet. What would you like to do, Leroy?
Well, how about seeing a movie? We passed a swell one on the way out here.
The movie? Is that so? What's the title?
Look Who's Laughing.
Oh, that one, yeah. Well, it's playing all over these days, isn't it? All right, let's go. Sounds very amusing. Who's in it?
Oh, Fibber McGee and Molly.
Oh, anybody else?
Yeah, Charlie McCarthy and Edgar Bergen.
Is that all?
Oh, no, there's Mrs. Uppington and Harlow Wilcox and Lucille Ball.
Well, yes. Go on, Leroy.
Oh, I almost forgot. And Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve.
That's right.
Look Who's Laughing.
Yeah, good night, folks.
original music heard on this program was composed and conducted by William Randolph. This is Jim Bannon speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company and inviting you to be with us again next week at this same time for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. Each week at this time from Hollywood, California, Kraft presents Harold Peary as The Great Gildersleeve, written by Leonard L. Levinson. We'll hear from the Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. But first, remember that these days your family needs plenty of good, nourishing food. And of course, it's mostly the flavor of what you serve that tempts them to eat all they need. Well, flavor is something that wholesome Parquet margarine certainly has. Delicate, appetizing flavor never possible in old-time margarine. You see, Parquet margarine is the modern margarine made by Kraft. And it's outstanding because it tastes so deliciously good, whether you serve it at the table or use it for baking and pan frying. Yes, if you haven't tried Parquet, you just can't know how wonderfully good modern margarine can be. Another thing, Parquet margarine is good for you. It's a wholesome, nourishing energy food, and every pound contains 9,000 units of important vitamin A. Best of all, Parquet margarine is economical, and that's important these days when we're all saving every bit we can to buy defense stamps and bonds. Why not try a pound or two of delicious Parquet margarine tomorrow? Yes, just ask your dealer for Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y. It's made by Kraft. And now let's visit our friend, the Great Gildersleeve, who is about to visit a local furniture store in search of a new bed as a surprise gift for his niece, Marjorie.
Now, I like that pink canopy bed in the window, Leroy. How about buying that one for Marjorie?
Oh, no. Who'd help her put the top down on nice nights?
Yes. Leroy, that isn't a convertible bed. Let's go in. I know the owner of this store.
Well, if it ain't my old friend Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve. Hello, Spencer.
Yes, Lepperman.
My, you're a sight for good eyes.
Yes.
Why, you're the very motion picture of health. In fact, a double feature.
Yes.
And don't tell me this is little Theodore.
I won't. This is little Leroy.
My, how you jumped up. Why, I remember when I used to bounce you on my knees, sonny boy.
Yes, in about one more year, he'll be able to return the favor, Slepperman.
Guilty, my pal. You took the words right out of my bridge work.
Yes.
Well, let's not stand around on our ceremonies. Will you have a chair? Or were you thinking of buying a Davenport?
Well, we were interested in beds. Something in a little slumber number.
Oh, hachi-pachi. Just follow me, please.
Okay.
Say, Unc, what's the name of this chair that the man is sleeping in?
That's a Morris chair. Oh, hello, Morris.
Hello.
Slepperman's kid brother. He's 40 years old and still a problem child.
Gee, what kind of a clock is this, Unc?
That's a grandfather's clock, Leroy. And don't open it. There are no grandfathers inside.
Well, here we are. I'm telling you confidentially, Truckee, when it comes to sleeping furniture, this store is wide awake.
Yes, I know. Leroy, quit jumping up and down on that bed.
Leave him to be, Guilty. Let the boy have fun. All right, so suppose he does break a couple of springs. So I'll put it on your bill.
Yeah. Young man, come down from there.
Okay, Uncle Mort. I was only making a test hop.
Yes.
What a kitty, huh? He's a regular Mickey Looney. Guilty? What kind of a bed would you like to buy if I'm not taking too much priority?
Yes. It's for Marjorie, you know, Leroy's sister. She's away at a Red Cross training school, and Leroy and I thought we'd surprise her by fixing up her bedroom.
What an uncle. An angel without wings.
Yeah, I was grounded.
I wish I had an uncle like you got, Leroy.
Leroy, Mr. Schlepperman is talking. Leroy, where are you? Oh, young man, come out of that grandfather's clock. Joe.
Okay. Gee, that makes a keen place for hiding.
Go ahead, Leroy. Keep it up. I know another keen place for hiding.
Don't be too harsh on the boy, Trocky. Remember, you were a pickaninny once yourself.
Yes. Look, Sam, do you want me to make up my mind about that bed now, or would you rather have me sleep on it?
Okay. How about this creation in solid mahogany with a waterfall design? It's very excruciating.
Yeah. I don't know. It looks a little too stodgy.
Stodgy is the latest trend.
Yeah.
Gee, why don't you buy this dandy double-deck bunk bed for Marjorie, Unc?
No, my boy. What we want is something dainty and feminine, like, say, that pink canopy model in the window.
Ah, now you're talking with gas.
Well, what's cooking with the bed?
Come on. We can step into the window and give it a closer inspection.
Yeah, come on, Leroy. Get away from that folding bed before it traps you.
Coming, Uncle Mort.
Right up here, Gildy. Careful passing that statue. Inhale. Thank you.
Yeah.
And look at that bed. Beautiful, ain't it? I'm telling you, this is a bed of roses.
It is?
Yes. And it's her own exclusive design.
Yeah, whose?
My daughter, Rose's.
Yeah. Well, she certainly did a splendid job. Is it as comfortable as it looks?
And just try it. Lay right down. Go ahead. Take a simple snooze.
Yeah, I will, Sam. Yes. Feels very soft.
You see, you float around like you're 99% pure. And why not? It's got a deep sleep mattress, and it's got a double box springs.
And I know something else it's got, Unc.
Yeah, what's that, Leroy?
It's got half the people in town staring in the window at you, too.
What? Oh, yeah, come on, let's get out of here. Silly thing for me to do. Say, Sam, how much is that bed?
Well, just the way it stands, with that beautiful speed match spread, I'm asking, and it cost me, but I'll let you have it for, one price, $120.
$120, eh? Well, I wasn't figuring on spending quite that much, but, Say, how much will you give me in trade for Marjorie's present bed?
Well, it's pretty old.
How do you know? You haven't seen it.
Well, I have a very vivid imagination.
Yeah.
He's right. Well, it must be 50 years old.
50? Why, Leroy, it's at least 150. A very graceful four-poster, Schlepperman. Really an antique.
I'm sorry, but what you people call antiques is by me strictly second-hand.
But this is really better than second-hand.
Yeah, it must be sixth or seventh hand.
Yep. Leroy, you get back in the grandfather's clock. Now, Sam, I'll let you in on a little secret. According to an unconfirmed rumor, that bed was slept in by George Washington.
Recently?
Huh?
Well, I'll tell you what I'll do, Gildy. Suppose you make me a price for that old bed.
Fine. Now, let me see. How about $20?
$20? You're a hard man, Gildersleeve.
Hard? Why, that's pretty soft for you.
Well, it's a deal. Shake. And now that it's set, I don't mind saying that I would have gone as high as $25.
Oh, you would, eh? Well, I don't mind confessing, Sammy, old kid, that I would have taken as low as $10. Hello? No, Marjorie's out of town. I'll tell her you called. Who is this? John? Which John? Oh, you must be a new John. Yes. Goodbye. John Lewis. Oh, Bertie.
Coming as quick as I can. Yes, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Which is today's stack of messages for Marjorie?
The little one, the big, thick pile is from yesterday.
I never saw anything like it. That phone is busier than a burglar in a blackout. Everybody wants Marjorie.
Yes, and it's worse when I'm here all alone. Hardly no time to do the cleaning or the cooking. I'm busy with my social secretary.
Yeah.
There's only one thing I hope.
What's that, Bertie?
That Miss Marge will be able to read all my writing on them messages.
Why?
Because I can't.
Yes. Nevertheless, you take care of the rest of them, Bertie. I want to see if those furniture men have the new bed set up yet. Hello, Leroy.
Hello, Uncle Mort.
Hello, men. I see you've removed the old bed and have the new one all put together already.
Oh, yeah. Morris is testing it now. How is it, Morris? See? It's okay. Come on, Morris. Oh, look at him in the arms of Orpheus.
You mean Morpheus. Orpheus is the music god. And if that's music, well...
Morris Schlepperman, get up. I know what'll wake him.
Hey, Morris, time to go to bed.
It is. I'm coming, Frank. Wait for me.
That Morris should hibernate for the winter. Say, doesn't that bed look grand? Oh, Bertie, come on in here.
Call me, Mr. Gildersleeve. Well, ain't that the cutest looking little bed?
Yeah.
I can hardly wait to see Miss Marge climb in and hit the hay.
This bed cost $120, Bertie, and that ain't hay. Oh, you better see who's at the door, Bertie.
Yes, if it ain't one thing, it's the same thing.
Throw that bed spread across, Leroy, so we can get an idea of how it looks made up.
Okay.
That's it, thanks. Why, it's as pretty as a new $20 bill. As 6 $20 bills.
There's a Miss Van Scudder to see you, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Van Scudder? Yes, I wonder who that can be. Well, I better go see.
Mr. Gildersleeve?
Yeah?
I'm Patricia Van Scudder, the interior decorator. I'm to redo Marjorie's bedroom.
Already? Why, Leroy and I just finished a redo job 5 minutes ago.
Oh, there must be some mistake. I received a letter from Marjorie yesterday asking me to decorate her room.
Oh, I see. Well, Marjorie didn't know about our little effort. It was to be a surprise.
Well, if it's anything like the usual man's idea of a girl's room, it's probably more of a shock than a surprise.
Yes.
Hadn't we better look at the room in question now?
Oh, yes, of course. Excuse me. This way, Miss Van Scudder. Yeah, right in here. This is my nephew, Leroy. Leroy, this is Miss Van Scudder.
Well, how do you do? Well, I'm genuinely surprised. Why, this is a charming, charming room.
Oh, you like it?
Yes. Why, I can hardly believe you two did this. It's really quite lovely.
Well, all we did was to buy
Be quiet, Leroy. Let's hear Miss Van Scudder.
Well, really, I'd leave it just as it is, except for one thing.
And what's that?
The bed.
But that's the only thing...
Leroy, please. What did you say, Miss Van Scudder?
The bed.
Wrong?
Oh, but definitely. The color clashes with everything else. And the style. Oh, that style.
Yeah, some style, isn't it?
Oh, yes, quite horrible.
Now, see here, Miss Van Scooter.
Why, to put it in this room is almost as bad as mixing Empire with Rococo.
Hey, Unc, what's Empire and Rococo?
Shh, I think they're a couple of racetracks. I see. Then you don't think that Marjorie would like the bed, eh?
I know she wouldn't be happy in this overgrown bassinet.
She wouldn't, eh?
No. However, I'd be happy to go out and find you the proper bed for this room.
You would? Well, maybe that would solve our little problem.
Well, I'll be glad to. Meanwhile, get rid of this pink atrocity, won't you?
You're still sure it won't do, eh?
Oh, dear, no. Why, I'd just as soon put Hepplewhite next to Chippendale.
Oh, we couldn't do that, could we?
Why not, Unc?
They don't speak.
Oh.
Well, I must be going now. Don't trouble to show me to the door. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, our pretty pink bed, Leroy. Now I'll have to send it back.
Too bad, Uncle Mort.
Yes. Strange how many things there are in this world you could enjoy if only the experts didn't tell you they're no good.
Hey, Morris, wake up and help me. Here comes your brother.
Who? Oh, yeah.
Hello, Sam.
At least you could open your eyes, Morris. It's bad enough to have a pill for our brother, but I got to have one that's a sleeping pill. What's this bed you're setting up, Frank?
It's the one we brought back from Miss Gildersleeve's house yesterday.
Oh, yes. Be very careful with it. There's a rumor around that Washington slept in it. However, as of today, the rumor hasn't been verified.
Excuse me, sir, but I was looking for something in a bed.
Pillows, blankets, or sheets?
No. You don't understand. I want a bed for a young lady's room. Something colonial, shall we say?
Sure. Let's say colonial. Colonial. Now, if you'll just follow me, Junior Miss.
Oh, but one moment, please. What about this one that the men are putting together?
Oh, that? Oh, don't give it a second thought. It's too old.
It is? How old?
150, 200, who knows? Now, if you want to see some up-to-date, fresh from the factory colonial beds, I'm the man who's got them.
Oh, no, never mind. This one is just the thing. Imagine a four-poster in such excellent condition. And a Duncan Fife at that.
Please, don't rush me. Remember, this is a genuine aged-in-the-wood Drunken Fife. Now, let me see. $30.
Well, I'm sure that I can use it at that price. I know just the spot where that bed will be right at home. Suppose you send it to my shop on approval. I'm Patricia Van Scudder, dealer in period furniture.
I'm pleased to meet you. I'm Samuel Slapperman, dealer in furniture, period.
Here's a telegram from Miss Marge.
Are you sure?
It must be. It came collect.
Yeah. Well, we'll soon see. Oh, Leroy. Telegram from Marjorie.
Yeah? What did she say, huh?
Regarding redecoration, before you dispose of old bed, be sure to unscrew the left front knob and fish out my string of pearls. What does she mean, Leroy?
Oh, I remember. She sometimes uses the hollow bedpost as a kind of secret jewel box. Where are you going, Uncle Mort?
Into Marjorie's room to unscrew the old Great Caesar's ghost. That was the bed we traded in at Schlepperman's. Now, Leroy, getting those pearls out of the bed in Schlepperman's is a job that requires tact and delicacy.
You're right, Uncle Mort. You wait here and I'll go in by myself.
Yes, wait a minute, young man. I'm going to do this job myself. If you care to, you can come along and whistle if you see anybody coming.
Okay. Any particular tune you want me to whistle?
Well, no. I can just, well...
Hello, stranger. Hello, Leroy. Coming back for another bed?
Hello, Slapperman. No, Leroy and I are just out window shopping.
Oh, of course. What kind do you want? Plate glass, stained glass, or plate glass?
You don't understand. Leroy and I just want to look around. You don't mind our browsing, I hope?
Oh, no. I do a lot of that myself. You should see me browsing over a herring. Somehow, suppose I show you around.
Oh, no. Don't trouble yourself.
Trouble, he says. Why, my time is your time. What's your time?
11:30. I mean, we can look around by ourselves.
Oh, let me show you. Yeah. Say, you might miss some of the little gems that are hidden around this store.
Quiet, Leroy.
I wasn't going to say anything, Unc.
Oh, yes. But really, Sam, don't bother to come along. We'll feel freer to
help ourselves.
Yes, that's it. We may dig out something we consider valuable if we're left alone.
Yeah, at least we hope so.
Yeah.
All right. And if you find what you want, SOS me PDQ. And I'll be there in a flash for the cash.
Yes. Flash for the cash. Come on, Leroy. Are we out of sight?
Yeah. Can you see it, Unc?
Well, here's a four-poster. But the knobs and the posts are solid.
Here are some more, Unc.
Good. I'll be as quiet as a little... Oh, quiet. Oh, that's me.
Say, how about this one?
No, Leroy, leave it alone. This isn't Marjorie's bed. It's the wrong color, and it hasn't any posts. And besides, Morris is sleeping in it.
There's Mr. Schlepperman coming this way.
Good. Maybe I can pump him about it, huh?
My eyes are smiling. Oh, there you are.
Yes, here we are. By the way, Sam, you remember that old bed of Marjorie's you took in trade?
Sure. What about it?
Well, I was just wondering what had become of it. Not that I was looking for it.
Oh, no.
Why, that bed sold like a hotcake.
What? You sold it?
What? You want it back?
Well, sort of. I got to thinking about it, Sam. You know, it was really Marjorie's.
Yeah, and she put a lot of value in that bed.
I didn't realize it myself until just recently, and in fact, I never should have traded it in to you.
Well, if that's the case, maybe I can get it back for you.
You can? How?
The lady who bought it took it away on approval.
Huh?
Possibly, if I go to her before she makes up her mind and somehow or the other raise the price, she might turn the bed down.
Oh, that's great. I'll see that you don't lose on the deal, Sam. I know you can put it across.
You do? I wish I did.
Do you want me to come along and help you?
No, I think you might complicate the situation. You know, Truckee, in negotiations for antiques, it needs the cool, experienced head of an old hand with an ear to the ground to put the best foot forward.
Well, hello, Mr. Schlepperman. Come in. What can I do for you?
This is just a post driver's holiday, whatever it is, of course. Now that I'm here, I might as well inquire if you want to keep that bed you took on approval.
Well, the young lady I'm buying it for is still out of town.
Well, I've got a buyer who wants that bed right now. In fact, he says he'll pay up to $40 for it.
Oh, that's too bad.
I hate to be pressing you, but could you give me a quick yes or no?
Wait, I think I can get an answer for you right away. Excuse me, won't you?
But certainly.
No, Marjorie isn't home yet.
Oh, but I don't want Marjorie. This is Patricia Van Scudder, Mr. Gildersleeve, and I have the nicest news for you.
Yeah?
I found just the bed for Marjorie's room.
Well, isn't that nice?
Yes. Wait till you see it. You'll be speechless.
Well, I bet I'll find something to say.
Now, the only thing is this. How much are you willing to pay?
Pay? Oh, anywhere up to 50, 60, even 75, if you think it's worth it.
Oh, thank you. That's all I wanted to know. Goodbye. Well, Mr. Servicemen, I think we can do business. My client will pay more than that $40 offer you had.
Is that a fact? Mm-hmm. Pardon me, could you be so kindly as to let me use your telephone?
Oh, surely. Go right ahead. It's in my office there.
Thank you. I'll be back instantaneously.
Yep. Who is it now?
Hello, Truckee. This is Schlepperman. I've located that bed of Marjorie.
You have? Good.
But there has developed complications.
Oh, what's the trouble?
Those people who have it now are willing to pay a good stiff price, maybe $50, $60.
Well, I'll give you more than they will, the crooks. Whatever their bid is, I'll pay $10 more. As high as, say, $100.
All right, you're the doctor. Goodbye, Doc. Well, Miss Van Scudder, I just talked to my client, and he says he'll pay $50 for that bed.
Oh, but my people won't let him take it for that. They'll give $60.
60 is a nice price. But this fellow so is no cheapskate. He says 70.
My clients are just as stubborn as yours. We say 75.
I'm sorry, but my man will top their offer 85.
Well, Fred, he's got us licked. Too bad. They'll be disappointed. Well, you can send your truck over to pick up the bed whenever you want to.
Oh, I don't have to do that. Hey, Frank.
Yes, Mr. Schlepperman?
Wake up, Mars, and come in here. George Washington's bed rides again. Careful, boys. Put it down easy. There you are, Mr. Gildersleeve. Safely and soundly.
Yes, well, thank you very much, Lee Sam. Now, if you and your men will wait outside for just a moment.
Precisely. Come on, boys.
At last, Leroy.
Gee, which knob is it, Unc?
The left front one. I've got it. Look, here's something. By George, it's the missing pearls.
Boy, what a relief. Say, now that you have the jewels, what are you going to do with the bed? Maybe Mr. Schlepperman will buy it back.
Oh, that's silly, Leroy. He just went to an awful lot of trouble persuading somebody to let me have it. Say, I've got to thank him about that. Sam, I want you to know that I appreciate all the trouble you've gone to get this bed back for me. Thanks very much.
Oh, don't mention it. It was a mere trifle. On a big scale, of course.
Yes.
I was really up against a determined woman. For a little while, it looked like I'd have to kidnap it.
Kidnap it? Is that so? Well, I wonder if she still wants the bed.
Oh, yes. Why, if I walked into her place right now with that bed, she'd cover me with kisses. Heavens forbid.
Well, in that case, why not let her have it?
Excuse me, I don't think I heard you right. Did you say let her have it?
Yes, I didn't realize she wanted it so badly. I don't want to be so selfish about all this.
Well, I'll be a dog in the manger.
Yes.
After all I've been through, too. Guilty? If you sell it again, what will Marjorie say when she finds out?
Oh, don't worry. That's all fixed. Someone has found a bed that'll make her forget all about this one.
Well, that's fine. I'll take it back to the other party.
Yeah?
Oh, Frank! Oh, Morris!
Yes, boss?
Where is it? Tell me where you want.
Go get the bed and put it on the truck again.
But we're packing it apart and put it together 4 times already. I'm getting tired.
Say, what do you want me to do? Install zippers? Go.
I'm sorry to give you all this trouble, Schlepperman.
What trouble? This is a dandy bed. I've done more business with this one single article this week than I have with all the rest of my stock put together. Miss Van Scudder, I've got a surprise for you.
Who is it? Oh, Mr. Servicemen, what is it?
Do you remember that lovely George Washington flute bed? Well, I had to talk myself blue in the face, but I got it back for you.
You did? Oh, you little dear, I could kiss you.
Oh, please, I'm a married man. Do you want the bed?
Oh, yes.
Then everything is peaches down in Florida.
You mean in Georgia?
Ever been to Florida? Oh, Frank! Oh, Morris! In again!
Oh, there it is. Won't Marjorie Forrester be pleased when she gets this bed?
Why, yes, of course. What? Are you giving this bed to Marjorie Forrester?
Oh, no.
Oh, that's good.
I'm not giving it to her. Her uncle, Mr. Gildersleeve, is.
You don't mean by any chance Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve? A large, deep man with a thick voice.
Why, yes. Are you a friend of his?
Speaking strictly from the past, yes.
Well, the next time I see him, I'll tell him I met you.
I don't think that'll be necessary. He'll know it. Well, goodbye, Miss Van Scooter. And if I don't see you again, don't take any more wooden beds.
Bertie.
Good afternoon, Bertie.
It's been a lovely day, hasn't it, Leroy?
Yeah, makes a man glad that he's alive.
Yeah. Anything happen while we were out, Bertie?
Nothing, only that Van Scudder lady's in Miss Marge's bedroom with some furniture.
Huh?
Wouldn't let me get anywhere near it. Claims it to be a surprise for you.
Oh, yes, the new bed. Well, I'm anxious to see it, Bertie. She says it's going to bowl me over.
Gee, maybe it's all ready now. Come on, Unc.
All right, come along, Bertie.
Yes, sir. Making so much fuss over that bed, you'd think George Washington slept in it.
Yeah.
Who is it?
Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, just a second. It's almost ready. There. Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yes?
I want you to see the room properly. Ready?
This better be good. Yes, I'm ready.
Close your eyes.
Yes?
Now, I'll count 3, and then you can open them. 1, 2, 3.
Well, it's very... Oh! I don't get it, lady.
Don't get what?
This room looks just like it did before.
I know, but the bed. That's the one I had so much trouble buying for you.
But that's...
Oh, my.
Yes, that's the same bed that was there in the first place.
Oh, no. I picked this bed up at a tremendous bargain, $150.
Oh, great jumping jeeps, $150.
But it's absolutely authentic. George Washington slept in it.
Oh!
Hey, don't back old fella, lady. The hurricane is here.
Oh.
No. Come on. Calm down, Unc.
Yes.
After all, you got back Marjorie's valuable pearl.
Yeah.
What's all this talk about Miss Marge's valuable pearls? There's nothing but imitation pearls.
What? Oh, that makes it all the worse. I'm getting dizzy. Leroy, bring me a chair.
No, here. Sit down on the bed, Unc.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me help you over.
Yeah. Thanks. What's this big lump under the bedspread? Morris, you get out of here.
All right.
The Great Gildersleeve will be with us again in just a moment. But right now, I think you men especially will agree that the evening meal is a mighty important event. Yes, after coming home in the cold from a hard day's work, plenty of steaming hot food on the table is certainly a welcome sight. Well, men, you need good food. It replaces the strength and energy you've used up during the day. That's why you should be sure there's plenty of energy food on the table. Energy food like Parquet margarine, made by Kraft. You see, Parquet margarine is one of the best sources of food energy you can serve, made from American farm products. And Parquet is also a reliable food source of vitamin A the year round. Yes, every pound contains 9,000 units of this important vitamin. And Parquet margarine is so downright good tasting, it's bound to be a hit with all the family. So, men, why not ask your wives to try delicious Parquet margarine? They'll find it's grand for table use. A real flavor shortening for baking, too, and just about perfect for pan frying. Yes, ask them to order Parquet, Parkay. It's the margarine made by Kraft that tastes so good, yet costs so little.
Ladies and gentlemen, our president will soon reach his 60th birthday. We can all help him celebrate. We can show him our deep regard and affection by contributing to a cause that's very close to his heart, your local Fight Infantile Paralysis campaign. Let's all say happy birthday, Mr. Roosevelt, by aiding the fight against this enemy of our children. Good night.
program was composed and conducted by William Randolph. This is Jim Bannon speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company and inviting you to be with us again next week at this same time for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve. This is the National Broadcasting Company. Kraft presents the Great Gildersleeve. The Kraft Cheese Company, who also bring you Bing Crosby every Thursday night, present each week at this time Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve, written by Leonard L. Levinson. We'll hear from the Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. But first, do you know what comes to my mind when I think of fresh bread, steaming hot baked potatoes, tasty pan-fried breakfast eggs, luscious cakes and cookies? Well, I think of that delicious modern margarine, Parquet margarine made by Kraft, because Parquet margarine makes all those good-tasting foods taste even better. Yes, Parquet's smooth, delicate flavor makes it grand for table use. Makes it a real flavor shortening for baking mouth-watering cookies, cakes, and pastries. Yes, and Parquet margarine is a delicious seasoning for hot vegetables. Makes pan-fried foods tastier, too. That's why I think of Parquet when all sorts of good foods come to mind. And another thing, whether you serve Parquet margarine at the table or use it for cooking, you can be sure it's good for your family. It's made from selected American farm products that are wholesome and nourishing. What's more, Parquet is a highly nourishing energy food, and every single pound contains 9,000 units of important vitamin A. So try economical Parquet margarine tomorrow. Just ask your dealer for Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y, the delicious margarine made by Kraft. And now let's visit our friend, the Great Gildersleeve.
More hot cocoa, Judge Hooker?
No thanks, Bertie. I'm warm enough. My, but a nice fire feels good on a cold night, doesn't it, Gildersleeve?
How should I know? You've been blocking the heat in front of this fire all evening. If you're not careful, you'll give yourself a high hot foot.
Gee, Uncle Mort, don't you think the fire is good for Judge Hooker's ideas?
I don't know what you mean, Leroy.
Well, you said they were just half-baked.
Yes. I don't recall. Young man, isn't it time for you to be in bed?
Yeah, but you promised I could stay up as long as we had company.
Well, that's right. Only I never thought the company... Excuse me, Judge. I guess my foot's fallen asleep.
Oh, you needn't hint, Gildersleeve. I'm going. Only it's been so cozy here, and the conversation's been so interesting.
Conversation? Sounded more like a monologue to me. Don't they let you talk down in your courtroom, Judge?
Poor man, he's just lonely and blue, that's all.
Who's lonely and blue? Why, just because I like the family atmosphere around here, in preference to sitting in that big, cold, empty house of mine, does that mean I'm lonely and blue?
Yes. Otherwise, you wouldn't come and stand in front of our fire and get all friendly and pink.
Well, maybe you're right.
You know what you need, Judge Hooker? Some good woman.
No, I don't. I've tried a dozen housekeepers, but they all quit.
Well, personally, I don't blame them, Judge. You're as crusty as a carload of peanut brittle.
What do you mean, crusty? I'll have you know that I'm still considered one of Summerfield's most eligible bachelors.
Yeah? Eligible for what? Social Security? Yeah. Leroy, aren't you in bed yet?
Oh, another hint. Bertie, my coat and hat, please.
Yes, sir.
Now, Judge, don't leave just because Leroy's going to bed. How about a game of old maid, or rummy?
No, thanks, Gildy. You play rummy like an old maid, and old maid like a rummy.
Oh, a bad loser, eh?
Here's your wraps, Judge. Now be sure and bundle up well.
Thank you.
My, I don't blame the government for clamping down on the weather reports.
Why, Bertie?
Well, the less said about this weather, the better.
I guess you're right. Well, good night, folks.
Yeah. Good night, you little legal loophole.
Now, don't be too harsh on him, Mr. Gildersleeve. The poor man is only hungering for companionship.
Yes, and our food.
Why, when he looks at you in this nice house with your nice niece and nephew and eating all the nice meals I fixed, he gets so green it looks like spring is here again.
Yeah. You know, deep down, Bertie, I really like the little duffer. And when I spoke about him needing a good woman, I didn't mean a housekeeper. I meant a good wife.
There's some nice ladies that he might take to.
Take two? That'd be bigamy, Bertie. You really only allowed one.
Are you going to marry off the judge?
Well, I don't want to count my chickens before they're hatched, but Leroy, I thought I told you to go to bed.
You did, Uncle Mort, twice.
Well, I'm not going to tell you again.
Gee, that's swell, Uncle. It was getting sort of monotonous.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going right now.
Well, up at last, eh, Leroy? The only thing more difficult than getting you to bed at night is waking you in the morning.
Good morning, Unc. Say, remember what you said last night about finding somebody to marry Judge Hooker?
Oh, well, I didn't mean for you to hear that, young man.
Well, it's lucky I did, because I've got somebody all lined up.
Yep. What do you mean? Who?
One of my teachers at school, Miss Cagle.
Huh?
Boy, the whole class has been trying to figure out a way to get rid of her ever since September.
If they have?
Yeah, well, they'd be glad when I tell them the judge is going to marry her.
Whoa, here. Wait a minute, Leroy. First, what sort of a lady is this, Miss Cagle?
Well, to give you an idea, the kids elected her Miss Poison Puss of 1942. Unanimous. Why, she's so...
But if she's anything at all like that, why nominate her for the title of Mrs. Hooker?
Is that wrong?
Well, after all, we're trying to make the judge's life brighter. Miss Cagle sounds like a drip of the first water.
Oh, gee, that's right. I was so anxious to get her off our hands, I didn't realize what a dirty trick it'd be on the judge.
Yes. Well, we'll have to think of somebody else, I guess.
Excuse me, Mr. Gildersleeve, but how about looking here in the morning paper?
The morning paper? For what?
For the bride. Maybe one of the persons in the personal will turn out to be the judge's dream girl.
Well, thanks, Bertie. No harm in looking. Let me see. Oh, yes, here we are. Personals. Attractive young lady, blonde, wishes to meet sympathetic gentleman of means. Object, Hollywood.
No, I don't think that's the judge's style. Read the next one. That sounded better.
Yes. Here it is. A well-to-do widow interested in meeting professional man over 50. Have refined tastes and grand piano. Also private income, own car, and 7 delightful children who will add life to any home.
Oh. Gee, for 7 kids.
Yes, wrong number. I'm sorry, Bertie. I'm afraid our little Justice wouldn't have any peace if we snagged him a helpmate out of the help wanted.
Oh, jeepers, look at the time. I gotta get over to Piggy Banks' house.
Yeah? What for, Leroy?
His Aunt Henrietta is knitting sweaters for the army, and I'm to bring her some wool Marjorie left for her.
Well, run along by all means, then. So Henrietta Banks is in town. Say, Henrietta Banks.
What's the matter with her?
Nothing. She's perfect. For Judge Hooker, I mean. She has a nice social position. Her grandfather was the first white child born in this county. And she's really not bad looking.
Gee, I didn't know you knew Piggy's aunt, Uncle Mort.
Yes, I met her about 10 years ago. I remembered I'd just ripped my trousers before she came over, and I didn't dare get up all the time she was here. It really was very embarrassing.
She sure sounds like the future Miss Judge Hooker.
Yeah, well, I'm going to try anyway. Let me have that yarn, Leroy. I'll deliver it. While I'm there, I can sort of subtly get around to talking about the judge and matrimony and things like that.
Swell. I'll get your hat and coat on.
But what about that appointment you had to get examined for insurance, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Oh, yes. The insurance doctor's due here in half an hour. You tell him I was called away on business, Bertie. Have him come in a day or so. If I'm going to press the judge's suit, I better strike while the iron is hot.
Stay out, Uncle Mort.
Thank you, Leroy. You know, I'm getting quite a kick out of this idea. Won't the judge be surprised when he finds out all I'm doing for him? Well, here I go.
Good luck, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Happy hunting, Unc.
Yes, well, thanks. Goodbye.
He's a pretty swell guy, isn't he, Bertie?
He sure is.
Going to all that trouble just to make 2 lonely people happy.
That's right.
Look at him walking down the street. A regular Dan Cupid.
Yes, sir. Ain't he got the figure for it?
Yes, I'm coming. Oh, yes.
Well, little Henrietta Banks. Why, you haven't changed a day since I saw you 10 years ago.
I haven't. Oh, you're just being nice.
Huh?
Oh, now, don't tell me. I know who you are. You're Mr. Gilder something.
That's right, Gildersleeve.
Oh, yes.
Fancy you remembering me all this time.
Well, won't you come in, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Well, I don't mind if I do. My nephew, Leroy Forrester, was bringing over this yarn for you, and He happened to mention your name, and I said, well, never mind. You'd be surprised what I said.
Well, have a chair, won't you?
Thank you.
My, I can't imagine how you could remember me.
Huh?
After all, we only met once before, and you seemed so shy then.
Shy? Oh, yes, I remember. That was just a temporary bashfulness on my part. I suppose I was just afraid of making the wrong impression.
Oh, as if you could have.
As if I couldn't have. But tell me, Miss Banks, or rather, Henrietta, that is, if you don't mind.
Oh, no, not at all. Go right ahead.
Well, when Leroy told me that you were here, I was greatly surprised to hear that you were still Miss Banks.
You were?
Yes. But I'll bet you put up a gallant fight against all the men who must have wanted to change your name.
Well, some girls like a certain independence.
Well, I knew that would be the trouble. That attitude of yours is hardly fair to us poor men, Henrietta.
Oh, do you think so, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Yes. Absolutely. Why, marriage is the most delightful of partnerships, I'm told. And reminds me, there's someone right here in this town who'd be just wonderful for you.
Oh, really now? I don't know what on earth you're talking about.
Now, Henrietta, you do too.
I do not.
Then I'll tell you.
Oh, don't. So embarrassing.
Who is it?
Well, I'm not going to mention any names. But this fellow, well, he's been awfully lonesome. When I heard your name this morning, when he heard your name
this
yes,
morning... yes, I understand.
Well, that is, he is, we...
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve, you haven't changed a bit. You're just as bashful and boyish as you were the first time I met you.
Well, I wasn't quite prepared. Possibly I'd better come back another time. Yes, I think I should go now. You'll be hearing from me later.
I will. Oh, goodbye, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, not goodbye. Au revoir, Henrietta.
Oh.
Oh, hello, Martha? Oh, Martha, you're acquainted with everyone in Summerfield.
Well, tell me all you know about this Mr. Gildersleeve. Yes, that's the one. Yes? Yes?
No.
Well, what do you... No. Oh, no. Well, lucky me.
Of all the muddled-up cases I've ever had to listen to in all my life... Oh, hello, Gildersleeve.
Hi.
Glad you dropped in. How's everything?
Coming along better than you'd ever suspect, Judge. Remember our conversation out at the house the other night?
Of course I do. And as soon as I left, I thought of some dandy answers, too. Now, let me see if I can remember.
No, don't bother.
But there's one thing I've been thinking about, Gildy, old man.
Yeah? What was that, Judge?
You remember saying that what I needed was a good woman?
Yeah?
I didn't give that much thought at first, but now I believe you're right.
Oh, that's fine. And I have a little lady who'll be just the person for you.
You think she'd know how to run my home right, huh?
Oh, yes, and make you very happy, too.
Hope she knows how to cook.
Oh, yes. I'm sure she's a wonderful cook. Very nice looking, also.
Not interested in her looks, Gildy. At my age, a good cook is a lot more important than a pretty face.
Oh. Well, this lady is both. She has both.
Huh?
That is, she is one and has the other.
Oh.
When would you like to meet her?
Sooner the better.
Well, how about dropping over to our house for dinner next Friday? I'll have her there, too.
Fine. Only you needn't go to all this trouble. Couldn't you just meet me here and we could settle the whole thing in 10 minutes?
Yes. Oh, no, you can't do things that way.
Why not?
Well, how do you know you're going to like each other, Hooker?
Huh?
This is a serious step you're about to take. You've got to approach it cautiously.
Well, maybe you're right. Believe me, if she's all that you say she is, I'll keep her for life.
Well, I should hope so.
Oh, Judge, recess is over.
All right, Bailiff. I'll see you Friday night, Gildy.
Yeah, all right, Friday night. So long, Judge.
Say, Your Honor, if you're still looking for a housekeeper...
No, never mind. Mr. Gildersleeve has found a woman who sounds like a perfect servant.
Well, that's nice of him.
Yeah, he's a pretty good friend. In his fat, bumbling way.
good afternoon, Bertie. Hello, Leroy.
Hi, Uncle Mort.
Well, I've arranged the whole thing. Judge Hooker's coming to dinner day after tomorrow.
Oh, then I better fix something extra special scrumptious with a touch of romantic and a dash of lovey-dovey.
Yes.
You invited Miss Banks, of course.
Oh, yes. And she was so excited she kept calling me a dear boy.
I sure hope she's going to like Judge Hooker when she meets up with him.
Oh, of course she will. Just as soon as I tell her that he's the unknown admirer who's been sending her the flowers and candy and poems. Say, did I read you the new poem I sent her last night?
No, let's hear it, Unc.
Yeah, I've got a copy of it here under the desk somewhere. Yes, here it is, under the water bill. Yeah. Listen to this, folks. Oh, Henrietta, sweet Henrietta, I can't forget a girl like you. Wherever I go, I see your face, in the sun and the snow or any old place. Your smile turns the winter into spring and makes my poor heart go ting-a-ling-a-ling. And though I'm so shy, I worship from afar. Way up in my sky, you're the number one star. Oh, Henrietta, sweet Henrietta, I'd sure like to get a girl like you.
Oh, gee, I never knew you were a poet, Unc.
You sure have a gift, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yeah, do you like it? I'll give you copies if you want them.
Well, that should sure make her feel mushy towards the judge.
Yeah.
Say, does he know he's been writing her all that guff and sending her all that stuff?
Yes. Oh, no, I've invited him to come here half an hour before Henrietta gets here. Remind me to button Hooker and tell him all about it then.
Yes, sir, that's a very good idea. And he won't have time enough then to get cold feet.
Yeah.
And cold feet has ruined more romances one way or the other than practically anything.
Well, is everything set, Bertie?
Yes, sir, right to a T. All the judge's favorite dishes to put him in good humor. You know, I planned to decorate the table with orange blossoms so Miss Banks would feel like a blushing bride when I couldn't get none. So I used oranges, but we was out. And that's why we got lemons on the table.
Yes. That must be the bridegroom-to-be now. Let him in, Bertie.
Yes, sir. And won't he be surprised to learn of what we've cooked up for him?
Yeah. Leroy, leave those olives alone.
Yes, sir, I was just rearranging them, that's all.
It ain't the judge, Mr. Gildersleeve, it's the insurance company. They done sent another doctor to give you that examination.
Oh, my goodness. I can't make it now. Tell him I'm busy. Have him come here another time.
Okay, but you better hurry before the rates go up.
Gee, of all the times to show up just when we're ready to put over a big merger like this.
Leroy, I wish you'd include yourself out of this affair. It's a delicate matter involving the future happiness of two fine people. And I don't want you in your juvenile way to mess it up.
Oh, don't worry, Uncle Mort. I know my part. As soon as they go in the living room after dinner, I'll start playing those Nelson Eddy, Jeanette MacDonald records.
Well, you're a bright boy, Leroy. That's right. Don't slip up now.
The doctor done went, but he's been replaced by another visitor, Miss Henrietta Banks.
What? Oh, she's too early, Bertie. Why, the judge isn't here yet. Of all the numbskull females that ever are. Hello, Henrietta. My, how lovely you look tonight.
Oh, thank you, Throckmorton.
Yeah?
And dear little Leroy, how are you this evening?
Oh, just fine, Miss Banks.
Oh, come now. No more of this Miss Banks, darling. Just call me Auntie.
Uh-oh.
Well, how are you, Throckmorton? The cat still got your tongue?
Who, me? Oh, no. We don't keep a tongue. I mean, nobody's got our cat. Won't you have a sit down?
Thank you. Now, come over here and sit beside me.
Huh?
There. That's better, isn't it?
Oh, yes, considerably.
You know, I was so anxious to find out what your surprise was. I just couldn't wait.
Oh.
That's why I'm here so early. Do you think I'm acting like a giddy young schoolgirl?
Yes.
Oh, Throckmorton, you say the most flattering, precious things. Almost as nice as your poems.
Yeah. My poems? But I never wrote you any poems.
Oh, come now, don't deny them, you shy, modest boy.
But there must be some mistake.
Why, not at all. Oh, incidentally, Throckmorton, do you particularly like the color of those drapes at the window?
Well, I don't know. I never gave it much thought. Why?
Oh, I was just thinking about changing them, that's all.
Oh, You mean...
Yes.
That's what I thought you meant.
Throckmorton, am I going to get that big surprise before dinner or afterward?
Well, Henrietta, looks like you're going to get it any minute now.
Excuse me, Mr. Gildersleeve, but there's an important phone call for you.
Phone call? Oh, my goodness. Excuse me, please. I'll be right back. Hello? Who is this?
Hello, Gildy, old chap. This is Hooker. Sorry I won't be able to make it tonight.
If what?
I got a hung jury that ought to be.
You've got to be here, Judge Hooker. You don't understand all the trouble I've gone to. Surprises and everything. How soon can you get here? Maybe I can install things.
Oh, don't count on me at all.
What am I going to do about Henrietta? Miss Banks.
Oh, you mean the new housekeeper?
Housekeeper?
Just tell her she's hired.
Hired?
Yeah, I'll take a chance. What can I lose?
But she isn't a housekeeper at all.
Then tell her she's fired. Goodbye, Gildersleeve.
Well, now I'm really in the soup.
Oh, Throckmorton. Is the surprise ready now?
Yes, Henrietta, but it's a different one altogether.
I don't understand.
Yeah, I didn't think you would. I asked Judge Hooker to come here this evening. I told the judge all about you, but he can't make it tonight.
Oh, well, that's perfectly all right, Throckmorton.
What? It is?
Surely.
Oh, you don't know what a relief this is to me, Henrietta.
Why, you impetuous boy. Don't you realize that even if the judge had come, we couldn't get married without a license?
If the judge wasn't going to marry us. He was going to marry you.
To whom?
To himself.
But I don't know him at all.
Oh, yes, you do. He's your unknown admirer.
Oh, no, that's you.
Oh, no, that's the judge.
All right, then bring him here and let's see.
See? Oh, well, I can hardly do that for a little while yet.
Oh, you're just like all other men. After leading me on, it turns out to be a joke. A cruel, heartless joke. And after I've told all my friends.
Oh.
Well, you haven't heard the last of this, Mr. Gildersleeve. There are courts and laws to protect innocent girls from men like you. Goodbye.
Oh, why was I ever born? I'm telling you, Judge, Leroy got it straight from the little Banks boy. His aunt has called in some lawyer named Taylor.
Oh, he's a tough man, this Taylor. He'll take you straight to the cleaners.
Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of. They've been going over those letters and poems that I sent Henrietta.
Uh-oh, that's bad.
Yes. If they ever read those poems in court, I'll never be able to hold up my head again in Summerfield.
It serves you right for trying to marry me off. Gildersleeve, you're a pretty stupid Cupid.
But I meant everything for the best, Judge. Oh, please, can't you help me?
Why, yes, Gildersleeve, I'll be glad to help you. If you publish those poems, put me down for a copy.
Now, see here, Hooker. That's the wrong attitude after I played John Alden to your Pocahontas.
Gildersleeve, I'm going to get out of here before I get involved in this scandalous case. Goodbye. I'll be seeing you in the funny paper, Gildy.
The old goat. There's gratitude for you. The next time I take pity on him, I hope somebody gives me a good swift kick in the telephone. Hello? Who? Oh, Mr. Taylor. Tomorrow, Mr. Taylor? What time, Mr. Taylor? Goodbye, Mr. Taylor. Oh, now my goose is fricasseed. Bertie, Leroy.
What is it, Unc? Did you call Mr. Gildersleeve?
Yes, more bad news. Henrietta Banks is sending her lawyer over to see me tomorrow afternoon. She's going to sue me for damages if I don't marry her.
Oh, gee, if you could only show her that you'd make a terrible husband.
It's nonsense, Leroy. I'd make a wonderful husband. What am I saying? I'd be awful.
Yeah, but how you going to prove it without marrying her?
Huh? Wait a minute. I just had an idea. Yes, I think it'd work out. If I could only convince that lawyer of hers that I'm not worth marrying.
But how?
I know. Now listen, you two. When Mr. Taylor, the lawyer, shows up tomorrow, Bertie, you'll meet him at the door, and then you'll say to him...
Come right in, mister. You can see Mr. Gildersleeve, but you got to promise to be quiet while you're in there, on account of he's a mighty sick man.
Oh, sick? Must be something new.
Oh, no, he gets this way off and on. Now, here we is, and remember, no getting him excited and no yelling at him.
Oh, of course not.
I brought you a visitor, the gentleman you was expecting.
Oh, yes. How do you do, sir? You won't mind if my nephew just goes on feeding me my chicken broth, will you?
No, not at all. Maybe I'd better come some other day when you'll be feeling better.
Oh, sometimes I wonder if I'll ever feel better.
No, don't say that, Unc. You still have a fighting chance.
Yes, thank you, my boy. You're such a comfort. More chicken broth, please.
Okay, Unc. Careful, it's hot.
Yes, I'll be careful. Oh! Hey, that is hot, Leroy.
Careful, Unc.
Careful? Oh, yes. Oh, the pain. No more soup, Leroy.
Well, what seems to be your trouble, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Well, I could tell you about my troubles all afternoon, but why bore you with an organ recital?
Yes, sir? That man is in no shape to get married, and any lady who gets hitched up with him better be ready to dye her wedding veil black.
No, Bertie, never say die. Uncle Mort still has a 50-50 chance.
Is that so? Do you want to bet? Oh.
Do you want to finish dictating your will, Uncle?
Excuse me for interrupting, Mr. Gildersleeve, but what's wrong with you?
My heart.
Oh, high blood pressure?
Alternating with low blood pressure.
Rather unusual. Yeah. Anything else?
Yes, anything else. Unc has been given up by 10 doctors, 6 hospitals, and a chiropractor.
So you can see I'm really in no condition to take on new obligations.
Well, I should think not.
Yeah.
I don't see any reason for me to waste any time examining you. I'll just go back and report.
Yeah. Oh, excuse me. Hand me the telephone, Leroy. Thanks. Hello?
Hello, Gildersleeve. This is Judge Hooker. Say, heard the good news yet? It's all over the courthouse. Congratulations, you lucky stiff.
I don't think I understand.
Why, you know what's happened. Henrietta Banks has gone and eloped with her lawyer, George Taylor.
What?
Yeah, well, so long.
Well, wow, this is wonderful. All my troubles are over. Now she can't sue me. Henrietta married her lawyer, folks. Say, if she... Then who are you, mister?
Me? Oh, I thought you knew. I'm the doctor from the insurance company.
What?
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry you couldn't make the grade, Mr. Gildersleeve. Goodbye.
The Great Gildersleeve will be with us again in a few minutes. But right now, I want to answer some questions. Several people have asked me lately questions like, what's parquet margarine made of? Is it good for you? How can it taste so deliciously good? Well, I'm glad to answer those questions because it will explain why parquet margarine is so different and better than old-time margarines. Why it's a downright delicious food that's nourishing and wholesome, too. You see, parquet is a modern vegetable margarine made by Kraft, and the pure, refined American vegetable oils that go into parquet help make it the highly nutritious energy food that it is. And to its wholesome goodness, Kraft adds important vitamin A to parquet margarine, 9,000 units to every pound. Now, about parquet margarine's delicious flavor, it's Kraft's long experience in making good-tasting foods that accounts for that. Yes, if you think all margarines are alike, just taste parquet. That rich, delicate parquet flavor is making it a favorite everywhere for table use and for cooking, too. But why not find out about parquet margarine's goodness yourself? Yes, try a pound or two of economical parquet margarine tomorrow. Just ask for Parquet, Parkay, the delicious modern margarine made by Kraft, the makers of famous Miracle Whip salad dressing.
You've been turned down. What are you going to do about insurance?
Leroy, I'm going to spend that money for some victory insurance.
What do you mean?
I'm going to invest in defense bonds that'll pay off in 10 years. It's like an endowment policy.
Swell. And meanwhile, your dollars will be fighting for you and for Uncle Sam.
That's right. It's a wonderful way of combining business and pleasure, isn't it? Good night, folks.
Original music heard on this program was composed and conducted by William Randolph. This is Jim Bannon speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company and inviting you to be with us again next week at the same time for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. The Kraft Cheese Company, who also bring you Bing Crosby every Thursday night, present each week at this time Harold Perry as The Great Gildersleeve, written by Leonard L. Levinson. And now let's visit our friend, the Great Gildersleeve. Tonight we find him celebrating the first of the month in his customary fashion, paying bills, counting out Bertie's salary, and making allowances for Marjorie and Leroy.
Marjorie, Bertie, Leroy.
What is it, Uncle Throckmorton? Call me Uncle Mort.
Yes, here I am, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Well, such promptness. I'll bet you know what's on my mind.
I do. This is the first of the month, and it's pay night for me.
Yeah, pay night. That's right. How did you remember?
Because I got 4 or 5 installment gentlemen who won't let me forget.
Yeah.
Say, we collect our allowances, too, Marjorie. Don't forget you owe me that 60 cents you borrowed.
That was 50 cents.
50 cents and a dime interest, sis.
50 cents, and that's all, brother.
Gee, I was counting on that extra dough.
Leroy, you're not in the hock again, are you?
Why, Uncle Mort, I don't know what you mean.
Oh, you know, in the red.
Oh, that's me you thinking of, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Huh?
I'm so deep in the red, my friends have quit calling me Bertie. I'm now known as Robin.
Well, here's your salary, Reuben, Bertie. Minus the advances I gave you during the past month, of course.
Thank you, sir. I certainly advanced myself to a standstill.
Yeah. Well, you've got one consolation, Bertie. February is going to be a short month.
Ain't that the truth?
Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't be any short if I stood in the hole, and that's what I was in. I hate February anyhow. All I get is Valentine's from the finance company.
Well, here's your monthly allowance, Marjorie.
Thank you.
And here's yours for the week, Leroy.
Say, why can't I get mine for the whole month like Marge does, Unc? I'm not a kid anymore. How about it, Unc, huh?
Well, for the month, huh? Well, we can try it out. Nothing ventured, nothing ventured. Yes, here you are.
Gee, thanks. And here's something for you.
If for me? What's this?
My bill for services rendered during January.
Just January, yes. Well, let me see. A bill? Stopping at the post office 5 times at a dime per stop, 50 cents. Going to the store 12 times at 5 cents per go, 60 cents. 3 hot dogs for Uncle Mort at the basketball game, 30 cents. Young man, I thought you were treating me.
Only the first 2 times, Unc. After that, it was strictly Dutch.
Yeah. Well, you can't beat the Dutch. Yes. Removing ashes from furnace, 20 cents. Spreading ashes on sidewalk, 15 cents for labor, 10 cents for ashes. My ashes, too. Rental of my bike to Uncle Mort, 10 cents. Repairing bent frame, 95 cents. Young man, I should charge you for my bent frame. Total $2.90. Well, here you are, Leroy.
Thank you, Uncle.
You're welcome. Sometimes when I see how you itemize every little household charge, I wonder if it was smart to teach you about business. Other times I wonder if it was necessary.
Well, I guess I'll go to bed now. Goodbye, Marjorie. What? I mean good night. Good night, Bertie. Good night. Good night, Uncle Mort.
Well, just a second, Leroy. Come back here, young man. Let me see your tongue.
Loki?
Yes. Oh, seems all right. Are you feeling well?
Oh, yeah, sure, swell. Can I go to bed now?
I guess so. Good night, my boy.
Well, then, good night, Unc. Good night, Marge. Good night. Good night, Bertie.
Yeah, good night, my boy.
What's the trouble, Uncle Mort?
Is that clock right?
Yes.
Something's wrong, either with the clock or Leroy. This is the first time in a year that he's gone to bed when he was supposed to without any arguments. I tell you, Marjorie, I don't like it. good morning. Isn't Leroy up yet?
No, sir, Mr. Gildersleeve. I ain't seen hide nor hair of him this morning.
Oh, well, it's time he was up for school. I better call him. Leroy! That's funny. Still asleep, the little rascal. Hey, come on, Leroy, get out of the hay before... Where is he? Ooh, a note to Uncle Mort. Marjorie!
What is it, Uncle Mort?
Come in here. Leroy's gone and left a note.
Oh, what does it say, Uncle?
Listen, dear Uncle Mort and Marjorie, I don't want you two to worry, but I'm going away for a while.
What?
I just couldn't stand it here any longer. Please don't worry about me because I'll be all right.
Oh, I can't believe it.
Oh, I'll take care of myself and write you soon, so be sure and don't worry. Also tell Bertie not to worry either. Yours truly, Leroy. P.S. Please feed my frogs while I'm gone. P.S. number 2. The frogs like flies.
But Uncle Mort, what's going to happen?
Now, stop that, Marjorie. You mustn't cry. We'll have him back safe and sound in no time. There's nothing to worry about.
How do you know?
It says so right here in his letter.
Excuse me, but I got breakfast waiting. Where's Leroy?
Oh, Bertie, it looks like he's run away from home.
Who, Leroy? Why, I don't believe it. It's just one of that boy's impractical jokes.
Yeah, I don't think so, Bertie. He left a note.
Well, there's no time to waste. We better start combing the town.
Yes, it's a lucky thing he hasn't any money. He won't be able to get very... Oh, my goodness, he's got his allowance in $2.90.
What about his school savings bank?
Here it is, and look, it's been blitzkrieg.
Huh? Oh, dear, that makes a lot of difference. It means he's got the means to go quite a distance.
Oh, Uncle Mort, what are we going to do?
Go right after him.
Yes, but which way will we go?
Yes, which way will we go?
Well, if it was me, I'd head south.
Bertie, quit complaining about the weather and try to be some help. Now, where'll we start?
Oh, poor Leroy, if we don't find him.
Now, Marjorie, you mustn't get excited. You must keep cool and calm. I'll write down a few possibilities. This pencil won't write.
That ain't no pencil, that's your cigar.
Yeah? Well, then where's my pencil?
You smoking it.
Oh? Hey, let's not get excited now, folks. Let me think. Oh, I know. There's only one way to head off our wandering boy.
What's that, Uncle Mort?
We'll have to notify the police.
The police?
Yes. They can send out a teletype all over the state and pick up Leroy before you can say calling all cars.
Oh, but I hate to think of Leroy winding up in some police station.
Yeah, he might not like it if we had him heaved into pokey.
Yeah? I don't like it myself, but there's a lot worse places he might land. Well, there's no time to lose. Come on, Marjorie. I better phone right now and tell him our little boy Blue.
Oh, dear. We only knew why he ran away.
Oh, I tried to figure it out, Marjorie, but it's a complete mystery to me. I keep asking myself, Throckmorton, what could you have done that you could have made Leroy run away from home? And then I keep answering myself, I don't know. Well, here goes.
Oh, I hope we can keep it out of the papers.
Yes, stop being nervous, my dear. Just watch me. Hello, police department. I wish to report a missing nephew. His name is Leroy Forrester. Yes, 13 years old, but he's tall for his size. He's old for his age. How tall? Oh, well, let me see. He comes to about up to here on me. Oh. I forgot, officer. You can't see me, huh? I meant he comes up almost to my shoulder, yeah. How tall am I? What does that matter? I'm not lost. Is that so? No, see here, mister.
Uncle, now don't get so excited. Here, give me the phone.
Yeah.
Hello, police. My brother left home early this morning.
Hello? Oh, the police department. Well, at last. We've been waiting around here on tenterhooks. No, tenterhooks. T-E-N, never mind. Have you found him? Yes? Yes? Oh, well, that's something anyway. Thank you. Goodbye.
Have they found Leroy, Uncle Mort?
Not exactly. They've located a bakery wagon driver who gave him a lift out of town this morning in 3 cream puffs.
Which way was he going?
West, on the Watertown Road. In fact, Leroy told the man he was headed for Watertown.
Then come on, Uncle Mort. That's where we're going.
Yes. Maybe we can even find him before the police pick him up. Bertie, you stay here and answer the telephone in case the police or Leroy should call.
Yes, and I'll keep my ear glued to the bell, and you keep your eyes glued to the road.
Yeah.
Now, take your time, Uncle Mort. Don't rush, though.
I'm not rushing. I'm just trying to keep up with you.
Are you sure you know the way to Watertown, Uncle?
Oh, yes. I could drive to Watertown with my eyes shut.
Sometimes I think that's the way you do all your driving.
Yeah.
This is the longest shortcut I've ever traveled on.
You're right, Marjorie. And the next time you hear your Uncle Mort say I know a shortcut, please tap me on the skull with the nearest hammer.
Oh, it isn't your fault. You were only trying to save time getting to Leroy.
Oh, sorry. I can't understand this. This road was all right the last time I traveled on it.
When was that?
Let me see. It was the year I bought my Moon Roadster. Well, no wonder the road's bad. Must be 15 years since my Moon came over this mountain.
Well, we should hit the Watertown Highway in another few minutes.
Yes. And once we're on the main road, I'll show you. Oh, great jumping jeeps. Flat tire. Oh, dear, look at that. A blowout. My last good tire, too. Will I remember Pearl Harbor?
Have you got a spare?
A spare? Oh, yes, here in the back. I better work fast if I want to get a change before dark, though. Now, where's that key? Oh, no, that's the one to my locker at the YMCA. This one's for the padlock on my diary. Could this one? No. This one doesn't fit.
What's wrong, Uncle?
I can't find the key to the rear compartment. And it won't open. Yeah, I guess I'll have to break off the lock with a hammer.
Oh, I hate to see you do that.
Well, shut your eyes because I'm going to do it. Oh, no, I can't.
You can't?
No, I just remembered. The hammer's in the rear compartment with the tire. Oh, now what do we do?
Could you use a rock instead of a hammer?
A rock? Oh, of course. Should be one somewhere around here. Always is when you don't need one.
Oh, I found one. How's this, Uncle Mort?
Oh, splendid. Yeah, that rock looks like it's been through a lot, including Mrs. Uppington's window. Yeah, thank you very much, my dear. Yeah, I wish Leroy wouldn't run away from home. It's kind of hard on my automobile. There. Now, if I can pry up the lid. Yeah, I've got it. Won't take me more than palpitating priorities. Some scoundrel of a so-and-so stole my spare tire. Hello. Is this Slim's garage in Jacksonburg?
Yeah, this is Slim speaking.
Oh, well, my name is Gildersleeve, Slim. I'm calling from, Marjorie. What's the name of this place?
Joe Hogs and Hot Dogs. And good, too.
From Joe's Hot Dogs Good. I mean, Hog's place on the Watertown Road.
Yeah, I know where you are. What's your trouble?
I had a blowout about 2 miles back on the shortcut from Summerfield. They told me here you might be able to fix me up with a used tire in the tube.
What size tire do you use?
7 by 15.
Those are scarce, brother.
Haven't you got one?
No. I might be able to get you one somewhere here in Jacksonburg, but not till tomorrow.
Oh, tomorrow. That means I'll have to get somebody to drive me to Watertown tonight. What'll I do about my car?
I'll send out and have it towed in here and try and get your tire in the morning.
Towed in. Oh, that's fine. Well, I'll be coming back by way of Jacksonburg tomorrow, I hope. See you then. Goodbye. Oh, Marjorie, have you got that small change ready for me?
Here you are, Uncle Mort.
Oh, thanks. Hello, operator? Yeah? Oh, you've got that Summerfield number, huh? Oh, thanks. How much is it? All right, here it goes. Bells, even.
Gildersleeve resident.
Oh, hello, Bertie. This is Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yes, sir. Did you catch up with Leroy yet?
No, Bertie. We've had a blowout.
Oh, that's bad.
Yes, and somebody stole our spare tire.
That's bad.
How about using that jalopy of yours?
That's baddest of all.
Huh? But, Bertie, we can't get another tire until morning. Couldn't you drive out here so we could continue to Watertown in that little car of yours?
Well, that's purely problematical. But I'm willing to take a chance. It appeals to my sporting instincts.
What do you mean, Bertie?
Well, this heap of mine is strictly ultra-knock, non-brake, unclutched, and anti-hill climbing.
Well, take it easy, Bertie, but hurry up.
Okay. Where are you?
We're at a hot dog stand called Hog's Inn. About 10 miles this side of Jacksonburg.
I'll be there fast as I can. Oh, come to think about it, I know a shortcut.
Good. No. Not the shortcut. Go the long way around. It's much quicker.
We'll hear from the Great Gildersleeve again in just a moment. But first, I'm sure you mothers and housewives realize that you have a defense job, too. Yes, it's to serve your families plenty of good-tasting, nourishing food. Food that builds your family's muscle and morale. Well, Parquet Margarine, the delicious modern margarine made by Kraft can be a big help to you in doing that job. You see, Parquet margarine is so downright delicious, it adds delicate extra flavor to all kinds of foods. Yes, serve it generously at the table. Use it in baking. It's a genuine flavor shortening. Use it as a seasoning for hot vegetables, for pan frying, too. You'll find Parquet margarine's delightful flavor gives real lift to all your meals. What's more, Parquet margarine itself is so wonderfully good for your family. Parquet is a nourishing and wholesome energy food, and every pound contains 9,000 units of important vitamin A. So tomorrow, add delicious, economical Parquet margarine to your shopping list. Remember, it's Parquet, Parkay, the margarine that's made by Kraft. Let's join the Great Gildersleeve again as he, Marjorie, and Bertie continue their search for the missing Leroy.
Bertie, who did you buy this car from, Rochester?
No, sir. My pappy gave me this car. He bought it around about the time Mr. Roosevelt was elected.
I bet it was Teddy Roosevelt.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt that, Marjorie. It certainly is a rough rider.
Please don't drive so fast. Please don't drive so fast, Mr. Gildersleeve. When you goes over 30 miles an hour, the windshield has a tendency to slip down into the driver's lap.
Well, what does it do at 40?
It don't do 40. And don't blow the horn, because that blows the lights.
Yeah.
Well, if we don't go any faster than this, Leroy will have time to raise a beard, and we'll never recognize him.
Yes. The only way we can get there any faster is to get out of this thing and walk.
We're doing all right. Look, this seems to be a city we're coming into. You think it might be Watertown?
Oh, no, Bertie. Watertown's still 100 miles away. This must be Jacksonburg. Why, it's taken us half an hour to travel 10 miles.
Slow down, Uncle Mort. There seems to be a wreck up ahead.
Can't be any worse than this one we're in. Why, George, you're right, Marjorie. Say, look at that truck on the wrong side of the street.
Yeah, and there's a car turned upside down.
Oh.
Careful of the crowd, Uncle. You better go slower.
I am. You just don't notice the change, my dear. Well, there's one fellow who won't have to worry about tires anymore. Tires. Maybe I better stop.
What's wrong, Uncle Mort?
Nothing. That car is the same model as mine. I can use those tires. Come on, let's find out. Excuse me. Can I squeeze through, please? I just barely did. Thank you. Pardon me, mister. Come on, Marjorie.
Yeah.
Well, by George, this is lucky. I was right. Those tires are 7 by 15.
They are?
Yes. The rest of the car's so badly smashed up, I'll bet the owner will sell me one or two.
Well, you better find him quick. That tow car might haul it away any minute.
The tow car? Oh, yes. I wonder who the owner is.
No, it was all the truck driver's fault. You don't have to take my word for it. Look at his skid marks.
Huh?
Yeah.
Oh, say, that must be the owner, Marjorie. Now, you two wait here. This is my golden opportunity.
Uh-huh.
Well, it makes my blood water when I think of it. A big truck like that zooming down a hill.
Excuse me, sir. But could I talk privately to you for a moment?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Sure. Come on over here.
Oh, thanks very much.
Now, what is it, friend?
Look, mister, your car's wrecked.
But,
the only thing worth salvaging are a couple of the tires.
But...
I need tires like that.
But...
You undoubtedly need money.
Yeah, but...
How much do you want for the two best tires?
Oh, me?
Yes, you, brother. How about $15 for the pair of them?
Now, wait a minute.
Yeah. All right. That was just a feeler, Bud. $20?
$20, huh? What's the most you'll pay?
$25, but $30 is positively as high as I'll go.
Okay, give me the 30.
Well, all right. Here you are. 10, 20, 25, 30. Now, suppose you take them off. I want the right front and the left rear.
No. They're your tires now. You take them off.
Huh?
I got a phone call to make. So long, mister, and thanks.
You're welcome, indeed. Oh, Marjorie, Bertie.
Yes, Uncle Mort?
I made a deal with the owner of that wreck for 2 tires. We'll take them to Slim's garage and put them on my car.
Okay, I'll get the tire tools out of my car.
Yeah, come on, Marjorie. I want to show you what I bought. Excuse me, young man. Pardon me, sir.
Aren't we lucky to find a wreck with the right-sized tires, Uncle Mort?
Yes. Well, here they are. Not exactly new, but worth their weight in sugar these days.
Here you is, Mr. Gildersleeve. Now, be careful and don't break this wrench.
Yeah, I won't.
Because it's a very important tool.
Huh?
I not only uses it to change tires, but also as the final and conclusive argument in traffic disputes.
Ooh. Yeah, I understand. I never took a tire off a car that was upside down before, though. This one's a little tough. Hold the wheel, Bertie.
You hold the wheel and I'll unscrew the lug.
Oh, well, all right. I guess holding the wheel is the harder job of the two anyway. Here.
Can I help too, Uncle Mort?
No. Bertie and I have it, haven't we, Bertie?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Now be careful, Uncle, or you'll get your fingers dirty.
Yeah, who said that?
Oh, don't pay any attention, Uncle Mort. Just some fresh fellow.
Yeah, by George, if I was sure which one popped off, I'd pop him. Here, Bertie, let me do that.
Boy, I got them all off already.
Huh?
Now, you just help me lift it down.
Yes, of course. Here we go.
What you gonna do now, Uncle? Go hook rolling?
Yeah. Did you see who said that, Marjorie?
Oh, never mind those street corner loafers, Uncle Mort.
All right. No, Bertie, I'll take the other one off myself. Give me that tire wrench. Thanks. If there are any more remarks from the gallery, I'm going to unscrew a loose nut or two. What's the matter, boys? Cat got your tongues?
Come on, Uncle Mort. We've got to hurry.
Yes. Oh, of course. Yeah.
Hey, wait a minute. What do you think you're doing, buddy?
Oh, hello, officer. I had a blowout this evening and no spare tire, and I happened to come across this wreck here, and it had the same size tires. Well, wasn't I lucky?
I'll say you was, until I arrived.
What have you got to do with it?
Well, if you aren't the nerviest car stripper I ever seen.
Nerviest car stripper I ever saw, officer. What do you mean I'm a car stripper?
As if you didn't know. Standing there with your face the picture of innocence framed in a stolen tire.
Stolen? I bought these tires from the owner of this car. I've got witnesses. You boys saw me paying them, didn't you, boys?
Well, I saw you talking to some guy, but he wasn't the owner of that car.
How do you know he wasn't?
Because he ran out of the pool room with the rest of us when we heard the crash.
Oh, what? Do you mean that I was taken in?
You weren't, buddy, but you're gonna be. Come on with me.
Take your hands off of me, copper. I'll hammer you into an ashtray.
No, Uncle Mort.
Oh, Marjorie, you and Bertie better drive on to Watertown and keep a sharp lookout for Leroy. I think I'm going to be detained here.
All right, if you think that's best.
Come on, buddy. We're going to join the station wagon set.
The station? What do you mean?
I'm going to phone the station to send over the wagon, and then we'll be all set.
Innocent as a child, eh? I suppose you were just using those tires as teething rings.
Yes. Sergeant, I bought those two tires. I paid for them. What's the use of trying to convince a numbskulled, fuzzy-brained flatfoot?
Are you insinuating that I'm a flatfoot?
If the shoe fits, wear it. I don't want to hang around this crook's coop any longer. I want some action.
Okay, you're going to get it. For tonight, I'm going to put you in a nice room where no nasty tires can come in and run off with you.
You mean in the cell?
No, all our cells are full. I'm putting you in a detention room.
What's the difference between that and a cell?
We put curtains over the bars.
You can't do this to me. Who do you think I am, a common criminal?
Yes. Now, shut up. What's your name?
My name. What's my... Oh, yeah. Let me see.
M-E-C.
Huh?
Last name S-E-E.
Huh? Oh, yes, that's right. Dumbbell. Lem-E-C, yeah. The E stands for Elmer.
Okay, C. Okay, C.
Yeah?
Put C in the detention room.
Okay.
And you, mister?
C is the name.
Don't think you're fooling anybody giving me a phony name like Lemmy C.
Huh?
I know it's an alias. Now run along.
This way, buddy. Come on.
Oh.
We're just sticking you in here till you decide to come clean with us.
I have come clean. And by George, before I'm through with you, you're going to be washed up.
In you go. Hey, kid, you got company.
Hello, young man. Leroy.
Uncle Mort. Gee, I'm glad to see you here.
I'm glad to see you, too, my boy, but not here.
What? Boy, you must have had a lot of pull with the police to get in to visit me. Oh, I forgot. You were the one who told them to pick me up.
Yes, Leroy. We just couldn't let you run away from home like that. And this was the quickest way to get in touch with you.
Well, let's get out of here and go home.
Yes, let's get out of here. Oh, Leroy. I'm afraid we can't do that for a little while.
Well, why not, Unc?
I'll explain later. Meanwhile, young man, I want you to tell me why you ran away from home.
Oh, gee, Uncle Mort. All I was going to do was enlist in the Navy.
You in the Navy? Leroy, you're just 13 years old.
Well, sure, but I'm awfully big for my age.
Yeah.
And if I went to Watertown or someplace where nobody knows me, I bet I could get in.
But why? In your note, you said you couldn't stand it any longer. Were you unhappy at home, Leroy?
No, it's just that I can't stand around doing nothing while our country's at war. I want to do my share.
Well, that's a wonderful spirit, my boy. It makes me proud of you. But Uncle Sam can't use boys your age in the Navy.
Oh, but I can work hard. I want to be in there. Oh, you just don't understand.
I do understand, my boy. You think it's easy for me to watch younger men go off to fight our battles while I have to stay behind? Here we are. You're too young and I'm too old. But we each have a job to do. Every one of us. From the president to the boy in the school, Leroy.
But, gee, Uncle Mort, right now school seems awfully trivial.
Leroy, it's the millions of trivial things, well done, that's going to win this war for us. Like the farmer who grows more food, and the factory hand who produces more equipment, and the housewife who makes everything go a little farther. Even the children who gather up waste paper and scrap iron. And all of us who buy bonds and contribute our time and money and prayers and inspiration. We're all in the Army, Leroy. The Army that stands back of our soldiers and our sailors and our flyers. And the better we do our job, the sooner they're going to finish theirs.
It's morning.
I've been awake all night, Leroy. This mattress must be stuffed with old prisoners. And Leroy, stop calling me Unc. I don't want it ever known that Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve spent the night in a calaboose suspected of highway robbery.
Gee, we're both in a spot.
Huh?
You can't get out till you can prove you paid for those tires, and I can't get out till you can prove you're you.
Huh? Oh, well, maybe they'll let me call Judge Hooker. If they do, we're about to have a visitor.
Okay, kid, come on. And bring your things. Your sister's outside to take you home.
Gee, thanks. Well, so long, mister. I'll do everything I can to help you get free.
Oh, thank you, Sonny. Yep, wait a minute. Don't close that door, officer. I demand to see the desk sergeant.
What, again? Oh, all right. But this is the last time, see?
Yes, they can't keep me here unless I'm charged. I know my rights. I didn't study commercial law in night school 2 years for nothing.
Your sister's in the chief's office over there.
Oh, hey, go ahead, Sonny. I'm going to talk to the sergeant.
Hey, Sarge, he wants to see you again.
What is it this time?
Sergeant, either you release me at once or I'm going to sue you and Casey and the chief of police and the whole town of Jacksonburg for $1 million apiece.
Now, calm down, Mr. C. I tried to trace the ownership of that car you stripped, and the garage man who's got it now can't find the owner to sign a complaint against you.
Oh, why should he? He got his tires back, and I want out.
Well, under the circumstances, I guess we'll have to release you.
Well, that's better. And a lucky thing for you, too.
Now, you see here, mister, if anybody's lucky, it's you. You're awfully lucky that guy ain't here to prosecute you.
What guy are you talking about?
The owner of that wrecked car. A fellow from Summerfield by the name of Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve.
The Great Gildersleeve will be with us again in a few minutes. But right now, I suppose some of you used margarine in the last war. Well, I don't know, of course, how you felt about margarine then, but I do know that modern margarine is so much better that there's just no comparison. Take Parquet margarine, for instance, the delicious modern margarine made by Kraft. Why, one taste of Parquet's delicate, appetizing goodness will convince you how wonderfully delicious it is. Yes, in flavor and texture, Parquet margarine is as different from old-time margarines as night is from day. You see, Parquet margarine is made by Kraft, and surely that's a guarantee of quality and fine flavor. Parquet is a wholesome vegetable margarine, made by modern methods that just weren't possible in the old days. And to make Parquet even better for you, Kraft adds important vitamin A to Parquet margarine, 9,000 units to every single pound. So find out tomorrow how good modern margarine can be by trying delicious Parquet margarine made by Kraft. Serve it at the table, use it for cooking too, but be sure to ask your dealer for Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y. It's the margarine made by Kraft.
Sorry, folks, our time's up. Good night.
Original music heard on this program was composed and conducted by William Randolph. This is Jim Bannon speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company and inviting you to be with us again next week at the same time for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company. Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. The Kraft Cheese Company, who also bring you Bing Crosby every Thursday night, present each week at this time Harold Perry as The Great Gildersleeve, written by Leonard L. Levinson. And now let's visit our friend, the Great Gildersleeve, who we find covered with oil and grease, having just finished fixing Bertie's sewing machine.
Well, your sewing machine's all fixed now, Bertie. You should hear that singer hum.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Gildersleeve. Is it all right to use now?
Oh, yes, indeed, Bertie. Go right ahead. No reason now why you can't sew on the little so-and-so.
That's fine. Now I can run up my new summer uniform for the mysterious and bewildering order of the Daughters of Cleopatra.
Oh, yes. What kind of a summer uniform?
Oh, we just switch from the heavy to the lightweight veils.
Hi, Uncle Mort.
Hi.
Hello, Bertie.
Hello.
Say, Unc, how'd you get all that oil on your hands and face? You look like you've been playing post office in a grease pit.
Post office in a grease pit? Well, I never played post office there, though I never mind the frantic antics of my youth. I look this way because I just finished fixing Bertie's machine.
Yes, and now I just puts my foot on the pedal and away it goes.
Yeah.
Couldn't have been a better job done if a real mechanic done did it.
Of course not. I'm an expert. Don't forget I had hundreds of them at the Gildersleeve Girdle Works. Anytime we had a breakdown, I'd bounce right out of my office and fix the trouble before the motor had a chance to slow down.
Gee, I never knew that.
Why, I could take a machine like Bertie's apart and put it together again in the dark in less time than it'd take the average mechanic in broad daylight. And another thing, a bell. Oh, my goodness, a visitor. Mustn't see me in this disgraceful condition. I hope there's plenty of hot water, Bertie.
Okay, I'm coming. Oh, hello, Miss Banks. Come right in.
Thanks, Bertie. Oh, Marge, Penny Banks is here.
My, that ain't the snappiest uniform I ever did see. What, you supposed to be, a lady general?
No, Bertie, this is the Red Cross Motor Corps uniform.
Well, what you folks do, doctor sick automobiles?
No, but we're supposed to know how to fix our own cars.
Well, I have to get back in the kitchen before Leroy hollers that he's feeling holler.
Here's Marjorie, Penny.
Oh, sorry to keep you waiting, darling. Well, you needn't have hurried. I don't think we'll be able to start the motor mechanics course this afternoon after all.
We won't? Why not?
Well, Mr. Cobb, who was supposed to show us how to tear down a motor, can't be there.
Oh, that's too bad. Gee, it'll be almost impossible to reach the girls and tell them not to come.
Yeah. I don't know what we can do.
Oh, gee, why don't you ask Uncle Mort to teach you?
Does he know anything about automobile motors?
Oh, sure, he's a whiz. He can take whole cars apart and put them together blindfolded in the dark.
Well, I never knew that, Leroy.
Well, I didn't either up until a few minutes ago. But he's fixed up Bertie's old jalopy so that she just puts her foot down on a pedal and away she goes.
Oh, no, Leroy. No one could repair that coffee grinder.
Well, Uncle Mort did. He used to fix all the trucks at his girdle works himself before they could even come to a stop.
Well, it sounds like your uncle can save the day for us, Marjorie. Shall we ask him?
Well, this is all news to me, but why not? Oh, Uncle Mort?
Yes, Marjorie?
Can you come here for a moment?
Why, certainly. What is it, my dear? Hello there, Penny.
Hello.
Well, my, you look attractive in that outfit. Hey, by the way, what outfit is that outfit for?
Well, it's the Red Cross, and we need your help.
Why, certainly. How much, my dear?
Just a couple of your hours of your time, Uncle. We'd like to have you come over to headquarters and show us how to take apart and put together a motor.
Like you did for Bertie, Unc.
Oh, yes, Bertie's, of course. The Red Cross used a lot of them. When do you want me?
Oh, this afternoon, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Come, Penny. Don't be formal. Just call me Uncle Mort.
Well, will you, Uncle Mort?
Oh, well, I'm sure you could get somebody better qualified.
Oh, now don't be modest, Uncle. You'd be
I'm
wonderful
nervous.
for this.
Huh?
Besides, the man we wanted couldn't show up.
Oh, well, I don't know.
Oh, you wouldn't want to disappoint all those pretty girls.
Pretty girls. Well, of course, if you put it that way, I'll come.
Oh, fine.
Huh?
And you'd better make your talk fairly simple. Some of our girls don't know the difference between a hose connection and a garter.
Oh, they don't, eh? Well, I'd have a hard time telling them apart myself. Of course, that's stretching it a little bit.
Oh, Uncle Mort, always joking.
Oh,
Tell the truth, I'm not so sure about several things myself. Now, take the differential.
no, thank you. If I did, I wouldn't know what to do with it.
Oh, now be serious, Uncle Mort.
Huh?
You sound as if you didn't know a thing about cars.
I don't. But I know sewing machines from bobbin to shuttle.
Oh, sewing machine. Oh, Uncle. Really, Marjorie, your uncle says the most amusing thing.
Well, I don't see why you have to go into stitches about sewing machines.
Oh, he's just no kidder.
Glad you liked it.
Well, let's get going now. Oh, come on. Oh, be down at headquarters at 2, please, Uncle Mort. Goodbye, Leroy. Bye. Don't be late, Uncle.
Goodbye, girls. Leroy, what's so funny about sewing machines? Were they giving me the needle?
I don't know. You were the one who brought them up.
Well, I did not. They asked me to come to Red Cross headquarters and show the girls how to take care of them, didn't they?
Oh, no, not sewing machines. Automobiles, Unc.
What? Oh, but I never... what have I gotten myself into?
Gee, what's wrong, Unc?
I don't know anything about auto motors, Leroy. Why, on half of the new cars, I don't even know how to raise the hood.
Gee, Uncle Mort, I didn't mean to get you in this jam. Where are we going?
To find a mechanic to fix my lecture. Now, this garage we're coming to, my...
No soap, Unc. Look, this shop closed Saturday afternoons.
Oh, leaping lima beans. Come on, Leroy. What a town this is. So far, only one mechanic who works on Saturday afternoons, and he can't speak English.
Well, cheer up, Unc. Maybe there's one here.
I hope so. I'm getting corns on my bunions. Well, now that I've explained the whole thing to you, mister, how about coming with me?
Who, me? Oh, I ain't no mechanic.
You're not? Then what are you doing in this garage wearing overalls and carrying a wrench?
Oh, I'm the plumber.
You...
Come on, Uncle Mort, let's go inside. You're 30 minutes late already.
Good. Maybe the girls have all gone home by now.
No, they've waited.
They have?
There's a whole gang of them inside. Boy, are they keen lookers. They look like a bunch of magazine covers.
Yeah, well, this is the first time I'd rather be looking at popular mechanics.
Oh, come on now, Uncle Mort. Give them the old line.
Yeah, and they'll take the old line and hang me with it.
Well, there's Marge, and she sees us. We can't back out now.
No.
Oh, come in, Uncle Mort.
Oh, thank you, Marjorie. Sorry we're late.
Hello, Leroy. I didn't know you were coming along, too.
Oh, I figured if I came and listened to Uncle Mort, I'd hear things I never knew before.
Yeah.
Oh, Penny, here's Uncle Mort now. Oh, at last. Girls, here's a man who can tear a motor down and put it back together again, blindfolded, just as easily as he can with his eyes open.
Well, that's no lie.
Shh, Leroy.
Girls, I want you to meet Mr. Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve.
Yes. Hello, girls.
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, come. Don't call me Mr. Gildersleeve. Just call me Uncle Mort.
And this is Mrs. Salisbury Twitchell, Uncle Mort.
Oh, yes. Now, how do you do?
Charmed, Mrs. Twitchell. The pleasure's all mine.
I dare say you're right.
Mrs. Twitchell's been kind enough to lend us her station wagon, Uncle.
And you're sure, Mr. Gildersleeve, that you're an expert in these matters?
Oh, don't worry about your benzine buggy, Mrs. Twitchy. You'd be surprised at just how much I know. Yeah, if all you sweet young things will gather around, and you too, Mrs. Twitchell, I'll explain all the important features.
Excuse me. Mind if I come in and listen?
Oh, hello, Judge Hooker. What are you doing here?
Oh, I just came down to see you in action, Gildy, old pal. Bertie told me where you were, and I figured I might learn something.
The old goat. Ladies, this is Judge Hooker.
How do you do, ladies?
A judge who never has to lay down the law, because after he's through with it, it lays down by itself.
Now, Gildy, suppose you stop gassing and get started.
Yes, all right. Now, ladies, in studying the modern motor, the first thing we encounter is the hood. Every car should have a hood. Do I make myself clear?
Oh, yes, Uncle Mowat.
Uncle Mowat.
That's right. We're all one big family here, Grandpa. The hood covers the motor, as I said. Well, now that we've covered the motor...
Now, wait a minute, Uncle.
Yes.
Suppose you tell us what goes on under the hood when you start the motor.
Oh, yes. Maybe you'd like to tell the girls, Judge?
No. I wouldn't rob you of the pleasure for anything. You just go right ahead.
Yes, all right. Now, first you touch the starter. That starts the car. Unless, of course, you forget to turn on the ignition key.
Well, suppose you turn the key and step on the starter, but the battery is dead.
Who is that? Oh, yes, I see you now, my dear. Well, I'm glad you brought that up. That brings us down to dead batteries. Now, a dead battery...
Wait a minute.
Yes.
You aren't finished with the motor yet. In fact, you haven't started it.
Well, how can I with a dead battery? Yes. Now, to get back to the motor, or as we experts call it, the engine. The strange thing about an engine is that it might be missing and still be right there. Yes. This happens when the spark plugs fail. Then the last of the gas is exhausted out of the exhaust. Well, that reminds me, I'm exhausted myself.
Here's a chair, Uncle Mort.
Thank you.
Nice going. Let's get out of here pretty soon.
You're right. Well, if it's all clear to you now, ladies...
Oh, wait. I'm sure the girls have loads and loads of questions for you.
Yes, that's what I thought, you backseat driver.
All right, girl.
Well, isn't the muffler supposed to keep the motor warm? And how often do you oil the fan belt?
If you have an electric heater, do you still need a radiator?
Well, yes and no. Those are very good questions, girls. Shows you were paying attention. Now, suppose we take them up, say, next week.
Oh, let's finish them up now. The afternoon is still young.
Yes, but I'm not.
Oh. Relax. I figured out a nice, simple way for you to answer all the girls' questions.
What's that, Judge?
Just show them everything you've been talking about by taking the motor all apart.
Why, that's a splendid idea, Uncle Mort.
Oh, Marjorie, my own flesh and blood, too.
Oh, that should be very interesting, shouldn't it, girls?
I think it would. Don't you think so, Mrs. Twitchell?
Well, I'm not sure. I know less about automobiles now than I knew when I came here. It's beyond me how anyone who looks so simple can make everything look so complicated.
Go ahead, Gildersleeve.
You double-crossing dodo. I'd be glad to do it, folks, only I didn't bring any tools.
Oh, well, there's a complete set in the car, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, fine. Too bad I'm wearing my best clothes, though, isn't it?
What, that zoot suit?
Yep.
Here's a pair of coveralls, Unc. Gee, I just found them.
Coveralls. Well, isn't that just peachy? Your uncle's little helper, aren't you, Leroy?
Yes, sir. There's a place over here where you can put them on, Unc.
Oh, well, after such a build-up, I guess I'll have to tear down the motor. Here, come on, Leroy. Here, hold my coat. Young man, what's the big idea?
Unc, I found an instruction book and a catalog of parts in that lady's car. It shows how to fix the motor, too.
Oh, fix the motor? Oh, that's help. Where is it?
I hid it in back of the water cooler out there. That way, every time you get stuck, just go over and take a drink. Then you can sneak a look at the book.
Sneak back and... You're a bright boy, Leroy.
You ready now, Uncle Mort?
Ready? Not from a mechanical standpoint, Leroy, but let's go. Well, here we are again. Well, shall we begin? Oh, I see you've removed the hood, Judge Hooker.
Yes, and here are your tools, Gildy. Now, quiet, girls, quiet.
Yeah, quiet.
Pay attention to Uncle Mort. As a mechanic, I'll bet he's a panic.
Yes. Well, come on, girls. Don't be afraid to ask questions now. And don't crowd me so, girls. Oh, what am I saying? I don't mind the crowding a bit.
Oh, Uncle Mort, what's that little round piece of machinery?
Where?
Right there.
That. Well, that's the, let me see now. Well, that's funny. I'm a bit thirsty. Excuse me while I go get a drink of water.
Oh, isn't he fascinating? I'm going to ask him what I should do about my clutch. Just trim your nails, honey. But I still don't understand why one needs both a radiator and a heater.
And now, my dears, what was that question?
Well, I just wanted to know what this little round dingus is.
Oh, that. That's the generator. Number 4B33, 28 amps, sells for $8.95 FOB Detroit.
Thinks he's smart. Yeah. You'll have to take it off before you can get the motor out, Gildy.
Yeah, I knew that. Hand me the wrench, Leroy. Thanks. Now, all I have to do is...
Uncle, are you all right?
Just a little shock, my dear. I'll be all right just as soon as I get another drink of water.
I'll get it for you, Uncle.
Never mind. I'll feel better if I get it myself. I don't know why I should be so thirsty. Something I had for lunch, no doubt. I'll be right back and dismantle the motor.
According to my watch, it took you just 2 hours to take that motor apart. Well, Gildersleeve, I gotta hand it to you. In all my experience, I've never seen a man do so much work and drink so much water at the same time.
Yes, I've been to the cooler more times than a patrol wagon.
Better sit down, Unc. You look a little seasick.
Huh? It's not that, Leroy. It's just the tide coming in.
Well, girls, Mr. Gildersleeve has certainly revealed all the mysteries of a motor.
But I still don't understand the difference between a heater and a radiator.
Yeah.
Oh, Uncle Mort, I think you're just wonderful.
And I think you're just... thank you, my dear. Thank you.
Well, I don't think anyone was more amazed than I was.
Oh, Marge, I know someone who was.
Be quiet, Leroy.
Say, girls, I've got an idea. How about you being my guest for tea and sandwiches? Now, there's a nice little place right around the corner.
Oh, Daddy. Oh, that's very kind of you, Judge Hooker. Come on, everybody.
All right, but I'll have to wash up first.
Oh, no, you mustn't waste any time going to tea, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Why not, Mrs. Twitchell?
Because you'll have to put my motor back together again.
Oh.
I'll need it to drive out to my country place later on.
Oh, yes. I forgot all about your motor. Anyway, I'm so full of water I couldn't have drunk tea anyway.
I'll stay and help you, Uncle Mort.
Thanks, Leroy. Run along, girls, now. I don't mind.
So long, Gildy, old chap. And I hope you know where to put all those parts.
I know where everything should go, Judge, including you. Leroy, I'm not a violent man, but someday I'm going to play soccer all day with that little all-day sucker.
Oh, cheer up, Uncle Mort. I bet you can put this motor back together again even faster than...
Shh. Oh, what's that? Marjorie! Oh! At ease. Oh, look, the Army's outside, Leroy.
Excuse me, sir. I brought down a detachment of men from Fort Platte. We were told that there would be a group of Red Cross canteen hostesses here to meet the men.
Oh, well, I don't know where they could be. Say. Why, yes, that's what I'll do. How many soldiers have you got outside, Captain?
142.
142. Splendid. One of our public-spirited citizens just took the girls out for a snack. Now, I'm sure he'd love to have you join him. Just march your gang over to the tea shop round the corner and ask for Judge Hooker. He'll be tickled pink to see you.
We'll hear from the Great Gildersleeve again in just a moment. But right now, I guess most men will agree that nothing starts the day off right like a good hearty breakfast. Yes, give me sizzling hot eggs with plenty of toast, or maybe some pancakes or waffles, and man alive, I'm about ready to lick the world. That's why grand-tasting parquet margarine deserves a mighty important place on the breakfast table. Yes, spread wholesome parquet margarine on waffles or pancakes or breakfast toast. You're sure to love its delicate, appetizing flavor. And as for those breakfast eggs, try pan-frying them in parquet. You'll find they're tastier, and you'll like using parquet because it doesn't spatter or stick to the pan. Yes, and Parquet margarine is grand for baking, too, because unlike bland, tasteless fats, Parquet is a real flavor shortening. And remember, Parquet margarine is not only good tasting, it's good for you, too. Yes, wholesome Parquet is a mighty nourishing energy food, and every pound contains 9,000 units of vitamin A. So right now, put Parquet margarine at the top of tomorrow's shopping list. Remember, it's Parquet, Parkay. It's made by Kraft. And now back to Gildersleeve and Leroy, who have succeeded in putting the motor back together again and have returned home.
More fried onions, Mr. Gildersleeve?
No, thanks, Bertie. I only ate these to get them out of my sight. They look like piston rings, and I never want to look a piston ring in the face again.
How about you, Leroy?
Oh, nothing more, thanks. Well, I think I'll go to an early movie now.
Maybe I'll go with you. Is there a Hop-Along Cassidy playing around here anyplace?
No, you've seen all the new hop-alongs. How about going to see an Eastern picture for a change?
No, Leroy. When I go to a picture show, I want to hear a lot of shooting. It keeps me awake.
Well, I'll run along now. I'll be back early.
All right.
Careful, a little dessert, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Well, that depends on what you have to offer.
Well, there's some custard and a slice of devil's food cake and some pie left over from yesterday. Or you can have some stewed fruit and icebox cookies. Or fix some fresh tapioca pudding. And, of course, there's still some of that strawberry ice cream.
Oh, fine. That'll be just right for me.
You mean all of them?
Oh, no, I wouldn't stuff myself with all of them. You can skip the stewed fruit.
Oh. Okay. My, it takes a wide variety of desserts to make a wide variety of gentlemen.
Yeah. Oh, never mind. I'll get that doorbell, Bertie.
Hello, Gildersleeve. Can I see you a minute?
Sure. Take a good look.
No, I want to talk to you, Throckmorton.
What do you want, you little snake in the bush?
I'm a snake. Say you just stuck me with 142 soldiers.
Oh, yes, the Army. I'd forgotten about that. Well, what do you want, Judge?
I seem to have lost my watch.
Huh?
The last I remember, I took it out and set it down to time you when we were at Red Cross headquarters.
Oh, did you go back there and look for it?
Yes, I was there just now, but I couldn't find hide nor hairspring of it.
Yes, hairspring.
Sure you didn't happen to pick it up?
I'm not accustomed to picking up other people's watches, Hooker. It's a nasty habit that gets you into bad company. You start associating with judges and people like that.
Cut the comedy, you big clown.
Yeah.
Now, let's try to figure out what's happened to that watch.
Was it valuable?
I should say. Given to me by the grand jury after we indicted that fake jewelry racket mob.
Oh, left over from the investigation, no doubt.
It was not. This watch cost a couple of $100. Oh, my goodness.
What's worrying you, Hooker?
I just remembered. I set the watch down on the engine block.
Well, that's funny. I didn't see it when we were putting the motor back together.
Oh, maybe it's in one of the cylinders.
Yeah, well, that could have happened very easily, couldn't it?
Yes, it could. Well, don't stand there. Do something. Help me.
Why should I help you, you misguided little nincompoop?
That's no way to talk to your pal, Throcky.
Hey, pal.
Oh, come on. We've got to rush down there and tear that motor apart again and rescue that watch before that woman drives it away.
Oh, you mean Mrs. Salisbury Twitchell. Sounds like a nervous hamburger.
Yeah. The minute she starts that motor, my beautiful watch will be ground up into junk. Please, Gildersleeve, please. I'm sorry I was mean to you this afternoon.
Well, all right. I'll come down and help you, baby. But first, I'm going to have a bit of dessert. You care to join me in a dish of custard, Judge?
No, come on. There isn't a moment to lose.
No, all in good time. She won't start that car. Your watch is safe.
What makes you think so?
Because after Leroy and I had the motor all put together again, we found 6 or 7 parts we forgot to put in.
Well, there's the station wagon, and it looks like the coast is clear.
Yes, Judge. There doesn't seem to be any sign of that old battle axe. Hello there, Mrs. Twitchell.
Oh, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. I've just packed some boxes to be sent overseas. I wonder if you'd put them in the back of my car.
Oh, Judge Hooker will only be too glad to do that, won't you, Judge?
Oh, yes, of course.
Oh, thank you. They're right in here.
Look, pal, I'll take Madam Hoity-Toity out of here while you dig into that motor for my watch.
Nothing doing, Chum. I've been through that engine once today. I'll lure the old buffalo away. After all, I'm more of a lady killer than you are.
Yeah, they look at you and laugh themselves to death.
Okay, I'll resign.
No, I apologize. See if you can get her away from here, and then I'll go to work.
All right, I'll take her out somewhere for a little while. But remember, you're going to pay the expenses. Yes. Are these the packages, Mrs. Twitchell?
Oh, yes. As soon as they're loaded, I'll take them down to the express office. Oh, incidentally, I hope I'll find my car in good condition.
Oh, you'll find it all right. You'll find it all right. Yeah. After I overhauled it all, though, the judge called something to my attention.
And what was that?
Well, the judge is quite an expert. He seemed to think that there was a sort of a Swiss movement in the motor.
Oh, he did?
Yeah. He thought that if you didn't mind, he'd try to get it out.
Oh, well, all right. I'll be in town again tomorrow.
Oh, I think he'd rather have you do it right now.
Now?
Yes, he feels that he could save time that way.
All right, if it won't take too long.
Oh, it won't. Merely a minor adjustment. Judge, Mrs. Twitchell says it'll be all right.
You mean for me to get the watch out?
What's that?
Yeah, be sure to watch out for trouble. Take your time, Judge. Take your time. Don't worry, he'll wash out. And while he's working, would you care to step out for a bit of sherbet?
Oh, no. No, I do. Oh, what's that?
What's what?
That?
You must have very sharp ears. I can't hear a thing. Would you like to go out for a banana split, Mrs. Twitchell? I know a place where they make the drippiest banana splits.
Oh, no. I really don't. Now, Mr. Gildersleeve, surely you heard that.
Oh, yes. Those chimes are certainly beautiful, aren't they?
That weren't chimes. Those is my car.
It's what?
Oh, what's he doing to it?
Now, don't worry, Mrs. Twitchell. He's just tuning it up.
Well, it sounds like wheeling steelmakers tuning up.
Yeah. Now, just compose yourself, my dear. The judge knows what he's doing. Say, I know what you need.
Oh, you do? What?
A nice big bowl of chili con carne. Come, Mrs. Twitchell. I know a place where they serve the hottest chili in town, with all the beans and onions you want thrown in free.
All the concerned ding-dang fool pieces of machinery I ever had the misfortune to get up.
Well, hello, Judgy. Wow, you certainly declared total war on that motor. It's all out. Find the watch?
No, and I've done everything, even strained the oil.
Oh.
Say, where's Mrs. Twitchell?
Well, I left her at the movies. I sneaked out while she wasn't looking.
But you were supposed to stick with her.
Well, I'd have done it, too, if Hopalong Cassidy was only there to help me.
Oh, what's Hopalong Cassidy got to do with it?
He keeps me awake. Anyhow, it's after 10, and she'll be back pretty soon. And, brother, if that car isn't all in one piece, you won't be either.
Oh, when I look at all these parts scattered from one wall to the other, I don't think I'll ever get it back together again. Oh, come on and help me, won't you, Gildersleeve?
Well, I'll tell you what I'll do, Judge. I'll give you just as much help as you gave me this afternoon.
No. No, that isn't fair.
You bet it isn't. All the pretty girls have gone home.
Okay, I'll do it myself. I always knew you'd turn out to be a fair-weather friend.
Well, it's raining.
Hi, Unc. Hello, Judge Hooker. Say, Bertie told me you were here, so I hurried over just as soon as I got home.
Leroy, what are you doing out so late?
So, gee, I had to come. I clean forgot to tell Judge Hooker about his watch.
What about my watch?
Well, you left it on the engine, and I picked it up. Here it is, Judge.
What? And I did all this work for nothing?
Oh, Judge Hooker, is my car ready?
Oh, jumping jeeps, Mrs. Twitchell. Come on, Leroy, quick. Let's duck out the back way. Goodbye, Judge. Good luck, Judge.
The Great Gildersleeve will be with us again in a few minutes. But first, I'm sure you housewives have to be pretty wide awake in your food shopping these days. Yes, you have to buy wisely. Be sure the foods you get are nourishing, good tasting, and fit into your food budget, too. Well, that's where delicious Parquet margarine can help out a lot. You see, Parquet margarine, the wholesome modern margarine made by Kraft, just about fills all these requirements. It's nourishing, it's wonderfully good tasting, and Parquet margarine's economy helps out a lot in making your food budget work. Yes, Parquet margarine is a delicious, economical source of important food values. It's a wholesome, highly nutritious food, one of the best energy foods you can serve at your table. Besides, every pound contains 9,000 units of important vitamin A. What's more, Parquet margarine is so delightfully good tasting, it just can't be compared with old-time margarines. You'll like its delicate, appetizing flavor, whether you serve it as a spread for bread or use it for baking and pan frying. So if you're a wise food shopper, you'll certainly try delicious, economical Parquet margarine. Yes, tomorrow sure, order Parquet, Parkay. It's the margarine made by Kraft.
Ladies and gentlemen, from now on, we're going to be on wartime. And if time means money, wartime means that our country needs all the money we can spare. And when you invest in defense bonds and saving stamps, you all join in saying, "You're a hard man, MacArthur." Good night.
Be with us again next week at this same time for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. The Kraft Cheese Company, who also bring you Bing Crosby every Thursday night, present each week at this time Harold Peary as The Great Gildersleeve, written by Leonard L. Levinson. And now let's visit our friend, the Great Gildersleeve, as he prepares to have breakfast this morning with his niece and nephew, Marjorie and Leroy.
Good morning, Marjorie, my dear.
Hello.
Good morning, Leroy.
Happy George Washington's birthday, Unc.
If what? Oh, yes, of course. Today's the 22nd. Same to you, Leroy.
Say, Bertie fixed something special for breakfast just because it's a holiday, Uncle Mort, so be sure and notice it.
Oh, you can't help noticing her special fixes, Marjorie. You weren't here for dinner on St. Valentine's Day, but she served the liver in the shape of a heart.
Yeah, and on Lincoln's birthday, she piled the bacon and toast up like a log cabin.
Yeah.
Yes, but she takes such pains to make everything look so appropriate. I think she's coming now.
Oh, yes.
Morning, everybody.
Well, good morning, Bertie. What's this? No prunes for breakfast?
No, sir, I cannot tell a lie. Them's cherries.
Oh, well, I see. I suppose you'll bring in little hatchets to break the eggs.
No, sir, this morning we having a Lexington omelet.
Lexington omelet? What's that?
It's the kind you don't put on the fire till you see the whites of the egg. It's a sort of revolutionary dish.
Oh, yeah. Well, sounds very good for the Constitution. Do you get it?
Yes, sir. Here's your napkin.
Oh, how nice. A red napkin for Leroy, a white one for Uncle Mort, and a blue one for me.
Gee, Bertie, you certainly got the spirit of 76 today. I bet you baked a cake in the shape of Mount Vernon.
No, I don't seem to be able to do that, so I made a Baltimore cake.
Why Baltimore, Bertie?
'Cause that's the closest I could get to Washington. Ah, doggone it, I don't see how I think all them things to you.
Yeah. Well, it's too bad we aren't going to have a tea party today. You could fix a Boston cream pie for me.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve, now you're having fun with me.
Oh, no.
Now, you folks go ahead, and I'll be right back with the cooked oats a la Paul Revere.
Yes, Paul Revere.
Jeepers, I hope she don't come out riding a horse with a powdered wig.
Yeah.
Sam, do you know what Paul Revere said when he finished his ride?
No, what'd he say?
Whoa! I know it's corny, but everybody bites.
Yeah.
Stop, Leroy. I think it's terribly nice of Brady to do all these things.
Yes, Leroy. I don't know of a better way of digesting your history than eating it. Oh, that reminds me. Did you go down and see the dentist yesterday about your loose tooth, Leroy? Well, did you, young man?
Who, me?
Well, seeing I'm not talking to myself, and Marjorie isn't a young man named Leroy, yes, I meant you.
Oh, I see.
Well, did you?
Did I what, Uncle Throckmorton?
Yep. Did you see the dentist yesterday?
The dentist? Oh, you mean Dr. Cotton?
Yes.
Yeah, I saw him.
Well, what'd he say?
He said hello.
You. I knew he'd say hello. What did he say should be done about your tooth?
Oh, he said absolutely nothing.
That's strange. I thought it was ready to be pulled. Leroy, are you sure that young man, where are you going?
Oh, I thought I'd go for a walk.
Before you've eaten breakfast?
Come back here, Leroy. Now tell me, did you go to Dr. Cotham's office yesterday?
Who, me?
Let's not go through that routine again. Now, did you or didn't you?
Well, I guess I didn't.
But, Leroy, you said you did, and he said there was absolutely nothing to be done.
I did not. Uncle Mort asked me if I saw him. Well, I did on the street, and he said hello to me. And I never said that he said there was absolutely nothing to be done. Unc said, what else did he say? And I said, absolutely nothing. And that's just what he did. He said absolutely nothing.
Now, see here, Leroy. You stop trying to deceive me. That was just as bad as telling a deliberate falsehood. And on George Washington's birthday, too. He wouldn't have done a thing like that.
No. Really, Leroy, I don't know where you pick up such bad habits.
Goodness knows I've tried hard enough to set you a good example.
Well, how about last week when you told the cashier at the movies I wasn't 12 yet, so you'd only have to pay a dime?
Well, that was, sometimes even I need to be reminded.
I'll remember that, Unc.
All right. And also remember that it always pays to tell the truth.
Excuse me, Mr. Gildersleeve, but there's a gentleman here to see you.
Oh, a gentleman?
Well, not exactly a gentleman. It's a policeman.
A policeman? I can't imagine what in the world one of those dumb flat feet was. Well, hello, officer. What can I do for you?
Excuse me for disturbing your breakfast, but do you know who owns that car that's been parked in front of your house all night?
The car in front of this house? Well, no, I can't imagine.
You mean out there? Why, Uncle Mort, that's yours.
It is? Oh, well, thank you for telling me, my boy. Yeah, I guess it's mine, officer.
Don't you know it's against the law to leave a car parked in the streets all night, mister?
Oh, I know. I never heard of such a law.
But, Uncle George,
Yes.
Uncle Mort.
Huh?
Only last week you warned me about leaving the car out.
Oh, did I, Marjorie?
Uh-huh.
By George. George. That's right, my dear. It just slipped my mind, officer. I won't forget it again.
I'll say you won't, not after you pay a fine in traffic court. Just so you won't forget to show up, here's the summons. Goodbye.
Oh, yeah. Well, what were we talking about?
You were saying it always pays to tell the truth.
Oh, yes. Now, furthermore, Leroy. Yes, Leroy?
Mr. Finch is here.
Oh, yes. Come right in, Oscar.
I hurried as fast as I could, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Did you bring all the books? Good. Set them down right here on the desk.
There we are. You know, ever since you called me, I've been wondering why you want the Forrester estate accounts brought here on Sunday.
It's Judge Hooker. He runs the probate court, and I have to account to him for Leroy and Marjorie's estate. And so he likes to snap the whip every so often.
Oh, yes, I've met the judge. He's quite a whippersnapper.
Yes. Oscar, he found out about the estate taking over Quiggs' drugstore, and he phoned a little while ago that he's coming over to question me about it.
Oh, now I see why you wanted the books.
Say, how did we do during the last month?
Leroy, let me handle this. How did we do, Oscar?
Oh, much better. We only lost $213.
Oh.
Is that considered good?
Oh, that's a decided improvement over the month before, when we lost $378.
Oh, yeah.
If this keeps up, maybe we'll get out of the red and be in the pink.
Yeah, I wish we never got mixed up with that drugstore. It's getting to be such a headache, it'll soon start to break even just from the aspirin I buy there.
Well, Mr. Gildersleeve, I hate to say I told you so.
Yeah, well, then don't. There's a profit, you're a total loss. I never wanted to operate that cut-rate medicine market in the first place, and you know that.
Say, Uncle Mort, how did we get into the pharmacy business anyhow?
The estate owns the building, Leroy. We rented the store to Mr. Quiggs, but he spent more time trying to train his cat to do tricks than he did taking care of his business. Finally, the cat got so good and business got so bad that he took the cat to Hollywood for a career, and we took the drugstore for the rent.
Gee, does that mean I can have all the banana splits I want?
It does not, young man. You think banana splits grow on trees? I have to account to Judge Hooker for every penny.
Well, I thought you were the executioner of our estate, Unc.
It's executor, Leroy. An executioner is a man who kills off. Oh, that's what Judge Hooker will accuse me of doing.
Now, don't you worry, Mr. Gildersleeve. The profits you made for the rest of the estate are far greater than any loss incurred at the drugstore.
Yes, but that won't satisfy old Droop Snoot.
Droop Snoot?
Well, little pet name I have for Judge Hooker, Leroy. Skip it. Well, it's a good thing you're here, Oscar. You can explain everything to him.
Oh, I don't think I'd be of any help, Mr. Gildersleeve.
No, why not?
Oh, the judge doesn't like me very much. So if he's coming, I'd better go.
Wait a minute. What's wrong between you and Judge Hooker?
Well, when he ran for re-election last time, it just so happened that I was president of the Get the Hook for Hooker Club. Well, goodbye.
All right, Gildersleeve, now out with it. What's a big pill like you doing in the drugstore business?
Well, it's like this, Hooker. Leroy, don't you want to run along outside while I talk to the judge?
No, let the boy stay. After all, this concerns him, too. Sit down, Leroy.
Thanks, Judge. Say, Unc, can I call him by your pet name?
No. Quiet, Leroy.
Yes, and don't interrupt, my boy. This is just the same as a court hearing.
Court hearing? It is?
Raise your right hand, Unc. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you?
Sit down, Leroy. Now, look here, Judge. Can't we do this some other time?
No, I'm too busy these days. Even have to work on George Washington's birthday. Well, speak up, Gildersleeve.
Well, it's like this, Hooker, old pal.
Now, cut out the old pal business, Gildersleeve. This is official.
Oh, yes, Your Honor. The estate had a wonderful chance to pick up this business for practically nothing.
I see. Was it in good shape when you took it over?
Well, it was a going concern.
But, Uncle Mort, would George have said that?
George? What George? Oh, yes, that George. If I get you, Leroy. Well, to be frank, Judge, it had been a going concern. But by the time we got it, it had went.
Well, how did you happen to take it over in the first place?
Well, it was this way. Leroy, are you sure you don't want to go out for a walk or something?
Jeepers, no. I don't want to go out for a walk or anything. I figure I'll have more fun here.
Yes, so I'm figuring, too. Well, Your Honor, we were dragged into this affair by a trained cat.
What did he do? Sell it to you?
Yep. No, he didn't sell it to me, you little know.
Little know what, Gildersleeve?
Oh, you little know what I was going to say, Judge.
Well, get going. Come on, get going.
Yes, all right, Judge. The former owner of this pharmacy, the former owner of this pharmacy, the former owner of this pharmacy neglected his business and fell so far back in his rent that one day we found ourselves in the bicarbonate of ice cream soda business.
Well, how's it been doing?
Oh, business is a good deal better now than at first.
Yeah, Uncle Mort. Tell the judge how much more money you didn't lose this month than you did last.
What's this? Losing money? You have no business risking the estate's funds like this, Gildersleeve. I want you to get rid of that place at once, or I'm going to get rid of you as executor faster than that. Do it quickly, Gildersleeve. Goodbye.
Gee, Unc, this looks serious.
Yes, you don't realize how serious it is, Leroy. I've been trying to sell that place for months, but I can't get a decent offer.
Why not?
Because right now, pharmacies are a drug on the market.
We'll hear from the Great Gildersleeve again in just a moment. Meantime, I think you'll all agree it's always mighty helpful to have a good reputation. Well, that's certainly true of Parquet margarine, the delicious margarine made by Kraft. Lots of people first tried Parquet margarine because it's made by Kraft. And just about everybody knows Kraft's reputation for wholesome, fine-tasting foods. You see, people figure that since Miracle Whip and the other Kraft products are outstandingly good, Parquet margarine must be mighty good, too. But what makes people keep right on using Parquet margarine is its delicious, appetizing flavor that makes it taste so good, spread on bread or toast or rolls. Yes, and that goes for cooking, too. Parquet margarine is a real flavor shortening for baking. And you'll like it for pan frying because it doesn't spatter or stick to the pan. And remember, Parquet margarine is a wholesome, nourishing energy food. And besides that, every pound of Parquet contains 9,000 units of vitamin A. So why not find out how good margarine can be by trying delicious Parquet margarine tomorrow? Remember, ask for Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y. Parquet, made by Kraft. Now back to the Great Gildersleeve. It's Monday morning, and Uncle Mort is no closer to finding a buyer for the drugstore than he was yesterday.
Good morning, Uncle. Have a nice rest?
I had no rest, my dear. I tossed and turned like a scow in a storm. And I finally dropped off to sleep at about 6 o'clock and had a nasty nightmare in Technicolor.
Oh, that's too bad.
Yes. All I can remember about it was that Judge Hooker was crossing the Delaware to buy a trained cat at a Hollywood drugstore, and I was doing the rowing.
You take things too much to heart, Uncle.
Yeah.
Now forget about business for a while and relax.
I wish I could, but I'm all strung up like a zither. Maybe today I can get a deal started for that high-priced cut-rate drugstore. If I could get the judge off my neck and Leroy out of my graying hair.
What's Leroy got to do with it, Uncle?
Well, you remember that Washington's birthday lecture about truth I gave him yesterday?
Oh, yes.
Well, he's appointed himself my personal censor. Oh. It's rather inconvenient when you're discussing business. And if I'm to get rid of that prescription parlor, well, sometimes it's going to be necessary to...
Morning, Marjorie. Morning, Uncle Mort. What are we going to do today?
Leroy, I don't know what I'm going to do, but you're going to school, aren't you?
Oh, no. Today's a holiday, too. No school on Monday when Washington's birthday falls on Sunday. Hooray!
Yeah. Oh, my goodness. Leroy, why don't you go to a nice movie today, huh? Several movies. I'll give you the price.
Oh, no. I want to go down to the drugstore with you. I figured out a way to save a lot of money.
How, Leroy?
Well, I can work there after school on Saturdays as a soda jerker. I bet I'd make a swell banana splitter. I could sell a lot of bananas.
No, Leroy. We're trying to sell the whole thing at once, not one banana at a time. You better go to the movies if you know what's good for me.
Say, Uncle Mort, why don't you get the city drug company to buy it? They own most all the other drugstores in town.
Yeah, that's just it. They're too darn independent. I went to see the manager, and he said he'd take it up with the board of directors. You know, a big business brush-off.
But, Uncle, don't you know? The city drug company is owned by the Summerfield Investment Corporation, and that's controlled by Mrs. Salisbury Twitchell.
Twitchell? I thought that old greyhound owned the bus line.
She does. Also the Twitchell Steam Laundry, the Merchants National Bank, and 4 or 5 apartment houses.
Well, I'd underestimated Mrs. Twitchell.
Gee, are you going to sell her the drugstore, Unc?
I don't underestimate her that much, Leroy.
But somebody sold her all those other things.
Yeah.
Yes, they did, Uncle. Oh, I know. She'll be over at Red Cross headquarters this morning. Why don't you drive me down now and just sort of casually get into conversation with her?
I don't think it'll do any good.
Oh, go on. You've got a way with the ladies, Uncle.
Yeah, if I have, then she's no lady. I've just met her 3 times, and we already hate each other as if we'd been friends all our lives.
Oh, but it won't do any harm to try.
Huh?
Besides, I need a ride down there.
Yeah, me too. I'm going to a movie.
Well, I don't know what to say.
Excuse me, Mr. Gildersleeve, but there's a gentleman here to see you.
Oh, great jumping jeeps. I forgot to put the car in the garage again last night. You hold him there, Bertie, while we sneak out to the back and drive away.
But, gee whiz, Unc, George Washington never did a thing like that.
George Washington never got a traffic ticket either, Leroy. Come on.
Wait a minute, Mr. Gildersleeve. This ain't no police.
Oh, he isn't? Oh, well, in that case, I was only joking, Leroy, yeah.
You what?
Why, of course. I wouldn't do a thing like that on a legal holiday after George Washington's birthday, would I? Well, I wouldn't. Bring the man in, Bertie.
Yes, sir.
Oh, by the way, did he say who he was?
He said he's from the city and about the drugstore and supposed to find out how much everything in it is worth.
Oh, wait a minute, Bertie. Don't let him in. He must be from the assessor's office. I can't see him now.
Well, why not, Uncle Mort?
He'll ask a lot of questions I don't feel right about answering with certain people around here. Bertie, you tell him that I've gone.
Yes, sir.
But, Uncle Mort, you told me yesterday that we should always tell the truth.
That's right, Leroy.
But we aren't gone.
We will be by the time Bertie gets to the front door. Come on, children. We're sneaking out the back way.
Let's take a look at you before we go in to meet Mrs. Twitchell, Uncle Mort. Now, don't be nervous.
I'm not a bit nervous, Marjorie. Maybe I'd better throw away my cigar. Now, what did I do with that cigar?
You threw it away.
What? Oh, yes. Now, let's not get excited. How do I look, Marjorie?
Oh, just fine. My, but you're a handsome man.
Wait a minute, Marjorie. Remember what Uncle Mort said about telling the truth.
But I really think so, Leroy. Now, hold still, Uncle, while I pull the thread. There. You're a slip-looking smoothie, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, you mean you are, my dear.
Honest, I never saw 2 more active members of the I'll Scratch Your Back if you'll do the same for me society. How about saying something nice to me for a change?
All right, Leroy. Goodbye and enjoy yourself at the movie.
Okay, see you later. So long, Marge.
Goodbye. Well, maybe I'll be able to speak freely now. Ever since I talked against fibs and little white lies, Leroy has been an impediment in my speech.
Well, let's go in now. And remember, just sort of get into conversation with her casually and bring the subject of drugstores up in a very offhand manner.
Offhand, all right. They say it's lucky that we're meeting her here in the Red Cross Center in case I have any trouble with the old battle axe.
Oh, don't think of it. Come on in now.
Yeah, all right. Keep your fingers crossed, TP.
Oh, hello, Edie. Hi, Henrietta.
Oh,
I'll be
hello.
right there to help you, Ruth. Oh, Mrs. Twitchell. Oh, it's so nice seeing you again.
Oh, how do, my dear?
Well, goodbye, Uncle Mort. Thank you ever so much for bringing me down. Oh, by the way, you know Mrs. Salisbury Twitchell, don't you, Uncle Mort?
Oh, yes, of course. How are you this lovely morning, Mrs. Twitchell?
Fine.
It's a mighty curious thing, Mrs. Twitchell, but I just discovered that we're business rivals.
I suppose you're talking about my laundry. What are you doing? Taking in washing?
No, nothing like that. Just a drugstore.
Oh, drugstore?
Oh, yes, a place where they sell postage stamps, sandwiches, and once in a while a bottle of fly spray.
I am aware of drugstores, Mr. Gildersleeve. I just don't happen to remember that I own any.
Well, think of that, Marjorie. Mrs. Twitchell has so many drugstores, she doesn't know she owns any.
Well, I think my uncle meant the city drug chain, Mrs. Twitchell.
Oh, yes, that, I see.
Excuse me, Uncle Mort. Can I see you a second? You forgot to give me the dough for the show.
Oh. Well, just as soon as I'm finished, Leroy. As I was saying, Mrs. Twitchell, we have acquired the ownership of Quigg's Drugstore. And while it's not what you might call real competition at present, we're considering branching out, and we may soon give you a run for your money.
Indeed.
Yes. We've got plans to put a drugstore on every corner downtown.
Unc, remember George Washington?
George Washington?
Yes. We're going to call them the George Washington Drugstores.
Oh, Uncle.
Yes. However, Mrs. Twitchell, we might consider selling out, since we have so many other interests.
That is a very good idea, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, do you think so?
Yes, indeed. I had so many other interests myself. I sold all my drugstores to a New York chain last month. Goodbye.
Oh, this is one of my bad days. Oh, Bertie.
Oh, you back home already, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Yes, now maybe I'll get a little peace and quiet for a while.
Then Leroy, he ain't with you, huh?
No, he's gone to see a movie. I always enjoy the movie show Leroy sees. I can rest so nicely while he's there.
Excuse me for saying so, Mr. Gildersleeve, but you seem to be acting kind of skitterish lately.
Skitterish? Oh, you mean nervous.
Well, yes, if you prefer your language without any flavor to it.
Yeah. I suppose I have been a bit jumpy. Leroy has been trying to make another George Washington out of me, and I've been telling the truth until I'm red, white, and blue in the face.
Well, what you need is a little rest.
Yeah, that's right. And thank goodness you got rid of that tax assessor.
Oh, but Mr. Gildersleeve...
Can you imagine what a tax bill I'd have with Leroy around to gum up the works?
Shh, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Why should I shh, Mr. Gildersleeve? There's nothing to hear me here, is there?
Yes, that Servicemen. He's right in the living room.
Who?
I couldn't get rid of him.
Oh, sometimes I'd like to be a hermit if I could find a nice warm cave. All right, Bertie, it isn't your fault. Well, I didn't know anybody was waiting for me. How do you do, sir?
Mr. Gildersleeve?
Yeah, that's me.
My name is Showers, Mr. Gildersleeve. I'm from the city.
Oh, yes, the maid told me. You want to get a valuation on that drugstore we own.
That's right. I've been down there several times and never could catch you in, so I came out here. Hope you don't mind.
Oh, not at all. Pay your taxes and help smash the X's. That's my slogan. Suppose we go down to the drugstore now so you can get a small idea of what to assess us. Have you got a car?
Oh, yes, but I'm saving rubber, so I left it home. You think that's a good idea?
Oh, splendid idea. In fact, I like it so much, I'm going to leave mine home, too. Come on, we'll walk.
Well, I didn't realize it was so far down here.
Neither did I. Remind me to treat you to a corn plaster. Well, let's get started. Just haul out your notebook and shoot the questions to me.
All right. Suppose we begin with those neon signs outside, the ones that read Quigg's Open All-Night Pharmacy. What are they worth?
Oh, about $25, $20, $15. For the both of them, of course.
They look like they cost a lot more.
Yeah, that's true. But they haven't much resale value. Where are you going to find anyone named Quiggs who is not only a druggist but also stays up nights? Yeah. No, on second thought, I don't think they're worth more than $10.
Signs, $10.
Yeah.
Now, inside, how about the soda fountain? That looks very nice and new.
Oh, the seats are pretty worn. I'll show you what I mean. Young man, I wonder if you mind standing up a minute. Oh, Leroy, what are you doing here?
Oh, I'm having a double nut chocolate sundae with whipped cream and lemon phosphate to wash it down.
Yeah. What's the matter? You getting tired of banana splits?
Yeah, I've had 3 of them already.
You?
What are you and that man doing, Unc?
Nothing that need concern you, my boy. Excuse the interruption, Mr. Showers. Now, what were we saying?
How long have you had that soda fountain?
Oh, quite a long time.
Oh, not this one, Uncle Mort. Don't you remember? You paid $3,000 for it right after the first of the year.
Oh.
$3,000, eh?
Yeah. Isn't it lucky I have my little nephew here to remind me?
Say, do you want me to help you in case you forget anything else, Unc?
No, Leroy. Why don't you have some more nice ice cream? You're a growing boy, and you need the vitamins.
Well, thanks, but I'll have to wait a little while before I can eat any more. I'll just tag along with you.
Oh, that'll be Ducky. Yeah, Donald Ducky. Now, what is your next question, Mr. Showers?
How about these other fixtures? The cigar counter, the perfume displays, and these glass cabinets.
Oh, well, to tell the truth, they're new, too. Yes, to tell the truth. The bill for them came to $4,400.
Well, that takes care of the fixtures. How about the merchandise? Have you got an inventory?
What's an inventory, Unc? Something you invent?
Leroy, please. I have enough headaches as it is. An inventory is a list of all the things a drugstore has that are just as good as the things folks come in for that you're out of.
Yes, I suppose you took one last month.
I suppose we did. I'll have to ask the cashier. Oh, Miss Capstaff?
Yes? Oh, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. Your little nephew was just in here looking for you. Did you see him? Oh, of course you must have seen him, because here he is right beside you. Hello, Leroy.
Miss Capstaff, would you please bring out the drug inventory we made last month?
Yeah, and don't forget the one for cigars and candy and hardware and paint and powder, Unc.
Oh, yes, I was forgetting them, wasn't I? Bring them all here, Miss Capstaff.
All righty. I'll be right back. I know exactly where they are, either in a safe or filed away or behind a prescription counter.
While we're waiting, don't forget to tell the man about the big refrigerator we have downstairs and that new dishwasher in the kitchen.
Yeah, keep it up, Leroy, and you're going to be the new dishwasher in the kitchen. Oh, yes, Mr. Showers, I'd forgotten about them. You see, they set us back somewhere in the neighborhood of...
$837.21.
Well, the boy has an uncanny knack for figures. He'll probably turn out to be an accountant when he grows up.
If he grows up. Oh, well, here comes Miss Capstack, back with the inventories.
Oh, here we are, Mr. Gildersleeve. I also found a list of all the merchandise we bought since the inventory was taken. Do you want that, too?
Oh, yes, you might as well. Here you are, Mr. Showers. Is there anything else you'd like to know?
There's a matter of goodwill and outstanding accounts.
Oh, gee, we got a lot of goodwill on account of we got so many outstanding accounts.
Yep. Leroy, that'll be all. Not another word out of you, or...
I won't say anything, Unc.
I should judge that goodwill was worth about $1,500. $2,000. And our accounts receivable.
Oh, I was talking to Mr. Finch, the bookkeeper, about them only yesterday, and he says that they amount to around 1,000, and he thinks that if you...
Thank you, Miss Capstaff. That'll be all.
Oh, are you sure there's nothing else?
No, Miss Capstaff, you've done enough.
Oh, thank you.
Now, Mr. Showers, have you got all the information you want?
Yes, according to my figures, the valuation on this property will run to about $28,500.
Oh, $28,500. Jumping jelly beans. How much of a tax will we have to pay on that?
I might as well confess, Mr. Gildersleeve, I'm not the tax assessor.
What? You're not? Then why did you say you were?
I didn't. You just got that notion all by yourself. You see, I figured I could get a pretty low, honest valuation on this store if I let you go ahead assuming that I was.
But then who are you?
I'm an appraiser hired by the city drug chain. They're going to make you an offer to buy this place based on the figures I just got.
Oh, gee, Unc, isn't that wonderful?
Yes, my boy. I hope you've learned your lesson from this. Honesty always pays, Leroy.
The Great Gildersleeve will be with us again in a few minutes. But right now, let me remind you, mothers and housewives, that these days call for energy. Every one of us is working harder than ever. That's why the energy-producing foods are so important. Foods like Parquet margarine, made by Kraft. You see, Parquet margarine is one of the best energy foods you can serve. It helps to refuel the body and replace energy used up in hard work or play. What's more, wholesome, nourishing Parquet margarine is a dependable year-round source of vitamin A. Yes, every pound of Parquet contains 9,000 units of this important vitamin. Now, of course, food value is mighty important, but flavor is important, too. Well, Parquet margarine is outstanding on both scores. Yes, whether you use Parquet margarine as a spread for bread, a flavor shortening for baking, or for pan frying, you'll find it has a luscious, tempting flavor your family's sure to like. Best of all, Parquet margarine is economical. It can save you money every day. So why not try it? Kraft's delicious economical margarine called Parquet. Parkay.
certainly put that deal across, didn't I, Unc?
Yes. Leroy, and now that all I have to worry about is where to invest that money again.
Oh, no, you don't, Uncle Mort. I know just where it'll be safest and do the most good.
Oh, where's that, Leroy?
Good old United States defense bonds.
Why, of course. Uncle Sam can put to work every dollar we can spare. Good night, folks.
Be with us again next week at the same time for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. The Kraft Cheese Company, who also bring you Bing Crosby every Thursday night, present each week at this time Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve, written by Leonard L. Levinson. And now let's visit our friend, the Great Gildersleeve, who's at the Bundles for Blue Jackets Bazaar, preparing to do his bit by acting as the barker at the booth where the pretty girls are going to sell kisses.
Well, so this is my booth, eh? You know, Marjorie, I think it's going to be fun selling kisses.
This is the first time I've heard of it, Uncle Mort. Gee, who are you going to sell your kisses to?
Uncle Mort isn't going to do the kissing, Leroy.
I thought I was wrong about that.
Yes. There are going to be a dozen beautiful young ladies to do the work, Leroy. Incidentally, Margie, to be a good salesman, a fellow should know about what he's talking about, you know. Now, don't you think that... No, I guess free samples are out.
Yeah. Gee, why spend $1 for a wet smack when you can get just as daffy on a dime's worth of taffy?
Yes.
You know, Uncle Mort, that wasn't a bad idea of Leroy, about you kissing any of the ladies. We could charge $1 apiece.
No, my dear.
Why not, Uncle?
Because I'd pay $1 myself, not to kiss the type of woman who would pay $1 to kiss me.
Oh, Miss Marge, I got your lemonade stand all fixed up for you. But if we get a big crowd, I don't think 3 lemons is going to be enough.
Well, you better get some more, Bertie. They're going to open the doors in about an hour, and we're expecting a lot of people.
Oh, yes. All the gentlemen in town want to patronize Mr. Gildersleeve's osculation station.
Yeah, they do, huh?
Yes, sir. They'll be buzzing around that kiss booth till them poor girls is all puckered out.
Yes.
And all the ladies going to line up at that yogi man's tent to have their fortunes told.
Oh, you mean Yogi Swamahandra? Oh, Penny Banks met him in New York, and he's marvelous. We're counting on him as our main attraction. Oh, there's Penny. Oh, Penny!
Oh, yeah.
Stop now, Marge. I just had the most terrible news. I don't know what to do. Yogi Swamahandra's missed his plane connections and won't be here in time.
A fine fortune teller. Why didn't he look in his crystal ball, see that he was going to miss the plane, and then see that he didn't?
Well, we've depended on the Yogi as our big money maker.
Well, why don't you get a substitute?
Leroy, do you think that yogis grow on bushes?
I don't know. What is a yogi?
A yogi is a man who tells you about your past and future for a present. Penny, isn't there any other one floating around who can pinch hit for this man?
No, I don't know of any.
Well, why don't you get somebody to dress up and play the part?
Well, Mr. Gildersleeve, that would be deceiving the people.
What do you think those fortune tellers do? When they look in a crystal ball, they don't see any newsreel, you know.
Sure, all you need is a smooth talker with a gift of gab, like Uncle Mort here.
Yes. No, wait a minute, young man.
Yes, Uncle, if you wore a costume and makeup and a beard.
People would still recognize me.
No, you could get away with it. It's dark in that tent.
But I wouldn't know what to say.
Well, we could help you by giving you the lowdown on the customers.
Lowdown? But suppose they got the lowdown on me.
They wouldn't if you changed your voice. Say yes, Uncle Mort.
Oh, what am I getting myself into? I'm no fortune teller. And something tells me that instead of being in front of a crystal ball, I'm going to find myself behind an 8-ball.
Well, what are we stopping here for, Unc? The costume place is 3 blocks down the street.
I know, Leroy, but read the sign.
Oh. Have your past, present, and future revealed by famous gypsy physique.
Yes. That's psychic, Leroy. Yes. Madame Rosalie, the gypsy who reveals all.
Gee, Gypsy Rosalie. I've heard of her.
Leroy, that's another one. I thought maybe I could pick up a few pointers on how to go about this fortune-telling business from this woman here.
Okay, let's go in.
No, Leroy, you'll have to wait here. I'll be right back.
Good afternoon, sir. You have come to consult Madame Rosalie, the great seeress who sees everything, knows everything, and tells everybody.
Why, yes. That is, if she isn't busy.
I shall look in the crystal ball and see. No, I am not.
I see. It's you, huh? You're free, huh?
No, it will be necessary to cross my palm with silver.
Oh, yes, of course. How much?
$1 for 3 questions. A past, a present, and a future.
All right, let me see.
Give it here quick.
Don't grab, lady.
Thank you. Now sit down and look deep into crystal ball.
All right, I'm looking. What next?
Alla canta umo holocadorazzoli.
Excuse me, would you mind repeating that?
Al canta umo holocadorazzoli.
That's what I thought you said. I'll have to remember that. What does it mean?
I am calling on the spirit of my forefathers.
Yeah, they must have been tobacco auctioneers then. Well, go right ahead, madam.
First, for the past. I see not long ago trouble.
Yes.
There was smoke, a dark cloud behind you.
Oh, yes, Bertie burned the toast at breakfast. Very good.
Madame Rosalie, she never fails. And now for the present. You get into trouble because of man.
What kind of a man?
He is dark, also heavy.
Does he have a black mustache?
Sure, with black mustache. He gets you in trouble. You know him?
Yeah, that's me. I'm my own worst enemy. Now, what about the future?
Soon you will have loss, if not careful.
Loss.
Crystal balls say hanye, terra, ugly, dura, blasto, mexor, blasto, plomene.
What does that mean?
Watch out.
Well, thank you very much. Is that all?
Yes. Unless you wish to ask the $2 question.
I don't think I'll have the time. Let me see how late it is. By George, what did I do with my watch? I had it
All the time? Shift now?
No, see here, madam. Where's my watch?
How should I be knowing?
I thought you knew everything.
I do not bother with trifles.
This wasn't a trifle. It was an $80 watch.
Sir, are you accusing me?
Yes. Either I get my watch back or... Say, I'll bet you put it in that drawer.
No, you keep out of there.
Is that so? I'm going to have a look.
You stop that. It's none of your business.
Well, what's this? Madam, you've got enough watches here to start a hawk shop. And here's mine. Well, thank you. I guess I'll go now.
You heshni malokarando sebaba ninga krami todo at New Delhi.
What does that mean? No, don't answer that. So long, madam, and don't take any wooden watches.
Not to you, Joe.
Well, a debutante. Oh, well. Hey, come on, Leroy.
Did you learn anything, Uncle Mort?
I'll say I did. When a gypsy says watch out, she means you're going to be out of watch.
What do you mean, Unc?
Well, you see this gold timepiece of mine?
Yeah?
Well, that gypsy tried to... Oh, my goodness, Leroy, this isn't my timepiece at all.
Oh, wait a minute, Uncle Mort. Where are you going?
I'm going back to get my watch from that gypsy woman.
But she hasn't got it, Unc.
What do you mean? How do you know?
You laid it down on the dining room table at lunchtime and left home without it.
Oh, this is a fine mess.
I mean, Maharaja. The bazaar is in full blast.
Not so fast, Leroy. Is everything all right with my costume? How about the turban?
Your laundry mark's showing.
Yeah, well...
There, that's better.
Oh, thanks. How about this beard?
Gee, your best friends won't tell you. From a Hindu, I mean.
Shh. There's Penny and Marjorie and Bertie. Let's see if we can fool them, huh? You pretend I'm the real yogi.
All right. Hey, Penny, this gentleman was outside and said he wanted to see you. This is Miss Banks, Mr. Yogi.
Greetings, Mem Sahib. 1,000 pardons if I'm late.
Oh, Uncle Mort, you look cute.
What's the I'll never get away with this.
Oh, yes, you can, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, sure, Uncle. You look just like you stepped out of Kipling. Doesn't he, Bertie?
That's right. I'd swear he's been Kipling all his life.
People are waiting there at the fortune store, Mr. Gildersleeve. Now, here's what we'll do. Marge, you sell tickets.
Okay.
And Bertie, you and I will spot the customers and tell Leroy their names and all about them.
Yes, ma'am. I knows the lowdown on the high-ups.
And then, Leroy, you go around to the back of the tent. There's a hole there, and you whisper the information to your uncle.
Well, how'll I know when Leroy's there?
Suppose I knock 3 times.
On a canvas tent? That's like knocking on a wet sponge. How about whistling something, huh?
That's a good idea. What'll I whistle?
How about something boogie-woogie?
Yes. No, Bertie, spare me the hot licks. Why not something Indian?
Oh, like by the waters of the Minnetonka?
No, Marjorie, East Indian, like a pale hands I love beside the Shalimar.
Wouldn't you rather hear deep in the heart of Texas?
No, Leroy, pale hands, not clap hands. That should be easy to remember. Just look at your hands. Oh, just look at your hands.
What's wrong with them, Unc?
You better wash them. They're not pale enough.
People are waiting, Mr. Gildersleeve. You better go in the tent and get started.
Wait a minute, girls. I'm getting cold feet.
Well, just fold them up underneath you and sit on them, Uncle. Now, in you go. Hurry
All
up.
right, if you insist.
Careful there, Stoop.
Leroy, what did you call me?
Stoop, Uncle. You'll knock your turban off.
Oh, yes, of course. I thought you... Well, never mind what I thought you said.
Just get comfortable in there, Uncle Morton. We'll start sending in the victims.
All right, whenever you're ready, just shoot the gulls to me, gals. Now, let me see. How do you do this, Mahatma Gildersleeve? Oh, they must be ready to start. Where's that hole in the canvas? Yeah, this must be it. Is that you, Leroy?
It ain't Carmen Lombardo. Get set now, Unc. You're about to tell your first fortune.
Believe me, I'd give a fortune to get out of here. Who is it?
It's some man that none of us knows.
Oh, this is going to be one of my bad days. Can't you stall him off?
They tried, but no soap. So you gotta take him first.
Well, I'll do my best. How do I look?
Your laundry marker's showing again. Get back there. Here he comes.
I wish I had a mirror in here. Greetings and salutations, Sahib.
Hello.
You have come to consult Yogi Swamahandra, the king of the Hindu mystics, no?
No.
Oh, you didn't? You didn't? Oh, well, then why did you come here?
To ask you about Alice Higgins and Mrs. Belmont Diversey and Marie King.
What about them, Sahib?
As if you didn't know.
As if I do. Come, sir. If you care to gaze in the crystal ball, maybe I can locate these people.
They sent me to locate you, Andrews.
Andrews? You are making some mistake. Yes, I am the Yogi Swamahandra.
Sure. I know that. Yogi Swamahandra. Alias William Andrews. Alias Walter Bunker. Alias Louis the Frost. Alias Pete Brown.
Who, me?
Yes. And Detective Lieutenant Quinn from Chicago, where you wanted for jump at bail on bunco charges.
What?
You're also wanted in Idaho for obtaining money under false pretenses, in Baton Rouge for running a confidence game, and in Florida for selling rubber plants guaranteed to grow white sidewall tires.
We'll hear from the Great Gildersleeve again in just a moment. Meantime, you mothers and wives of hearty eaters, does the way your food budget is going up ever get you down? If so, have you ever thought of serving parquet margarine made by Kraft? Because using parquet margarine is one sure way to economize and please your family, too. You see, parquet margarine is different from the margarines you may have tried a few years back. Parquet is the delicious, wholesome margarine that's made by Kraft. And like all the famous Kraft foods, it's mighty good tasting. But there's no need to take my word for it. Parquet costs so little, why not buy a pound tomorrow and try parquet yourself? I'll bet you agree parquet's delicate, appetizing flavor is pretty hard to beat. Then, too, parquet margarine is a nourishing, wholesome food. It's one of the best energy foods you can serve. And to make it even better for you, Kraft adds vitamin A to parquet margarine. 9,000 units to every pound. So give the food budget a break. Order delicious parquet margarine tomorrow. Yes, ask your dealer for Parquet. Parkay. Parquet. The delicious margarine made by Kraft. Now back to the Great Gildersleeve, who suddenly found himself a much-wanted man by the police of half a dozen cities.
Now, that isn't fair.
Just a second. Hold it. Quiet, please.
Quiet, Leroy.
I don't care what you people say. I came here to grab the Yo guy, and he's going back to face trial.
Officer, you're making a mistake. This is my uncle, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yes, Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve.
Boy, that's a phony alias if I ever heard one.
Gee, you can see he isn't a yogi. Take your beard off again, Uncle.
Yeah. Never mind. I know he's a fake yogi. His real name is Willie Andrews, and he's known as Willie the Tub.
Yep. I am not a tub. It's just the way this coat buttons. Yeah, I knew that when I started to fool folks, I'd get into trouble. My mama done told me.
But, Lieutenant Quinn, if you take him away now, bundles for Blue Jackets will lose a lot of money. Why don't you wait till we close down tonight?
Well, okay, miss, okay. I'll let this grafter operate for the balance of the show, but I'll be on guard right outside the tent. Is that understood?
Excuse me. Do you mind if I go home? I'm expecting a bad headache.
Now, you stay right here, Uncle Mort.
Don't worry. We're going to get this all straightened out before the bazaar closes, Mr. Gildersleeve. Come on, let's let the yogi get to work. Come on, Lieutenant. Come on, Marjorie. Leroy.
Okay, I'm coming. Take it easy, Uncle Mort. Remember, keep a stiff upper turban.
How can I? I've been in hot water ever since I put on this Turkish towel.
Well, we'll get you out of this, Uncle, if it takes us years.
Yeah, and it looks like it will, too.
Remember, Willie, no tricks now.
Oh, here we go again. Yes, Leroy. Who is it this time? The district attorney?
You're getting warm, Unc. It's your old pal, Judge Hooker.
What? Oh, well, that old crab wants his fortune told. This is the first pleasant thing that's happened to me all day. All right, Leroy, go on.
This where you come to have your hand read?
No, Sahib. The yogi, he does not work by the hand. He's the crystal ball player. Please to take a sit down, Judge.
Judge? Say, how do you know I'm a judge?
You're speaking to Yogi Swamahandra, queen of the Hindu mystics. The great soothsayer who sees all, knows all, and tells a little.
Well, that was certainly good, guessing my profession.
It's not necessary for me to guess, Judge Hooker.
What?
I know. Now it will be necessary to cross my palm with silver.
But I paid my dollar outside.
I have no contact with the outside. That is separate business. The silver, please, in form of a $5 bill.
I will not. No, sir, I will not.
How about that $5 bill you won at poker last night?
Say, how did you know that?
Shh, don't worry. I shall not tell a soul you were supposed to draw one card and you picked up two. Thank you very much, Sahib. Now look deep into the crystal ball.
Hey, what are you doing?
I am calling on the spirit of my forefathers.
But if you're going to tell my fortune, why don't you call on my forefathers?
Because, Sahib, I cannot bark.
What's that?
Silence, please. I am gazing into your past. It is mighty murky.
Well, what do you see?
I see you have a friend. A dark man with mustache.
Is he a fat fella?
No, not fat, maybe a little plump. But on him, he's look good. He's a handsome dog, no?
I wouldn't call him handsome, but he's a dog, all right.
Enough. You are always abusing this friend fella, giving him the hot foot in his soul. That is bad. For Jew, I mean.
You think so?
Yes. Oui. Da. He said in my native tongue, Anyi terauguale duro contester comenase roca sol blastumeg.
Is that so? Say, what does it mean?
It means be good to Gildersleeves or he give you coughing around, that's what.
Say, you're a whiz. I'd like to put you to one last test, though. Now, this is a hard one. What's this friend's first name?
I know it as well as I know my own. He's Throckmorton P.
That's absolutely right. Say, Yogi, elections are coming up pretty soon. Can you tell me if I'm going to win again?
Let me look in the crystal ball. Yeah. I can see the day of election.
You can?
Yeah, lots of voters, in and out, all day long.
Yes.
Now it is late, twilight. They close the polls.
I see, and then?
They are counting the votes.
Yes, go on.
It's getting dark. They are adding up totals.
I see. Well, what is it?
I think I see. No, I can't.
What's wrong? What's the trouble?
It's so dark I cannot read the results.
Leroy, stop yelling uncle. By George, I'm ready to yell uncle myself. I've told about more fortunes this afternoon than Dunn and Bradstreet.
Oh, cheer up, Uncle Mort. The next one is the last before dinner.
Well, all right. Who is it now?
Mrs. Salisbury Twitchell.
You, that mildewed old scorpion.
Yeah, you know all about her. I better duck now.
Yeah, I hope I can hold out.
Madam, Yogi Swamahandra welcomes you.
Hello. First of all, Mr. Swami, or Yogi, or whatever you are, I want you to know that I don't believe in any of this nonsense.
Why, of course not, Mrs. Salisbury Twitchell.
Oh, you know my name. Who told you?
I am Yogi Swamahandra. I know everything.
Well, I wager that you don't know everything. What was my maiden name?
Excuse me, I got to look in the crystal ball. With this ball, I can even look that far back. Oh, I got it. Madam, before you were married, your name used to be McGillimcuddy. Babe McGillimcuddy.
All right, that's enough. You don't need to go on.
Your father, she had farm, raised turnips.
Oh, now that's where you're wrong. They were beets.
Excuse, please, but beets look like turnips because this is not Technicolor crystal ball. I see many interesting things in your past, madam. Shall I tell you?
Oh, no. You know them, and so do I, so why bother?
You have led very interesting life, madam. Would make wonderful movie.
Do you think so, Yogi?
Sure. With title, How Green Was My Mr. Twitchell. Tell me, madam, you still do not believe in my powers?
No, I've changed my mind. You're positively uncanny. Now, sir, I have a number of problems, and I need your advice. Suppose I tell you all about them.
Some other time, Mrs. Twitchell. Now I got to go eat dinner.
Oh, of course. Why don't you come out to my house?
What? Oh, no, I got to relax. And besides, I've already promised Miss Forrester I got to have dinner at her house.
Oh, but I must talk to you some more. I know what. Oh, Marjorie!
What'd you do?
Yes, my dear. I've become so fascinated with the Yogi that I've insisted on his coming to dinner at my place. You must come, too, and bring your little brother and that uncle of yours, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Not him, not Gildersleeve. If he comes along, I'll not be there.
Oh, Yogi, I'm getting to like you more every minute. Very well. Let's get out of this tent. My car is at the curb.
Looks like we're stuck, Uncle.
Shh. I've got a reading out of my hand, Marjorie.
I'm coming, Mrs. Twitchell.
Hey, wait a minute. Where do you think you're going?
Shh. I'm going out to dinner.
Not without me, you ain't.
Oh, Yogi, who is this gentleman?
Who? Oh, this. This is Mr. Quinn. He's trying to get me to do some work for the state. You might as well invite him to dinner, too, because he's going to come along anyway.
Thank you very much.
Now, Yogi, tell me something about India.
India?
Sure, Yogi, go ahead. You're an old Indian faker.
I am Indian fakir.
Well, there's no difference between the two, is there?
Oh, no more than between a flat foot and a flat head.
Gee, that's a hot one, Uncle Mort. Yeah, that's a hot one, Uncle Mort would have said.
Leroy, finish your spinach.
Oh, gee, I bet they don't eat spinach in India, do they, Yogi?
Where I come from, they stuff children with spinach, so they can't talk at dinner time.
That reminds me, I've been meaning to ask. What part of India did you come from, Yogi?
All of me.
No. I mean, where were you born?
Oh, born? Now I grab you. Where was I born? In my papa's house. My mama done told me. Well, I think it's time for me to return to the bazaar. Let me see. It's already 15 minutes coming to 8 o'clock.
Oh, what a beautiful gold watch. Where did you get it, Yogi?
It was given to me by Gypsy's woman. She thought I was fellow named Joe. I must remember to mail it back to her.
Excuse me, Yogi.
Yes?
Your beard is coming off.
Oh, my goodness. How's that?
Oh, it's crooked. It points off to the left.
Oh, how's it now? Any better?
Yeah, but we better get out of here before it falls into your finger bowl.
Okay. I'm sorry, Mrs. Twitchell, but now I must make the grand scram.
Yes, and after he finishes tonight, we've got to go on a little trip, don't we, Yogi?
Oh, well, aren't you staying in town for a few days?
No. We have a little legal business to attend to in Chicago.
Oh, that's too bad.
Madame Twitchell, you said a mouthful.
Well, take good care of the Yogi on the trip.
Oh, sure. I won't let him out of my sight. In fact, I'm going to simply attach myself to him.
Oh, holy catfish.
What did you say, Yogi?
Nothing, madam. I was only praying to the holy catfish of the Ganges River. Goodbye, Mrs. Twitchell. Come on, everybody. I hope this is over pretty soon. I'm plenty tired of tenting tonight on the old campground. Is that you, Leroy?
No, sir, this is Birdie.
What are you doing whistling Pale Hands? Where's Leroy?
It's late. He's gone home, and I'm on the swing shift.
Oh, I see. Well, who's next, Birdie?
There's a big gentleman with a dull red gleam in his eyes.
Huh?
Have y'all been telling some wife her husband's a philanthropist?
Birdie, I've told so many different people so many different stories, I don't know what I said. I better get out of here. Birdie, you go out and stall him a little while, huh?
Okay, but he ain't the type that stalls good.
Oh. Now, if I can crawl under the back of this tent and sneak out before that nosy detective from Chicago discovers that... Oh, hello, Lieutenant Quinn. What are you doing here?
Get back in there, Tubby, before I take you to Chicago in a box.
Yeah, Phil, I was only after a breath of fresh air.
You don't have to crawl out on your hands and knees after it. Now get back in there, Willie.
All right, and stop calling me Willie. Man.
Excuse me, but are you the man who calls himself Yogi Swamahandra?
Da. Have you got an appointment?
No, I haven't.
Then I can't read your fortune.
Okay, then I will read yours. Take a good look in the crystal ball, Yogi. What do you see?
I see nothing.
Well, I see something. I can see you tomorrow morning. You are waking up in a hospital bed.
What?
Your jaw's fractured. Both of your eyes are black. Your nose is in splints. And your ribs are barbecued.
Oh, my goodness. What are you talking about?
And my predictions come true, my friend, and I'll make sure.
Now, wait a minute. Who are you?
I just got into town on a late plane, and I find my reputation is ruined, and you've done it, you faker. I am the real Yogi Swamahandra.
Oh, you are. Well, I'm certainly glad to meet you.
No, you won't be. I'm going to give your face a retread job.
No, you don't. You keep away from me. Oh, Mr. Quinn. Oh, Mr. Quinn.
Hey, what's the idea?
Now, what are you up to?
Grab that man. There's your real Yogi.
Yeah?
Do your duty, officer.
Hey, come back here and fight.
Nuts to you, Joseph.
The Great Gildersleeve will be with us again in a few minutes. But first, are those Lenten meals becoming a problem to you homemakers? I mean, are you finding it hard to make them as tasty and appetizing as your regular meals? Well, if you do, here's a hint that may be mighty helpful. Yes, it's this. You can add rich extra flavor to all kinds of dishes by using plenty of parquet margarine, made by Kraft. You see, the delicate, tempting flavor that makes parquet margarine a favorite spread for bread makes it grand for cooking, too. Parquet margarine is swell melted over hot vegetables. It's a real flavor shortening that adds delicate extra flavor to cookies and cakes and pie crust. Parquet makes pan-fried food tastier because it tastes so good itself. In fact, parquet margarine adds extra flavor to all kinds of dishes, and the extra zest that makes your family ask for more. Best of all, using lots of parquet margarine is no extravagance. When you find how little it costs, you'll certainly agree to that. And remember, parquet margarine is a highly nutritious energy food that's a reliable year-round food source of important vitamin A. So right now, put delicious parquet margarine at the top of tomorrow's shopping list. Remember, it's Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y. Parquet, the margarine that's made by Kraft.
And there we were, Judge. Me and Willie the Tub locked in mortal combat. But I subdued him by sheer brute strength.
Well, seeing what you've done, I guess I'll have to forgive you for tricking me, Gildersleeve. Say, I just remembered. What did you do with my $5?
Oh, that. I did the best thing possible with it, Judge. I've given it to the American Red Cross.
Oh.
I hope everyone who's listening in will find an extra 5 spot to turn over to the Red Cross this week, like I did.
Huh?
If like you did, Judge. Good night.
Great Gildersleeve has come to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. The Kraft Cheese Company, who also bring you Bing Crosby every Thursday night, present each week at this time Harold Peary as The Great Gildersleeve, written by Leonard L. Levinson. Spring has come to a certain home in Summerfield, spring with its bright colors and its new flowers. And here on his hands and knees in the hallway, tacking down a new bright-colored flowered carpet, is our friend, the Great Gildersleeve.
The moon shines bright, it's light all night, deep in the heart of Texas. I'm stuck, Leroy, because my boy, I'm short of carpet taxes.
The coyote's wine, take some of mine, deep in the heart of Texas.
Well, thank you, son. I'm almost done. Oh!
Gee, Unc, what did you do?
If I hit the wrong nail.
Here, let me finish it for you.
All right.
There we are.
Thanks, Leroy. You certainly knock with a knack. Oh, I'm tired. Let's sit down on the steps for a while, huh? Oh!
What's wrong, Unc?
I just discovered I wasn't out of taxes after all.
Say, what's going on out here? You getting the carpet down, Uncle Mort, or is it getting you down?
Yeah, hello, Marjorie. I had misplaced some tacks, and I just found them the hard way.
You better take them out of your pocket before you ruin your trousers.
Oh, this is really just an old pair, but I'll unload the tacks anyhow. Yeah, there. Oh, well, what do you know?
What is it, Unc?
Why, here's my lucky $50. So that's where it was. No wonder I haven't been getting the breaks lately. Yeah, but you watch. Things are going to be better now that I found it again.
Really, Uncle, you believe in the most childish superstitions.
Yeah.
Now, I'm different.
Yeah.
Excuse me, Mr. Gildersleeve, but here's a telegram that just came for you.
Oh, thank you, Bertie. Telegrams fascinate me. Well, listen to this. Dear Mr. Gildersleeve, congratulations. The Gentlemen's Fashion Guild of New York has selected you as one of the 10 best-dressed men in Summerfield. Well, signed J.C.B. Holchester, President.
Why, Uncle, that coin does bring you luck.
One of the 10 best-dressed men. By George, I can hardly believe it.
Neither can I, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Hey, why not?
Well, just look at yourself in them old work clothes.
Huh?
It's a good thing there ain't no television to telegraph. Else they'd elect you the 10 worst-dressed men in town.
Bertie, it's 10 o'clock. Someone had better remind Uncle Mort of his appointment downtown. Do you know where he is?
Yes, and he's standing in front of the mirror in his room, no doubt, trying to decide which one of his neckties harmonizes best with the rest of his haberdasheries.
Oh, do you think so?
Indubitably. He's been that way ever since he got that telegram.
Oh, you mean the one from those fashion experts?
That's right. And making him one of the best press men in town is making me one of the worst work women in town. I'm wearing myself down to a shadow.
Well, on you, it doesn't show. In fact...
Good morning, Marjorie. Hello, Bertie. Say, how do I look? Does my cravat blend with the rest of my ensemble?
Yes, sir. But I was sure you was going to ask us if your tie harmonized with the remainder of your clothes.
Yes.
Uncle, you look as if you just stepped out of a bandbox.
Now, don't kid me, Marjorie. Whoever saw a bandbox big enough for me to step out of?
Where are you going, Uncle?
Well, Mr. Halchester's in town. He's invited me to meet him at the Ritz Summerfield.
Oh, you mean the men's clothes designer?
Yeah, I hope I look my best.
Oh, you do.
Oh, that must be Judge Hooker. Send him right in, Bertie. We're saving rubber by riding downtown in his car. Oh, good morning, Judge.
Hey, look at those duds. You'd look like a tailor's dummy, Gildersleeve. You didn't talk so much.
Yes. I'm sorry if my sartorial splendor disturbs you, Judge. But as one of the 10 best-dressed men in Summerfield...
Who, you? Who says so?
The Gentlemen's Fashion Guild of New York.
Never heard of them.
Yeah, from the looks of your clothes, you've never even heard of gentlemen's fashions. As Mr. Halchester said to me this morning...
Who's Mr. Halchester?
Mr. Halchester is a famous style authority. He's the man who picked me and the other 9 snappiest dressers.
How'd you do it, over the telephone?
Yeah, over the telephone. He's stopping at the Ritz Summerfield. I'm going down to meet him.
Say, I'd like to meet him, too. You mind if I come along with you?
Not at all. That suit of yours should give Mr. Halchester a good hearty laugh.
What's wrong with this suit?
Oh, nothing that a rock, a rope, and a river couldn't cure. Come on, Judge.
Mr. Gildersleeve, come in, come in.
Oh, this is a pleasure indeed, Mr. Halchester. This is a friend of mine, Judge Horace Hooker, close friend. Judge, I want you to know Mr. Halchester.
Oh, everybody knows Mr. Halchester. Glad to meet you, sir.
I'd like both of you to meet Mr. Leslie, one of New York's leading tailors. How do you do?
It's a pleasure.
Me too.
Mr. Leslie makes most of the clothing I design.
Oh.
Mr. Gildersleeve here was on our 10 best list for Summerfield.
Ah, yes. Excellent choice.
And I think he has a very good chance of making our first team.
You mean...
Yes, the 10 best-dressed men in America.
Oh, no. But then, why not? How do you make your selection?
Oh, on a number of counts. Taste, style, figure, carriage.
Gildy could win on the last 2. He's got a figure like a carriage, all right.
Ignore him, Mr. Halchester. He's just jealous. He's so skinny, his tailor has to put pads in his trousers so his knees will bag. Yeah, go on, sir.
Well, another big point is extent of wardrobe.
Oh.
Gildy should win that one, too. His wardrobe extends farther out than...
No, see here, Hooker.
Are nice clothes your hobby, sir?
Oh, yes. Mr. Leslie, it always has been. You see, I was elected the best-dressed fellow in my class at college after I introduced peg-top pants and yellow-button shoes.
I'd like to see some of your ensembles, Mr. Gildersleeve. I suppose, of course, you have a country squire suit in Orkney twist.
What?
Orkney twist.
Oh.
You know, that new hand-woven suiting. Very popular in New York this season.
Yes.
Have you any of it with you, Leslie?
Only that boat I was taking out to Hollywood. I'll bring it in.
He's a master with the needle, that Leslie.
Oh?
They're mad about him in Hollywood.
Gentlemen, probably the last boat of Orkney twist left in America.
Pretty loud material, isn't it?
That just shows your lack of taste, Judge Hooker. That orange diagonal stripe is just what the chocolate background needs to set off the little blue dots.
Well, you're right, Mr. Gildersleeve. It's the rage.
Yeah. Mr. Leslie, I just had an idea. How would it be if you made me a suit out of that Orkney twist, huh?
Don't be foolish, Gildersleeve. How can they get a suit for you out of that boat? Well, there can't be more than 12 or 13 yards there.
Yep. Hooker, I only require 5 yards of cloth. But if you keep butting in, you're just going to need 6 feet of dirt, and that's all. Well, gentlemen, what do you say?
I think it might be arranged.
Oh, splendid.
Gildy, are you sure you can afford it?
Yep.
Afford? Why, the question of payment doesn't enter into this, Judge Hoople.
Hooker.
Thank you. If Mr. Gildersleeve is taken with this material and wishes a suit whipped up, he shall have it at no expense.
What? Oh, that's wonderful. No, I couldn't let you do a thing like that.
But, my dear man, we'd be delighted.
Oh, no, at least let me pay the cost of the material.
You needn't do anything of the sort.
But I insist.
Oh, well, all right, if it'll make you any happier.
I doubt it. How much is the material?
Oh, why, speak of it. A mere nothing.
Huh?
What is it, Leslie?
Oh, it didn't cost us much. $35, I think.
$35? Why, that's very reasonable.
Yes, you require 5 yards, don't you?
Yeah.
5 yards at $35 a yard. That makes $175, doesn't it?
It does? If 9 goes into 7, oh, my goodness, it does.
Mr. Halchester speaking.
Hello. This is the man who was just up there with Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, hello, Judge Rooker.
Hooker, Mr. Halchester. I wonder if you could make me a suit just like Gildersleeve?
You want the same suit?
Yeah, but not the same size.
Well, I thought you didn't like that material.
I didn't at first, but the colors sort of grow on you.
Well, I'm not sure we have enough of that Orkney twist.
But I don't take much, only about 2.5 yards. Say you'll do it, Mr. Halchester. I'm not going to take a back seat to Gildersleeve, that old Brummel with a big bumper.
Well, maybe.
You will? Oh, fine. When do you want to take my measurements?
How about tomorrow morning?
I'll be there. Meantime, I'll send a check right over to seal the bargain. Let me see, 2.5 yards, $35. $87.50, isn't it?
Yes, $87.50 for the cloth and the same for the tailoring. Comes to exactly $175.
What? Oh, the tailoring. Oh, I hadn't figured on that. Well, you didn't charge Gildersleeve anything for tailoring.
Oh, that's true. But Mr. Gildersleeve is a prominent man with a style following.
Poppycock. Who'd ever be dumb enough to follow that big buffalo Styles?
Well, for one, you.
Oh, I never thought of that. Well, I'll send the check over this afternoon. And Mr. Halchester.
Yeah?
Have you selected anyone as the best-dressed judge in town yet?
No.
Well, I hope that my buying this suit won't influence your decision.
Why, that old... Hey, Leslie.
Yeah, what is it, Chesty?
Another sucker just hooked himself.
Yeah, who?
That judge who was here with the fat chump. That makes 11 best-dressed boobs we catch in this town.
Chesty, I gotta hand it to you. This is the sweetest switch on the suit racket I ever heard of.
It sure is. Now, what size would you say we should get for the little squirt that just phoned?
He'd take about a 32 in a boy's suit.
Okay, then. Wire Joe to airmail us 1 32 boys and 1 big one. Say, 48 stub.
Okay.
And tell him to leave the seams open.
Sure. Say, what's the real name of this horse blanket material?
You mean Orkney twist?
Yeah.
At the factory, it's known as backstretch burlap.
We'll hear from the Great Gildersleeve again in just a moment. But first, I wonder how many of you good housewives indulge in that neighborly American pastime, the chat over the back fence. It's a swell way to swap cooking hints and recipes as well as other news. Well, we at Kraft certainly approve of the custom, because it's one way the news gets around about parquet margarine, the delicious spread for bread made by Kraft. You see, discovering a grand-tasting product like parquet margarine is the sort of thing you housewives like to brag a little about, because it's smart to be wisely thrifty these days. And using parquet margarine makes you just that. Yes, parquet margarine is a wholesome spread for bread that tastes mighty good, yet costs very little. Why, that family of yours is sure to love its delicate, satisfying flavor. What's more, it's a wonderfully nutritious food, one of the best energy foods you can serve, and a reliable food source of important vitamin A. So I'll bet you'll want to brag a little, too, when you discover the economy of parquet's delicious, wholesome goodness. But it's easy to find out. Tomorrow, just ask your dealer for parquet, Parkay, parquet margarine, made by Kraft. Now let's return to the Great Gildersleeve, who is preparing to return to the Ritz Summerfield for his first fitting.
Hello, Pulteney. No, if you want my opinion as a style expert, you should wear a white mesh jacket. Yes, with a black bow tie. That's right. Oh, no trouble at all. Call me anytime you need sartorial guidance. Goodbye, Pulteney.
Isn't it just a little too early to be wearing a white mess jacket, Uncle?
No, not for Pulteney, my dear. He just got a job as a soda jerker. Well, I got to amble along now. By the way, what's the time?
Haven't you got your watch?
No, if I carried it in my vest pocket, the bulge might ruin my silhouette. Isn't that silly?
It certainly is.
Yeah, I read it in a fashion magazine. I wonder if Bertie has pressed my top coat yet. Oh, Bertie!
Yes, it's Mr. Gildersleeve. And I put a nice flower in the buttonhole, too.
Oh, thanks. A geranium. Well, that's better than no flower at all, or is it?
My, Mr. Gildersleeve, it sure is a chore valeting for you.
Huh?
But when I sees you strutting down the street, I nudges myself and I says, Bertie Lee Coggins, you may work hard, but the result is worth the effort.
Oh, thank you, Bertie. And just to show my appreciation, here, you can have back the geranium.
For me? Well, thank you.
Hi, Unc. Say, did you see the big write-up about you in the paper?
You mean all about Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve, the well-known businessman being selected by a famous New York fashion designer as one of the best-dressed men not only in Summerfield, but possibly in the entire country?
Yeah, that was it.
No, I didn't see it.
Then how do you know all about it, Uncle?
Well, one of the reporters on the paper happened to be talking to me on the telephone, and I guess my clothes just sort of crept into the conversation.
Was that why you was trying to call the newspaper all morning?
If no, Bertie, I was it. Has anybody got the time?
Yeah, it's 1:10.
Oh, I'll have to hurry right down and try on that new suit Mr. Halchester designed for me. Goodbye.
Goodbye. I know it's going to look nice on you, Uncle.
Yes, and lots of luck, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yeah, I hope you have a perfect fit, Unc.
Oh, yeah. What? Oh, I see what you mean.
Hello. Who? Mr. Gildersleeve. Well, send him right up.
Okay, let's trot out that 48 stub.
I got it. Looks too big. Probably fit him like the skin on a raisin.
Well, then you better do a good alteration job. Now, watch your step. And remember, you ain't back in a tailor shop at Leavenworth, or else you will be. Oh, come in, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Hello, Mr. Halchester. Hello, Mr. Leslie. I hope I haven't put you two gentlemen to a lot of trouble.
Oh, no. Mr. Leslie's a very fast worker.
Oh.
Why, he's practically made that suit fly.
Oh, how nice. Could I try it on now, please?
Of course. Just slip out of your coat.
Yeah.
Now, slide into this one.
Thanks. I can hardly wait.
There. Now, button it.
All
right. What do you think, Mr. Leslie?
It fits him just like the skin on a grape.
Oh.
Yes, you're going to get a lot of comments on that coat.
Don't you think it's a little too roomy?
Well, for some people, maybe, but not for you. You're the type that can stand a little room.
Oh, can I? Well, what do you think of the sleeves? Are they wearing sleeves over the knuckles this year?
Well, not quite. They should be taken in.
Oh, and what about the lapels? If I move my head, the points tickle my ears.
Well, they should be taken in, too.
Oh, and the way it droops, I mean drapes in front, I can't tell whether it's a loose sack suit or a tight double-breaster.
Well, in that case, you should be taken in.
I hope I'm not giving you too much trouble, Mr. Leslie.
Oh, no, not at all. When I sized you up, I must have been using a rubber tape measure.
Oh, very good.
Now, if you're ready to try on the trousers, Mr. Gildersleeve, here they are. Just step into the next room.
The trousers. All right, thank you. I'll be right back, gentlemen.
Oh, brother.
Gee, that's the worst-looking botch yet. I don't know how I'm going to fix that coat up.
Now, don't worry. All we got to do is send to the factory for a 44 long.
Yeah?
And when it comes in, use the back of this one and the front of the new one.
What do you mean?
Well, this guy's got a tricky shape. He's a 48 stub in the back and a 44 long in the front.
Okay, but aren't we taking a little loss that way?
So what? These suits only cost us $9.75 wholesale.
I know, but why should we... Here he comes. Whatever you do, don't let him get a look at himself in the mirror. He'll jump out the window.
I'm afraid these trousers are a trifle too tight.
Holy smoke, you gave him Judge Booker's pants.
Come in.
Yeah.
I know, Mr. Gildersleeve. In fact, I'm a bit disappointed with the way the whole suit has come out.
Oh.
So I'm going to have Mr. Leslie recut the entire garment.
Oh, say, I don't want you to go to all that trouble for nothing.
Well, let's not say for nothing. Say for a slight alteration fee of $9.75.
Oh, well, that's awfully nice of you.
Oh, don't mention it. I always welcome the opportunity to make a little change whenever I can.
Yes.
Good afternoon. Is Mr. Gildersleeve home?
Yes, and who is it to see him?
I am.
Excuse me, but who's you?
Mrs. Salisbury Twitchell.
Oh, the Mrs. Twitchell. Well, come right in and rest your umbrella.
Thank you.
Mr. Gildersleeve, I have the honor to announce the arrival of Mrs. Strawberry Twitchell.
Who? Well, I wonder what that old... Mrs. Twitchell. I was just saying, I wonder what that old friend wanted. Will you have a chair, Mrs. Twitchell?
That isn't what I wanted, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Huh?
I'll explain my visit simply so you can grasp it without too much of a struggle.
Oh, thanks.
Mr. Hopalong Cassidy, the movie star, arrives in Summerfield in 2 hours to aid our big defense bond drive.
He does? Why, he's my favorite movie star. I'd like to meet him.
You will have that opportunity. One of the members of my welcoming committee dropped some milk on his foot and cannot attend.
Why should dropping a little milk on his foot keep him away?
If I must go into detail, he's got a broken toe. The milk was condensed in cans and in a case. Therefore, Mr. Gildersleeve, in order that we are not faced with the situation of a welcoming committee consisting of 13 members, will you join us?
Yes, gladly. Incidentally, whatever made you think of little me?
Well, it was that story in the paper regarding your selection as one of the best-dressed men in town. Newspapers exaggerate so, don't they?
Oh, well, if you mean this old smoking jacket, well, don't worry. You'll really be bowled over when you see my appearance at the station.
Mr. Cassidy's train arrives at 5:52.
5:52.
Now, please try to be there on time. And if any photographs are taken, kindly refrain from waving your handkerchief at the cameraman. Goodbye.
Gee, Uncle Mort, I couldn't help listening. Hop along Cassidy. That's Bill Boyd.
Yeah.
Can I come along and see him, huh? Can I?
Why not? I know why not. I have to stop at the hotel first and change into my new Orkney Twist ensemble.
But you aren't supposed to pick it up until tomorrow morning.
Well, if they promise it for then, it's essential to be all ready now. And I needed to impress Hopalong Twitchell and Mrs. vice versa.
But why can't I just come along with you, huh?
Oh, I guess you can at that, if you wait downstairs in the lobby. Come on.
Coat fits all right, Mr. Halchester. But don't you think the style is a little too juvenile for me?
Oh, not at all, Judge Snooker.
Hooker, sir.
Pardon me. No, I purposely designed that suit along boyish lines to bring out the Mickey Rooney in you.
Oh, yes. Now, I hadn't pictured myself that way lately.
Oh, you're the Mickey type, all right.
With this suit, I sort of feel like I should get a free baseball bat. For the price I paid, you should throw in a pitcher from the Dodgers.
Excuse me. Yes? Who's on his way up? Mr. Gildersleeve.
Huh?
Thanks.
Did I hear you say Gildersleeve is on his way up here?
You heard the man.
Oh, he mustn't find me here. I'm trying to surprise him. Can't I hide someplace until he leaves?
Why, yes, right in the next room.
Oh, thank you. Let me know. Let me know when he's gone.
Hey, what's Fatso doing coming around now? He isn't due till tomorrow. By then, we should be on our way to Florida.
Oh, he don't worry me. But there's a guy from the Better Business Bureau waiting in the lobby.
Uh-oh. Let's get out of here.
Now, take it easy. We got our bags all packed. All we got to do is take an earlier train. Where's that timetable?
Here, I got it marked. The streamliner leaving in 30 minutes. Can we make it?
Yeah. Only what are we going to do with that judgy in there?
Or Pudgy out there.
Shh. Now, hide the judge's trousers in your suitcase. We'll work the old pants trick on both of them. Enter, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, I hope you'll excuse me for coming so early, but I wonder if I could get my suit now.
Oh, of course, Mr. Gildersleeve. Only first, there's one little detail.
Oh, yes.
We'd like to compare the measurements of the trousers you're wearing with the new ones.
Of course.
Would you mind taking them off?
Oh, not at all. You don't know how nice it is of you to do this for me. Yeah, here you are.
Thank you. Now, if you'll kindly wait in the next room.
Oh, anything to oblige.
Just make yourself comfortable in there.
Yeah, don't worry. I will. Deep in the... Judge Hooker! What are you doing hiding in the corner and without your pants?
Same thing as you are. Being fitted for one of those Orkney twisters.
Oh, getting a suit behind my back, eh? That's pretty low, Judge. And by George, I'm going to complain. Mr. Howchester, Mr. Leslie. That's peculiar. They're not here.
Not only that, their bags and clothing aren't here either.
What?
Hey, I don't see my pants anywhere.
My pants are gone, too. Yeah, this is going to be one of my bad days.
Now, don't get in a panic, Gildy. Maybe they just stepped out into the hall. Come on, let's look.
Yeah, let's look in the hall.
Well, you go first, Gildy.
Okay, you think it's going to be all right?
No, it isn't all right.
Judge, there's something awfully funny looking around here, and I don't mean us.
How about phoning downstairs?
No, I can't. The telephone wires have been cut. Look.
No question about it, then. They were crooks, all right.
Yes.
Fine people you introduced me to, Gildersleeve.
Yes, and a fine judge you are, Hooker. You can't even recognize a crook when he steals your own pants.
Oh, my goodness, my pocketbook was in my trousers.
It was? Well, they never get mine. Look, I always keep it in my coat. The old jumping jeeps, they did get my lucky $50. What's that?
Hear that?
Huh?
Maybe it's all just a joke.
Why, of course.
Yeah, that's it. Come on in, boys.
Yes, come on in. Leroy, what are you doing here?
Gee, I'm glad to see you, Unc. I was waiting in the lobby, and when Mr. Howchester came down and checked out, I didn't know what to think.
You checked out? Where'd he go?
When he passed me, he was telling another man they'd have to go like 60 if they wanted to catch the Florida train. Say, where are your pants?
On their way to Florida. Judge, we've got to stop them before they pull out of town.
How? We can't dash down to the station in our shorts?
Couldn't we pretend we're running in a marathon race?
Not me, brother.
Oh, yeah.
I got an idea, Unc. Just take the blankets off this bed, wrap one around each of you, and go to the station that way.
Take the blankets. You're a bright boy, Leroy.
But we'd never get past the lobby.
Well, how about sneaking down the fire escape? There's a taxi stand right below.
A taxi. That's it. Come on, Hooker. Grab a blanket.
But we can't get away with this.
Sure we can. When we get to the railroad station, I'll pass you off as a couple of Indians looking for a Pullman reservation.
Stop! Wait for us!
It's no use, Gildy. We'll never see our pants again.
Yes, nor my lucky $50 either.
Well, what was lucky about it?
Say, Unc, you better be careful. Your blanket's dragging.
It is? Oh, goodness.
Yes, Gildy, you look like one of the 10 best-dressed beds in town.
Is that so? Why? Oh, hello, Mrs. Twitchell. Fancy meeting you here.
Don't speak to me, Mr. Gildersleeve. Just because we are here to welcome a cowboy star doesn't mean that you should come dressed as Sitting Bull.
I never did like her.
Come on, let's get out of here before it's too late.
It is too late. Hello, officer.
What are you guys doing running around here in blankets? Come on, get into the station master's office here before you attract a crowd.
But, officer, we were just chasing a couple of crooks who stole our pants. There they are. Well, Mr. Howchester and Mr. Leslie, so they got you too, huh?
Hello, Fatso. Hiya, Judge Crooker.
Hooker! Fine work, officer.
I don't know what you're talking about. One of these birds tried to pass a counterfeit coin at the ticket window.
But, officer, it wasn't mine. It belongs to this guy.
Who, me?
Is this yours, buddy?
A counterfeit? Oh, my goodness, it's my lucky $50.
The Great Gildersleeve will be with us again in a few minutes. But right now, what makes good cooks good? You know, I think it's their sense of flavor. They've learned the knack of preparing good food because they thoroughly enjoy eating it. Well, that's probably why so many really good cooks use parquet margarine these days. They found that parquet margarine's delicate, satisfying flavor is pretty hard to beat, and they certainly ought to know. You see, outstandingly good flavor is what makes parquet margarine so different from old-time margarines. Yes, spread parquet margarine on bread or toast or rolls, and one taste will tell you the big difference. And that goes for cooking, too. Parquet tastes so wonderfully good, it's a real flavor shortening for baking, and just about perfect for pan frying. But flavor isn't the whole story. Parquet margarine is a wholesome, highly nutritious food. It's one of the best energy foods you can serve. And if you're vitamin conscious, you'll be glad to know that every pound of parquet contains 9,000 units of important vitamin A. So why not take a hint from the thousands of good cooks who use parquet margarine and try a pound or two yourself? Yes, tomorrow, sure, Ask your food dealer for Parkay, P-A-R-K-A-Y, Parkay margarine, made by Kraft.
Sorry, but our time's up. Good night, folks.
Original music heard on this program was composed and conducted by William Randolph. This is Jim Bannon speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company and inviting you to be with us again next week at the same time for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company. Kraft presents the Great Gildersleeve. Yeah. The Kraft Cheese Company, who also bring you Bing Crosby every Thursday night, present each week at this time Harold Peary as the Great Gildersleeve, written by Leonard L. Levinson. And now let's visit our friend, the Great Gildersleeve, who has just returned home after a busy day at the office to find that some new neighbors are moving into the vacant house next door.
Good afternoon, Marjorie. Hello, Bertie.
Hello, Miss Gildersleeve.
Well, I see the house next door has been rented at last. Have you any idea who the people are, my dear?
No, Uncle Mort, but if that ghastly furniture is any indication, their name is Frankenstein.
Oh, Marjorie, you mustn't judge the people by that purple horsehair sofa, or the brass bed, or that stuffed moose head.
He has an awful mean look in his eye, that moose has.
Must have gotten it from our new neighbor. There's a family resemblance there, all right.
Oh, Marjorie, I'm sure they're nice people. You wait and see. Oh, they have a boy a little older than Leroy, haven't they?
Uh-huh. And a girl about 17 or 18 who talks faster than Walter Winchell.
Oh, dear.
And they also got an awful uppity cook named Snowdrop Jefferson, who has informed me over the back fence that she's the sole owner of 5 pair of rubber gloves.
Well, Bertie, you'll have to cultivate her acquaintance.
I'll cultivate her with a hoe if she keeps snooting me.
No, Bertie, don't you want to start off by planting your best foot forward?
Oh, I does, Mr. Gildersleeve, believe me. And when I gets through planting it where it'll do the most good, nothing will ever grow there no more.
Now, Bertie, I won't have you starting a feud with the neighbors. A good neighbor is just like a cousin on the police force. They both come in handy in a pinch.
Oh, look.
Huh?
They've been unpacking their boxes outside, and all the paper and trash is blowing over onto our lawn.
Oh, so what, my dear? They're all finished and the movers are leaving. They'll probably come over and clean it up. And suppose they don't.
Well, you know, Uncle Mort, there are times when you surprise me.
Oh, live and let live, my dear. That's my motto. Why, in all the years I've lived in Wistful Vista, I always got along well with my neighbors. Oh!
What's the matter?
Those movers. They backed into our driveway to turn around.
So what?
They've crushed my Azalea canadensis, and now they're backing into my Ligistrum ibata. Oh, there goes my Asculus mastrosia.
Asculus mastro, what's it? For heaven's sakes, what's that?
Horse chestnuts. Help me get the window up. I'll tell those people.
It's too late, Uncle. They're driving away.
Well, it's lucky for them. Oh, look, that heavy truck has broken the concrete in our driveway. Of all the people...
Here comes the girl from next door.
Oh, probably coming over to apologize for the mess they made. Well, that's different. It's a mighty good thing, too. I'll take care of this myself, my dear. How do you do, young lady?
Oh, hello. I'm the girl who just moved in next door, and my name is Dorothea Dobson. Only nobody ever calls me Dorothy, and I kind of that sounds so corny, and everybody calls me Dottie, so I hope
Yes, I can see why. So you're Dottie, are you?
Oh, no, I'm not Dottie. I'm Dottie. Though Mama sometimes says she fails to see the difference, and we're such an uproar that we can't find a thing. So would you please let us have a can of tuna fish and some sliced pineapple and 2 cups of sugar?
Wouldn't you like a couple of inner tubes, too?
Good morning, Unc. Come on inside. Bertie says your hotcakes are getting cold and your orange juice is getting warm.
Well, hello, Leroy. I'm looking for the morning paper. All over the world,
Hundreds of reporters risk their lives to get the news, and thousands of workers stay up all night long to print it. Then our delivery boy insists on hiding the paper in the bushes.
Oh, you won't find it there, Unc. The dog that moved in next door took it.
Leroy, you mustn't speak of our neighbor that way.
I'm not talking about him. I mean their hound.
Oh?
He ran over here, grabbed it in his mouth, and scrambled back home again. Gee, he did it just like he was trained.
Yes, he seems to have a nose for our news. Well, I'll just drop in on the Dobsons and explain the situation. Oh, I hope that dog hasn't chewed up Superman.
From next door, aren't you? Of course you are. I recognize you right off, and you know why?
Why?
Because you look just like you did yesterday. The same suit, the same shirt, and the same tie. Isn't it awful monotonous? I'd just die if I had to wear the same dress every day, wouldn't you?
Yes. I mean, I don't wear dresses. I dropped over to tell you that your dog is taking the morning paper.
Oh, how silly, taking the morning paper indeed. Why, even if he could read, he couldn't afford it.
Miss Dobson, please, let me finish. He's taking the morning paper off our lawn. It's our paper.
Oh, so that's it, and Daddy thought it was a free sample. Oh, Sophie!
You calling me? Oh, who's a blister, sister?
Go in the dining room. Huh? Go in the dining room and tell Daddy that paper belongs to the man next door, and he's here and he wants it back, so bring it right out, and if there's any egg on it, be sure and wipe it off.
Okay, but I ain't seen it yet. Why do you have to come around now?
Well, Tuffy will be right back, mister. Oh, incidentally, what do you think of the big news in the paper this morning? Isn't it thrilling, or haven't you read it yet? Oh, of course you haven't. Well, you certainly have a surprise in store, because you know what happened?
Oh, excuse me. I didn't know you were going to stop. You didn't put your hand out. No, what happened?
Well, it was the most exciting thing. It seems... Oh, but here comes Tuffy. You can read it yourself. I wouldn't spoil it for anything.
Here's your paper.
So it is. Thank you, Tuffy.
You're welcome, Stuffy.
You what? All right, Bertie. Wheel in the breakfast. I'm hungry enough to eat off the tablecloth.
You get your paper okay, Unc?
Oh, sure. No trouble at all. You know how to handle these neighbors. It's all right, Leroy. That's all. Yeah. Now to read the big news she was telling me about. Well, look at this. Roosevelt and Churchill meet in mid-ocean. What, again? Marjorie, Bertie, come here and listen to this. Washington, D.C., August the 4th. August... Never mind, go back. It's all a mistake.
What is it, Uncle Mort? What happened?
That kid next door slipped me a 7-month-old paper.
Snowdrop throws one more tin can over this fence, she's going to be out.
Here, Bertie. What are you muttering about?
It's that cook next door. She's flirting with a face full of skillet. Yeah. And I'm going to knock her block off, and off her it'll look good.
Now, Bertie, remember our good neighbor policy. Oh, hello, Leroy.
Oh, Uncle Mort.
Wait a minute, young man. Come back here. You're all mussed up. Tuck in your shirt tail.
I can't.
Why not?
It's been torn off.
Leroy, have you been fighting?
Well, not exactly. That kid next door took a couple of pokes at me, and then I took a few swings at him.
What happened?
I missed. But he didn't.
What were you two fighting about, Leroy?
Well, it was something he called you, Uncle Mort.
Oh, you shouldn't have fought over that. I haven't the faintest concern what that twerp says about me. What did he say?
He said you were a big, fat, stuffed shirt.
Oh, he did he? And what did you say?
I said you didn't have to stuff your shirts.
Well, I still don't think that's enough reason to start fighting, Leroy.
Oh, I forgot to tell you. He was trying to rub my nose in the dirt at the same time.
Oh.
And look at how you skinned your knuckles. I'm going to get the iodine.
Oh, no, I'll be all right.
Leroy, you failed to clench your fist properly, my boy. Remind me sometime, and I'll show you the correct procedure.
Gee, Unc, did you used to be a fighter?
Well, not professionally. But at college, I was considered quite a slugger. In fact, they call me Big Slug for short. However, I don't think you should carry on a feud with the boy next door. I'm sure this can be cleared up if we go over there and all shake hands like little men.
Not me. I'm not going to shake hands with that rat.
Leroy, you mustn't call him a rat. If you only tried to understand... What was that? Who threw that baseball?
It was Tuffy. Look, this is his ball.
Tuffy? Why, that little rat. I'm going to call his mother right now and tell her about this. I'd like to lay my hands on that little hoodlum, and you know where and how. Hello. Is this Mrs. Dobson? Madam, your son Tuffy just threw his baseball through my window. Yes, I'm sure it's his baseball. What's that? What? Hello? She hung up.
What did she say, Unc?
She said if I was sure it was her little boy's ball, I'd better return it at once or she'd call the police. Come on, Leroy.
Where are you going, Unc?
Outside to return this ball.
Are you going over there, Unc?
No, Leroy. I'm going to return it from here. You just watch this.
It's headed for the telephone pole. Look, it's coming back.
Oh! There goes another one of our windows. Yes, sir. I tell you, I certainly enjoyed it.
Hello, folks. Why do you doubt the man from next door was here?
Mr. Dobson? What did he want?
He says he wants to take you apart and see what makes you think you is as tough as you think you is.
Well, I don't understand. I never said anything to him.
Well, I guess I better be getting to bed.
Just a second, Leroy. Now, Bertie, what's it all about?
You mean you didn't challenge Mr. Dobson to a fisticuffs breaker?
I've never even set eyes on the chap.
Well, somebody told him something most disagreeable.
It's way past my bedtime, folks.
Wait a minute, Leroy. Did you say anything to anyone next door that might have started this?
Oh, no. Only I told that toughie that he better not monkey with me anymore, or you'd show his father what a big slug you are.
Yes. I'm not afraid of him.
Why, Leroy, how can you talk that away? That Mr. Dobson's twice as big as your uncle and only half as fat.
Yes, he... What? He is? Oh, Leroy, what are you doing to me?
Why, that man's as tough as a 30-cent steak.
Oh, he's not so tough.
Leroy, you better go to bed. Let's all go to bed.
Okay, good night.
Oh, Uncle Mort, what are you going to do?
Now, don't worry, Marjorie. I'm sure we can settle the matter peaceably. However, just to be on the safe side, tomorrow I better find some good gymnasium where I can brush up on my boxing before Brother Dobson mops up on me.
Hey, Unc, be sure and let me know when you tangle with Mr. Dobson. I wouldn't miss that for anything.
Well, I would.
We'll hear from the Great Gildersleeve again in just a moment. But first, ever stop to think of the progress made in the last few years? Nowadays, we have planes that fly 400 miles an hour, automobiles that are marvels of speed and comfort, radios that are static-free. Yes, and there have been plenty of improvements in food making, too. And one of the outstanding examples is Parquet margarine, the delicious spread for bread made by Kraft. Why, people who remember the margarines of a few years back are amazed when they discover how deliciously good Parquet margarine is. You see, Parquet is not an ordinary margarine. It's one of Kraft's fine foods, outstanding for its delicate, satisfying flavor. You only have to taste Parquet margarine once, spread on bread or toast or rolls, to find out how deliciously different it really is. Another thing, Parquet margarine is a wholesome, nourishing food, one of the best energy foods you can serve. What's more, every pound contains 9,000 units of important vitamin A. So get acquainted with this thrifty, nutritious food. Order a pound or two of delicious Parquet margarine tomorrow. Just ask for Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y, Parquet margarine, made by Kraft. After a restless night, the Great Gildersleeve has taken his problem to Philadelphia Phil's Physical Culture Institute. We find him dressed in gym togs, ready for his first lesson from Phil himself.
Well, mister, so they did find a pair of shorts big enough for you after all.
Yes, these shorts are a little tight. I only got them on by a great stretch of the imagination.
Okay, come over here, Mr.
Just call me Throckmorton. I want to keep it a secret.
Of course. If my name was Throckmorton, I'd want to keep it a secret, too.
No, I want to keep my visits here a secret. I'm having a little trouble with one of my neighbors, and I may have to slap him a few times to bring him to his senses.
Yeah, I know how it is. Now, what experience have you had as a fighter?
Oh, very little, except what I picked up at college and at the YMCA.
You look as if the only thing you picked up at them places is yourself.
Yes. Exactly. That's why I came here. I need to improve my wind if I'm going to fight.
Well, the best way to improve your wind is by doing a lot of running.
Mister, if I could run, I wouldn't need to fight.
Well, the first thing we gotta do is something about that sack of potatoes you're lugging around.
What sack of potatoes? Oh! You mean this one?
Yeah. Well, now suppose we stop chewing the fat and start taking it off.
Yeah.
We'll begin with some bending exercises.
Bending exercises, but aren't you going to teach me how to punch?
No, we'll get to the punch after we take care of the punch.
Oh.
All right, now, feet together, arms overhead, and bend and touch the floor. No, Throckmorton, lower. Come on, do it again. This time I'll make it easier. Feet together. Now bend and touch your ankles. No, Throckmorton, you still haven't got the idea.
I've got the idea. The only thing is I've got much equipment.
Well, feet together, arms overhead. Now bend. That's it. Way down. I'll bet you haven't seen your knees in 10 years.
I get... Well, by George.
What is it?
I've got dimples.
Excuse me, champ.
Champ? Who, me? Oh, I'm sorry. You must have made a mistake. I'm not one of the...
Maybe not, but... Yeah, my card.
Oh, thanks. Everything from heavyweights to dog racing. Oh.
You got a terrific build for the job.
Build?
Yeah, and showmanship, too.
Oh.
I've been watching you. Hey, the crowds will love you.
Oh, I can't quite picture myself as a champion fighter.
Fighter? Who said anything about being a fighter? You're going to be a wrestler.
If a wrestler?
Well, sure. With your figure and the way you grunt and roll your eyes, and with a full beard on your face, boy, you'll be terrific. Hey, can you groan?
Can I? Oh, my goodness. Does that toughie next door murder that march all day long, Bertie?
No, so when he gets out of breath, he sits down and beats his drums for a while.
George won't be long now before I go over there and beat his drum for him.
Oh, I wish you'd do it pretty soon, Uncle Mort. I can't understand why you have so much patience.
There are two kinds of patience, my dear, and it takes a lot of one kind to keep from being the other. Someday he's going to hit the right note, and then they'll take that horn away from him.
I don't see how his family can stand it.
Yeah, they can't. They've just chased him out in the yard. Look, I wish he was my kid for an hour. A few quick tricks with my hand, and he wouldn't trumpet anymore.
Oh, now he's right under our window.
Yeah? Oh! There's only one thing left for me to do, Marjorie. Do you remember where I put that old BB gun of Leroy's?
Oh, no, Uncle Mort. You mustn't shoot him.
Huh?
Why, someone might be mean enough to arrest you.
I hadn't thought of shooting him, Marjorie. I was going to offer the gun to him as a bribe. However, your suggestion does sound better.
Please, Uncle Mort, forget about the gun.
Yeah, all right. I've got another idea. The next time he starts playing, I'm going... Oh, I'm going. Don't worry. I'll be right back, my dear.
Uh-oh, your uncle, he's in an unmusical mood.
Oh, I hope Uncle hasn't done anything reckless.
Let's just hope he ain't done anything they can trace back to him.
Uh-oh, here he comes. Oh, Bertie, I'm afraid.
Why?
He's got such a pleased expression on his face.
Well, that's the last of that, folks. I fixed it all up.
Oh, well, what did you do, Uncle?
Just used my brains, my dear. I gave Tuffy a $5 bill, and he promised he wouldn't play that trumpet again. Pretty smart of me, huh?
Oh.
What's that? Oh, my goodness, he's got a saxophone, too.
Okay, Throcky, you can stop now.
Oh, thanks. How am I doing, Phil?
Well, you've become pretty good with the punching bag. Now, seeing as how this is your 10th and last lesson, I'm going to put you in the ring against a professional fighter.
Oh, well, bring him on. The bigger they fall, the harder I am. Well, you know what I mean, anyway.
Well, I want to warn you. This guy's supposed to be good.
That's all right. I feel pretty good myself. Which one is he?
The big guy there, shadow boxing in the ring.
Yeah. Oh, yes. He throws a pretty big shadow, doesn't he?
Now, come on over to the ring and... No, Throcky, no. You're going toward the dressing room.
Yes, I thought I'd save you the trouble of carrying me in there later.
Now, don't talk that way. You can take this guy.
Yes, I can take him, and I can leave him alone, too.
You kidding?
I'm dead on the level. Oh, my goodness, dead on the level.
Come on, get in the ring, Throcky. Hey, Barrel House.
Yeah, what is it, Phil?
I want you two boys to go 3 or 4 rounds together. Shake hands with Battle and Throcky.
Hi.
Hi, Barrel House.
All right, boys. Now, I'll keep time, and you get in there and put up a real fight. And remember, no waltzing.
Sure, no waltzing.
Excuse me, is a little rumba permissible?
No. All right. Get going, boys. Get in there, Throcky, and trade punches.
I'm trying to trade, but he doesn't want to do business.
Jab with your left, Throcky, jab. Okay, now, back.
I can't. The ropes are in my way.
Jab with your left again. That's it. Keep jabbing. That's it. Now, bring up that right.
Right? Like this?
Oh, my goodness, Throcky. You shouldn't have done that. You've knocked him out.
I did?
Throckmorton, Dad ain't playing the game.
Oh, poor Barrel House. Quick, get me a glass of water. Get 2, I'm thirsty. Take it easy, Barrel House. I'll help you into the dressing room.
I'll take care of him. You get your shower. And you can consider this knockout your diploma in pugilism. Oh, you certainly did well in your graduation exercises.
Thank you, Professor. I'll get going now. So long, Barrel House. Next time, don't try to chin yourself on my glove. I just can't wait till I get home and do the same to that next-door neighbor of mine.
How you feeling, Barrel House?
Oh, terrible. I'm in awful pain. That big walrus stepped all over my tenderest corn. Honest, Phil, it was all I could do to restrain myself from hitting him.
Hello, Uncle Mort. Say, you know that Tuffy Dobson next door?
Do I know that brat?
Well, he kept picking on me today, till finally I just got good mad, so I hauled off and I let him have it.
Well, good for you.
Yeah, I fought him clear from the corner into his backyard and up on the screen porch. You should have seen him among the milk bottles. Then his father came home and pulled me off of him.
Oh, he did he?
Yeah. Say, he's looking for you, Unc.
Oh, he is. Well, I'm looking for him. Come on. We're going visiting. This is going to be peachy fun.
You mean you're going into Tuffy's house here?
Yes, sir. Right now, I feel as if I could lick twice my weight in Dobson's. Will I give that big tub a thumping?
Oh, hello. Well, I suppose you came to apologize for what he really did to poor Tuffy. Well, it's a good thing you did because Papa's so mad he could just simply...
Silence! You go tell your papa that Mr. Gildersleeve is here from next door and wants to see him. At once.
Very well, though I warn you that's not the tone of voice to take with Papa on account of his...
Go.
Oh. All right, I'll tell him. Oh, Papa, there's a man...
Leroy, could I trouble you to hold my coat for a few moments?
Unc, it'd be a pleasure.
There you are. Thank you, my boy. As soon as I roll up my sleeves here. I'm all ready now. Just let that
Is
big...
there somebody out here says he wants to see Mr. Dobson?
Oh, my goodness, it's Philadelphia Phil. Oh, this is going to be one of my bad days.
The Great Gildersleeve will be with us again in a few minutes. Meantime, I've noticed that some women have a knack for being resourceful. They're always first with new recipes, always turning up clever ways to economize and please their families, too. These resourceful ladies are right in their element these days because now more than ever, it's smart to be wisely thrifty. And here's a discovery a lot of them are making, that parquet margarine is a wholesome spread for bread that tastes mighty good, yet costs very little. Yes, they found that serving parquet margarine makes a hit with the family because it's so downright delicious spread on bread or toast or rolls. They found that parquet margarine is a real flavor shortening for baking, that it adds delicate extra flavor to pan-fried foods. Yes, parquet margarine is one spread for bread that's so thrifty you can use all you want in cooking, too. Now, using parquet margarine is a wise economy because it's such a nutritious, wholesome food. Parquet helps provide pep and energy because it's one of the best energy foods you can serve. And it's a reliable year-round food source of important vitamin A. So why not buy a pound or two of delicious Parquet margarine tomorrow? Remember, it's Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y, Parquet margarine, made by Kraft.
Took all those boxing lessons for nothing.
Oh, it wasn't altogether a waste, Leroy. They'll come in handy next Thursday evening.
Oh, what are you doing then?
I'm going to visit on Rudy Valley program. Yeah, they've matched me with battling John Barrymore. Good night.
Original music heard on this program was composed and conducted by William Randolph. This is Jim Bannon speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company and inviting you to be with us again next week at this same time for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve. This program has come to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Presents The Great Gildersleeve. The Kraft Cheese Company, who also bring you Bing Crosby every Thursday night, present each week at this time Harold Peary as The Great Gildersleeve, written by Leonard L. Levinson. On one of the nicest streets in the bustling city of Summerfield lives Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve, a typical American uncle. Stout, jolly, faced with all the problems that the average uncle is faced with. He tries to guide his niece Marjorie and his nephew Leroy, always with the very best intentions and sometimes with the very worst results. And now the Great Gildersleeve.
Thanks for the lift home, Judge Hooker.
You're welcome. Say, Gildersleeve, I hate to bring this up, but isn't it about time we used your car?
All right, I'll drive my car down tomorrow.
You know I don't go downtown tomorrow.
Sure, that's why I'm going to drive my car down. Then it'll be your turn again to pick me up the day after, won't it?
Yes. Hey, wait a minute. I'm getting gypped somewhere.
Yep. See here, Hooker. If you're going to talk like that, I won't give you that spare inner tube.
Oh, excuse me, Gildy, old pal. Just forget it. I'll be here for you. Goodbye.
The old goat. That reminds me, I better get that tube out of the safety deposit vault.
Oh, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. You remember me, don't you? I'm Dottie from next door, and I just saw you driving up from behind our front curtains. I was behind them, not you, so I ran out to ask you a favor, and I'm sure you won't mind saying yes, because after all, there's nothing I want you to do, so you'll do it, won't you?
What? You want me to say yes to something you don't want me to do?
Well, yes, that's exactly correct. You hit the nail right on the thumb. Well, it's something I want to ask your niece Marjorie to do, and hasn't she got the loveliest red hair? See what kind of a rinse she used to get at that shade, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Young lady, Marjorie's hair is that way naturally.
Well, naturally, that's what you would say. Well, the thing I wanted you to ask your niece to do for me is to take this list of soldier boys I promised the USO I'd write letters to and ask her if she'd mind writing instead on account of I hurt my hand and can't.
What did you do? Put it in your mouth while you were talking?
Oh, no. I folded it into a folding bed, and it wouldn't have been so bad, only I was in it myself at the time. Well, it was the most horrible experience. I couldn't talk for hours.
You couldn't? No, wasn't that too bad?
Well, You give this list to Marjorie, won't you? I know she won't mind it. Just a few names. Well, goodbye now, Mr. Gildersleeve, and take my advice. Keep away from folding beds.
Yes. When I get into a bed, it doesn't fold up, it just curls up. Let me see that list. Just a few names, eh? Wow, her idea of a few names is like her idea of a few words. That family next door is beginning to get my goat. That's about the only thing they haven't been over to borrow so far, either. The next time they ask me for something, I'm going to say, good afternoon, Marjorie.
Oh, hello, Uncle Mort.
Marjorie, my dear, I have a little patriotic job for you to do.
Oh, what is it, Uncle Mort?
That girl next door, what's her name? Dilly or Dappy?
Dottie?
Dottie, that's her. She wants you to write letters to this list of soldiers here. She can't because she had her hand squeezed in a folding bed.
Oh, but Uncle Mort, I'm writing to so many soldiers already. It seems like I'm corresponding with half the army as it is.
You are? But how did that happen?
I was serving coffee to that troop train that was going to Camp Stover last week, and one of the detachments adopted me.
Adopted you?
Well, I'm not exactly clear whether they adopted me or I adopted them. I don't know if I'm the daughter of the regiment or the auntie of the anti-aircraft.
Very good. What happened?
Well, they voted me their parachute girl.
What do they mean, parachute girl?
They mean I'm the girl they'd like most to drop in on. And about 200 of them asked me to correspond with them.
200 letters? Couldn't you just write to them by squads? No, I guess not. There isn't much fun sharing a letter from a girl with 11 men and a corporal.
That's why I've been writing each of them personally. And is it a job? Oh, Uncle.
I don't doubt it a bit, my dear. We should all do everything we can to make them happy, however. I wish there was some way I could help. Do you think I could bang out a few letters for you on the typewriter? Then you could sign your name?
Well, I don't know. Would they look like a girl wrote them?
Oh, of course. I'll type them very daintily. Say, we can put the whole family to work on this. Leroy, Bertie.
Did you call me, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Yes, where's Leroy?
Here I am. What is it?
Look, everybody. Marjorie has more letters to write to the soldiers than she can shake a pen at. Now, the boys in camp always welcome a letter, but it means far more to them if it comes from a pretty girl.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Not you, Bertie. I'm talking about Marjorie.
Oh.
Yes. Now, the rest of us will have to do a little ghost writing.
Excuse me, that lets me out. I ain't pale enough to do any ghost writing. And besides, I got all I can handle writing to my own boyfriends in the service.
Oh, well, all right, Bertie. Leroy, you'll help me, won't you? Each of us will take 10 names and write letters as if we were Marjorie.
Sure. I've always wanted to be one of those anyhow.
You always wanted to be one of what, Leroy?
A war correspondent, huh? Well, that's finished. Private George Butcher, Camp Stover. Dear Butch, how are you? I am fine. I hope you are fine, too. How was the journey to Camp Stover? As the guy in school said when he stuck his foot out into the aisle when the teacher was passing, I hope you enjoyed your trip. Ha, ha, ha. Well, having nothing better to do, I wrote. And having nothing better to write, I will close. Tenderly yours, Marjorie Forrester. P.S. If you have any empty rifle shells, please send them, as my brother is making a collection.
This looks like it's going to be the best one yet. Let's see how it sounds. Dear John. I take my pen in hand to thank you and your friends for selecting little me as the girl you'd like to visit most. I am not unmindful of the honor bestowed upon me, but I won't let it turn my pretty little red head. It is indeed unfortunate that you are stationed so far from Summerfield. Otherwise, you could all come to dinner at our house some night, as I love to bake and cook. You know how we girls are. Well, since the shades of night are drawing near, I'd better close, as my Uncle Throckmorton thinks it's time for me to go to bed. Sincerely yours, Marjorie Forrester.
Well, there he is. Dear Willie, I got your letter yesterday and hastens to inform you that the next time you send me a letter without any postage stamps on it, don't send it airmail special delivery. I'm sorry the fudge and the fried chicken I sent you got all mixed up together, but it saves me sending you any chocolate eggs for Easter. I'm knitting you another sweater to replace the one you says you lost at the target range. Only next time, kindly confine your shooting to rifle practice. Because you never was any good at Paducah Parcheesi. Yours truly, your ever-loving, everlasting, one and only Bertie Lee Coggins. P.S. Please disregard them rumors about me going out with other fellas. That's just enemy propaganda.
The mail? Oh, of course, my dear. Let's see. This is the last of March. Oh, yes, that means the June magazines are due. Oh, hello, Mr. Mailman.
Say, I must have 150 letters for you. What's your niece doing? Running a contest? I'm becoming a regular beast of burden.
Oh, the male animal, eh? Oh, some more letters from the soldier boys, huh?
Yes, and if those guys lick as many Japs as they do stamps, the war will be over pronto. Goodbye, Mr. Gildersleeve.
So long. Oh, Marjorie, here's some answers to the letters we wrote to the Army.
Good heavens. All of those for me?
Yeah?
Let me see. Business is certainly good, sis.
Oh, I'll never be able to answer all of these in a month.
Oh, we'll help you, won't we, Leroy?
Yeah, let's start opening them.
Yeah, all right. Be careful there
Yeah,
now.
okay. Listen to this. Dear Snooky.
Oh, wait a minute, brother. Give me that letter. That one's not from the Army.
Are you sure?
Yes, that's from a certain ensign in the Navy, and it's strictly personal.
Yeah, I see. Well, we'll be true to the Army, won't we, Leroy? This one's from Camp Stover, all right. Let's see. Dear Miss Forrester, thank you for that picture of your little brother.
Picture of... What do you mean, picture of my little brother?
Yeah, I ran out of snapshots of you, so I sent him one of me.
No, I don't think he resembles you a bit. He sure is a funny-looking kid.
What?
I'm sorry I can't send you any cartridge shells, which you asked for his collection.
What's this?
Don't interrupt Uncle Mort.
Yes. But so far, I've been very busy here, acting as barber to a carload of raw potatoes.
Say, what kind of letters have you two been writing in my name?
And now, Marjorie, don't fret. Look at all these letters. You can see we didn't use your name in vain. Why don't you run along downtown now, like you intended?
Sure, we can clean up all this correspondence.
Well, all right. Only remember, if you read any letters that turn out to be personal or private, don't open them up.
Why, of course, my dear. You can depend on us. How are we going to do that?
Oh, come on, Unc. Let's not burn our bridges till we come to them.
Yeah, you're a bright boy, Leroy.
All right, here's another letter.
Yeah?
Dear Miss Forrester, thanks for the wonderful map of the world you sent me. It comes in especially handy because current events is my hobby.
Oh.
Do you think girls are interested in the serious type of young man, such as I represent? Sincerely, Ernest Darling.
I'll take care of Darling as soon as I've read this postcard. Hello, Red. Thanks for the swell picture of yourself. It sure ghouled me, Toots. From now on, I'm going to devote my non-military career to whistling under your window. Do you think you could go for me in a big way? Yours with a jive, Mickey Conway. You...
Gee.
I'll answer that one, too, as soon as I get the other one out of the way. The one to, what's his name?
You mean Ernest Darling?
Yes. Now, what did he say?
He thanks her for the map.
All right. Dear Darling, I'm glad you like the map. What next?
Current events is his hobby.
Oh, yes. And I am happy to learn you have taken up such a fascinating hobby.
He wants to know are girls interested in the serious type.
Oh. And in answer to your last question, darling, the answer is most certainly yes. Take it, Leroy, and address an envelope.
Yes, sir.
And address another one to Mickey Conway. You better find an asbestos envelope. I'm going to send him a hen track hotfoot. Hello?
Maine, 4181.
Yes?
1 moment. Long distance is
calling.
Long distance.
Go ahead, Camp Stover.
Okay. Hello. Is this Marge?
No, it's her uncle. She's out at present.
Gee, I just got 3 days leave and I was coming to see you tomorrow. I was going to show up about 8.
Oh, well, she'll be here. Why don't you come earlier? Say about 6.
Oh, well, sure, okay. Just tell her Mickey Conway's coming.
All right, Mickey. It's you, eh? Didn't you get Marjorie's letter?
Sure. That's why I'm coming. Why, I even bought a ring.
After that letter that she wrote?
Sure. Why, that did the trick. I wrote thanking her for a picture. And she wrote back, Dear darling, I'm glad you like the map.
Oh, my goodness. Leroy got the envelopes mixed up.
And when I says I'm going to make a career out of whistling under her window, she replies, I'm happy to learn you've taken up such a fascinating hobby.
Oh, I see it all now.
And here's the topper. I says, could you go for me in a big way? And she says,
Darling, the answer is yes.
Well, goodbye, Uncle. I'll be seeing you at 6 tomorrow.
And to think that I am responsible for this one-sided romance.
We'll hear from the Great Gildersleeve again in just a moment. But first, I suppose you know that good nourishment isn't just a matter of eating a lot. Why, you can overeat and still be undernourished. That's why you should know the nutrition facts about the foods you buy, so you can serve your family a balanced diet. So here are the nutrition facts about Parquet margarine, the delicious spread for bread made by Kraft. First, Parquet margarine is a wholesome vegetable margarine made of selected American farm products in Kraft's spick and span modern plants. That's important. You want to be sure the foods you serve are wholesome and of fine quality. Next, Parquet margarine is a nourishing energy food. In fact, it's one of the best energy foods you can serve. That's important, too. Parquet helps give the pep and energy you need for hard work or play. Lastly, Parquet margarine is a reliable year-round source of vitamin A. Yes, there are 9,000 units of this important vitamin in every single pound. So next time you shop, remember that economical Parquet margarine is as nutritious as it is delicious. Yes, Parquet is well worth trying right away. So tomorrow, ask your food dealer for Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y. Parquet margarine, made by Kraft. And now back to the Great Gildersleeve. It's 6 o'clock the following morning, and our hero's fallen asleep at last after spending most of the night counting soldiers.
Dear General, won't you come over for dinner? Bring your Jeep along to... Respectably yours, Throckmorton P. Marjorie. What's that? Oh, time to get up already. Where is that alarm clock? Oh, there you are. Oh, what's the matter with this clock? It won't stop. Oh, it's a telephone. Oh, ooh, that floor is cold. Where are my slippers? Oh, the heck with them. All right, I'm coming. Yes, I heard you, operator. I'm hurrying. Hello? Hello, anybody want me? Must be the wrong number. Somebody's got a lot of nerve not telephoning me at this time of the morning. Ooh, it's cold. Which way is my bed? Hello? What is this, games? Hello, operator? Wait a minute, how can the bell ring with the receiver off the hook? Oh, I know, it's a doorbell. Hold your horses, I'm coming. Yes, what is it?
Is this where Miss Marjorie Forrester lives?
Yes?
Well, I'm Private Mickey Conway, and I was told to be here at 6.
At 6? Oh, my goodness, is it 6 p.m. already?
No, sir, it's 6 o'clock in the morning.
What? Who told you to come here at this hour?
I'm Marjorie's uncle.
I'll break his... Oh, my goodness, that's me. What did you say your name is?
Mickey Conway.
Yeah, I was afraid of that. You come on in, Mickey.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Sit down. I'll see if Bertie, our cook, is up on the stove with a pot of coffee yet. Make yourself comfortable. Good morning, Bertie. Quick, some coffee.
It's almost ready, Mr. Gildersleeve. What gets you up so early?
A soldier who's fallen for Marjorie because of some letters I've written in her name.
Oh, you better be careful. He'll sue you for the breaches of the promises.
This fellow got the wrong letter, that's all, Bertie. And now he's here to propose to Marjorie.
But he can't do that now. She's sound asleep.
I won't let him do it if she wakes up either.
Well, what you gonna do, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Well, it's too early in the morning for me to figure things out. I can't have an open mind without some good shut-eye.
Then why don't you go on back to bed? That soldier's probably tired, too. Let him take a nap in your den while you figure this whole thing out on your pillow.
Well, Bertie, that's a wonderful idea. How did you ever come to think of it?
Well, to tell the truth, I need a little more beauty sleep myself.
It's 10 o'clock, and Marjorie should be down soon. Now, remember, Leroy, and you too, Bertie, we mustn't leave those two alone together.
But I still don't see why,
If we do, he'll start proposing to Marjorie. It'll be very embarrassing for all concerned.
Yes, and especially for you.
But wouldn't it be a lot simpler, Unc, if we were to tell Marjorie what it was all about?
You mean how you put Private Darling's letter in Private Conway's envelope, and vice versa?
Well, on second thought, maybe your way is better, Unc. Oh, Jiggers, here comes Marjorie now.
Good morning, everybody.
Well, hello, my dear. How lovely you look this morning.
Yeah, you look swell to me, too, sis.
That's right. And you certainly gonna look good to that soldier who came 300 miles just to pop the
Ixnay, Ernie Bay, Ixnay.
Just to pop what, Bertie?
Oh, nothing. Nothing at all, Miss Marge.
But I'm interested. Pop what?
Well, that is, if he walked 300 miles, he probably gonna pop his corn.
Seems to me you're all acting a little peculiar.
Why, the idea,
Well, maybe not, but you've got three of the fishiest-looking pans I've seen outside of a seafood grotto.
Say, I had a swell rest, Mr. Well, don't tell me this is Marge. Well, hiya there, Red.
Hi. Who is it, Uncle Mort?
Why, Marjorie, you remember Private Mickey Conway, who wrote you all those nice letters?
Who? Ouch. Oh, yes, how are you, Mr. Conway?
Oh, now, baby, cut out that Mr. stuff. I'm just plain Mickey to you.
Yes, he's just a plain Mickey to all of us. Why, he came all the way from Camp Stover to spend the day with you. With us, I mean. Now, what do we do first?
Well, first, I'd like to have a quiet little confidential talk with Marge here.
Not on an empty stomach, Mickey. Where's your sense of romance?
Oh, well, all right. Let's have some breakfast first.
Yeah.
But right after that, I got something to show her.
What is it, Uncle Mort?
Well, he wants to show you the town. I mean, we want to show him the town, don't we, Marjorie?
Oh, yes, of course we do. Suppose I take him out for a ride this morning.
Why, fine. We'll all take him for a ride. Say, would you care to drive, Mickey?
Huh, what, a rabbit eat cabbage?
Oh, I see. Very cute. You can drive our car, and I'll sit next to you, just to show you how the gears shift and where to put on the brakes. And, Marjorie,
yes?
You can sit in the back seat with Leroy.
Miss Marge, did y'all have a nice ride?
Yes, we all did. That is, all except Mickey and me.
Well, that just leaves Mr. Gildersleeve and Leroy.
You're right. We tried to leave them a dozen times.
What's the matter? Did they chaperone you too vigorously?
They didn't chaperone us, Bertie. They convoyed us. Why, every time Mickey opened his mouth, Uncle Mort put his foot in.
What they doing now?
Oh, Uncle Mort showing Mickey our family album in the living room. Oh, great stars.
Anything wrong?
Oh, I'll say there is. I better get in there before they come to my baby pictures.
And this one is Marjorie at the age of 1, I think. Fat little rascal, wasn't she, Mickey?
Oh, boy.
Yeah, cute dimples, huh?
I'll say. Now, let me get a good look.
Yeah.
Boy, was she fat.
Oh, don't you dare. I want to see that picture. Oh, well, that's all right. Go right ahead.
Oh, then you don't mind?
Not in the least. Only that isn't me.
It isn't? Then who is it?
It happens to be you, Uncle Mort.
What? Where's my mustache? Oh, that's right. I didn't have one, did I?
Uncle Mort,
Yeah?
if it's all the same to you, could I have a minute alone with Red here?
If you want to be alone?
That's the general idea, General. Well, how about it?
Why, of course, I understand. All right, but only a minute, mind you.
Bertie, quick. Get in there and do something.
Yeah, but what?
Anything. Don't leave them alone till someone relieves you. Just move the piano, dust under the rug. Play the Star-Spangled Banner. What does it matter?
Yes, sir. Play What Does It Matter?
Oh, how do I get myself into these messes? Oh, now there's somebody at the door. As if I didn't have enough to do already.
Here's the mail, Mr. Gildersleeve. I've got a gob for Marjorie, too.
No, thanks. She has a soldier in the living room already. Oh, dear. I better get Leroy warmed up to go in for Bertie. Leroy! Where is that boy? Leroy!
Here I am, Uncle Mort.
Look, Leroy, Bertie is in there pinch hitting for me. I don't know how soon she'll strike out, so you better be ready to go in there and see that Mickey doesn't get to first base.
Well, what about you, Unc?
I've got a telephone for reinforcements. I'm so desperate, I'm going to invite Judge Hooker to dinner.
Gee, are things that bad?
Yep. Leroy, he'll just talk and talk and talk. If he runs down, you ask him what he did in the Spanish-American War. That's good for 2 hours.
Yeah, but it's 3 hours till dinner. How will we hold out till then?
That's the problem, my boy.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve? Are you home, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Gee, that Gabby gal from next door.
Yes, there's the answer to our problem. I'm coming, Dottie.
Gildy. Sorry I'm late for dinner.
A fine time to come here for dinner, 8 o'clock. And you're a fine friend to depend on, Judge Hooker.
Now, wait a minute.
I won't wait another minute. We waited as long as we could, then we had our dinner.
You mean you didn't wait for me?
No, that girl from next door took your place, Judge. What delayed you?
I had a puncture with that rubber strainer you gave me for an inner tube.
That wasn't a strainer. That tube was made out of the finest reclaimed Gildersleeve girdles.
Why? You big blowfish.
What?
And after I've been hauling you to town every day on my poor thin tires, I've got a good notion to punch you.
Judge Hooker, you couldn't punch your way out of a bag of marshmallows.
Guess I'll have to show you. I'd polish you off with one uppercut, only I can't decide which chin to aim for.
Oh, yes? Well, you twitch one eyebrow at me, Hooker, and the first aid girls won't know where to begin.
Is that so?
Yes, that's so.
Well, I'll let it start
Yes,
What's going on here?
Oh, your uncle swindled me out of a lot of free rides.
Serves you right for standing me up when I needed you here to keep that soldier from proposing to Marjorie.
What?
Yes, she doesn't know. And this is all your fault, Hooker. Marjorie, let me explain. Some letters were sent to the wrong soldiers, and he thought that you, it's too involved. Mickey wants to marry you.
Oh, is that what he's been trying to say all day? Well, he had me worried. I thought he was trying to tell me that my slip was showing.
Hey, Unc, Mickey, I'd like to talk to you, private.
Oh, I might as well do the other half of the job. Send him in. Now, Judge, you and Marjorie go out the other door.
Okay, Gildy. Come on, my dear. Do you think Bertie has anything left over from dinner?
If she has, you'll have to fight the cat for it. Oh, hello, Mickey.
Gee, Mr. Gildersleeve, this is awful embarrassing to say, but do you mind not telling Marjorie about our engagement?
What?
Well, you see, I guess I changed my mind. Now I'm nuts about this little Dottie gal from next door. Gee, she isn't as pretty as Marjorie, but I get a chance to talk to her.
You do?
Yeah, and she's such a wonderful conversationalist.
I'll grant her that. Well, maybe it's all for the best, Mickey. You and Dottie run along now, and lots of luck. You're going to need it.
Oh, gee. Thanks, Mr. Gildersleeve. Hey, Dottie, come on, let's get out of this dump.
Yeah, well, I knew everything would come out all right.
Uncle,
Huh?
look at this telegram that just came for me. It's from some, Captain Earl Eby at Camp Stover.
Oh, Captain Eby. Well, I've been corresponding with him. Oh, for you, of course. What does it say?
Dear Marjorie, hooray, we are being transferred to Summerfield. Since you frequently requested the pleasure of my company for dinner at your home, I'm happy to accept for tomorrow night on behalf of my entire company and myself.
Oh, this is going to be one of my bad weeks.
The Great Gildersleeve will be with us again in a few minutes. But right now, here's an experiment I wish every one of you would make. You see, I've been telling you how delicious parquet margarine is. But wouldn't it be better if you found it out yourself? So here goes. Next time you bake hot biscuits or rolls or make some toast, have a pound of parquet margarine handy. Then spread them while they're still piping hot with plenty of parquet. Now, that's a real test for any spread because the heat brings out its flavor. Yes, you can tell right away how good Parquet margarine is. Parquet's flavor is delicate, not strong. It's a tempting, satisfying flavor. Then try Parquet margarine in your cooking, too. Use it for baking and pan frying. You'll find that a spread as delicious as Parquet margarine makes cooked foods tastier, too. And remember, no matter how you use Parquet margarine, you're serving your family a wholesome, nourishing, energy food. A food that's a reliable year-round source of vitamin A. So why not try these simple tests and prove to yourself how deliciously good Parquet margarine is? Yes, get a trial pound or two of economical Parquet margarine tomorrow. But be sure to ask your food dealer for Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y, Parquet margarine, made by Kraft.
Ladies and gentlemen, I wish all of you would take a tip from your Uncle Mort and do something for your Uncle Sam. Buy more United States government bonds and stamps. There's no finer investment in the world today, for in every way they protect our future. Our choice is clear. Which do we want? Our country's bonds or those of the Axis? Good night.
Original music heard on this program was composed and conducted by William Randolph. This is Jim Bannon speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company and inviting you to be with us again next week at this same time for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve. This program has come to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Kraft presents the Great Gildersleeve. The Kraft Cheese Company, who also bring you Bing Crosby every Thursday night, present each week at this time Harold Terry as the Great Gildersleeve, written by Leonard L. Levinson. Now to visit our friend, the Great Gildersleeve, who's alternately looking at his watch, which says 3:15, and at a large mysterious package, which says, deliver to Leroy Forrester, Esquire.
Isn't Leroy ever going to get home from school, my dear?
Now, Uncle Mort, you've been fussing over that package ever since it came. You shouldn't be so curious.
I'm not in the least bit curious. I was just wondering what was inside.
I think it contains magazines. It says Leroy Forrester, Esquire.
No, Bertie. By the way, where's it from?
Some place called Fragile.
No, the name on the other side.
Oh, you mean, Use No Hooks.
Use No Hooks, Colorado, yes. The name of the firm, Bertie. Turn it over. Oh, yes, the Metropolis Merchandise Company. Well, this has me worried. Let me look at it once more, Bertie.
Here it is, Mr. Gilsey.
Thank you. Whoop. Oh, darn it, it almost flew open, but not quite.
Don't lift it by the string, Uncle. It'll break.
Oh, yes, so it will. I'll try to be more careful, my dear. Now, let me examine it.
If you examine that box any more strenuously, it's going to fall apart.
Yes, I suppose you're right, Bertie. Well, this has gone on long enough. Bring me the scissors, please, Bertie.
The scissors?
Uncle, I don't think you should open Leroy's mail.
Who's opening Leroy's mail? I just decided to cut the cuffs off my trousers and bring this suit back into style.
Oh, that sounds like Leroy now.
It can't be. He shut the door after himself.
Oh, Bertie, I'm hungry.
That's Leroy, all right.
Was there any mail for me?
Yeah, here it is.
Gee, I can hardly wait. Good afternoon, Uncle Mort. Where is it? Hi, Marge. Oh, boy, what a big package. Hello, Bertie. Anybody got a pair of scissors? Thanks, Unc.
Yes.
Oh, gee, at last.
Why, it's garden seeds.
Yep, 300 packages of them.
That's a good deal, Leroy.
Sure, all I have to do is sell them at 10 cents a package and send back the $30.
That's not such a good deal after all. What do you get out of it, young man?
Well, I'm not going to tell you now. I'm going to wait till I finish selling the whole slew and surprise you.
Well, if you sell that many seeds, it's sure going to surprise me.
Oh, don't worry. I've got 3 surefire customers to begin with.
Is that so? Who are they, my boy?
You, Marge and Bertie.
Yes,
All right, step right up, folks. Get some nice fresh seeds. Which kind do you want, Bertie?
Well, let me see. Oh, you got flower seeds, too?
Sure thing. Petunias, hollyhocks, cucumbers, onions.
Yes.
Yeah, and Sweet William.
Oh, that's what I'll have. There's a boy in the army named William I sweet on.
Okay, that'll be a dime, Bertie. How about you, Marge? You ought to take something to remind you of that ensign in the Navy. You want any beans?
No, Leroy. I'll remember him without beans. I'll take those forget-me-nots.
Here's my dime, Leroy. I've taken some kohlrabi seeds.
Kohlrabi, what's that?
Kohlrabi, Leroy, is cabbage trying to be cauliflower.
Leroy, don't you think 300 packages are too many for you to try to sell?
Oh, no, sis. I am going to cover every backyard in town. And look how well I've done so far. In the first 5 minutes, I've already 3 down and only 297 yards to go. Look, Piggy, why don't you buy your mother a package of flower seeds for Mother's Day? Yeah, but a package of seeds is a lot cheaper than a bouquet. No, I'm sorry, I can't trust you. Now, in the instructions, the company says they trust me, but I'm not supposed to trust anybody else. Well, at least think it over, will you? Okay, goodbye.
By the way, Leroy, it's just a week since those seeds arrived. How many have you got left?
263.
No, Leroy, I don't mean the number of seeds. I mean the number of packages.
That's what I mean, too, Unc.
Yes.
Business would have been a lot better. Only half the kids in town are selling seeds.
Oh, well, it's the best salesman who win out.
Gee, Unc, you used to be a super salesman, didn't you?
Well, yes. When I started selling the Gildersleeve girdle, I developed some pretty snappy tricks, my boy. But the principal thing to remember is politeness. Bear in mind that a polite approach will always get a polite response. Now, who's at that door?
How do you do, sir? I hope I'm not intruding.
You are. What do you want?
Well, I represent the Big Gem Encyclopedia Corporation of East St. Louis, Illinois.
No, scram.
But you haven't...
Beat it.
But you haven't even heard what I have to say.
I don't want any. Goodbye. Remember, Leroy, a polite approach will always get a polite response. Always remember that.
I'll bet a quarter that when you went out after a prospect, you brought him back on the dotted line, like Frank Burke.
A buck.
Okay, a buck then.
Let's not bet. However, I wager I could do such a good job selling your vegetable seeds that you could come along 10 minutes later and sell the same people corned beef to go with the cabbages they'd expect to raise.
Yeah, it's too bad you still can't do it, Uncle Mort.
Who says I can't?
Could you?
Why, of course.
Oh, gee, that's swell. Oh, Marge, Uncle Mort is going to show me how to sell the rest of my seeds.
Now, hold on a minute. I didn't say
I'll
that...
go to my room and get my stock, Uncle.
Oh, great jumping jeeps. I've been taken in again. Now, remember, Leroy, the important thing is to start talking first and don't stop till your customer says yes. Understand?
Yes.
All right. Now, watch me. Oh, Mrs. Dobson.
Oh, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. Hello, Leroy. Is there anything I can do for you? Because Mama isn't home right now. She's downtown getting some burned-out electric bulbs in case we have another blackout.
Yes, well, excuse me for cutting in, Dottie, but I'm helping Leroy sell these wonderful garden seeds, and I thought maybe you folks would like to buy some.
Oh, garden seeds? Well, I don't know whether we're going to plant a garden or not this year on account of I tried one in 1941, but I didn't have a bit of luck.
You didn't? What'd you plant?
Peanuts. I planted a whole bag of them, but nothing came up. Well, do you think the salt kept them from growing, Mr. Gildersleeve? Well, maybe I should try something else this year. Have you got any popcorn? I'm crazy about popcorn. If you have any, I'll take 10 cents worth if it's hot.
No. Dottie, I'm sorry. However, we have lettuce and spinach and eggplant and oyster plant.
Oyster plant and eggplant? Oh, you can't fool me. Eggs come from nests and oysters don't grow on plants either. You catch them with a harpoon.
You harpoon.
Well, I think I'll just plant birdseed this year on account of the birds always get it anyhow. Well, goodbye now. Let's get
getting dark, Uncle Mort. Don't you think we better go home while we're just hungry and before we start starving?
No, Leroy. I'd still like to show you how to make a sale. Now, I have a feeling that things are going to be different at this house.
Okay, I'll ring the bell.
Yeah. Now, observe the way I give them the politeness approach.
Yes, what is it?
Oh, how do you do, sir? I'd like to sell you some wonderful garden seeds. They grow so quickly that all you have to do is stick them in the ground and jump back fast.
Say, don't you live over on Parkside Avenue?
Why, yes. How did you know?
Don't you remember me?
No, I can't say that I do.
Well, I came to your door this afternoon selling encyclopedias.
You did?
Yes, I did. And do you remember what you did?
No, what?
This!
Yes, now I remember.
Uncle Mort, can't we continue the salesmanship lesson tomorrow?
No, after we sell some seeds to Mrs. Twitchell Leroy, I'm sure she's going to buy some anyway.
Why not? She's been a pioneer in everything else.
What's keeping her? You'd think the old squaw would answer her door, but she's probably too la-di-da, Mrs. Twitchell.
Oh, hello, Leroy. How do, Mr. Gildersleeve? What brings you here?
It's these seeds of Leroy's. He had quite a lot of them, and I suggested to him that you might want some.
Well, that's very thoughtful of you. I could plant some in my garden.
You see, Leroy, your Uncle Mort knows. How about 3 or 4 packages of corn, Mrs. Twitchell?
Are you sure you can spare it?
Oh, sure. We got 9 packages.
Would you like all 9 of them?
Yes, I would.
Oh, splendid. Now, how about some turnips and parsnips?
Oh, do you think they'd be useful?
Oh, surely. They're good for, what are they good for? Oh, yes, they make better mashed potatoes than lima beans do. Here you are, 6 packages.
Oh, I would also like some beet seeds. How do they come?
Beets? 8 to the bar. Yeah, kind of silly, isn't it?
We've struck a gold mine.
Yes, you said it. Now, Mr. Twitchell, would you like some Brussels sprouts or okra or lettuce?
Oh, no more, Mr. Gildersleeve. I already have more than I should have taken, and really, it was most generous of you to come over with such lovely little gifts.
Yes, gifts?
Thank you, and good night.
Good night. Now, Judge Hooker, the first thing we want understood is that we're selling these seeds, not giving them away.
I understand, Gildersleeve. You're no congressman.
The reason you should buy these seeds is to start a victory garden, Judge.
Yeah, everyone should have a victory garden.
Right. Food will help win the war. Food is as important as ammunition.
Yeah, and all the money we save raising our own food, we can put into war-saving stamps and bonds.
Hey, that's a very good point, young man. Hey, yeah, and look at the exercise it'll give us.
Sure, and that way you can get rid of that spare tire, Gildy.
Well, I wasn't aware that I had any spare tire.
Just look in any mirror, Gildersleeve.
Oh, yes. The judge made a joke, Leroy. Let's laugh. I'm glad you agree with us, though, Judge. How many packages of seeds do you want?
None.
None? Why not?
Well, I planted my garden a week ago.
Gee, too late.
You mean that pint-sized plot in your backyard? Why, you can't raise enough stuff there to feed your next-door neighbor's bantam chicken.
Well, I haven't any more room here. If I had a place out in the country, I could sure go to town.
Oh, out in the country. Oh, say, there's an acre that belongs to Marjorie and Leroy's estate, right outside the city limits.
There is? Well, we'd let you plant a big garden out there if you bought your seeds from the right party.
Oh, an acre's too much for me to handle by myself. But I take half if you plant the other half, Gildy.
That's an idea, Uncle Mort. Between the two of you, you'd use up all the seeds we haven't sold.
Yes, well, I don't know.
Remember, Gildersleeve, food is ammunition.
Yeah.
Especially the food you'd grow. We can use it to throw at the enemy.
Yeah, that's all. Well, I'll show you. Leroy, how many packages of seeds have you got left?
$23 worth.
All right. That'll be 11.5 from you, Judge, and the same amount from me.
Now, how about making it a sporting proposition? I'll toss you to see who pays for the whole thing.
Okay, he's going to toss me. You call it, Hooker. Ready?
Head.
It's a head, all right.
Head, I should have mine examined.
We'll hear from the Great Gildersleeve again in just a moment. But first, here's an interesting question a friend asked me. A question that certainly proves American housewives are nutrition conscious these days. It was about parquet margarine, the delicious spread for bread made by Kraft. This housewife said, I serve my family Parquet margarine, and they all like it. But does Parquet provide them with the kind of nourishment I should expect from a spread for bread? Well, that's easy to answer. The answer is yes. Parquet margarine provides economically the important food elements that nutritional experts generally require of a spread for bread. Here they are. First, Parquet margarine provides energy. In fact, it's one of the best energy foods you can serve. Second, Parquet is nourishing because the wholesome American vegetable oils and farm products that go into Parquet are nourishing in themselves. Third, Parquet margarine is a reliable food source of vitamin A. Yes, summer and winter, every pound of Parquet contains 9,000 units of this important vitamin. So, you see, thrifty Parquet margarine provides the things a spread for bread should provide. And it tastes so deliciously good, your family is sure to like it. So why not try some tomorrow? Just ask for Parquet, Parkay. Parquet margarine, made by Kraft. Have you ever tried to locate a piece of property from the legal description on the deed? Well, that's what the great Gildersleeve and his nephew Leroy are attempting to do this morning before starting out to plant that victory garden.
200 northerly feet of the westerly half of Section 5 East, sometimes known as the old Flugelhammer property. In tract 207.5 of the 1904 survey, as provided for in paragraph O of the treaty made by President Chester A. Arthur with the Kitsikoo Indians.
I still don't know where it is.
Neither do I. Too bad I never went out and looked at that property.
Yeah, it might turn out to be in a swamp or under a lake.
Well, in that case, we could raise ducks. Or rice. Or ducks and rice. Imagine raising ducks already stuffed with wild rice.
Before you start selling any duck dinners, Unc, don't you think we better go downtown and ask the county recorder where this property is located?
That's a mighty good idea, my boy. Then we can go directly out there.
Okay, start the car.
Yeah, not so fast. What about our lunch? Oh, Bertie.
I got the whole pack, Mr. Gildersleeve. Here he is. I picked some new kind of sandwiches I hope you like.
Oh, what are they, Bertie?
I call them Birdie Burgers.
Yes, Bertie Burgers.
They consist of half a cold chicken between 2 slices of baked ham.
Oh, boy. Come on, Unc, let's hurry out there so we can dig in. To the sandwiches, I mean.
Yeah. You're going to do a lot of other digging, young man, before we come to the Birdie Burgers. Are all the garden tools in the rear compartment, Leroy?
Sure thing. Start her up, Unc.
It seems to me we've forgotten something. Tools, lunch, old clothes. I guess we've got everything. Well, thank you, Bertie.
Welcome. Now, take it easy the first day, and don't try to chew more than you can bite off.
Yeah, okay, Bertie. Have a good time while we're away. Yeah?
You sure the funniest looking farms I done ever seen. Well, so long, folks.
Yeah, so long. Did you hear that, Leroy? Bertie says we're two of the funniest looking farmers she ever seen. Whoa!
Gee, what's wrong, Unc?
Bertie just reminded me what I'd forgotten to take. All that seed. This is certainly out in the country, all right, isn't it, my boy? I bet the Saturday Evening Post doesn't get out here till Saturday.
How did the estate ever happen to have property this far from town?
Well, it was taken in on a bad debt that we were taken in on.
Well, according to the directions, it runs 200 feet north from this marker. But which way is north?
There's north. Let me see. If we had an oak tree, we could tell. If it had moss on it. Moss grows on the north side. Nor is it the south side. Well, it's one of the two, anyway.
How about asking that man over there?
That man where?
Over there with the mule.
Oh, I thought that was a pair of mules. Hey, you over there. Which way is north?
What did you say?
I said, which way is north?
Huh?
Which way is north?
Don't know. I just work here.
I could have gotten a more intelligent answer out of the other mule.
Well, maybe we can figure it out by ourselves, Unc. The sun should be in the east, shouldn't it?
Yes, unless it's afternoon already.
Well, then, if you face east, your left hand is toward the north, isn't it?
Why, yes, you're a bright Boy Scout, Leroy. Now, all we have to do is measure off 200 feet towards our left.
Uh-oh. We forgot to bring a yardstick.
One thing after another. And maybe that fellow over there has a yardstick. Hey, you! Have you got a yardstick?
What did you say?
I said, have you got a yardstick?
Got a what?
A yardstick!
Don't know. I just work here.
Never mind, Leroy. I'll just step off the 200 yards.
That's swell. How long a step do you take, Unc?
Step? Well, let's see. Somewhere between, I forget. Or did I ever know? You better skip the stepping, Leroy. Have you got any other suggestions?
Yeah, too bad Birdie isn't here. She wears a size 12 shoe. We could use her for a 1-foot ruler. How tall are you, Unc?
Tall? I'm 5'10". Why?
Gee, if you were only 6 feet tall, you could lay down and be 2 yardsticks.
Hey, that's a good idea, Leroy. I know what we'll do. Bring that rake handle out of the back of the car, will you please? Yes. Now, I'll lay down here like this. Yes. Now, you mark the spot in the dust where my feet end.
Oh, okay, but what...
You'll soon see, my boy. Now, mark the top of where my head hits the ground there. Splendid.
What's the idea, Unc?
Yes. Now, add 2 inches.
Add 2 inches? Get away, Walkie. I still don't get it.
Just measure the distance from my head to my toes on that rake handle. Then add the 2 inches, and you'll have 6 feet.
Hey, you, get off my Uncle Mort.
Now, beat it. Get that cow away from here, Leroy.
I'm trying my best. Get out of here.
Quit swinging that tail in my eyes, madam. Oh, thank goodness she's gone. Help me up, Leroy. My goodness. What does that farmer mean, letting a dangerous cow run around loose? Hey, you!
What did you say?
Why did you leave that cow loose?
What's that?
What do you mean, leaving that cow run around stepping on people?
Who's what?
Oh! Why is that cow allowed to run wild?
Don't know. She just works here.
Keep it up, Uncle Mort. That's fine, Judge Hooker. This is our last row.
Yeah, it's a mighty hard row to hoe, too.
Oh, don't beep so much, you old muttonhead. Doesn't this take you back to the days when you were a kid on the farm, Judge?
It would, Gildy, except for one thing.
What's that?
I was never on the farm when I was a kid.
Oh, I bet you never were a kid either. You must have been born middle-aged.
Was it fun on the farm, Unc?
I'll say. I used to go around barefooted. Oh, it was nice to bury my little pink toes in the cool, fresh earth. You know, I wouldn't mind doing that right now.
That won't make you a kid again, Gildersleeve.
Well, maybe not, but these shoes are awfully tight anyway. If no one minds, I'm going to take them off. There's nothing like getting back to the soil, is there? Certainly feels nice to scrunch the dirt between your toes, doesn't it?
It does?
Yeah. Come on, Judgy. You might as well be comfortable.
I believe I will try it. How about you, Leroy?
Oh, thanks. I've outgrown that sort of thing long ago.
Well, I got my shoes off, Gildy. Feels mighty good.
Yeah, it'd feel even better if you took your socks off, too.
Oh, yes, of course. Hey, what's wrong with you?
I'm standing on a pussy willow.
Pardon me, but if you gentlemen farmers had stopped planting your feet and finished planting the rest of these seeds, we'd be all through.
Yes, you're right, Leroy. Come on, Judge. Quit clowning around and help Leroy and me.
Now, what do you want me to do?
Well, here's some seeds. Unc, you put 2 of these in each hole, and Judge Hooker, you cover them with dirt.
Oh, that's easy enough. Say, you've got 2 different kinds of seeds in this bag, Leroy. Which do you want us to plant?
1 of each.
That's unusual. What's the idea?
Oh, it's an experiment I'm making. I'm mixing corn and lima bean seeds together to see if we can get a succotash plant.
Well, if this works, we can try planting a blue plate special. Come on, Judge. I'll drop them in and you cover them up.
Surely. Now, let's do it with teamwork and rhythm.
Rhythm.
Yeah, we'll count. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh.
On 1 and 2, you drop in the seeds, and on 3 and 4, I'll rake over the dirt.
Yeah.
Okay?
Why not? Anything your little mind can think of, Judge. Let's begin. 1, 2.
3, 4.
1, 2.
3, 4.
1, 2.
3, 4.
Corn, beans.
Rake.
Corn, beans.
Rake.
Oh! Quit raking my big toe, you clumsy little bastard.
Hold on, I never came anywhere near your big toe, you big ninny.
Is that right? Well, look.
Is that your big toe? Why, I thought it was a lima bean.
Judge Hooker, lima beans don't twitch.
Hey, I finished the rest of this row by myself. You two can put your shoes on now and we can go home.
Oh, at last. Judge, what'd you do with my shoes and stockings?
I didn't do anything. Where are mine?
That's kind of peculiar, isn't it?
Leroy.
Yes, Uncle Morris?
Did you pick up our shoes and stockings?
No, I didn't touch them.
But how could they possibly disappear right off a bare field with no one else around?
I don't know. We can't pitter-patter home in our bare feet like this.
Hey, I just figured out what happened.
Huh?
Come on, Uncle Mort. Come on, Judge. Let's get busy with our rakes and hoes again. You planted your shoes and socks.
Yo, this is going to be one of my bad days.
Mr. Gildersleeve, how soon you expect to start harvesting the truck on your truck farm?
Yes, well, any day now, Bertie. Ever since the last rain, everything is coming along swimmingly.
Yeah, I tried some of the radishes yesterday, and they're coming up fine.
Marjorie, you should come out someday and look our garden over. It's a vision of vitamins.
Well, I'll ride out with you the next time you go. How are you getting along with Judge Hooker?
Oh, all right, except for that dirty trick he pulled on us yesterday.
What was that?
Well, he was raking his half of the garden when he suddenly found out he'd lost his diamond ring.
Yeah, and he offered $1 reward to the one who found it.
Yeah. Leroy and I scratched through his whole patch. When we finished, he discovered that he hadn't worn the ring that day. It was all a scheme to get us to rake his rutabagas for him.
Uncle Mort was so mad he hit the judge over the head with a scarecrow.
Oh, you shouldn't have done that, Uncle.
Yeah, I know it, my dear. I'm sorry I did it, too. Now we got to get a new scarecrow.
When are you going out there again, Uncle Mort?
Well, not till next week.
Ain't you afraid the gophers will go for the plants?
What?
Or the weeds spring up and choke them?
No, Bertie. I cleared the garden of all the weeds yesterday.
Yeah, only some of the weeds turned out to be young carrots.
Oh, that was too bad. Did you pull out many of them?
Well, I must have ripped up 12 or 14 rows before I discovered what they were. However, I had a lucky break, my dear.
You did?
Yes. I did all my pulling out on Judge Hooker's half. One more row, and I would have starved on our own carrots.
Really, Uncle Mort, I've been amazed at what you've done with this bit of land. You really and truly have a green thumb.
Yes, it matches the rest of his complexion.
Now, see here, Judge Hooker. You get over on your own side with your pumpkins and cabbages. That way you won't look so conspicuous.
Uncle Mort, the judge was only having a little fun.
Huh?
He didn't mean it. Oh, look now, but there's that man again.
Oh, Marge. Oh, you mean the hired hand from the farm next door?
Yes. Why does he lean over the fence and grin and laugh all the time?
He's been doing that ever since we started this garden. Used to make us angry at first.
Doesn't he give any explanation?
Well, if you ask what it's all about, he just says,
Don't know.
I just work here.
Oh, I bet I could find out. Let me try, huh?
That's not a bad idea, Marjorie. Go ahead.
Let's us go over, too. I'd like to know what this is all about.
Come on, then. Only let me do all the talking. Come on along, Uncle Mort.
At first, I thought he was amused at our efforts to be farmers. But we've had such marvelous results, and he still gives us the horse laugh.
Good morning.
Good morning, lady.
Nice garden my uncle and my brother and Judge Hooker fixed up, isn't it?
Yes.
There's nothing wrong with the garden, is there?
No.
What's the big joke, huh? Oh, come on, tell me.
It's the land the garden is on.
What's wrong with that land?
Nothing, only it ain't yours.
What? What do you mean it isn't ours?
The first day you come out here, you started measuring south from the stake instead of north.
What? Does that mean that we put in all that work for nothing and the crop isn't ours?
Oh, I had a feeling I was wrong, Judge.
When did you get that feeling, Gildersleeve?
This morning.
A fine time.
Yeah, so I went downtown, and I found out that a Mr. Compton owned this property.
Yeah, that's the man I work for.
Oh, no, you don't. Not anymore. I bought this property this morning, and you work for me now. By George, you don't either. You're fired.
Great Gildersleeve will be with us again in a few minutes. Meantime, I imagine you mothers and housewives are pretty busy these days, so I'm sure you're interested in ways of streamlining the preparing of meals and getting results that are mighty appetizing, too. Now, if you're used to running to the refrigerator for a dab of this for a shortening, a dab of that for pan frying, and something else for a spread for bread, here's a time-saving hint. Use Parquet margarine for all these purposes. Yes, Parquet margarine, made by Kraft. You see, the delicate, appetizing flavor that makes Parquet margarine such a delicious spread for bread makes it a favorite for cooking, too. Yes, Parquet margarine is a real flavor shortening that makes all baked foods taste better. It's a swell seasoning for hot vegetables. Parquet margarine makes pan-fried foods tastier, too, and it doesn't spatter or stick to the pan. So in one convenient package, you have a grand-tasting product for all these uses. And remember this, no matter how you use it, Parquet margarine is a nourishing, wholesome energy food and a reliable year-round source of vitamin A. So tomorrow, sure, try economical Parquet margarine. Remember, it's Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y. Parquet margarine, made by Kraft.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. The Kraft Cheese Company, who also bring you Bing Crosby every Thursday night, present each week at this time Harold Perry as The Great Gildersleeve, written by Leonard L. Levinson. And now it's time to join that busy businessman, that solid citizen and that unctuous uncle, Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve, who's arrived home from the office an hour earlier than usual today because of a splitting headache.
Home at this hour.
Oh, good afternoon, Marjorie. I closed the office early on account of a splitting headache.
Oh, that's too bad. How are you feeling?
Just wonderful.
Well, what about the headache?
Oh, she went home.
She?
Yes, I didn't have the headache. It was my secretary, Miss Repvogel. I kept telling the girl, poor girl, to get glasses, but she thinks they'll spoil her good looks.
Oh, if that girl ever wore glasses, she could see that she hasn't any good looks.
That's probably why she doesn't wear them. Anyhow, after she left, I guess I got a touch of spring fever.
Oh, you did?
Yes, you know, in the spring, a young man's fancy lightly turns to thoughts. That's from Locksley's Hall, Tennyson.
Hey, Marge! Gee whiz, you can't imagine what wandered into our backyard just now. Hi, Uncle Mort. There's a goat in our backyard.
A goat?
Sure, a real live billy goat with all the accessories. A beard at one end and a tail at the other. And 2 horns.
Well, and a very good bumper, too, I'll bet.
What's it doing in our yard?
Well, it pulled up some of those onions you planted, and right now it's having dinner.
Onions? I never planted it. Oh, good heavens, those are my crocus bulbs.
Crocus?
Oh, why didn't you stop him?
Hey?
Uncle Mort, please come along and help me.
Certainly, my dear. Come along, Leroy.
Oh, gee, crocus. Do you think it'll croak the goat?
Leroy, I can see you don't know very much about a goat's digestion.
Oh, now you get right out of my flower garden, you old devil. Uncle Mort, make him stop eating my flowers. Now tell him to quit.
Yes, all right, my dear. Now, see here. What's the goat's name, Leroy?
I don't know.
We just can't call him anonymous. Oh, I know. Let's call him Horace after Judge Horace Hooker, huh? There's quite a resemblance between those 2 old goats anyway.
Oh, Uncle Mort, you don't really mean that.
No, Leroy. The goat's more intelligent looking.
Oh, hurry, Uncle Mort.
Well, you've been talking that goat's eaten 4 crocuses, all the nasturtiums, and now he started on my lilies.
Lilies? He has he? You get away from those lilies, Horace. Quickly now, before you wind up holding one of them. Looks like Horace has been eating the radishes, too. Hey, come on, Leroy. Help me drag him out of there.
Well, maybe I can handle him myself, Uncle Mort.
Huh?
Come on out of there, Horace, old boy. Nice little ghost. Come on, palsy-walsy. Atta boy, that's right. You see, all you have to do is treat him with kindness. Oh, look, Uncle Mort, he likes you.
Well, isn't that cute?
Look out, Uncle Mort, he's chewing the sleeve.
Here he is. Stop that, Horace. Let go. Unhand me, sir.
Yes, Horace, don't chew Unc Sleeve. You might choke on the buttons. Be nice to your Uncle Mort.
I'm not that goat's Uncle Mort. Now, Leroy, you take this silly Billy back to its owner.
But, gee, Unc, I don't know who he belongs to. Nobody around here keeps goats.
He must have wandered in from out of town.
Well, he can wander right back out again. You hear that, goat? Beat it. Skidoo. Vamoose. That's Spanish for scram, Leroy. Vai para casa.
What's that?
That's Portuguese for vamoose.
Ah, jeepers, Unc. Couldn't we keep him for just a little while?
Leroy, we're not running a bite-a-wee for belligerent billy goats.
But he'd make a keen pet.
Young man, your pets have been my peeve. We've let you keep rabbits, turtles, and frogs and chipmunks. But goats are more than I can stomach. And goodness knows I can stomach a lot.
I agree, Uncle Mort. Now, how can we get rid of him?
I'll call the city hall.
City Hall?
Yes, there must be some department down there that handles runaway goats.
But, gee, Unc, why can't we just keep him?
I'll tell you why, my boy. In the first place, he doesn't belong to us. In the second place, whoever owns him might want him back. In the third place, I won't have him tearing up our place in the first place. Quiet, you. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Now, Uncle Mort, don't lose your temper.
Why shouldn't I lose my temper? I've been on this telephone till I've gotten a cauliflower ear.
Well, maybe no one that's down at City Hall wants a goat.
There must be some department that handles them down there, Leroy. By George, what are we paying taxes for? Operator, wake up.
Good afternoon, City Hall.
Oh, good afternoon, my dear. Did you have a nice nap?
What do you want, please?
This is still Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve.
Oh, yes, the goat man. One moment, please.
One moment, please. I'd like to see Hitler hold his breath for one of her moments. Leroy, did you tie that goat to the tree like I told you to?
Yes, I did, Uncle, and he chewed through the rope.
Oh, dear. What's he doing now?
Oh, nothing. Just standing there eating the rest of the rope.
Well, let's give him enough rope and maybe he'll operate her.
Who are you waiting for, please?
I want somebody to come and get my goat.
Well, just hold on. Here you are.
Hello? Health Department. Entwistle speaking.
Oh, at last. Mr. Entwistle, I'm calling about a goat.
Sorry, that's not my line. I don't handle sick goats.
But this goat isn't sick.
Oh, then you want Percy Bodkin. Just a second.
Hello, Bodkin speaking.
Hello, Mr. Bodkin. We've got a goat down at our house.
Yeah, I know. It hasn't any nose. How does it smell? Terrible. I've heard that one.
No. This is a perfectly healthy goat.
Are you sure? Has it had a physical lately?
Look, it's straight into our yard. We want you to come and take it away.
But I'm just the inspector of goat's milk.
This isn't a nanny goat, it's a Bill.
Oh, Bill, he's out to lunch now. I'll have him call you when he gets back.
Operator!
One moment, sir. I'm trying to help you. Here's Mr. McCorkle in Lost and Found. Go ahead, Max.
Hello? I understand you lost a coat. What kind? Overcoat, top coat, sport coat, or maximum?
No, not a coat. A goat.
Oh, a goat?
Yeah.
Here in the city hall?
No, here at home.
How could you lose a goat at home? You probably just mislaid it.
This was... I didn't mislate it. I found it.
Well, then if you found it, why are you bothering me?
Because it isn't mine.
But does the coat fit you?
It's not a coat, it's a goat. G-O-T, goat.
Oh... Now I understand. I'll switch you over to the park commission. They use them on the lake.
Use what on the lake?
Boats.
Oh! No, operator.
Hello, City Planning Commission.
I don't want the planning commission. I just want to find out how to get rid of a goat.
Oh, yes, the phone girl told me.
Well, all you have to do is come down here and sign a complaint.
I'll be glad to. Then what happens?
We'll send a policeman out, and he'll arrest that man. He can't keep a goat in a residential zone.
All right, Leroy, time for you to trot off to bed.
Oh, but gee, it's early, huh? Can't I read to the end of the chapter?
No, young man. Before you go to your room, I want you to go outside and chase that miserable goat out of our yard.
You mean tonight?
Right now, and lock the gate so he can't get back in again.
Okay, but it's a pretty tough break for the old fellow. No place to turn to late at night.
I thought you just said it was early.
Sure for me, but not for a goat.
Yeah.
It's pretty sad.
Now, let's not get sentimental about a billy goat.
Yeah, but how would you feel if it was a cold night and you were all alone in a strange city and you were a goat?
Well, I'd feel... How do I know I'm not a goat?
Well, Uncle Mort, just supposing you were Horace.
Leroy, sit down. We're going to have a little man-to-man talk.
Gee, like Andy Hardy?
Just sit down, young man. Oh, I don't want to appear hard-hearted, but we've got to look at this entire goat problem from the practical standpoint. Understand?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Now, first of all, am I this goat's keeper? Did I invite him to come here and live with us?
No, but you never told him he couldn't come either, Unc.
What's that got to... Let's be calm about this, Leroy. The trouble with you, young man, is that you're too impulsive.
I am?
Yes. You should carefully consider what you're jumping into, and then don't jump. Why, what business would we have owning a goat?
Oh, a swell business. We could rent him out to the neighbors as a lawnmower.
Yes, a lawn. That's not the point, Leroy. Let's get down to cold, bare facts.
Sure. Poor old Horace is cold and bare, and that's a fact. And homeless and lonesome, too.
But you've got to realize, my boy, that isn't our fault.
Oh, I do, Unc. And I realize it wouldn't be our fault either if we threw him out and it started to rain and he caught cold and wound up with double pneumonia.
Yes, double... Oh, yes, that's perfectly true. If you think it's going to rain.
What do we care if it does?
I never heard of a goat catching double pneumonia before.
Well, suppose he doesn't. Then he may starve to death or get run over by a truck.
Oh, I'd hate to think that... Leroy, maybe I've been too impulsive.
Oh, no, Unc. Well, I guess I better go out and chase Horace out of our backyard.
Yes, you needn't bother, my boy. I'll take care of those things myself.
But you said that I was supposed to...
Never mind, Leroy. It might rain, and if that poor old goat hasn't got anywhere else to go, it won't hurt us if he spends the night under our mulberry bush.
Jeepers, Unc, then we're going to keep him?
There you go, acting impulsive again.
But he hasn't given us any trouble since he had his dinner.
Yeah, do you remember what he had for dinner? A delicious set of Grandma Gildersleeve's lace curtains.
But he won't do it again. I'll watch him, Unc. How about it?
Well, we'll see, Leroy. I'm going to see that you get straight to bed. Come on.
Oh, I'm going. You don't need to come with me, Unc.
I'm going to my room anyway. There's an old blanket in my closet I'm going to take outside for that goat, in case it gets cold tonight, or if he gets hungry.
Oh, I don't think you need to bother, Unc. He'll be just fine without that.
Well, seeing that I'm the host, of course, I might as well... Leroy, what's going on in your room?
Oh, nothing, Unc.
Oh, nothing, eh? Well, let's take a look. Leroy, look at your mattress. That's the last straw. Do you think that was the last straw, Judge Hooker? No. I put that Horace...
Horace?
I mean that goat. I put him outside after that, and he spent the night bleeding his brains out.
Well, what have you done about it today?
Well, I placed an ad in the lost and found section of the newspaper. I expected...
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. Hello, Judge Hooker. Have you two heard the latest news about the Gildersleeve goat? Oh, of course you haven't. You haven't been home, I mean.
Yes.
Well, we haven't had so much excitement in the neighborhood since that donut truck ran over that coffee salesman.
Yes. My goodness, Dottie, what's happened now?
Well, your goat has developed the worst habit. He's playing games with everybody.
What sort of games?
Well, there's one called Button. Who's going to get the button?
Oh, my goodness.
Yes, it usually starts with somebody playing Drop the Handkerchief, and then the goat plays Hop, Skip, and Bump, and then bingo, you're it.
Great jumping jeeps. Come on, Judge, let's go. Thank you for telling us, Dottie.
Well, that's all right. Well, the neighbors say they're going to sue you for damages, but for the life of me, I can't see why they want more damages.
Shake a leg, Judge, before that goat busts me into bankruptcy. Ooh, by George, there he is now.
Say, he's a cute-looking fella.
Yes. Now, there are people who think you're cute-looking, too, Judge, and for the very same reason.
What do you mean?
Oh, any similarity between you and that goat is purely coincidental, but there's still definitely a similarity. Bertie!
Afternoon, Mr. Gildersleeve. Afternoon to you, too, Judge.
I don't suppose the owner of that goat showed up.
No, sir, he didn't. He's a powerful smart man, that man is. However, there was another man around here looking for to buy that goat.
Well, why didn't you sell it to him?
Well, now, supposing I did and the owner showed up. That's how people get themselves into poking.
But we have a legal right to sell this animal now, haven't we, Judge?
That's right. The decision was handed down in State of Nebraska versus 2 unclaimed guinea pigs, later amended to Nebraska versus unspecified number of guinea pigs.
That's fine, Judge. Now, Bertie, do you remember the name of the man who wanted to buy that goat?
No, sir, I don't.
Oh, what a pity.
But he left his card here, Tiz.
Oh, his card. Good. Let's have it. Thanks. You?
I'll pick it up.
Never mind, Bertie. I'll get it.
Look out, Gildy. Get up. Here comes that goat.
What'd you say, Judge?
Run, Mr. Gildersleeve!
What's all the commotion?
Here, let me help you up. You aren't hurt, are you, Gildy?
No, of course not, Judge. I'm just practicing forced landings, that's all. Where is that goat?
You better get rid of him, Mr. Gildersleeve.
That's just what I'm going to do. I'm going to sell him right now. Where's that man's card I dropped?
Well, it was on the grass a minute ago.
Yes, it was right away. Oh, somebody stop that goat. Oh, it's too late. He just chewed up the card with the customer's name.
We'll hear from the Great Gildersleeve again in just a moment. But first, I want to spread the good news. All you busy homemakers will be tickled pink to know that there is a way to make delicious macaroni and cheese fast. In fact, you can make fluffy, light macaroni drenched in cheese goodness in just 7 minutes cooking time. The product called Kraft Dinner holds the secret of this feat. In every Kraft Dinner package, there's a quick cooking macaroni that needs no baking at all. Also, some Kraft Grated that in a twinkling gives you grand cheese flavor through and through. Just 7 minutes at the stove, and you have a marvelous main dish. Fluffy, tender macaroni, drenched in cheese goodness. The family will say Kraft Dinner is just about the best macaroni and cheese you ever made. And you'll say Kraft Dinner is a positive treasure on days when you have to work fast to get luncheon on time, or for dinners when you've spent the afternoon shopping or working late on your defense job. So stock the emergency shelf tomorrow with several packages of Kraft Dinner. Let's return to the Great Gildersleeve, who's putting the finishing touches on a temporary goat pen to hold Horace until he can be sold, given away, or just tied to some fence and ran from.
There we are, Leroy. And there you are, Mr. Goat. Yeah. Oh, but I'm tired. I'm going to take a nap in the hammock, Leroy.
Okay, you take it easy. I'm going over to Piggy Bank's house and see if his mother will let him take Horace.
All right. Only don't wake me up unless she's foolish enough to say yes.
Gee, poor Uncle Mort. He's getting to the age where he can't take these things. Oh, my gosh, dames.
Oh, there you are, Leroy. We've been looking for you, haven't we, girls?
That's right. We've just come from our first aid lesson, and we need to fix some quick to practice on before we forget everything we learned just now.
So come on, little man. Let us bandage you up.
Nothing doing, Sally. The last time you guys wrapped up my leg, my foot was asleep all afternoon. Besides, I got to see a lady about a goat.
Well, it looks like we'll have to practice on each other.
Oh, no. Let's see if Bertie's here.
Right.
Oh, Bertie, would you like to come out here and be a victim?
A victim of what, Miss Marge? Circumstances?
No. Of a broken leg, brains, burns, everything.
No, ma'am. I have absolutely no inclinations in that direction.
We just want to practice first aid on you. We're just going to pretend that you're hurt.
Can't you do it just pretending I'm there, too? I've got a pressing engagement to press that dress she wants to wear tonight. But if you want me to leave that to go on...
No, Bertie, no. We'll find someone else. Oh, say, Marge, isn't that your uncle over there in the hammock?
Yes. Say. He'd make an awfully jolly patient, wouldn't he?
Oh, I don't know. You think we've got enough bandages to go around him? Let's go over and ask him, huh? Come on, girl.
All right, well, let's be quiet.
Mr. Gildersleeve, do you mind if we use you as a dummy to practice our first aid on and kind of nobody else will, and you don't have to disturb yourself in the least because we can go right ahead just the way you are?
Shoe flies, go away.
He's asleep. We shouldn't disturb him, Dottie.
If Uncle Mort's asleep, I don't think even Dottie can disturb him.
Yeah.
Do you mean it's all right to proceed?
Sure, just as long as we don't treat him too roughly or push him out of the hammock. Oh, goody. I've just been waiting for a chance like this to practice my tourniquet. Now, just hold still, Mr. Gildersleeve. Well, this would be a good time to work on chest bandages.
No, I'm afraid we'd have to get him up for that.
Well, couldn't I just roll the bandage around him and the hammock?
Oh, yes. Yes, that would seem logical.
Well, what are you going to do, Margie?
Oh, I think I'll work on that treatment for burns and rub some of this salve on Uncle's face. It'll probably keep him from getting sunburnt, too. Ooh, this salve is certainly strong.
My, your uncle is certainly a sound sleeper. Yes, just listen to that sound. I never thought it would take so many bandages to go around your uncle's circumference, Marjorie. Yes, that takes in a lot of territory, doesn't it?
Gosh, but this stuff is sticky. Anyone have an extra handkerchief?
Mm-hmm. Just a second and I'll be through. Then...
Dottie Dobson, what are you doing to my uncle?
Oh, I'm just tightening this tourniquet.
But good heavens, Dottie, you never use a tourniquet on the neck. Quick, I'm twisted.
Are you all right?
Wake up, Uncle. And maybe we better help him sit up.
Oh, he can't sit up. He's bandaged to the hammock.
In that case, we better...
Oh, my goodness, what's that?
It's our goat. He wants out.
Oh, he got out, too. Oh, here, he's headed this way. What do we do? Oh, quick, girls, into the house. Oh, hurry, Marjorie.
I can't leave Uncle Mort like this. Oh, here he comes. Goodbye, Uncle Mort.
I can't get up. Who tied me down here? Well, why'd you do it? Oh, it's you. What do you want? You get away from me. Oh, your nose is cold. Yep, quit licking my face. Horace, your beard tickles.
Mr. Gildersleeve, don't you think you'd better figure out some way to get rid of that goat? Because the animosity against him on the outside is beginning to penetrate on the inside.
What do you mean, Bertie?
Well, I happen to know a certain very reliable and capable cook who has been offered a most lucrative position in a completely goatless household. Should I be more specific?
No. I think I understand, Bertie, and I'm trying to get rid of Horace, too.
Well, I sure hope you does, and instantaneously, too. I'm tired of flying a kite from the second floor every time I got clothes to dry and wearing a skillet whenever I have to bustle out into the yard. And you folks ain't had it so easy either, eating them buffet dinners every night standing up.
Well, let's not go into that, Bertie. It's a painful subject.
Oh, excuse me, Uncle Mort. I didn't know you were here.
Come here, young man.
Oh, me, Uncle?
Of course you. Leroy, did you have anything to do with Horace chasing the postman down the street and then eating our morning mail?
Well, only indirectly, Uncle Mort.
Oh?
You see, I was trying to train him to fetch the mail inside every morning the way Piggy Bank's dog does.
Well, he fetched it inside, all right.
Maybe we ought to buy him a muzzle.
What's the use? He'd eat that, too. What we should do is saw off his horns, trim off his beard, and then tip off the dog catcher.
You can't do that, Uncle Mort. He likes you.
Yes.
Every time he sees you, a look steals into his great, big, beautiful blue eyes.
Too bad I couldn't see that look when I was bending over to find the keyhole last night. He knocked me clear into the sitting room. Now what? As if I didn't know.
Mr. Gildersleeve?
Yes, that's me.
I'm from the city hall. Do you keep a goat on these premises in violation of the city zoning code? Of course you do. I can see him from here. Your county license to conduct a goat dairy is provided for in the civil statutes of this state? I thought not. Has a aforesaid goat proven a nuisance, disturber of the peace, and menace to life, limb, and real estate values? I thought as much. Better get rid of him at once, Gildersleeve. That goat is butting into everybody's business today.
All right, that's enough of me. Get your cap, Leroy, and come along.
Okay. Where are we going, Uncle?
You heard the man. We're going to take that backyard battering ram out to the country and get rid of him. Here, Horace. Come on, nice little goat. Yes, you lead him around to the car, Leroy.
All right.
Careful, Uncle, you'll trip. Your shoelace is untied.
Shoelace untied? Oh, thank you. I better fix it now.
Oh, look out, Uncle. Here comes Horace.
I don't see him. Where is he?
Right back of you. No, Horace.
I fooled him that time.
How, Unc?
I'm wearing my air raid warden helmet where it'll do the most good.
Slow down, Uncle Mort. Let's try that farmer up ahead.
That farmer? Oh, yes, but this is our 8th stop, Leroy. I never thought there were so many goat haters in this part of the country. Hello there, neighbor.
Well, hello there.
Oh, how would you like to buy a dandy goat at a cheap price?
No, thank you, gentlemen.
Gee, why not?
These goats is too stubborn. They're used like jackasses.
But just look at this animal. He's a genuine gem.
A genuine gem? He look more like a York by Indian.
You can have him for only $2.
No, too high.
All right, I'm tired of hauling him around the countryside. You can have him for nothing.
That's still too high.
Well, then suppose I give you $3 or $4. How about that?
Oh, no, you're yoshing me.
I'm not yoshing you, joshing you. Well, what do you say?
No.
But why not?
That goat is worth $10 for sure. If you ask less, something went wrong, sure. You get along now. Get off my property. I don't want no dealings with hot goats.
Well, for the hot goat.
Uh-oh. Horace, what have you done? Gee, Unc, look at the upholstery in the back seat.
The upholstery? Oh, where is it?
I guess he ate it.
All right, brother, this is the end of the line.
What you gonna do, Unc?
Open that back door, Leroy. Now, get out, Horace. Shut the door quickly, Leroy.
All right. Goodbye, Horace.
Yeah, goodbye, Horace. Well, let's get home, Leroy. Yes, it's... My goodness, look, we're out of gas, Leroy. Horace, get away from those tires!
It's 7 o'clock, Miss Marge. You still want to wait dinner for Mr. Gildersleeve and Leroy?
Oh, yes, Bertie. Just a little while longer anyhow. Oh, I do hope they come back without that goat.
Yes, ma'am, and so does everybody else who's ever come in contact with him. Though to give the devil his dues, that horse had the most personality I ever saw in a goat. Too bad it was all negative.
Oh, I don't know what we'll do if they bring him back again. Do you think we could hide him someplace where the neighbors wouldn't find out?
No, ma'am. They'd sure get the wind of it somehow.
I guess you're right.
Well, here we are.
Oh.
Is dinner ready, Bertie?
Yes, sir. How about that horse goat?
Oh, we found out who owned him and gave him back.
You did? Who does he belong to?
Summerfield Railroad Yards.
The railroad yard? Well, I've heard of donkey engines and cow catchers, but what do goats do on the railroad?
Well, Horace works down at the stockyards. He leads the sheep out of the pens and into the boxcars.
Yeah, and when he ran away, they thought he'd been shipped somewhere by mistake.
Yes, they were terribly glad to get him back again because it's practically impossible to move the sheep unless he leads them.
Oh, well, thank goodness that's all over.
You said it.
Well, now, if you folks get all cleaned up, I'll put dinner on right away.
Oh, dinner, and have I got an appetite.
Yeah, me too. Come on, Uncle Mort.
Yeah, sure. You don't know what a load this is off my shoulders. Why, I feel like something's wrong. What's that noise outside?
Oh, I can't imagine. It sounds like... You better go to the door, Uncle.
Yes, I'll soon find out. Oh, great jumping Jeeps! Horace has come back again, and he's brought all his little sheep friends with him.
The Great Gildersleeve will be with us again in just a few minutes. Meanwhile, I'd like to mention that macaroni and cheese is one of America's favorite dishes. And now Kraft makes it possible for you to prepare this favorite dish in only 7 minutes. You do it with a product called Kraft Dinner. For Kraft Dinner gives you a special quick-cooking macaroni that gets fluffy tender in boiling water in a hurry. No need to blanch and bake this macaroni. Also in the Kraft Dinner package is some Kraft Grated that puts grand cheese flavor into the macaroni quick. You spend just 7 minutes at the stove to get tender macaroni
drenched in cheese goodness. It's a kitchen miracle that will thrill you and delight the whole family. Kraft Dinner is a main dish all by itself, 4 good servings in every box. If you serve it molded into a ring and filled with creamed seafood, you have a real party dish in a jiffy. So don't bother with blanching and baking macaroni anymore. Don't fuss with grating cheese and making a cream sauce. Give 'em grand macaroni and cheese cooked in 7 minutes. Stock up on Kraft Dinner tomorrow.
Ladies and gentlemen, in this war that we're fighting, there are a million stirring stories of valor and endurance and personal sacrifice. At this very moment, on every ocean, men of our Navy are writing an heroic page in our history.
And in order that they may fight with untroubled hearts, secure in the knowledge that their loved ones at home are not in distress, the Navy Relief Society is asking us to contribute a fund of $5 million.
That's right, Marjorie. For 40 years, the men of our Navy, Marine Corps, and Coast Guard have provided immediate direct relief for their dependents themselves. But now, since Pearl Harbor, the need has become much greater. And so all of us are going to have the privilege of helping.
Give now, and give generously, either to your local Navy Relief Drive or to the Navy Relief Society, 730 Fifth Avenue, New York City.
That's right, 730 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Thank you, and good night, ladies and gentlemen.
Original music heard on this program was composed and conducted by William Randolph. This is Jim Bannon speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company and inviting you to be with us again next week at this same time for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve. This program has come to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
From the new NBC studios in San Francisco, Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. The Kraft Cheese Company, who also bring you Bing Crosby every Thursday night, present each week at this time Harold Peary as The Great Gildersleeve, written by Leonard L. Levinson. Ladies and gentlemen, up and down the coast of America, the United States Maritime Commission is launching better than 1 new Liberty ship a day. Before the end of the year, they'll be turning out 3 a day. Did you ever wonder how they name all these ships? Well, one of them is about to be called the SS Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve. So let's visit Uncle Mort, Leroy, and Marjorie and see what it's all about.
What's all the excitement? Leroy, we just received a telegram from San Francisco.
Yes, they're going to name a new naval vessel the Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve.
After you, Unc? Gee, what is it, a tanker or a blimp?
It's a Liberty ship, my boy, and it's being named in the memory of our ancestor, Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve the First.
Oh, you mean the one who captured the pirates in the War of 1812?
Yes, my great-grandfather. I've always been proud of the fact that I'm the son of a sea captain.
And listen to this, Leroy. When they launch this ship out near San Francisco, I'm going to be the sponsor.
You are? What you going to advertise?
If nothing. Marjorie's going to break a bottle of champagne over the bow of the ship.
From here?
Oh, dear.
No, silly. We're all going out there.
Jeepers, we are? I better start packing. How soon do we leave? Oh, boy, we'll see lots of Indians on the way, won't we? Well, let's get going.
Whoa, there, hold your horses, Buffalo Bill. We don't have to be there till May the 12th, so we'll leave next week.
Oh, that means I'll have time to get 3 or 4 new outfits.
To launch a ship? Why don't you just wear a bathing suit in case you get splashed?
No, Leroy. If your sister wore a bathing suit, it would slow down work on all the other ships.
Oh, Bertie, someone's at the door.
I'll get it just as soon as I can find my cap.
A cap? If you mean that silly little dab of white lace you wear on your head, you've got it on. It's over by your left ear there.
Oh, my star, so it is. Yeah. I just can't keep it from drifting. Oh, baby, electricity, here I come.
Oh, thank you, Bertie. Oh, hello, folks. I just heard the thrilling news about you going all the way out to California to launch a great big boat.
Yes.
And I understand that they're going to name the thing after you, Mr. Gildersleeve, because of what you did in the War of 18-something or other.
Oh, no, Dottie, no, not Uncle Mort. It was our great-great-grandfather, the first Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve.
Yes, I'm the fourth and last.
Oh, you're the end of the line. Well, I want all of you to know that I'm just eager to help you get ready or drive you to the station because Mama said we should do everything we can to see that you folks leave town without any trouble.
Say, how did you and your Mama happen to know all about this? We just got the telegram a few moments ago ourselves.
Oh, well, it was simple. They delivered it over to our house first by mistake, and so naturally we opened it by mistake, too.
Yeah, so you did,
Excuse me, Mr. Gildersleeve, but here's another telegram just come for you.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, oh, my dear, I wonder who this could be from.
From the telegram company.
I know that. Why, George, it is from the telegram company.
What does it say, Uncle Mort?
Error in telegram from Richmond Shipbuilding Company. Line reading launching on May 12th. Should read May 2nd instead.
May 2nd? Why, that's next Saturday.
And this is Wednesday. We've got to leave here today. Oh, this is going to be one of my bad Wednesdays. All right, children, I've got tickets on tonight's train. Let's hurry and pack,
Oh, Uncle Mort, how did you ever manage to get reservations so late?
Really very simple, my dear. I have a friend who is related by marriage to a cousin of a young lady who went to school with the ticket agent's daughter.
Oh, I see. Is that how you got them?
No, the two girls aren't speaking to each other. So I just stood in line like everybody else, and I didn't have a bit of trouble.
Very nice of you to come down and see us off, Daddy.
Yes, I appreciate your driving our car back to the house for us, my dear.
Oh, well, I'm only too glad to. All I hope is that I remember which hand is for the brake and which is the clutch. Oh, but you don't have to worry. I know how to work the gears with my feet all right if I don't have to put it in reverse.
Dottie, are you sure that you know how to drive a car?
Oh, positively. I read all about it in a book.
A book? Oh, maybe you better leave the car here and get someone else to take it home.
Oh, now, don't worry. If I get stuck any place like between two streetcars, I'll just call a tow car.
Oh, my goodness.
Attention, please. Westbound Limited leaving immediately on this track for San Francisco. All aboard!
Oh, good gravy. That's us. That's our train. Goodbye, Dottie. Come on, Marjorie. Hurry up, Leroy.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve, wait for me.
Is Bertie coming along, too?
Bertie, what are you doing down here?
You forgot this, Mr. Gildersleeve.
But, Bertie, I don't need this old vest.
Oh, yes, you does. You can't go to the coast without it.
Well, why can't I?
Because your railroad tickets is in the pocket.
What?
Uncle Mort. Quick, look out of the window, Uncle. Is that an Indian?
Indian? Where, Leroy?
Standing in front of that cigar store.
Oh, no, my boy. That was just a wooden statue of an Indian.
Which Indian, Unc?
A chief named Standing Pat.
Who was he?
Sitting Bull's brother. Now, stop wiping your feet on that lady's dress and let me work on my speech for the christening.
Oh, well, I don't mind him at all in the least. Such a sweet child. What's your name, the mannequin?
Leroy.
Oh, Leroy. And do they ever call you Font Leroy?
Oh, for corn's sake. I think I'll go out on the observatory platform, Unc.
Yes, where? Oh, yes, the observatory platform. Be careful and don't lean too far over. That's how we lost Grandpa.
Oh, my, what a dear boy. Yours?
Nephew. And as I look out over this vast sea of faces gathered around her...
Pardon me?
Oh, excuse me, please. I'm working on my speech.
Oh, well, excuse me, Senator.
If I don't happen to be a senator, madam, I'm just putting together a little talk for a ceremony that's going to take place on the West Coast.
Oh, a wedding.
Well, no, but if you must know, it's a christening. You've probably read about it in the newspapers. The naming of the new Gildersleeve.
Oh, the new Gildersleeve. Is it a he or a she?
It's a her.
Oh, well, tell me all about it.
Well, we're representing the family, you see. They're going to give her the same name as I have, Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve.
They're going to call her Throckmorton?
Oh, yes. It's an old family name. They're going to paint it right on her stern.
they are.
Oh, yes. I'm looking forward to the ceremony very eagerly. It's quite colorful, with the bands playing and the whistles blowing and the champagne flowing.
Well, now, I can't say that I approve of drinking champagne at a serious moment like that.
Oh, we wouldn't think of drinking it. We'd just smash the bottle across her nose.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve, I hope you're joking.
Joking? That's the procedure, madam. Sock her with a quart and push her into the bay.
Oh, dear. Won't she drown?
Of course not. She floats.
But the little thing is helpless.
Helpless? Not that baby. Did you ever see the engines on a Liberty ship?
No. What's that got to do with a tiny infant?
I don't know. Who's talking about infants?
Why, you were. You were hitting little girls with champagne bottles and then drowning them and calling them Throckmorton.
Madam, I think your brains are playing hooky. Good day. What's the matter with that woman? Sad case. Conductor?
Yes, sir. I'm still trying to find an empty berth for your nephew and you. Say, I see on my list there's a Lieutenant Copeland who's occupying a drawing room all by himself.
Oh.
He's right up ahead in this car.
Really? Which room's he in?
Drawing room D.
Oh, that's fine. I'll ask him if we can move in. G, F, E, here we are, D. Maybe he isn't home. I better try the door to make sure. Oh, excuse me. Of all the stupid train officials I ever ran into, this fella. Now, see here, conductor.
Yeah?
Why didn't you tell me that Lieutenant Copeland is a nurse in the medical corps? Oh, suffering swordfish. 8 o'clock in the morning, and I hadn't had a wink of sleep all night. Come on, Leroy, wake up. Wake up, Leroy.
Oh, good morning, Uncle Mort. Did you have a nice rest?
Young man, how could I rest squeezing an upper berth with you?
Oh, gee, why not?
Because you played baseball all night.
Baseball?
Yeah, all you do is pitch and toss and knock the covers off.
Oh, I didn't mean to, Unc.
Yeah, all right, my boy. I know you didn't mean to. Now, let's get dressed, huh? Oh, great jumping jeeps.
What's wrong?
Look, our clothes fell out of the little green hammock.
Yeah, they're spread all over the place. Oh, lift up your foot, Unc.
My foot? All right, why?
You were wearing your hat as a slipper. Where'll I put it?
Let me see. I don't see any place to hang it. Better hang it on my head. You see my shoes any place, my boy?
No. Have you looked under your pillow?
By George, that's where they were. And I thought the mattress was lumpy. I better put my trousers on first, huh?
What's the trouble?
The legs in these pants seem to have shrunk overnight.
Unc, that's your coat.
What? By Jupiter, the next time you and I sleep together in an upper berth, Leroy, we're going to do it in relays. Come on, we can finish dressing in the washroom. I'll get down first, and then you... Oh!
Did you accidentally bump your head, Unc?
Oh, no, Leroy. I deliberately tried to push it through the roof so I could get a breath of fresh air. Porter!
Yes, sir?
Will you bring your stepladder and put it here?
It's right here, boss.
That's fine. Well, here I come. Leroy!
Yes, Unc?
You better jump.
I'll be down in a minute, Unc.
All right, bring the toothbrushes. Well, Porter, where am I?
Well, you're just out of Clinton Highway, and I'm just out of Ladder.
Clinton Highway, yes. Are you sure?
Yes, sir. We're just crossing the Mississippi River. And now about that ladder.
Oh, Leroy, look, there's the Mississippi.
Jeepers, what a mess of water.
Yeah.
Say, from now on, we ought to see a load of Indians, huh?
Yeah, possibly, my boy, possibly. Now, come on, let's get washed up.
Yeah, my ladder's washed up, sure enough.
What's he mumbling about? As soon as we pull into Clinton, we'll get Marjorie and take a nice brisk walk on the platform so we'll have an appetite for breakfast.
I got a swell appetite already.
Yes. Not so much noise, young man.
What did you say, Unc?
I said not so much noise.
Okay.
Yes. Mustn't make uncouth noise.
No, sir.
Yeah.
Coming in, Clinton.
Come on, Leroy. I'll shave later. Oh, look, there's Marjorie. Marjorie!
Oh, good morning, Uncle Mort. Hello, Leroy. Have a good night's rest?
Leroy did. He slept like a log and rolled like one, too. Come on, family. Let's stretch our legs, huh?
Okay.
Clinton, Iowa. Oh, well, just 2 more days and we'll be in sunny California.
Gee, Unc, here's another train.
That's the eastbound limited, my boy. Same as the one we're on, only going the other way. We'll ride on that on the way back.
Say, I wonder if I'll have time to get some postage stamps.
I think so, if we hurry. Good Lord. Oh, I was wrong. Come on, children. Hop on quick.
Here.
I can't understand this. We were supposed to stop here 10 minutes. Oh, well, the engineer's probably in a hurry to get home.
Let's go into the diner. I'm awfully hungry.
Yeah,
me too.
That's an idea.
Good morning. Table for three. Right this way, please.
Say, Uncle Mort, do you mind if I ask you a silly question?
You better wait till I've had my breakfast. What is it?
Does the Mississippi River run on both sides of Clinton, Iowa?
Why, of course not, my boy. What makes you think so?
Well, just look out that window. There's Old Man River again.
But that's impossible.
But it's there just the same.
Well, I see it. But still, it can't be unless... Oh, Stuart!
Yes, sir?
What train is this?
The Eastbound Limited.
Oh, my goodness, we're headed right back home again.
We'll hear from the Great Gildersleeve again in just a moment. But first, a good word for all you thrifty women who are looking for a really economical main dish. The product called Kraft Dinner is just what you're searching for. At a very low price, it gives you delicious macaroni and cheese, enough for 4. And with Kraft Dinner, you cook that macaroni and cheese in just 7 minutes. You see, in every package of thrifty Kraft Dinner, there's a quick cooking macaroni and some Kraft grated that let you add the cheese goodness with no extra work at all. Doesn't that give you a bright idea for luncheon on busy days and for dinners when you've shopped later, been detained by your own special wartime job? Now, the nice part of it is the whole family will love macaroni and cheese made the 7-minute Kraft Dinner way. So get some Kraft Dinner packages at your food dealers tomorrow. You'll be surprised to find how economical it is, and you'll be smart to stock the pantry shelf with plenty of Kraft Dinner. And now let's return to our friend, the Great Gildersleeve, who's making a long-distance telephone call to Summerfield from an airport somewhere in Illinois.
Hello. Bertie, are you there?
No, sir. Yeah. Where's you, Miss Gildersleeve?
I'm in Illinois, Bertie. We're flying to the coast.
Flying and talking in the telephone at the same time? Well, let's think up next.
No, Bertie, we're not flying now. We're about to take off.
Take off what?
Never mind what. We've lost our baggage and we need some new clothes.
Well, why did you take off the others?
We didn't. We got off the train, but we forgot to take off our clothes. Yes. And now we're ready to take off in an airplane, and oh, good grief, Bertie, it's too complicated to explain at $3 a minute. Is everything all right at home?
Oh, yes, it's just fine, except for your car.
Don't tell me Dottie's wrecked it.
Oh, no, she didn't even move it.
Oh, then it's still at the station?
Yes, but not at the railroad station. It's at the police station.
But why?
The police don't think it's safe to drive.
Why not?
Well, how you going to drive a car with the windshield all covered with stickers?
My windshield was not covered with stickers.
It is now. Traffic summonses. There's no parking variety.
Oh, my goodness. Are the police angry?
Oh, no. It's the fire department that's perturbed.
Well, why are they mad?
Because they couldn't find the fire plug until after the fire engine burned down.
Oh, what's that got to do with my automobile?
Oh, your car was hiding the plug.
Oh, why didn't Dottie drive it away in the first place?
She just couldn't get it started.
Why not?
Because you took the keys along with you.
Oh, now I see it all.
Hurry up, Uncle Mort.
All right. Goodbye, Bertie.
Goodbye. Just keep on having a nice time.
Yeah.
Gee, Unc, this plane ride is super. Where are we now?
I'm not sure, Leroy. We're either in South Dakota or else Colorado, or perhaps we're deep over the heart of Texas.
Uh-oh, we're going to sit down.
Leroy, we're already sitting down.
No, that's an aeronautical expression, Uncle Mort, meaning the plane is going to make a landing.
Oh, it is? Well, I must remember that. Oh, stewardess.
Yes, Mr. Gildersleeve?
I see that the plane is getting ready to take a seat.
No, I'm sitting down.
Oh, yeah, that's it. I got my aeronautical terms twisted. When are we going to be seated, stewardess?
We're making a landing near Blackfoot, Wyoming.
Oh,
incidentally, Mr. Gildersleeve, you're going to be all right now, so you can let go of my hand.
What? Oh, yes.
Unfasten your safety belt.
Unfasten your... I hope we aren't stranded again. We don't get to San Francisco by tomorrow morning, that ship's name won't be Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve, and neither will mine.
Come on, Unc, we've landed. Let's get out.
Yeah, all right, I'm coming. Be careful now. Don't step on that land there. Marjorie, do you know why the plane had to squat down?
Squat down.
Sure, that's an aeronautical term.
Well, I understand there's a group of flyers from the ferry command who have to travel in a hurry.
Oh.
So we're giving up our seats to them.
Oh, well, I don't mind doing that, but when do we get another plane?
Tomorrow morning.
But we've got to be in California tomorrow morning.
But how can we get there?
Well, maybe if we could... Leroy, what's wrong with you, my boy?
Gee, I haven't seen a single Indian.
I don't want Indians. I'm looking for some fast transportation.
Say, there's a young fellow with an old cut-down jalopy.
Where? Oh, yes. Come on quickly before any of the other passengers see him.
Boy, look at that boat.
Yeah?
Oh, say, mister.
Hi, good looking. What's cooking?
Young man, how would you like to earn some money?
Oh, you're rolling them down my alley. Just put me hep, cat.
Are those aeronautical terms, too, Leroy?
No, Unc, that's jive.
He means that he's interested.
Oh, good. Well, I'll have to go back to school again, I guess. Young man, we want to get to the nearest city in the worst way, which probably means traveling in that Blitzkrieg buggy of yours.
Okay, Fatso, just whistle your proposition.
Whistle my what?
Dish out the deal, Uncle Dudley.
Make him an offer, Unc.
Oh, make him an offer, yes. I'll give you $15 if you'll take us as far as Cheyenne. We should be able to get a train from there.
Okay, Pappy. Climb in and I'll make with a motor.
We can. Oh,
be careful. You comfortable, Marjorie? How about you, Leroy?
Uncle, Unc.
Huh? Oh, well, local then. Let's go, Mr.
My folks named me Chief Rain in the Face, but that's too corny. Just call me Drizzle Puss.
Gee, Unc, at last I've met an Indian.
Oh, yeah. My goodness, now I know how a malted milk feels.
Gosh, kids, I'm sorry my Jeep won't jive no more.
What's the trouble, Driz? Can't this motorized churn take it?
It just can't take you, Puffy Pants. You've dragged the back seat so low it needs a wheel in the middle.
Oh.
Well, cheer up, Uncle Mort. At least he's delivered us near a railroad station.
Yeah.
Station? Well, that's just a water tank, Marge.
Yeah, and there's a westbound train watering up.
Oh, what are we waiting for? Let's get out of this galvanized gaboon.
Hey, Jelly Pot, what about the O-Day?
I almost forgot. Well, here you are, Driz Puss. 5, 10, 15 simoleons. Hey, wait for us. Goodbye, Grip Pan. Give us a rumble anytime you make Summerfield.
Hurry, Uncle.
Yeah, I'm coming, my dear. Thank goodness I made it. Are you two all right?
Yeah.
Let's get inside and find the conductor. I hope I have enough money to pay for our tickets. Oh, here he comes right now.
Well, hello there, Mr. Gildersleeve. Hello, kids.
Huh?
Where have you well folks been keeping yourselves since Clinton, Iowa?
Well, what do you know? We're back on the same old train.
What's that building?
I don't know, Leroy. Now, please don't ask me any more questions. I'm rehearsing my speech for the launching today. Ladies and gentlemen, as I gaze out over this vast sea of faces...
Gee, look, is that the ocean, Uncle?
No, San Francisco Bay. As I look out over the vast sea of San Francisco Bay, I recall the thrilling words of Captain Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve the First when he said...
Oh, boy, is that an orange tree?
When he said, oh, boy, is that an orange tree? No. When he said, millions for defense, but not 1 cent for tribute. And so I say to you...
When do we get into Oakland?
Yeah, when do we get into... Leroy, I'm trying to concentrate. Oh, here's your sister. She can answer your questions.
Hello, Uncle Mort. When do we get into Oakland?
Oh, what's the use? You better ask the porter, Marjorie.
Oh, all right. Oh, George.
Marjorie, never call a porter George. That's the sign of an inexperienced traveler. Watch me. Porter?
Yes, sir?
What's your name, Porter?
It's George, sir.
It's George. George, how soon do we arrive in Oakland?
Oh, we'll be at the 16th Street station in 15 minutes, sir.
Oh, what time is it now?
It's 10 after 10.
Oh, jumping jelly beans. We arrive at 10:25. The launching takes place at 10:45. That only gives us 20 minutes to get over from Oakland over to the Richmond shipyards, wherever they are. Do you think we can make it, Porter?
You mean to the Richmond shipyards in Richmond?
Yes, of course.
Well, maybe, but it's an awfully funny thing.
What's so funny?
You remember that last station we just stopped at?
Why, of course.
Man, that was Richmond.
Why did I ever leave for?
Uncle Mort. Can't the driver go any faster?
He probably could, my dear, but there's a company rule that he's got to stay with his taxicab. How much farther, cabby?
Just a matter of minutes, folks. Take it easy. Why don't you turn on the radio?
Because there isn't enough room in here to dance. Turn on the radio, indeed.
Gee, I'm hungry, Unc. What are we going to eat?
Right after the ceremony, my boy. They always have a beautiful big luncheon party for the launching party.
Oh, you know, I'm so nervous I hope I don't miss the bottle with the boat.
Huh?
I mean, the bout with the boat.
Oh, now, relax, Marjorie. Look at me. I'm going to deliver a 20-minute oration. And I'm just as clam as a calm. Just remember the motto of the Gildersleeves, my dear.
What is it, Uncle Mort?
In the excitement, I guess I've forgotten the motto. Here. What's the idea of stopping, driver? Get going. We haven't got any time to lose here.
But, mister, we're at the gate of the Richmond shipyard.
Oh, splendid. Children, we made it with 17 seconds to spare.
Jeepers, look at the size of the place.
Yeah. Leroy, this is one of the fastest shipbuilding plants in the world. Go ahead, driver. What's stopping you?
That big gate.
Oh, the big gate. Pardon me, I forgot. Mr. Guard, it's all right. We're the Gildersleeve party. For the launching, you know.
Can I see your invitation, please?
Oh, of course, invitation. Where did I leave it? Let me see.
Oh, Uncle Mort, don't tell me we have to go clear back to Summerfield for that invitation.
Take it easy, my dear. I've got it here someplace. Can't get in without an invitation.
No, sir.
I see. Think, Throckmorton, think. Oh, I know. It's in the suitcase. Yes. It's so nervous I can't seem to... there we are. It's open. Leroy, help me dump out these shirts and stuff.
Okay, Unc.
Yes. Timetables, magazines, stationery, bedroom slippers, nightshirt.
Have you looked in the drawers, Unc?
There aren't any drawers in... Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, well, here it is, right here. Here you are, sir.
Okay. Drive right through, then straight down.
Oh, guard, have you seen anything of some people named Gildersleeve?
Yes, Mr. Foley. Here they are.
Oh, hello there. I'm Tom Foley, the superintendent.
Well...
Let's hurry. We're late. I'll just stand here on the running board. Straight ahead, driver.
Thank you very much.
Thank goodness, what happened to your baggage? Have you been in an accident?
No, Brother Foley. We've been in trains, planes, cabs, cars, and wash tubs. But so far, no accidents.
All right, driver. Pull right into that parking place. Come on, Miss Forrester. We haven't a moment to lose. Up this stairway. You follow us, Mr. Gildersleeve.
All right.
Gee, Unc, take a squint at all the ships.
Yes, later, my boy, later. As I look at this vast sea of faces, I remember the words of the first Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve, who said, what did he say?
Here are your flowers, Miss Forrester.
Oh, they're beautiful.
Oh, my goodness, I've forgotten something. I'll have to go back to town.
What is it, Mr. Gildersleeve?
I didn't get a bottle of champagne.
Come back here. It's all set.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Now, let us through, please. Thank you.
Oh.
Come on, right here now.
Stand aside.
Give me the bottle of champagne, Lloyd. Thank you. Here you are, Miss Forrester. Now, you know what to say, don't you?
Yes.
All right, just make it snappy. Now, quiet, please.
Be quiet.
I christen thee Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve.
That's good. Oh, look at her. I guess it's my turn now. Ladies and gentlemen, as I look out on this vast sea of faces, I see that...
Hey, Bud, get down off that platform. We gotta move it.
Move it, but my speech.
We ain't got time for speeches. We gotta lay the keel for the next Liberty ship. Hurry, pal, there's a war going on.
The Great Gildersleeve will be with us again in a few minutes. Meanwhile, I want to tell you how to cook one of America's favorite main dishes in 7 minutes flat. Yes, you can make fluffy, light macaroni with cheese goodness through and through that fast. Get a package of the product called Kraft Dinner. Take the special Kraft Dinner macaroni out of the package and cook it in boiling water, not more than 7 minutes by the clock. No need to bake or blanch this macaroni. Just drain it and lightly mix in a little butter and milk. Then, with the Kraft grated that comes in every Kraft Dinner package, you sprinkle in the cheese flavor. Pop that macaroni and cheese into a casserole, onto the table. Your main dish is ready. And with Kraft Dinner, your delicious macaroni and cheese is one of the most economical main dishes you can find. Doesn't Kraft Dinner sound like what you've been looking for days when you're rushed to get luncheon or dinner and to help out the budget, too? Well, get some tomorrow. Every Kraft Dinner package contains the makings for 4 servings of delicious macaroni and cheese. Better get several packages so that the pantry shelf will be all set for hurry-up meals. Remember the name, Kraft Dinner.
Unc, Mr. Foley says they're building these Liberty ships here in 80 days.
Yes, Leroy. You can't beat American production methods. Why, these new boats are almost assembly jobs.
What do you mean?
Well, a ship is made up of thousands of items. They come from almost every city and state in our union. Engines from Denver, lifeboats from Kokomo, Indiana, wheels from Seattle, pine from Georgia, switchboards from Connecticut, the manifolds from West Virginia, hatch covers from Maine. Every part of our nation is represented here. They're real Liberty ships, my boy, built by liberty-loving men, so that liberty shall not perish from this earth. Good night, ladies and gentlemen.
Original music heard on this program was composed and conducted by William Randall. This is Jim Bannon speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company and inviting you to be with us again next week at the same time for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve. This week's program was broadcast from the new NBC studios in San Francisco. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. The Kraft Cheese Company, who also bring you Bing Crosby every Thursday night, present each week at this time Harold Peary as The Great Gildersleeve, written by Leonard L. Levinson. We'll hear from the Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. But first, a tip for you men, folks, who love macaroni and cheese. If you hanker for light macaroni with cheese goodness all through and through, better mention Kraft Dinner to the little woman. For with Kraft Dinner, she can make swell macaroni and cheese in just 7 minutes cooking time. You see, the Kraft Dinner package holds a special kind of macaroni that cooks tender in 7 minutes by the clock. And then you sprinkle the cheese goodness all through it with the Kraft grated that also comes in the Kraft Dinner box. You're all set, ready to fork in. Sound swell? It is. Just say to your wife, let's have that quick-made macaroni and cheese. Kraft Dinner. Remind her to buy Kraft Dinner tomorrow. And now let's join the Great Gildersleeve, who's listening in the reception room at one of the Summerfield radio stations, while his friend Judge Hooker is finishing his regular daily talk on the child in the home and what to do about it.
I always say the hand that rocks the cradle rules the world. So in conclusion, remember all you dear mothers.
Oh, hurry up, you old gas bag.
Remember that as the twig is bent, the tree is inclined.
Now he's branching off into forestry.
Let us not forget that point in molding the little mind.
You've certainly got a moldy little mind, Judge.
And now I see that my time is up. So, until you next gather round your radio...
With an axe in your hand.
This is Judge Horace Hooker inviting you to send in your child problem.
And you'll get a childish answer.
Until then, good evening.
Yes, maybe now we can get home and have some dinner. Imagine any silly woman listening to it.
Now, you
What's
are
this?
going to have to excuse me lady. I must dash away. It was so sweet of you to drop in.
Yeah, simply peachy. Come on, Judge.
All right, Gildy. Goodbye, girls.
Goodbye, girls. Sometimes I don't understand women, and this is one of the times.
Yes, what do you mean, Throckmorton?
Well, how can they listen to advice on raising children from a crabby old goat who hasn't any kids of his own?
What's that got to do with it? Just because a hen lays them doesn't mean she's a judge of eggs, does it?
I don't know about that. You lay them, too, and you're certainly an egg judge.
I know what's troubling you, Gildy. You're just jealous.
Jealous? Me? Of what?
Of the popularity I've achieved on the air. Every time you hear some woman praise my program, you look as green as a pickle and twice as sour.
I do not. I wouldn't be jealous of you even if you deserved all this silly attention you've been getting.
Oh, now I don't deserve what I'm getting.
No, and you're not getting what you deserve either. Why, I'd bet $100 you wouldn't last a month if people had any other program to tune in on instead of yours.
Oh, you would you? Are you talking through your hat, or do you mean that, Gildersleeve?
Of course I mean it.
Okay, put your money where your mouth is.
What money?
You just bet me $100 I won't stay on the air a month.
Now, wait a minute. That isn't what I said at all, Judge.
Crawling out of it, huh? Backwatering.
Why, George, I'm not. I'll go through with it. It's a bet.
Okay, shake.
No, sir. This is going to be a grudge bet. We'll seal the deal by not shaking hands. And the worst part about the whole bet, Leroy, is that I was so excited I forgot to ask for odds.
Is that why you're writing all those letters to station WVU, telling them Judge Hooker should be playing snooker?
But how else can I win?
Why don't you get the station to put you on the air instead of the judge?
What could I do, my boy?
Well, maybe you could tell jokes.
Who? Me tell jokes on the radio? What do you think I am, Leroy? A comedian?
No, but, gee, there must be something you could do. You used to sing, didn't you, Unc?
Yes, in college. In fact, when I was young, I had operatic aspirations.
You did? Did they hurt much, Uncle Mort?
Only the neighbors, my boy. Although for a while I thought I was going to be another Caruso.
You mean the neighbors wanted to put you on a desert island?
No, Leroy, not Robinson Crusoe, Enrico Caruso. He was a very famous tenor.
What stopped you from being a famous tenor, Unc?
I was a baritone. You know, all this brings back memories of my old singing professor, Senor Tomás Bolcón.
Oh, a Spaniard?
No, Leroy, he was Portuguese, from Brazil. I still remember how he would talk to me. Throckmorton, he would say, if only Jew had less fortissimo in the pianissimo, your merenda wouldn't have so much crescendo.
What did you mean, Unc?
I never found out, but I think it was a Portuguese compliment.
Yeah, I'm convinced you're still a swell singer, Uncle Mort.
You are? Well, when'd you hear me sing?
Well, every time you take a bath.
If...
Why, yesterday morning, Bertie stopped to listen to you, and she said she never heard anything like it. Say, why don't you sing on the air?
Oh, Leroy. Do you really think I could?
Sure. Why don't you try the rival radio station to WVU?
You mean KQQQ? Well, I never thought of that. What would I sing?
Well, if you want the ladies to listen to you instead of Judge Hooker, you better sing mushy love songs.
Well, I have got a romantic voice. When the boo-boo of the boo-boo. I have got a romantic voice, all right. Too bad I haven't got the figure to go with it.
Say, Uncle Mort.
Huh?
Why don't you be a mystery man and wear a mask like the Lone Ranger?
Oh, yes, a mask might help. And there's an evening cape somewhere around the house, too.
Yeah, and you could pretend you're a Brazilian, like your teacher, the senior.
Senor. By George, this is beginning to look like a very good idea, my boy. Of course, we'll have to keep it all a secret. Not very dignified of me, you know.
Sure. Now, all you need is a different name. Something Portugal and romantical.
Portugal and romantical. Let me see. How about Ricardo?
Ricardo?
Yeah.
Not bad at all. Sounds like the name of a cigar.
What do you think I'm smoking? Does this hat look all right, Leroy?
Sure, Unc. It's a super duper.
Yeah.
Now wrap the cape around you closer so you don't look so spread out.
Yep. How's that?
That's swell. Now the mask. There.
It's warm under here. I hope this doesn't slip down when I hear the high note. Me. Well, I guess it's all right.
Now, don't forget your Brazilian accent, Unc.
Oh, no, my boy. Well, as they say in Portuguese, adeus, rapazinho.
Gee, what does that mean?
That's goodbye in Brazil.
Oh, well, carbolic acid, Unc.
What's that, Leroy?
That's goodbye in any language.
Oh, for corn's sake, Leroy. You go back and sit in the car, young man.
Hello, KQQQ, the voice of Summerfield. One moment, madam. Hello, KQQQ.
Good evening, senorita.
Oh.
I am demanding to see the manager.
Oh, my goodness, what's this, a hold-up?
What do you mean? The mask? No, senorita. I no hold up you, and don't you hold up me. Where is the manager of this radio station?
Mr. Nuke Bowers, right in there in the studio.
Muchas gracias, senorita. Manager Newsbowser?
Yeah?
Senor, the time has come. From now on, today is pink letter day for the station KQQQ. And because it was the day Ricardo, the mysterious romantic Brazilian baritone, she's first make the show up to sing.
Oh, you're a singer.
Sure. I am the best baritone this side the Amazon River. And on the other side, she's no better also.
Well, you'll have to give us an audition someday.
Audition? Sure. No time like the president. Please to have a sit down and relaxamente, eh? I will play and sing for you like thank goodness you never heard up till lately. Sweet girl of my dreams, hear my song, I implore you. Soul of my soul, hear my gay serenade. Deep, oh, I can't stand it, it's too beautiful. How you like, senor? Terrifical, no?
Say, that's wonderful. Who are you, anyway?
I am not anyway. I am Ricardo.
Oh, boy.
The Eddie Nelson of South America.
Say, what are you doing here in Summerfield?
Well, perhaps there is in this city a senorita for whom my heart she beats but. Who should be telling?
Oh, I see. Romance.
I am not saying yes, and I'm not saying Do you want me on your station?
Well, that depends on how much money you want.
What I care for money. All I want is to sing every day from 5:30 to 6.
Well, fine, but that's not such a good time. That's when Judge Hooker talks over WVU, the rival station.
What I care for George Hooker. You wait and look. Once Ricardo starts singing, no one listen to George. This Hooker, she will get the hook.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight it is KQQQ's extreme pleasure to introduce for the first time on the air that sensational Brazilian baritone, the masked mystery of melody, Ricardo.
Boas noites, senhoras e senhoritas. Para mi primeira cantiga, eu vou cantar balado delicado, which is meaning in plain English, ladies and girls, good night. Greetings from Ricardo, the singing loafer. For my first song, I will murder you with a lovely ballad, La Rosita. Sweet girl of my dreams, hear my song, I implore you. Soul of my soul, hear my gay serenade. Deep in my heart.
I'll bid 2 clubs. Oh, girls, did you hear that gorgeous new singer on KQQQ last night? Oh, you mean Ricardo. Oh, yes, he's simply divine. Everybody in town is talking about him, 2 spades.
Oh, isn't he wonderful? He's got the most romantic accent. I like it because it's so foreign. He's from Brazil, and I'm just Trump. Hey, have you heard him, Margie?
No, I was out yesterday. Say, who is this Ricardo?
Do you know Miss Callahan?
Well, I'm one of the owners of the station, but all I can find out is that he sneaks into the studio wearing a wide-brimmed hat down over his eyes and a black cloak up to his chin and a mask across his face.
Sounds like a combination of Superman, the Shadow, and Red Rider.
Oh, I mean, he's just the handsomest thing with great big brown eyes and long, long lashes, no Trump.
And a willowy figure.
Oh, I heard he had blonde hair with blue eyes and the most athletic build. Well, Nancy Quinn says that he isn't really a real Brazilian. She claims he comes from someplace in South America, no Trump.
Well, I certainly have to listen. What time is he on?
At the same time as Judge Hooker, only from now on, I'm going to listen to Ricardo.
Oh, so am I. Oh, me too. I just love to listen to his voice. It's got a quality in it that just makes my scalp tingle, no Trump. My goodness, look at these cards. How did I ever get tricked into bidding 5 no Trump? Oh, darling.
I will always adore you. I love the you, my Rosita, Adios, lovely ladies. I want to thank you for the fan letters, the telephone numbers, and everything. Tomorrow at the same time, I'll be with you again. Oh, how I'll be with you again. A sweet dream.
Where'd you get all the cakes and cookies and donuts?
Fan mail, my boy. He's all for Ricardo.
Oh, can I have some, Uncle Ricardo?
Leroy, of course you can. Try that chocolate fudge cake, huh?
Gee, did you see the card with it?
Where?
Just to show you what a little oven can do. From Miss Rosita Callahan.
Little oven. That old maid. Say, she and her brother own that row of stores we've been trying to buy.
Gosh, maybe now you can get it for a song, huh?
No, Leroy. She wouldn't like it if she learned the truth.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve, you've got visitors.
Oh, who is it, Bertie?
There's a gentleman and also Judge Hooker.
Yeah, I'll be right there. Hide the pastry, my boy.
Okay, I got a swell place to hide it, Unc.
Here's where I collect $100 from Judge Hooker.
Oh, hello, Judge. How's Mother's little helper these days? I understand that since KQQ has had this wonderful new singer, you're getting about as much attention as Father gets on Mother's Day.
Gildy, we came to talk to you about that fella. Oh, you know Pat Callahan, don't you?
Oh, yes. Hello. We've had an important real estate deal pending for a long time, haven't we, Callahan?
Well, that can wait, Gildersleeve. We represent a group of substantial citizens who are fed up with this singer, Ricardo.
Yes, we dislike his effect on our women folks. All they do is listen to Ricardo and talk about Ricardo and dream about Ricardo.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. Man comes home from work tired and hungry. What does he get? Ricardo.
Is that bad?
Terrible. Look at my sister. Just because her name's Rosita and this bum of a baritone sings a theme song called Rosita, she thinks he's warbling to her. As a result, what happens? I catch her baking cakes for this guy with sugar she got with my ration book.
But why have you boys come to me?
Well, you haven't any women folk who'd put you in the doghouse if they found out what you'd done.
Why don't you get Judge Hooker to do something?
Oh, I'm in a peculiar position. Everybody would think I was jealous.
Yes, and everybody would be right.
Look, I'm through horsing around, Gildersleeve. Do you still want to buy that property at your own price?
Why, of course.
Then first you've got to see that this wandering minstrel starts wandering again. Understand?
Yes, I'm afraid so, but I really hate to do it.
Why, Gildersleeve?
Well, if I succeed in removing this wonderful artist with the golden voice from the radio, good music in this country is going to be set back another 10 years.
The Great Gildersleeve will be with us again in just a few minutes. Meanwhile, let's consider the chicken or roast you had left over from dinner today. Not quite enough for dinner tomorrow? Well, let me tell you how to stretch and glamorize what is left into a thrifty main dish. Cream the leftover meat and serve it in a delicious ring of macaroni and cheese. Macaroni and cheese that you cook in just 7 minutes. You do it with the product called Kraft Dinner. In every box of Kraft Dinner, there's a special quick cooking macaroni. Also, some Kraft grated that puts the cheese flavor through and through in a jiffy. Just 7 minutes at the stove, and you have fluffy, tender macaroni drenched in cheese goodness. For a smart macaroni ring, press the macaroni and cheese into a ring mold. Let it stand for a few minutes, unmold on a platter, and pour your cream meat into the center. A very exciting-looking, thrifty dish. Kraft Dinner itself costs very little, so stock up tomorrow on several packages of Kraft Dinner. And now back to Uncle Mort, who by now is about half dead from leading a double life. As Ricardo, the Romeo from Rio, he's got the wives of Summerfield throwing rocks at their husbands. And as Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve, he's promised to run Ricardo out of town. But at the moment, Ricardo is still going to town.
Deep in my heart, I will always adore you. I love but you, my Rosita, And so once more, Ricardo, she's saying adios, caras lindas, which means in the language of my country, bye-bye, all you sweet ladies. My art and me, we stop beating each other till we meet again. Good night.
I'm telling you, Ricardo, that program was absolutely tops.
Is tops? Oh, yes, tops is yo-yos, what has been grounded, yes.
No, it was wonderful. All the telephone lines are simply flooded with messages for you.
Just messages? No more cookies?
Oh, yes, lots of them, too. Wait a minute, Ricky. Before you sneak out the back way again, I'd like to talk business with you.
No, Mr. Newsbouser. Music and businesses don't mix. So I am keeping the music and giving you the business.
No, hold on. Don't go. I'm not going to keep asking you to reveal your identity or even take off that mask. But I'm in a spot and I need your help to get off it.
Sorry, but Ricardo is not spot remover.
No. Oh, this is serious. One of our biggest stockholders phoned up and said that if I didn't arrange a meeting between the masked baritone and her, she'd fire me.
Oh, what a dory trick.
She's waiting to see you, Ricky. You'll go out and meet her, won't you? To save my job.
Well, okay, but only because that's an awful dory trick on you.
Well, swell. The lady's name is Rosita Callahan.
Rosita Callahan? Oh, that's an awful dory trick on me.
Yes?
I am supposing to be having a disappointment with Senorita Rosita Callahan. Aren't you him?
Oh, yes. And you're Ricardo. I recognized you immediately by your mask. Oh, come in. Well, what are you afraid of? We're all alone.
That's what I'm afraid of.
Oh, well, don't just stand there. Come in.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, I've got a lovely dinner just for the two of us. I prepared it all with my own little hands.
I'm very sorry, but I never eat such big dinners.
Oh. Now. Won't you take off your hat and your cape and your mask?
Oh, no. We have such nice visitation, and I got to leave. As Shakespeare, he say, parting is such sweet sorrow. Goodbye, maybe I see you day after tomorrow.
Oh, please don't leave so soon.
But I got to go. It's not safe in this city. All the mans are jealous. They are gunning for me with a rope.
A rope?
Certamente. They tell me if I'm not left Summerfield by noon tomorrow, they'll all take me out to lynch.
Who are these men?
The men are your brother, George Hooker, and lots of jealous fellows.
Well, the women of this town will have something to say about that.
Yeah.
Oh, Rosita, I came home early.
Oh, my goodness. That's my brother. He mustn't find you here.
Lady, you are saying a houseful.
Oh, quick. Now, hide someplace. Get under the sofa.
Sofa? Madam, I am a singer, not a midget. Which way is the back door?
Out through the dining room, and hurry. I'll try to divert his attention.
Yeah. Goodbye, senorita. If I never see you some more, the pleasure is all mine.
Da dee 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 da da dee dee da da.
Bertie, must you sing that song?
Well, it ain't compulsory, Mr. Gildersleeve, but it's mighty pretty. That's the song that Ricardo boy used to sing.
Oh, yes, Ricardo boy.
He might have been a foreigner, but he sure had a nice domesticated voice. Any news in the paper?
Let's see. Brazilian baritone missing.
Failed to appear on scheduled program last evening. Foul play feared. Women storm City Hall. Police Chief Ken Dolan orders dragnet.
Well, then he sure is a goner. Anytime they orders a dragnet drug, that means the worst has already happened.
Now, Bertie, don't let this thing upset you. After all, the man was just a gypsy who probably tired of Summerfield and merely rolled up his tent and stole away.
Well, he stole about the half away, too. Well, if you'll excuse me, I'll just finish my dusting later.
Oh, my goodness, Bertie, too. Well, maybe I shouldn't have... do you mind seeing who that is, my boy?
Where's your big fat? Oh, hello, Gildersleeve. Hey, congratulations. That was a swell job you did.
The job? What do you mean?
Getting rid of that soft soap artist who made all of the ladies neglect my nice educational program. Say, did you hear? I'm going back on the air.
I still collect on that bet, though, Hooker.
Oh, I don't mind paying it all. I'll send you a check in the morning.
But you better not forget. Or Ricardo might forget to stay away.
How did you manage it, Gildy? No. Don't tell me. That'd make me an accessory.
Yeah. Leroy.
I'm getting it.
Okay.
Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve live here.
Why, of course he does. If you don't use your eyes, officer, you see it right in there. Oh, and look who's with him. Judge Hooker. The one poor Ricardo told me had threatened him.
What's that?
Rosita Callahan. Oh, hello, Miss Callahan. To what do we owe the pleasure of this visit to us?
Oh, don't you dare speak to me. I finally wormed the truth out of my brother.
Oh, my goodness, you did?
Yes. He told me how you threatened and intimidated my dear little Ricardo, and probably did away with him, too. Officer, arrest that man for the murder of my fiancé, Ricardo.
Yeah, now, just a second, Miss Callahan. We haven't any evidence.
Yes, don't you go around accusing a man of being your fiancé unless you can back it up.
Quiet, you. We're investigating the disappearance of that singer from KQQQ. Did you do it?
Me? Why, I never even heard him sing over at KQQQ. Have I, Leroy?
Oh, no, you never heard him on the radio, huh?
Yeah.
Well, if that's true, lady, he hasn't got no motive for bumping the guy off.
I tell you, my brother confessed the whole thing. It was a plot to keep me and my darling Ricardo apart. And Judge Hooker...
Excuse me, I'm busy with an important case.
So am I, Judge. Come on back here.
One moment. You quit giving orders to my guests, officer. I know a little bit about law myself. If you haven't any evidence that a crime was committed, you can't come in barging in here bothering us.
Gildy, you're right.
Yeah, now drag those big flat feet of yours out of here. And take Rosita with you.
I'm telling him, Unc.
Come on, Miss Callahan, he's right.
Hey, Teddy, how you doing?
Oh, that's my partner. Never mind coming in, Wally. We can't pin nothing on this guy.
Oh, no? Well, look what I found out in this guy's garage, in the trunk of his car.
Oh, it's Ricardo's cape and mask and hat.
It's what?
Okay, Gildersleeve. What did you do with the body? You won't talk, huh?
Why don't you tell him, Unc?
You quiet, young man.
All right. We're dragging you and the kid down to headquarters. We got wives to making you guys talk. Come on.
Yo, this is going to be one of my bad days.
Unc, it's almost supper time. They'll keep us here all night if you don't tell them the truth.
If I ever told the truth, young man, I'd be the laughingstock of Summerfield. Besides, I'd never collect that $100 from Judge Hooker.
Yeah, but if you don't confess, they're going to hang you for bumping yourself off.
They can't. They can't do that. They haven't even got a dead body.
They will have after they hang you.
Here come the police back again.
I don't know what's with this guy. Let's see what we can get out of him by throwing a scare into him, huh?
Yeah, sure, Teddy. Okay, Gildersleeve, we're going to give you a little third degree. Teddy, you got the rubber hoses?
Yeah, right here, Wally.
Rubber hoses? Oh, great jumping jeeps.
All right, let's commence.
Sure. Only suppose he starts yelling. We don't want any kickback. Turn on the radio real loud so nobody will hear him.
Yeah, okay.
You guys cut that out. Leave my Uncle Mort alone. He never hurt anybody in his life. Don't you dare touch him.
Hear my song, I implore you. Soul of my soul.
Hey, wait a minute. That's him. That's the guy on the radio. Turn it off.
Yeah, okay.
Say, what's going on around here?
I'll tell you what's going on. There'll be a suit for false arrest going on here if you don't let my nephew and me out of here right now.
But I don't get it.
You heard that fellow Ricardo singing on the radio just now, didn't you?
Oh, yeah, but...
Then how dare you hold me for his disappearance? Now open that door.
Well, sure. No hard feelings, is there, Mr. Gildersleeve?
No, not at all. But never do that to me again. Come on, Leroy.
Gee, I don't get it.
I don't get it either anymore. How can you be here with me and still sing from KQQQ at the same time?
Shh, Leroy, let's hurry out of here before these policemen find out that they were listening to an electrical transcription. Frankly, Marjorie, what did you think of this Ricardo?
Oh, Uncle Mort, I thought you were just wonderful.
You knew it was me all along? How did you know?
That evening cape you were wearing all around town happened to be mine.
What? Good night.
Original music heard on this program was composed and conducted by William Randolph. This is Jim Bannon speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company and inviting you to be with us again next week at the same time for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
Ever wonder about how to cut down the food budget these days? Well, most homemakers do, so here's a hint. You can economize and please your family, too, by serving them Parquet margarine, the delicious spread for bread made by Kraft. You'll find Parquet margarine is a mighty good-tasting spread on bread or toast or rolls. Yes, and Parquet is so economical, you can use all you want in cooking, too, to add that delicate extra flavor that only a delicious spread for bread can give. So get a pound or two of economical Parquet margarine tomorrow. Remember, it's nourishing and wholesome, one of the best energy foods you can serve. And every pound contains 9,000 units of important vitamin A. Yes, tomorrow sure, ask for Parquet. Parkay. Parquet margarine, one of Kraft's fine foods. This program has come to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Presents the Great Gildersleeve. The Kraft Cheese Company, who also bring you Bing Crosby every Thursday night, present each week at this time Harold Peary as the Great Gildersleeve, written by Leonard L. Levinson. We'll hear from the Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. But first, a tip for you men folks who love macaroni and cheese. If you hanker for light macaroni with cheese goodness all through and through, better mention Kraft Dinner to the little woman. For with Kraft Dinner, she can make swell macaroni and cheese in just 7 minutes cooking time. You see, the Kraft Dinner package holds a special kind of macaroni that cooks tender in 7 minutes by the clock. And then you sprinkle the cheese goodness all through it with the Kraft grated that also comes in the Kraft Dinner box. You're all set, ready to fork in. Sound swell? It is. Just say to your wife, let's have that quick-made macaroni and cheese. Kraft Dinner. Remind her to buy Kraft Dinner tomorrow. And now let's visit our friend, the Great Gildersleeve, who's just arrived home in great humor. For the local paper contains a big write-up and picture of our hero, the latest in a series they've been running entitled Men Who Have Pushed Summerfield Ahead. Number 89, Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve.
Go ahead, read on, Marjorie.
Mr. Gildersleeve gained his college education at Princeton, where he was a member of the class of 14. He was one of Princeton's star athletes and musicians, and was selected by his classmates as student most likely to weigh 200 pounds in 10 years.
Oh, yes, dear old Princeton. Incidentally, Marjorie, do you like the picture of me the newspaper printed?
Oh, yes, Uncle. You look positively handsome.
Handsome? Oh, no. What do you think of it, Bertie?
Just like one of them movie stars, only you got a pretty mustache and he ain't.
Oh, is that so? Which star do you mean? Ronald Coleman?
No.
No? Are you positive?
Well, definitely.
Oh.
Tyrone Power?
No.
Clark Gable? Frederick March? Robert Taylor?
No.
Cary Grant? Victor Mature?
That's it. Now I remember.
Who? Victor Mature?
No, sir. Costello of Abbott and Costello. Now, if he only had a mustache like yours.
Excuse me, I'll get it. Costello of Abbott and Costello. Hello?
Hello. Is this my old palsy Wellsy Gildy?
This is Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve. Who's speaking, please?
Now, brace yourself for a surprise. It's Brownie.
Brownie? I don't know any brownies. Which Brown are you?
Your old pal, Bob Brown, who went to college with you. I just arrived in town for a few days, and I thought I'd give you a ring.
Well, that was mighty nice of you. Bob Brown is. I still don't remember him. Well, we'll have to get together sometime.
You betcha my life, old Keith. How about you coming right downtown and having dinner with me?
Oh, I couldn't do that tonight, but hold the line a minute, will you? Bertie, would it be all right for me to invite a guest out for dinner?
Yes, sir. The roast, it'll stretch.
You're sure that we have enough of everything now?
Oh, indubitably. Only maybe you better ask him to bring his own sugar.
Yeah. Hello, Brown. Say, I've got an idea. Why don't you come out and have dinner with us?
Oh, no, I wouldn't dream of troubling you folks.
Oh, that's quite all right. The roast will stretch. Yeah. Come on out. We're at 747 Parkside Avenue.
747 Parkside. I'll be there, kiddo. By Jiminy, I can hardly wait to see you again, Throcky old Socky. Toodaloo.
Goodbye. Brown. Bob Brown.
I better get out the good linen. Incidentally, Miss Marge, is we demitassing and finger bowling tonight?
Oh, yes, Bertie. Oh, Leroy, go comb your hair. We're having a guest for dinner.
Jeepers, every time we have somebody for dinner, I gotta comb my hair. Who is it, Uncle Mort?
Well, I can't quite remember, my boy. There were 2 Bobby Browns in my class at Princeton, and I don't know which one this is.
Gee, when you were at Princeton, I bet you were the big noise around the campus, Unc.
No, my boy. I didn't go out for cheerleader.
He was more athletic type.
Yeah.
He was? What did you star in, Unc? Football?
No, my boy. I was associated with the water polo team.
Gee, how do you play that?
Well, water polo is a sort of a soggy version of soccer. The team whose pole motor breaks down first is declared the loser.
And what position did you play, Unc?
Well, I had a very important position. I was the assistant business manager. Great jumping jeeps. That must be him already. I'll answer it. Where did he phone from? The corner drugstore?
Well, Gildy, you old coot, how's the kid?
Oh, you mean me. Well, I'm just Brown, Dandy. I'm Dandy Brown. Come on in, won't you?
Oh, sure. Hey, cabby, just throw my luggage up on the porch. Well, Frosty, it's great to see you.
Yes, isn't it?
Oh, you old rascal. You know you haven't changed a ton.
I haven't?
No, sir. No, sirree, Bob. Some of your pompadours slipped down to your lower lip, and some of your chest has slipped down to your belt, but I'd still know you anywhere.
I wish I could say the same about you, Brownie, old fellow. Come on in and meet the family. This is Leroy,
Well, Leroy, you're certainly the image of your old man, aren't you?
Leroy happens to be my nephew.
Oh, yeah. Yes, of course.
And this is Marjorie.
How do you do, Mr. Brown?
Why, Gildy, you old reprobate. Congratulations. What a beautiful young wife.
Marjorie is my niece.
Your niece? Oh, yes, of course. Well, I was just kidding. Don't mind me, folks.
Dinner, sir.
Oh, yes. And this is Bertie.
Yeah, I know. Your maid.
Absolutely correct. Have a cigar, Mr. Brown.
Yes, your uncle was one of our star athletes.
Gee, Mr. Brown, tell us some more things that happened to you and Uncle Mort in college.
Yes, you seem to know so much that Uncle Mort has never even mentioned.
Yeah, and so much that never even happened, too.
Well, I'd love to, kiddies, but I'd better get downtown and register at one of the hotels.
But
couldn't you stay
You expect to be here long, Brown?
Oh, just a day or two, then off again like a gypsy.
Gee, I'd like to travel all the time.
Oh, you'd soon get tired of it, my boy. Say, I'd give my eye teeth for a comfy home like this with a big fireplace, couple of swell kids, and a little guest room in case an old friend should show up.
Uncle, couldn't we...
By the way, Brownie, do you ever run into Eddie Maxwell or Bill Simmons or Clarence Benzer?
No, can't say that I have, but I saw Paul Green in New York last summer.
Oh, good old Paul Green. Don't believe I remember him.
Oh, he was one of the boys. Now he's in the game.
The game?
Yes, he makes puzzles. Now, there's a great guy. You know, he insisted on me coming out to his Long Island place for the weekend.
Uncle Mort, don't you think that we could...
Oh, yes, Green. I remember him now. A stocky fellow with sort of sleepy eyes.
Yeah, that's right. And talking about sleepy eyes sleepy. Yes, but now it seems there's nothing to do but toddle along to a lonely room.
Gee, can't Mr. Brown stay overnight in our guest room?
What? Oh, why, of course, our guest room. I wonder why I didn't think of it myself.
You will stay, won't you, Mr. Brown?
Oh, now, please, Margie, don't call me Mr. Brown. Just call me Uncle Bob.
Uncle Bob? You mean Uncle Boob.
You know, this is just too grand of you, Gildy. I'll just get my luggage. I think the driver left it on the porch.
Oh, no, you just sit there, Uncle Bob. I'll go get it.
Now we'll have time for a few more yarns about college, eh, Throcky old Socky?
Oh, yes, of course, Brownie, old clowny.
You know, when I think of those ivy-clad walls...
Wait a minute. Hold on there, Brown. There was no ivy on the walls at Princeton.
Been back there lately, Gildersleeve?
No, but...
when I think of those ivy-clad walls, I can't help remembering the days of the frost rush.
Excuse me a moment, won't you? Yes, Leroy, what is it?
Would you mind helping me, Unc?
What's the trouble? Can't you handle Uncle Bob's luggage by yourself?
Jeepers, no. Uncle Bob brought his trunk.
What?
And then a voice from the coop replied, "No, sir, there ain't nobody here except us chickens."
You ain't the funniest man, Mr. Brown.
Oh, brother, what a memory.
I'll be right back with a tray full of breakfast, Mr. Brown. Mr. Gildersleeve, your friend sure is pleasant company.
Yes, pleasant and permanent. He's been here 3 days already. Bertie, did he give you any hint as to when he's leaving?
Well, he did discuss plans for a picnic 4th of July. Now I got to fix him a nice poached egg for his breakfast.
George, I'd like to fix him a nice poached Mickey.
Hey, Uncle Mort, is Uncle Bob up yet?
Uncle Bob, Leroy, Mr. Brown is not your Uncle Bob.
I know, but he's such a swell guy. And he hasn't any nephews of his own, so I sort of adopted him. Oh, Uncle Bob, is there something I can get for you?
That guy gets more service around here than a cop in a kitchen. Nobody ever feeds me poached eggs in bed.
Oh, good morning, Uncle Mort.
Oh, hello, Marjorie. At least you're not going to neglect your uncle, I see.
I should say not. How's he feeling this morning?
Why, who?
Uncle Bob.
Oh, so you've adopted him too, eh?
Yes. He hasn't any nieces of his own, you know.
That bird hasn't anything of his own but an appetite.
Oh, yes, isn't it a shame? That's why I've arranged a nice big formal dinner for tonight.
Formal dinner? Do you mean I've got to put on soup and fish just to listen to that fish eat his soup?
Oh, now, Uncle, I've invited Judge Hooker and Rosita Callahan to meet Uncle Bob. Do you think he's Rosita's type?
He wears pants, doesn't he? What is it, Leroy?
Uncle Bob asked me to tell you that he'll be ready to leave right after breakfast.
Oh, he will? Splendid. I've been waiting for this.
Yeah, can you have the car all ready then?
Oh, with the doors open and the motor running.
Good. He wants you to take him out for a long drive in the country.
I should have known.
You can stop here, Gildersleeve. This is Hickory Hills, isn't it?
Yes. During the last war, Camp Hickory was located here. I remember the rifle range was right over there. Hickory was one of the biggest training camps.
Well, we've got bigger plans for it this time.
We have?
Oh, not you, my associates and I.
Hey, you know, Gildy, I haven't discussed my reason for being in Summerfield.
Oh, there was a reason.
Oh, yes, and it's very confidential.
Yes.
You see those hills?
Yes.
Well, our mining engineers report that they contain one of the richest deposits of manganese in the country.
Manganese?
It's not so loud. Yes, you know what it is, of course.
Oh, it's a very valuable mineral. It's used to toughen steel.
Right. It's in great demand now for war production.
You mean someone's finally found something of value in them bare hills?
Gildersleeve, there's millions in them there bare hills.
Millions. Brownie, old pal.
Yes, Gildy?
Suppose we were to snoop around and find out who owns this land. Don't you think we could pick it up pretty cheap?
No, I'm afraid the owner wants a pretty stiff price, Gildy.
Oh, you know who it is.
I'll say I do.
Look here, Brownie, little chum. After all, we were schoolmates together at Princeton. Do you mind telling me the owner's name?
Not at all, old kid.
Good. Then who is it?
It's me.
My voice, I implore you.
Oh, hello, Uncle Mort.
Hello.
My, it's nice to have you so jolly again. You've been awfully grumpy the past few days.
Well, that's all changed now, my dear. Oh,
Now, run along and get into your tuxedo. The guests are due in half an hour.
Oh, the guests, of course. Deep in my heart, Well, hello, Leroy, my boy. Are you waiting to see me?
Yeah, Unc. I sort of stumbled into something by accident this afternoon, and it's got me worried.
What is it, my boy?
This, I found it up in the attic.
Why, that's my old college yearbook. Say, wait till I show this to Bob Brown. He'll get a terrific kick when he reads it.
No, Unc, you'll give him a terrific kick when you read it.
Leroy, why should I kick Uncle Bob?
Because he isn't Uncle Bob. He's an impostorator.
He's an impersonator? What do you mean?
Look, this book's got pictures of your whole class, including the 2 Bob Browns who graduated with you.
Yes?
And one of them was bald, so that couldn't be him.
I remember now. Baldy Brown. He finally graduated. But couldn't Brownie here have been the other one?
No, look, the other one was an Indian. Gee, do you think he scalped the first one?
Leroy, why couldn't you found all this out just a few hours earlier?
Why, Uncle Mort?
Because this humbug just took me out and showed me a reasonable facsimile of a manganese mine.
See, he's a fakeroo, probably looking for a sucker.
No, my boy, he isn't looking anymore. He just sold me a half interest in his manganese mine.
The Great Gildersleeve will be back with us again in just a few minutes. But first, a note to all you women who are on the alert for thrifty main dishes. You know that macaroni and cheese is a good one. But do you know that you can now make delicious macaroni and cheese in just 7 minutes cooking time? The magic lies in a product called Kraft Dinner. You see, every box of Kraft Dinner contains a special macaroni that cooks tender in boiling water in just 7 minutes. No need to blanch or bake this Kraft Dinner macaroni. You just drain it, add a little butter and milk, and then sprinkle the cheese goodness through and through with the Kraft grated that also comes in every Kraft Dinner box. In a jiffy, you have fluffy, light macaroni drenched in cheese goodness. Kraft Dinner will be such a help with the budget, such a help with getting quick meals, you'd better stock the pantry shelf. Remember that tomorrow when you order. For delicious, quick-made macaroni and cheese, ask your food dealer for economical Kraft Dinner. Uncle Mort had to go through with the dinner in honor of his old college chum, Bob Brown. Right now, it's cigars, coffee, and conversation at 10 paces in the living room.
Yeah, look at him go after my cigar.
Really, Mr. Gildersleeve, it was a most charming dinner, and I think that Mr. Brown is most charming, too.
Oh, yes, Miss Callahan. That fellow could charm a snake out of its skin. If present company accepted, of course.
Oh, he's led such an adventurous life. I understand that he was once an aviator.
You're right, sort of a fly-by-night. However, I have hopes that the government's going to step in and ground him for the duration.
And then the judge turned to the prisoner and said, "You may be deaf now, but you'll get your hearing in the morning."
Oh, for corn's sake.
Leroy, I don't blame you. I'd like to talk to you in a moment, too. Excuse us, won't you, Miss Callahan?
Oh, yes, of course, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yeah.
Yes, Unc, what is it?
Leroy, do you want that brown chap to get wise that we suspect him?
Gee, no, Unc.
Then put away that junior G-man fingerprinting outfit.
But how else can I trap him?
Look, I'm going to call in a mining engineer the first thing in the morning. We've got to be sure where we're stepping before we put our foot into it.
Well, what'll we do now?
Well, just keep our eyes open and pretend we're completely ignorant. And the way I let myself get swindled, I won't have to do much pretending either.
Unc, here comes Judge Hooker.
Yeah, what is that old hippo? Oh, Judge Hooker, how's things?
Say, Gildersleeve, I must admit that I was completely taken by your friend Brown.
Uncle Mort was taken, too.
Leroy, go away someplace and pass the after-dinner mints.
Okay, Unc. Maybe I can get some prints that way.
Prince.
I was just thinking, Gildy, how nice it is to renew old friendships.
Yes, very nice indeed.
You know, I'd rather have an old friend than $1 million, wouldn't you?
Well, I suppose so. Although there seems to be some rule that you can't have both of them at the same time.
Oh, now, Gildy, you mustn't be so hard-bitten.
I can't help it. It's because I've bitten so hard. Judge, there's something I better tell you, and quickly.
Mr. Brown just left with Miss Callahan. He's taken her for a ride to the magnesia mine.
What? Oh, the manganese mine.
Yeah, he's got her interested, too.
By George, I've got to stop before she does anything rash. Come on, Judge. Maybe you can help.
Here, Unc, maybe this'll help.
No, Leroy, I've told you before. I don't want that fingerprint outfit.
Slow down, Gildersleeve. There's Rosita's car. Parked up ahead.
Huh?
I wish I knew what this was all about.
Yes. Oh, I hope I'm not too late. You divert Brown's attention, Judge, while I talk to her. Rosita! Oh, Rosita!
What? Oh, my, Mr. Gildersleeve and Judge Hooker.
Hey, what are you two doing here?
Rosita, I must speak to you alone. Judge, you take care of Brownie.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve, this has been a most delightful night. Now, what do you want with little me?
Well, excuse me for asking, Rosita, but why did Bob Brown bring you out here?
Well, I thought I had an idea, but I was wrong. He wanted me to buy a quarter interest in some perfectly wonderful mining property.
Oh, my, and did you?
Well, it was like this. The moon was so beautiful, and he was so persuasive, and I'm so impulsive, I just couldn't say no.
Oh, I never should have introduced you to...
Gildersleeve?
Yes, what is it, Judge?
Gildersleeve, the most wonderful thing has just happened to me. You'll never guess. I bought a quarter interest in a manganese mine.
Now, see here, Brown. I'm not going to beat around the bush any longer. You're a fraud and a fake, and I know it. Oh, you won't talk, eh? Well, I demand my money back. And right now, too. And if you don't...
Excuse me, Mr. Gildersleeve, but is Mr. Brown in here?
No, Bertie, I'm looking for him myself.
Hello, I was just passing by and I thought I heard someone paging me.
Oh, yes, Brownie. There's a little matter I'd like to discuss, if you have a minute to spare.
Always have a minute for my little bunkie. What is it, Maud?
Well, it's... excuse us for a moment, will you, Bertie?
Yes, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Now, what was it, pal?
Well, I sort of been thinking over that mining deal of ours, Brownie, and I've come to the conclusion that it wasn't very fair of me to gyp you out of a half interest for only $10,000. So I was thinking...
Well, if you're not satisfied, Gildy, I'll take the stock back.
If you will?
Sure, I'll give you back your check and a $500 profit.
$500 profit? In cash?
Surely.
Now?
Just as soon as you hand over your stock certificates.
Stay right there. Don't move. I'll be back in a flash for the cash. Oh, excuse me, Bertie. Get out of my way.
Oh, Bertie, you waiting to see me?
Yes, sir. I drew all that money out of my building and loan like you done told me, Mr. Brown.
Good. I have your stock certificate all ready for you. 1,000 shares at 50 cents a share. Here you are.
What a beautiful certificate. And here's the $500, Mr. Brown. Take good care of it now.
Yes, don't worry.
Now remember, not a word of this to anyone.
No?
Mr. Gildersleeve would be awfully angry if he found out that I let you in on this, too.
Don't you worry, sir. My mouth is going to be a closed book.
Good. Here he comes. Hide that certificate.
Yes, sir.
All right, Brown. Oh, Bertie, will you please excuse us again?
Certainly, sir.
Thank you very much.
Ah, you've brought your certificates. Good. Now, here's your check back and $500 in cash, old man. Let me have the stock.
Wait a minute, Brownie. Don't rush me into this thing now.
But that's what you wanted.
Yes, but if a shrewd operator like you is willing to pay me $500 profit on the deal, there must be something to this little mine after all.
But Gildersleeve, we just made a bargain.
We didn't shake hands on it. No, sir. You're not going to gyp me out of my investment, Brownie. I wasn't born yesterday, you know. I'm going to hold on to this stock. Good afternoon, Marjorie, my dear. Any mail or messages or dividend checks for me?
No mail, Uncle Mort. But there's been a Mr. Connolly phoning all afternoon.
Oh, yes, Bill Conley. He's the mining engineer I hired to give me a report on the manganese mine. What did he say?
I don't know. Uncle Bob took the message.
Oh, Uncle Bob did? Well, I'll have to go ask him then.
Oh, wait a minute, I forgot. I've got some good news for you.
Good news, you have?
Yes. You've been so anxious to get rid of Uncle Bob. Well, now he's left.
He's left? Mm-hmm. But, my dear, I don't want him to go now. Are you sure he's gone for good?
Oh, yes. Right after he spoke to Mr. Connolly, he phoned for a taxi, packed, and scooted right out.
No, great jumping jeeps. That can mean only one thing, my dear. Hand me the phone, Marjorie.
Yes?
Thank you very much. I've got to warn Judge Hooker that Brown is a phony.
He's a what?
I'll explain later.
Judge Hooker's residence.
Hello. This is Mr. Gildersleeve. Is he there?
Oh, no, Mr. Gildersleeve. He's gone to the bank.
Oh, the bank. Thanks. I'll try him there.
But, Uncle Mort, I don't understand.
I've been done brown by Brown, my dear. He's a crook, a thief, a confidence man. He never went to Princeton.
Summerfield National Bank, Sheehan speaking.
Oh, Mr. Sheehan. This is Mr. Gildersleeve. Is Judge Hooker there?
Judge Hooker? Why, he just left.
Oh, too bad. Mr. Sheehan, I want to stop a check that I wrote made out in favor of a Robert Brown.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Gildersleeve, but Brown was just in here and cashed that check.
No, are you sure?
Yes, Judge Hooker brought him over and introduced him. He cashed a number of checks. Is there any message in case Mr. Brown comes back?
Thanks just the same, Mr. Sheehan, but that bird will never come near your cage again. Bertie, you let me know just as soon as this Mr. Connolly, the expert, shows up. There may be a remote possibility that there actually is manganese in those hills.
Yes, Mr. Gildersleeve, I sure hope so.
Now, don't take it so hard, Bertie. After all, you didn't lose any money.
Yes, I did, too. All my building and loans is gone.
What?
And that Mr. Brown has such an honest face.
Why, Bertie, how could you be so gullible?
Oh, I guess it just runs in the family, Mr. Gildersleeve. I takes after you.
Well, I'd like to lay my hands on that crook.
Now, me, I just like to cook for him.
You'd like to cook for him, Bertie?
Yes, sir. I just like to cook for him one day, that's all.
Gildersleeve, are you home?
There's Judge Hooker, bellowing like a hooked bull. I'm in here, Judge.
Hi, Miss Callahan.
Well, Mr. Gildersleeve, you certainly have fine friends who treat a poor, innocent girl.
What poor, innocent girl? What's her name? Oh, you. Well, I'm terribly sorry about the whole thing, Rosita.
Well, you'll be a lot sorrier when I file a lawsuit against you.
What?
Judge Hooker, I'd like to sue him in your court. Can I make an appointment now?
In his court? But Miss Callahan, Rosita, you know I tried to stop you.
I'm getting in, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Folks, that's probably the mining expert I hired. We might as well hear the sad news.
Here's that Mr. Conley you've been waiting for.
Oh, yeah.
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Well, Conley, is there any manganese in Hickory Hills?
Now, Mr. Gildersleeve, it's a well-known metallurgical fact that the presence of manganese in commercial quantities in this region is a geological impossibility.
Does that mean I get my $500 back?
No, Bertie. It means that we're all sunk.
Very well, Mr. Gildersleeve. You shall hear from my lawyers.
Gildersleeve, never speak to me again.
Now, wait a minute.
Oh, I'm sorry if I've upset you folks.
By the way, I stumbled across a curious thing up there. It might interest you. You know where the Camp Hickory rifle range used to be during the last war, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Oh, yes. It's on my property. Well, what about it?
Well, the hills in back are just chock full of bullets. Must be 2,000 or 3,000 ton of pure lead just waiting to be dug up.
Yes, sir. What?
Does that mean we're going to make a profit after all?
Sure, Judge. Come on. All we got to do is get the lead out.
It's wonderful. Not only is this a profitable business venture, but you're reclaiming vital metal for our war production effort.
Yes, Marjorie. And here's some more good news. In order to dig those bullets out, we've got to level off those hills, which means they'll make dandy building lots after we've finished. More profit.
Gee, Unc, you're a regular financial gizzard.
Yes. Leroy, my boy, that's the wrong word.
Oh, my mistake, Unc. You're a regular financial blizzard.
Just let it go. Let it go. Good night, folks.
Original music heard on this program was composed and conducted by William Randolph. This is Jim Bannon speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
Economy is mighty important these days, so I'm sure you resourceful homemakers will be interested in a delicious, nourishing food that's wonderfully economical to use. This thrifty food is wholesome parquet margarine, the delicious spread for bread made by Kraft. Parquet margarine tastes so good you'll be proud to serve it. And it's an economical source of important food elements, too. One of America's truly nutritional foods. Yes, parquet margarine is one of the best energy foods you can serve. What's more, it's a reliable year-round food source of vitamin A, because every pound of parquet contains 9,000 units of this important vitamin. So serve parquet margarine at your table. Use it in cooking, too. You see, using parquet margarine is a wise economy, because it's as nutritious as it is delicious. So tomorrow, ask for Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y. Parquet margarine made by Kraft. This program has reached you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Kraft presents the Great Gildersleeve. The Kraft Cheese Company, who also bring you Bing Crosby every Thursday night, present each week at this time Harold Peary as the Great Gildersleeve, written by Leonard L. Levinson. We'll hear from the Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. But first, let's consider that great American dish, macaroni and cheese. Do your folks like it with the macaroni fluffy, light, and the cheese goodness all through and through? Well, I can tell you how to make it just that way. Cook it in only 7 minutes. Get a thrifty box of the product called Kraft Dinner. In the package, you'll find a special quick-cooking macaroni. Also, there's an envelope of Kraft Grated that puts cheese goodness on every tender morsel. All in all, you do just 7 minutes cooking and get a swell, thrifty main dish. Now, particularly when you're watching the food bills, now when you're especially busy, Kraft Dinner is a big help. You'd better get several packages of Kraft Dinner and be ready to make delicious macaroni and cheese whenever you're in a hurry. once again, let's visit our friend, the Great Gildersleeve, who's not a happy man today. No, indeed, this is one of his bad days. Right now, he's telling his niece and nephew, Marjorie and Leroy, and Bertie, their cook, all about it.
Yes, and there I was, peacefully driving along, when suddenly I heard a bang, and then a bumpity-bumpity bump. At first I hoped it was just the rear end falling out, but no such luck. It was a tire.
Well, gee, Uncle Mort, what about the spare?
Leroy, that was the spare.
Can't you get a new tube anywhere?
No, my dear, they can't sell me one.
But I thought when you went to buy a new tube, you could have it just as long as you brought your old one in.
Bertie, that's for toothpaste, not rubber.
Oh, excuse me, I got my gums mixed up. Never mind, Leroy, I'll tend to the door. Oh, hello, Judge Hooker.
Judge Hooker, what does that sawed-off Solomon want?
Hello, Gildy. Hello, kid.
Oh, Judge.
Hello.
Say, Gildersleeve, I saw you down on Center Street this afternoon with that flat tire, and she certainly looked bad.
How dare you talk about Rosita Callahan? Oh! You mean the flat tire on my car, yeah. Yeah, it looks like I'll have to learn to drive on 3 wheels, Judge.
Oh, no, you won't. Here, take this.
Gee, Unc, what's in the package?
Huh? Well, it feels like... Oh, I'm afraid to hope. By George, it's a girdle. Oh, no, it's an inner tube. Oh, Judgy-wudgy.
Hey, keep him off me. Stop trying to kiss me, Gildy.
Oh, I'm so happy I could dance. For he's a jolly good fellow. He's good and he's ripe and he's mellow. He's kind underneath his big bellow. And his heart is as big as his head. Wahoo!
Now, Throckmorton, control yourself.
Uh-huh.
Yes, Uncle. Quit wearing that inner tube around your neck.
Well.
Oh, let him. It matches the one around his middle.
Oh, you're a card, Judge. Say, how can I repay you? Won't you stay for dinner?
No, thanks.
Can I lend you any money, pal? How about taking a pound of sugar?
No, Gildersleeve. I've been amply repaid just watching the way your big, fat, stupid face lights up.
What a sense of humor. Hooker, you kill me.
Hey, Unc, before you do anything rash, don't you think you should see if it'll fit your car first?
Leroy, that isn't polite. Remember, you must never look a gift tube in the size. By the way, Judge, it is the right size, isn't it?
Of course it is, you big blimp.
Big blimp.
Well, so long, folks. I've got to get back home now.
Good night.
Bye-bye, Judge.
Leroy, there goes one of nature's noblemen.
That isn't what you said about him yesterday, Unc.
What did I say?
You said he was so stingy he has his bubble gum retreaded.
Leroy, never repeat malicious gossip. Today we saw on you, Judge Hooker. A kind, generous, thoughtful Hooker.
Yes.
Yes. I got to find some way to reciprocate for this beautiful tube.
Well, he's running for re-election.
That's right.
And next month he's going to observe his 20th anniversary as a judge.
Say, that'd make good publicity for his campaign. If we could celebrate by giving him a... Now, let me see. We could give him a...
Dinner?
Yes, we could give him a dinner. No. Wait, why not? That's what we'll do. We'll organize a testimonial dinner and keep it a surprise from him.
Yeah, and get him a present, too.
You're a bright boy, my boy. Now, what kind of a present should we get Judge Hooker as a reward for sitting on the Superior Court bench for 20 years?
I know it's Mr. Gildersleeve.
What, Bertie?
A big, soft, fluffy pillow.
Hello, Mr. Corbett? Gildersleeve speaking. We're holding a testimonial dinner for Judge Hooker, and I'm calling to see how many tickets you want. Now, Mr. Corbett, he always spoke well of you. Don't you feel you owe the judge something? How? Why, during the last election campaign, didn't he kiss your baby? And right after that, didn't he come down with the mumps? What's that? Oh, your baby got the mumps from him. Oh, excuse me. Goodbye.
Say, maybe you shouldn't have brought that up, Uncle Mort. Mr. Corbett controls a lot of votes.
Oh, Hooker's going to win in a walk, my dear, and a good thing, too. The little stiff is getting a little stiffer.
Hey, Unc, look, I printed all the tickets on my printing press.
Oh, fine, my boy. Thank you.
You owe me $2 for paper.
All right, here's one of the tickets. They're worth $2. Go out and sell it.
Jeepers, why didn't I think of that?
Yeah.
I'm getting you Mrs. Twitchell, Uncle.
Oh, thanks, Marjorie.
There she is.
Hello, Mrs. Twitchell. This is Mr. Gildersleeve. I'm on the Judge Hooker Testimonial Dinner Committee. You know the judge, don't you? Now, Mrs. Twitchell, he always spoke well of you.
Oh, hello, Judge Hooker. Mr. Gildersleeve's in the study.
How many tickets do you want, Mrs. Twitchell?
Uncle Mort, here comes the judge.
Oh, my goodness. Hide the tickets. Quickly now.
Yeah.
Don't let that old baboon see him. Huh? No, not you, Mrs. Twitchell. The other baboon.
Hello, Gildersleeve. Who's a baboon?
Me. See you later, Mrs. Twitchell. Goodbye. A charming woman, that Mrs. Twitchell, isn't she?
Only with snakes. She and her husband are still sore at me because of something that happened in my court years ago.
What was that, Judge Hooker?
I married them. Say, what are these tickets doing on the floor?
Tickets? Oh, never mind, Hooker. I'll pick them up.
Quit hitting me with that thick skull of yours, Gildy.
Did you get them all right, Uncle?
Yes, I think so.
What's so important about those tickets, Gildersleeve? What are you hiding them for?
Who, me? Hiding? What pockets are you thinking about?
The ones you're stuffing in your pocket. Nothing against the law, are they?
Oh, no, Judge. Quite the contrary.
Yeah, that's right. They're for one of the most contrary...
Uncle. Excuse him, Judge Hooker. He's just organized a benefit for a very deserving man.
Yeah, so there.
Oh, poor fella. Anyone I know, Gildy?
Oh, brother.
Well, I'll be glad to buy a couple of tickets. Let's see them.
Oh, I don't think they want you to buy any tickets for this, Judge.
Oh, I see. I'm not good enough to go, huh? You just want to invite your Richie friends, is that it? All right. I know where I'm not wanted. All some people want out of you are your inner tubes. After they got them, they toss you aside like a worn-out casing.
Uncle, your face is getting terribly red. Say something before your eyes pop out.
Oh!
Gee, Unc, what did the editor say, huh?
The editor assigned one of the reporters to show us their files on Judge Hooker.
Are you going to tell him you want the ghost for your speech at the banquet?
Oh, no, Leroy. We don't want any publicity till it's all over. Shh, here he comes.
Mr. Gildersleeve, my name is Duffy.
Oh, hello, Mr. Duffy.
I brought you our hooker file.
Oh, a whole envelope full of clippings. Suppose we spread them out right here, huh?
Okay. Let's see what we got here.
Yeah.
Look, Unc, here's a picture of the judge when he was first sworn into office. Gee, I never knew he had hair.
Yep, of course, my boy. You think he was born bald?
Well, wasn't he?
Quit changing the subject. Look at this. Judge foils jailbreak by conking crook with gavel. Prisoner loses hearing.
And listen to this one. Taxi company defaults drunk driving suit as Hickey Hackey plays hooky from Hooker.
Oh, look at here. Here's a picture of him in Army uniform. Corporal Hooker returns from guarding Niagara Falls as Spanish-American war ends.
Say, excuse me, but why all the interest in the judge?
Well, you see, Mr. Duffy, he's coming up for re-election, and I've got a little surprise for him, that's all. Thanks for showing me these. Come on, Leroy. If we're going to make the judge's office, we'll have to run.
Run for office, huh? Hey, Toots, give me Mr. Cornell. Boss, this is Duffy. You know that guy Gildersleeve? Well, after he dug around into Judge Hooker's past, I heard him say he's going to run for the judge's office. Now, look, we're out after Hooker, so what do you say we endorse Gildersleeve? Good. I've been gunning for that Hooker ever since he hit my brother over the head with his gavel.
What? Just one ticket? No, see here. You're a lawyer, aren't you, Mr. Marks? And you practice in Judge Hooker's court, don't you? And you want to keep on winning cases, don't you? Huh? Well, how many tickets did you say? 6? Oh, well, that's better. Thank you, Mr. Marks. Goodbye.
Good afternoon, Uncle Mort. How's the ticket sale going?
Oh, splendidly, my dear. Although I'm afraid the speaker's table is going to be terribly unbalanced. Everybody is so eager to be on Judge Hooker's right side.
Excuse me, Mr. Gildersleeve, but there's a gentleman here to see you, only he ain't.
Ain't? What do you mean, Bertie?
He ain't no gentleman. He looks tougher than 20 cents worth of goat meat.
Oh, Bertie. Bertie, that's just your imagination. Show him in.
Yeah.
Okay, but when I point to the door, I'm going to have a meat cleaver in my hand.
I wonder who it can be.
Oh, probably some friend of Judge Hooker's.
Mr. Beer Bell Box!
Well. Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. Say, some joints you got here.
Yes, isn't it? What can I do for you, Mr. Beer Bucket?
Bach is the name.
Oh, yeah.
Only me friends call me Beer Barrel for oblivious reasons. Some of us boys was hearing about this feed you're throwing for old Persimmon Puss.
Persimmon Puss?
The judge. And we wanted to be excluded, too. Yeah, we want to pay tribute to the old geezer.
Oh, well, that's a very nice spirit, Mr. Barrelhouse. I'm sure the judge will appreciate it.
I hope so. I've been trying to get to the judge for some time now. Say, if we buy 100 tickets, do you think that'd take care of the beef?
Take care of the beef? That'd take care of the whole meal.
That'll cost you $200.
2 C's? Well, that's a mere bagatelle.
Oh, bagatelle. Here, your tickets, Mr. Pilsner.
And here's the dough. Well, so long. It's sure going to be a load off of me associates' minds now that we're palsy-walsy with old Pickle Pan.
Pickle Pan? Oh, yes, he means Cucumber Kisser. Oh, that reminds me. Have you heard about my poem for the banquet, Marjorie?
No, Uncle Mort.
Well, it's called Poem on the occasion of the celebration of Judge Horace Hooker's 20th anniversary of his election to the State Superior Court bench.
Oh, that's just wonderful, Uncle.
Wait a minute. That was just the title.
How does the poem go?
I don't know. I haven't written it yet.
Where is it? Lead me to him. Oh, there you are. Gildersleeve, what is the meaning of this?
Oh, hello, Judge. What's the meaning of what?
This story in the political column of the Times. Throckmorton Pete Gildersleeve to run against Judge Hooker. Dark horse enters race.
Yep. Who's a horse?
It's a plot. A frame-up to ruin me. Gildersleeve, you're going to pay for this.
Yes, but, Judge, I just went there to look. Put down that floor lamp, Hooker.
I'll put it down on your head, you overstuffed double-crosser.
Wait a minute. That paper lied. How can I run for a judge? I'm not even a lawyer.
Say, that's right. I should have thought of that myself. But I'm all a bundle of nerves today. Got a mighty tricky trial on my hands, and I've got a right to be jittery.
Is that so? What case is that, Judge?
A gang of cutthroat racketeers. Whole slew of them. It's Beer Barrel Buck and his mob.
Oh, my, here we go again.
The Great Gildersleeve will be with us again in just a few minutes. Meanwhile, let me tell you how to perform a little kitchen magic. How to make delicious macaroni and cheese in only 7 minutes cooking time. You do it with a product called Kraft Dinner. In every box of Kraft Dinner, there's a special macaroni. You plunge it into boiling water, cook it not more than 7 minutes by the clock, and it's finished. Fluffy, tender as any macaroni you ever baked in your life. You drain the cooked macaroni, whisk in a little milk and butter, and then sprinkle cheese goodness through and through with the Kraft grater that also comes in every Kraft Dinner box. Isn't that easy? And wait till the folks taste this fluffy macaroni drenched in cheese goodness. Kraft Dinner served as a main dish is downright thrifty. At your grocer's tomorrow, see that for yourself. And get several packages of Kraft Dinner so you can stock the pantry shelf. And now back to the Great Gildersleeve, who's still determined to surprise Judge Hooker with a big testimonial dinner, even if it kills him being the judge.
Oh, hello, Bertie.
Good afternoon, Mr. Gildersleeve.
I've just come from the Summerfield Biltmore. The chef and I arranged the menu for the banquet. Listen to this. First, crab a la Judge Hooker.
What's that?
Oh, you know what a big crab the judge is. Well, these are even bigger. Next, parole of mock turtle soup.
Well, what's that parole mean?
Fresh out of the can. After that, Bertie, comes the fowl.
The fowl what?
Bertie, stop interrupting. We're having turkey a la Gildersleeve.
Now, what can that be?
Yeah, I'm not sure myself. The chef said something about it being stuffed with chestnuts. After that, roast beef, baked potatoes, creamed corn, and chocolate whipped cream pie.
All sounds mighty rich. Judge Hooker usually sups on milk toast and a cup of hot water, diluted.
Bertie, the only reason we're giving this dinner is so the judge can get a good square meal.
Hello, Uncle Mort. Say, did you order a lot of flowers for the speaker's table at the banquet?
Well, yes, but why not?
Well, doesn't Judge Hooker suffer from rose fever?
Rose fever? Now, Marjorie, a few American beauties aren't going to hurt his Yankee noodle.
Uncle Mort, you look worried.
Yes, why not? All the details of that dinner on my shoulders, arranging for speakers, trying to find a suitable present for the guest of honor, worrying about that gangster and his mob showing up.
You mean that fellow who came in and bought 100 tickets?
Yes. If Beer Barrel and his gang come, the decent people will think they're pals of hookers, and the judge will be washed up like seaweed.
Well, why don't you give them their money back?
Oh, Marjorie, I refuse to have any dealings with crooks. Besides, I've already spent the money for a string ensemble.
String ensemble?
Yeah.
You mean a lynching party?
Oh, Marjorie.
Well, the only thing to do is sell another 100 tickets and get the money back that way.
I thought of that. Only we've already sold almost 800 of them, and I just found out the banquet room only seats 250.
Oh, my goodness, what are we going to do?
Well, we can either feed them in relays, or else I can arrange a lap supper in the lobby. You spluttering spigots, that's Beer Barrel now. Bertie, don't let him in. Tell him I've gone away.
Where to?
To Shangri-La.
Uncle, you'll never squeeze under that sofa.
Hey, let me in. Who wants the door?
I'm coming, Leroy.
Oh, get up, Uncle Mort. It's just Leroy. You don't have to hide.
Who? Leroy? Who's hiding? I was just playing air raid shelter.
Hey, Unc, you don't have to worry about that big gangster anymore.
How do you know?
It says so right here in the paper. Look.
Let me see. Judge Hooker sentences hoodlum mob to 20 years apiece. Beer Barrel Bach dragged from courtroom, shrieking, "I want my money back." Sorry, old fella. No refunds.
Court will now take a recess for 5 minutes.
That's what we've been waiting for, Leroy. Now, you know what you're to do, don't you?
Yeah, sure, Unc. We're going up to talk to Judge Hooker, and when he isn't looking, I'm going to swipe his gravel.
It's not gravel, my boy. Gavel.
Okay, I'll swipe his gavel then.
Not swipe, either. We simply want to borrow his gavel so we can measure it and have an exact duplicate made in ivory and gold as an anniversary present.
Well, why does it have to be so exact?
Well, a judge is as temperamental about his gavel as a golf pro is about his clubs.
You mean the judge uses it for a putter?
Yes. No, my boy. He's just finicky about the size and weight. He never leaves it around. He probably takes it home nights to crack nuts.
Oh, hello, Judge Hooker.
Oh, yes. Hello, Judge Hooker.
Hello, Leroy. Hello, Gildersleeve. What do you want?
Oh, I just dropped in for a visit. How's your election campaign coming along, Judge?
Badly. Very badly. I can't understand it at all. 3 weeks ago, I was as good as re-elected. Today, I have a tough fight on my hands. Gildersleeve, I believe there's a conspiracy against me.
No, who'd ever do such a dirty trick?
Well, there's some sinister figure trying to cut my throat behind my back.
You mean there's something underhanded is hanging over your head?
I don't know what I mean. Half the crooks in town come up to me now and slap me on the shoulder and say, "I'll be seeing you, Judgy." People keep winking and whistling at me. I'm being persecuted, I tell you.
Oh, no, maybe it's just some friends planning a surprise, Judge.
Friends? You mean fiends? Why, if I ever...
Excuse me, Judge. Time to resume court.
Thank you, Silsby. I'll be right there. Look, Gildersleeve, keep your eyes and ears open. If you see or hear anything suspicious, please let me know.
Oh, sure, Judge. Just leave everything to me.
Unc.
Coming, Leroy. Did you get it?
Sure, and I drew an outline of it on paper, like you told me.
Oh, fine. Let's slip the gavel back into place now, huh?
Court will come to order, please.
Just a second, Silsby. Where's my gavel?
Uh-oh. Where's the judge's gavel?
It was right there, Your Honor.
Isn't here now. Someone must have stolen it during recess.
Leroy, isn't it getting a little stuffy in this courtroom?
Why, yes, Uncle Throckmorton. Shall we get some fresh air?
Well, is this a practical joke or a real theft? All right, bailiff. Lock the doors. We'll search everyone in the courtroom till we find the culprit.
Leroy, get rid of that gavel.
Don't worry, Unc, I did.
It's splendid, my boy. Where'd you hide it?
In your pocket, Unc.
Leroy, never do that again. The judge won't like me if he finds this. We gotta get out of here. Oh, Judge Hooker, can I whisper something to you?
What is it, Gildy?
Judge, I've got an important engagement with the governor. You wouldn't want to keep him waiting, would you?
No, go ahead, go ahead. I've got enough trouble without you, you big buffalo. Beat it.
Oh, thanks, Judge. Come on, Leroy.
Silsby, let Mr. Gildersleeve leave. It's okay.
All right, Judge.
Gee, Unc, that was fast thinking. What are you going to do with the gavel now?
The gavel? Oh, I haven't got it anymore, Leroy. While we were talking, I stuck it into Judge Hooker's pocket.
I'm an extremely busy man, Mr. Gildersleeve.
What can I do for you?
Well, Governor, I hate to ask any favors, but after all, I voted for you the last 3 times you were elected.
Thanks. However, this is my first term in office.
Yes, it is? Oh, must have been 2 other governors.
Please get to the point of your visit, Mr. Gildersleeve, if your visit has any point.
Oh, it has, definitely. I just want to invite you to be the principal speaker at a dinner we're giving for Judge Horace Hooker.
Hooker? Why, that little...
Governor, he's always spoken well of you.
No, he has he?
Oh, absolutely. Except maybe when you pardon some crook he's just sent up the river, or pass some law that he has to declare unconstitutional, or to get involved in some shady deal with the forestry department.
And what does he say then?
Oh, he still sticks by you. He says our state has the best governor that money can buy.
See here, Gildersleeve, I didn't come to Summerfield to be insulted.
I know it. Judge Hooker said you came here to make a couple of sharp horse trades so you can stay in office.
Well, after that, I'm certainly not going to make a speech in favor of any political nincompoop.
But I'm not asking you to talk about yourself, Governor.
I wasn't talking about myself, Gildersleeve. I was referring to that miserable little travesty on justice. That anemic habeas corpuscle. That blithering judicial blunder named Judge Hooker. Did you get that?
No, Governor. Would you mind repeating it again? There's a couple of dandies I'd like to remember.
Here's a flower for your buttonhole, Mr. Gildersleeve. My, but you look tonsillected me tonight.
Thank you, Bertie. Thank you. It's Leroy.
Yes, Unc?
Stop shining your shoes on your stockings. Hurry, Marjorie. We're going to be late.
Oh, coming, Uncle Mort. Is Judge Hooker here yet?
No, but I'm expecting him at any moment.
Has he found out about the surprise yet, Unc?
No, Leroy. It's been a terrible strain keeping it from him all these weeks. He thinks the 4 of us are going to the Summerfield Biltmore for a nice, quiet dinner. I can hardly wait to see his dyspeptic dial light up when he walks into the banquet room and sees all those people. Oh, that must be him now. I recognize the ring. I'll answer, Bertie. Well, come in, Judge.
Gildersleeve, on the way down here, I was stopped by a motorcycle officer.
Oh, my goodness. That's too bad, Judge.
Yeah, police department's in a perfectly rotten state.
I agree with you.
Imagine that cop. He offered me my choice. Either a $5 ticket for speeding, or else I could buy a ticket for some political shindig for $2.
A political shindig? Oh, well, I hope you took your medicine like a good citizen.
I did. I gave him the $2.
No.
Didn't even look at the darn thing in the dark. Wonder what racket it is.
Oh, well, there's no time to waste, Judge. Let's get going. Marjorie! Hurry up, Marjorie.
Plenty of time, Gildy. Now, where did I put that ticket?
Marjorie! Hurry up!
I found it. What's this?
Marjorie, never mind hurrying up.
Testimonial dinner honoring 20th anniversary of Judge Horace Hooker. Entertainment, music, speakers. Uncle Mort Gildersleeve, chairman.
Uncle Mort. Leroy, why did you do that?
Gildersleeve, why did you do this?
Oh, now the surprise is all spoiled.
But I hate testimonial dinners.
Now, he tells me. Why couldn't you have mentioned it 3 weeks ago when you gave me that tube? You could have saved me all the time and trouble I put in. But no, you have to surprise me at the last moment.
You've been working on this campaign clam bake that long?
What do you mean, clam bake? This is the season's swankiest civic soiree. Nut cups and everything.
But what's the idea of having cops flag people down and then hold them up? Hey, do I get my $2 back?
All in good time, Hooker. Let's wait and see if we have a deficit first.
Well, I'm all ready. Come on, what are we waiting for?
Oh, yeah, that's right. What are we waiting for? Let's hurry up.
I wish I'd have known about this before. I'd have gotten a haircut.
Come on. You haven't needed a haircut since you came back from Niagara Falls, Corporal. Hurry, everybody. Now, hurry. Mustn't keep the crowd waiting.
All right.
Judge, when all those hundreds of people stand up and start cheering, now you've got to pretend that this is all a big surprise. You understand?
Don't worry. I'll know what to do. Say, I think I'm going to like this.
Yeah? Well, you better like it after all the trouble. Oh, great jumping jeeps. What was that? As if I didn't know.
Well, what was it, Gildy?
Remember the tube that brought on this little celebration?
Yes.
Well, it just had a blowout all of its own. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, life is just a football game, so let's keep Judge Hooker on the bench. We should also honor him for his military services to his country.
a brave soldier in time of war, an officer beloved by all who served under him, and a gentleman who flinched not at his post. And it is with this thought in mind that I ask your indulgence while I read a little poem of my own composition, especially written for this occasion as a tribute to that prince of good fellows, George Horace Hooker. H is for honesty. You can see it in his mug. O is for offenders, who he puts right in the jug. O's also for the office he's held for 20 years. K is for the knowledge hidden between his ears. E is for the energy that always has been his. R's for re-election. Let's keep him where he is. Put them all together, they spell Hooker, a name that fits him like a glove. Yeah. And in conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, if any of you have been lavish in your praise of Judge Horace Hooker, it's only right. For remember, he always spoke well of you. Thank you, Marjorie. Thank you, Leroy. Too bad you printed the wrong date on the tickets, Leroy. Otherwise, we surely would have had a bigger crowd. And now, Judge Hooker, won't you say a few words?
Yes, quick. Get me some bicarbonate of soda. This dinner's killing me. This is going to be one of my bad days.
How is he, Marjorie?
Oh, he'll be up and around in a day or so. How you feeling, Uncle Mort? Is that lump on your head any better?
What happened? Last thing I remembered was presenting Judge Hooker with that gold and ivory gavel. What caused the blackout?
Gee, Unc, he presented it right back to you.
He did? Good night.
Original music heard in this program was composed and conducted by William Randolph. This is Jim Bannon speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company and inviting you to tune in again next week at the same time for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
We all want to eat the right foods these days, the nourishing foods that help give us energy and health. So it's good news that the right foods need not be expensive, and that they can be mighty appetizing, too. Now, a good example is wholesome, nourishing Parquet margarine, the delicious spread for bread made by Kraft. You see, Parquet is the margarine that tastes so wonderfully good, and it's an economical source of important food elements, too. Energy. Parquet is one of the best energy foods you can serve. Vitamin A. Winter and summer, there are 9,000 units in every pound. So you see, Parquet margarine is as nutritious as it is delicious and economical. Now, if it isn't there already, put Parquet margarine on tomorrow's shopping list. Remember, it's Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y. Parquet margarine made by Kraft. This program has reached you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. The Kraft Cheese Company, who also bring you Bing Crosby every Thursday night, present each week at this time Harold Peary as the Great Gildersleeve, written by Leonard L. Levinson. We'll hear from the Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. But first, the good word for all you thrifty women who are looking for ways to cut food bills. The product called Kraft Dinner is just your dish. For Kraft Dinner gives you the economical way, the quick way to make delicious macaroni and cheese, drenched with cheese goodness. With Kraft Dinner, you make fluffy, tender macaroni, drenched with cheese goodness in just 7 minutes cooking time. You see, every Kraft Dinner package contains a special quick cooking macaroni and an envelope of Kraft grated, so you can sprinkle in cheese goodness in a jiffy. Won't you try this economical, delicious macaroni and cheese tomorrow? A main dish ready in 7 minutes is a big help on wash day. Tomorrow morning, ask your dealer for a package of Kraft Dinner. the past few days, our friend Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve has been the victim of a baffling attack of the sneezes, and so far he hasn't found out the cause. Could it be some allergy, or is his mustache starting to back up on him? Come on, let's visit the Great Gildersleeve and find out.
And as I was saying, Marjorie, every time
Gesundheit.
Don't mention it.
Every time you what, Uncle Mort?
Every time a button pops off my vest.
Oh, that's too bad.
Yeah, you bet. I'm on my fourth vest now.
Yeah, and that last sneeze broke both your shoelaces.
Yeah? Oh, well, I've got to find some way of stopping this sneezing before I blow my brains out. Oh, I didn't do it that time.
Gesundheit.
Yeah, well, you don't have to mention that.
No, Uncle Mort, I really think you should see a doctor. Now, this may be something serious.
Sure, whatever it is, it's nothing to be sneezed at.
Then why am I sneezing?
Oh, there must be something you're allergic to.
Yeah, I know it. I'm allergic to sneezing.
No, Uncle, something else is wrong. Now, why don't you go right downtown and see Dr. DePeister?
Yeah, who in the name of the Mayo brothers is Dr. DePeister?
Well, I understand he's wonderful. Allergies are his specialty.
Oh, you mean he's an anti-sneeze man?
Yes. Florence Foreman told me he cured her. Found she was allergic to gasoline, so she sold her car.
Wasn't that a little drastic?
Oh, no. After she got Dr. DePeister's bill, she had to anyway.
Well, I hate to blow in a lot of money on my nose, Marjorie.
Excuse me, Miss Margaret, I was just making up your room. And you know that little kitty of yours?
Ah, you mean my itty-bitty pitty kitty?
Itty-bitty, oh, for corn's sake.
Yep.
What's he been up to now, Bertie?
If that sweater you making for that ensign in the Navy on account of he gave you that pussycat?
Don't tell me you found that.
Yes'm, the kitten got into knitting.
Oh, that's a shame, Marjorie.
What did he try to do? Pull the wool over his eyes?
Yep.
Yeah, and on him it don't look good.
Oh, dear. Did he do much damage, Bertie?
Just looky here. I brought the sweater in.
What sweater? That thing is more snarls than a cage full of tigers. Why, it's...
It's what, Unc?
It's
Gee, Unc, that one made the windows rattle.
The windows, eh? Good. I thought it was my teeth.
Really, Uncle Mort, you must go downtown and see Dr. DePeister.
Oh, nonsense, Marjorie. Why should I let a trivial... well, maybe someday. Come on, what are we waiting for? Where is that doctor? But, Marjorie, I haven't sneezed once since we left home. Just my luck. When the doctor asks me how I do it, I won't be able to show him.
Oh, now sit down, Uncle. Relax and look at a magazine.
Magazine? Oh, all right. There's an article in the National Geographic for May 1916 I never did finish.
Uncle, you won't find that here.
Why not? This is a doctor's office, isn't it?
Yes, but this is a young doctor.
Makes no difference, my dear. When a boy decides on a medical career, what's the first thing he does?
I don't know. What?
He starts saving magazines. That's one of the reasons he has to be an intern so long. Just to age his National Geographics.
Oh, Uncle. Why do they always have the National Geographic?
Well, it's all about faraway places. Anybody who sits in a doctor's office would rather be someplace far away.
Oh, excuse me. Are you Mr. Gildersleeve?
Yes?
Well, the doctor will see you now. This way, please.
What's he so cheerful about? The way she chirps, she'd make Florence Nightingale sound like a mudlark.
Now, you go right ahead, Uncle Mort.
Well, all right, my dear, but I'm feeling dandy now.
Oh, this is Mr. Gildersleeve, Doctor.
How do you do, Gildersleeve? Any relation to Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve?
Oh, yes, that's me.
Oh, it is. Well, now, where'd I hear that name before?
I phoned you an hour ago.
That's where I heard it. I never forget a face. What seems to be your trouble?
Sneezing.
Oh, you're having trouble sneezing?
Oh, no, I'm not having trouble sneezing. I'm having trouble sneezing. For the past 4 or 5 days, that's all I've been doing.
Yeah, monotonous, isn't it?
Yes, I'm starting to get a permanent wave in my nose. Every morning I get up and sneeze all the cornflakes out of my bowl.
I know what'll cure that.
What was that?
I say I know what'll cure that.
What?
Oatmeal.
Yeah.
Well, you'd better remove your clothes, please. And while you're doing that, I'll ask you a few questions.
Yeah?
Does anything you eat make your eyes water?
Yeah, raw onions.
Any food cause violent sneezing?
Well, black pepper does.
Any favorite dish that causes spots to appear on you?
Oh, yes. I get spots from soft-boiled eggs.
From eggs? Where?
On my necktie. But really, Doctor, I wish you could see me sneeze. My eyes pop out so far, it looks like I'm going to expel the pupils.
That's interesting. Suppose you show me how you do it.
I can't. I haven't sneezed once since I left home.
Most interesting. Eliminates one type of allergy that's very difficult to cure.
What's that?
The auto-infectious variety, when a person's allergic to himself.
Oh, well, I couldn't have that. I like me.
Yes. Your trouble seems to be localized somewhere at home. That makes the problem much simpler.
Oh, of course. All I have to do is move. Well, goodbye, Doc.
1 second, please. We'll never find the trouble by moving away from it.
I don't want to find it. I just want to lose it.
Then we must conduct a series of tests. And I believe the best place to do that is in your home.
Oh.
Shouldn't take us long to locate the trouble, not more than a year.
Yes, just a year?
Yes, if we're lucky. And now, let me listen to your heart. Quiet, please.
Yeah, okay.
You must have a heart of oak. I'd better listen again. It's most interesting.
Excuse me, Doctor, but somebody's at the door.
Oh, I see. What is it?
It's time to take your pills, Doctor.
No, I won't. I hate pills. Go away.
By the way, Doctor, how much is this going to cost?
Oh, not much. Just $50 for each series of tests.
Why, that could run up into 5. Oh, my goodness, it could, couldn't it?
That's true. But if we don't do that, you'll probably sneeze yourself into an early grave.
Oh, Doctor, how soon are you coming over?
How about Sunday afternoon?
Yeah, I'll be waiting for you. Well, I'd better get going now.
Oh, no, Mr. Gildersleeve. Don't go out that way.
Why not? That's the way I came in.
Oh, no, you didn't. When you came in, you had your clothes on.
What? Oh!
Leroy. Gee, we haven't any nails left. What are you going to do when we run out?
Oh, we can pull some more at Uncle Mort's tires. Hi, Unc.
Oh, hello, Leroy. Hello, Piggy.
What did the doctor say, Unc?
He said $5, please.
Jeepers, Leroy, what's wrong?
Unc suffers from the allergics.
Yeah.
Allergics? What's that?
Well, something rubs his nose the wrong way. Say, Unc, look what we're building.
Yeah, I see. What's it supposed to be?
It's a treehouse for our club, the Young MacArthurs.
You're putting it in the wrong place, Leroy. You'll never get a MacArthur out on a limb. Where are you going to put it?
Well, as soon as we get it nailed together, we're going to haul it up on that oak where the branches spread. You know, prefabrication.
Oh, well, that's an idea, isn't it?
Did you ever have a tree house, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Well, I started to one time. I had a wonderful idea. A log house in a tree, but it didn't work out.
Why not, Unc?
Well, we only had one tree in our backyard, and by the time I'd sawed enough logs for the house, there wasn't any tree left to put it in.
Did you build the house anyway?
No, my father found out what happened, and the logs and Pop and I all wound up in the woodshed.
Oh, was that the time you wanted to run away and be a sailor, and he knocked the tar out of you?
No, Leroy, that was another whaling expedition.
Gee, Mr. Gildersleeve, will you help us build our clubhouse?
Oh, of course. I'll pitch right in. Hand me the hammer, Leroy. Thank you. I just love to drive nails. Now watch me and learn, Leroy. Excuse me. Understand now, Leroy?
No, I don't quite...
Oh, but it's so simple. What's troubling you?
Well, I'm wondering how you're going to get your necktie off now that you've nailed both ends to the plank.
What do you mean? I see.
Hey, Uncle Mort, is the flagpole straight now?
Oh, it's just fine up there, Leroy. Now nail down that little birdhouse.
Birdhouse? Oh, you mean our mailbox?
Leroy, who's going to deliver mail up in a tree 20 feet off the ground?
Okay, it's a birdhouse.
Oh, Leroy!
Yes, Bertie?
I'd like you to come down out of that tree. It's time for lunch. And that reminds me, Mr. Gildersleeve, Judge Hooker just dropped in.
Oh, he did he? That old goat always shows up at feeding time. Tell him to come out here. I want him to see the house we built.
Yes, sir. And don't you dilly-dally, Leroy.
I won't worry. Gee, Unc, isn't the clubhouse swell? I just finished fixing my secret trapdoor on the roof.
A secret trapdoor? Well, I wish I could see it. Must be very cozy inside.
I'll say.
Yeah, now you go into lunch. And scrub your hands before you sit down at the table.
Okay, but gee whiz, I'll bet Tarzan never has to wash before he eats.
Yeah, of course not. Tarzan's in hot water all the time. Yeah. Anyhow.
Hello, Leroy. How are you feeling, Gildersleeve? Still sneezing your brains out, or have you run out of brains?
No, Hooker, I haven't run out of brains. Would you like to borrow some?
No. Wouldn't think of taking your last one. What's the big attraction out here?
The attraction is that tree house the kids built. Like to go up there and look at it?
No, thanks. I can see it well enough from here.
Yes, they have a secret trapdoor and a lot of other modern improvements. Come on, let's go.
Now, let's quit kidding ourselves, Throckmorton. We're too old to go traipsing up the side of a tree to peek at a packing box.
Yeah, speak for yourself, you old fogey.
Fogey!
Okay, then you're an old fogey. Why, you even get out of breath playing checkers. Thank goodness I'm different.
Don't kid me, Throckmorton. If you aren't too old, you're too fat. Now forget about it. You're dizzy enough on the ground without climbing trees.
In that case, I guess I'll have to show you, Judge Hooker. Here, hold my coat, Grandpa, and watch a man strut his stuff.
Careful, Gildy. You'll get halfway up and then spread your stuff.
Don't worry about me, Judge. I come from a long line of tree climbers.
That may be so, but remember, you haven't any tail.
If I stand on this box, I think I can reach that limb. Yeah, just watch me, Judge.
Come on down from there, Gildersleeve, before you fall on that big fat neck.
Just a little rusty, that's all. Oh, I never knew I weighed so much.
You're building up to a terrible letdown, Humpty Dumpty.
Oh, by George, I'm going to make it. And nobody's more surprised than I am.
Well, you made it, but you'll never get down again.
Say, you ought to be up here, Judge. There's a beautiful view from here.
There is?
Uh-huh. On a clear day, I can see into every second-story window in the block.
What are you walking around on the roof for? The door isn't up there.
I think it is. Leroy said something about a secret trap door somewhere. Oh!
Gildersleeve, what happened?
I found the trap door.
You better stop fooling around and come down. That's pretty dangerous.
You may be right. I'd better... Uh-oh.
What's wrong now?
But I got in here. I should be able to get out.
Gildersleeve, what's the trouble?
I can't squeeze out of this door.
But you just got in.
Yeah, but I came in fast, and I'm stuck fast, too. Yeah, this is going to be one of my bad days.
The Great Gildersleeve will be with us again in just a moment. Meanwhile, let me tell you how to be a speed artist that's making grand macaroni and cheese. Get a package of the product called Kraft Dinner. Out of that package, take the special macaroni and cook it in salted boiling water not more than 7 minutes to the clock. Then, just drain it well and lightly mix the fluffy macaroni with a little butter and milk. Next, take the envelope of Kraft grated from the Kraft Dinner box and sprinkle the cheese goodness through and through the macaroni. Turn the macaroni and cheese into a serving dish, and your dinner main dish is ready. Ready in double quick time. A really thrifty main dish. And really delicious macaroni and cheese, too. Now, doesn't Kraft Dinner sound like a wonderful idea for busy days? Well, get some tomorrow. Every Kraft Dinner package contains the making for 4 servings of delicious macaroni and cheese. Better get several packages tomorrow and stock the pantry shelf. Your family will love Kraft Dinner macaroni and cheese. And now let's return to the Great Gildersleeve, whom we left stranded in a house in a tree in the backyard. As we find Uncle Mort again, he's still there, while below Judge Hooker tries to comfort him with song.
Rock-a-bye, Gildy, in the treetop.
I'll kill that hooker.
When the wind blows, hang on or you drop.
Yeah, I'll drop on you.
When the bow bends, it surely will break, and Gildy will hit just like an earthquake.
Hooker, stop that infernal nursery rhyme.
Oh, you want something more modern, huh? All right, Gildy, I'll give you the #1 song on the hit parade.
Yo.
Don't sit up in the apple tree with anyone else but me. Anyone else but me.
Yes.
Anyone else but me.
No. Do something. Get me out of here. This is a terrible predicament.
Yes, isn't it?
You just wait, Judge Hooker. I'm going to break every bone in your head. Now get me out of here.
Hey, what's going on out here? Where's Uncle Mort, Judge?
Uncle decided to visit your treehouse, Leroy. See him? He became so absorbed in it he can't tear himself away.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, now I can see him. His head's sticking out of the secret trap door. Oh, how do you like it up there?
I'd like it a lot better up here if I were down there.
Gee, is anything wrong?
Oh, no, nothing at all, Leroy. Except that I'm wearing your secret trap door as a girdle. I'm stuck up here fast. You got to do something.
Leroy, what's all the shouting about? Jeepers, sis, Uncle Mort is up a tree. Look. Why, Uncle Mort!
Hello, Marjorie.
What are you doing up there?
I think he's looking for a bird's nest. He's been acting as if he's a little cuckoo.
Don't you egg me on, Hooker. Marjorie, I came up here to inspect Leroy's little shanty, but now I'm stuck. And frankly, I'm beginning to get bored with lodging here.
Excuse me, folks, but where's Mr. Gildersleeve?
Yeah, I'm right here, Bertie.
Well, where's that horse coming from? He can't be in the trunk of the tree. His trunk's bigger than the tree.
I'm upstairs in the tree, Bertie. What is it?
There's a Dr. Duplex at the front door to see. He says he's got an appointment.
Oh, great jumping jeeps, the sneeze doctor. I forgot all about him.
Gee, Unc, I don't think there's room enough for both of you up there.
Of course not, Leroy. And I won't have anyone see me in this ridiculous, undignified position. Bertie, tell him to come back later in the afternoon. Tell him I'm at a board meeting.
But, Uncle, that wouldn't be telling the truth.
Oh, yes, it would, my dear. Wherever I turn, I'm meeting a board.
Well, I'm going to tell him.
And Bertie, after he leaves, bring me something to eat.
Yes, sir.
Slice up some of that tongue and make 3 or 4 sandwiches, huh? It's way past my lunchtime, and I feel as hollow as Judge Hooker's head.
That's right, Gildersleeve. Go ahead and stuff yourself. Then you'll never be able to get out of that box.
Oh, my goodness. I never thought of that. Just 2 tongue sandwiches, Bertie.
Okay, but how am I going to serve them? All parachutes?
Gee, Unc, why didn't you let the doctor come back here? I bet you he can get you out.
Leroy, I don't need an allergy specialist. I need a tree surgeon.
Well, he can put you on a reducing diet.
Sorry, Leroy, but that wouldn't work. No matter how much your uncle reduced, he'd still be living on the fat of the land.
Hooker, why don't you go home?
All right, I can take a hint. I just hope you're stuck up there until your north side is covered with moss. Goodbye.
Oh, Uncle Mort, I'm sorry this happened. Now that he's gone, don't you feel sort of empty inside?
I'll say I do. Where's Bertie with those tongue sandwiches? Oh, Bertie!
Here I come, Mr. Gildersleeve. I had some trouble with the cat. And that doctor man said he'll be back later, and he's still charging me for this visit.
Well, never mind that now. What about my lunch? Didn't you bring me those sandwiches?
No, sir. I'm awful sorry about that, but I can't.
You can't? Why not?
Because the cat got your tongue.
Come on, Piggy, pull.
No, Piggy, don't pull. You're just taking the back right out of my shirt. It's no use, boys. Oh, why did you ever build this thing so solidly?
Jeepers, you told us to, Mr. Gildersleeve.
You're trapped by my own words. You better climb down now, boys, and try to borrow a ladder and an axe someplace.
Okay, Uncle.
And remember, I don't want anyone in the neighborhood to know about this. I'd be the butt of too many jokes.
You coming, Leroy?
Scramble down now. I can see the girl next door in her room. I don't want to attract any attention.
We'll be right back, Uncle.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Hello, Dottie. How are you today?
Oh, perfectly fine, except for a blister I picked up at tennis that's been annoying me ever since. Isn't it terrible?
Heel?
I'll say he is. He followed me all the way home. Say, how did you ever manage to get up so high? Is that a steam cabinet you're sitting in? What are you doing up in the tree?
Who, me? Oh, nothing. I'm just doing an important air raid defense job.
You don't say. Well, what is it? You can trust me because you know I always keep my mouth closed and everything I hear goes right in one ear and out the other. And gee, I wonder why that is.
Well, what's there in between to stop it?
Well, then you tell me, huh? Well, what is it?
Well, if you must know, I'm up here spotting airplanes.
Spotting airplanes? Oh, how fascinating. Gee, I wish I could help you, only I wouldn't know what colors to spot them.
No, I don't suppose you would. Shh. Hey, what's that noise?
Oh, my goodness. There's a fire somewhere.
Huh?
Oh, I simply must so because I just love to curl up in front of a good fire. Well, goodbye, Mr. Gildersleeve. I hope you polka dot a lot of flames.
Polka dotted. Just my luck to have a nice, exciting fire somewhere, and I can't go. Is that you down there, Leroy?
Yes, sir.
Where's the fire?
There isn't any, Uncle Mort. You told me to borrow a lighter and a match, but not to tell the neighbors, so I just called the fire department.
No. Great jumping jeeps. Why did you do that? Oh, I won't have it. Look at all those people. Send them away. Tell them to stop coming.
But Jeepers, Uncle Mort.
Hello, kid. Is that him up there?
Yeah, Chief, but he says that he don't want to...
Bring a 30-footer, boys. Go away. Take those fire wagons out of our alley. Keep that crowd out of our yard.
Oh, a little violent, huh?
Now take it easy, Tubby. We'll get you down.
I don't want to come down. I like it up here.
What is this guy, a squirrel?
Don't worry, Uncle Mort. He'll chop you out in no time.
Keep those hatchet men away from me. I'm very comfortable up here, and I won't come down till I'm good and ready.
As nutty as a fruitcake.
He's jerky, that's all.
Probably thinks he's General Doolittle.
Why don't you brave fire ladders just go back to your checker game?
Now, see here, Fatso. We were called to take you down from there.
Who called you? Did I call you?
No, but somebody...
You're paid for putting out fires, not for coming around annoying innocent people who are enjoying a nice rest up a tree.
But we're supposed to take...
Oh, wasting the taxpayers' money, eh? Now, you get out of here before I pick up my phone and report this to the mayor.
Come on, boys. Put that ladder back in the truck. Quinn, take this axe back. Let's get out of here before I turn a hose on that big fat false alarm.
The idea. I guess I told him a thing or two.
But gee, Uncle Mort, those guys could have gotten you out of there in a minute. Don't you want to come down?
No, Leroy. I couldn't come down that ladder in front of that crowd.
Why not?
Because there are a lot of nails up here, and I've torn a square foot out of the seat of my pants.
But maybe if we spread a lot of mattresses all around and then cut down the tree, then maybe...
I cut down a tree once, and it takes days, Bertie.
Say, Mr. Gildersleeve, I'll bet you get through if you got a can of grease and gave yourself a good lube job.
Thanks for the suggestion, Piggy, but I'll save that one until everything else fails.
Uncle Mort, here comes Dr. DePeister.
Oh, I'd forgotten all about him. Say, I just realized something. I haven't sneezed since I came up here, Marjorie. He'll probably want me to stay here the rest of my life.
Is Mr. Gildersleeve back yet?
Oh, yes, I'm up here, Doctor.
Where? Oh, there you are. Well, come down now, and we'll get started with those tests.
Come down, eh? I'm afraid I'll have to stay up here a while.
Oh, now, Mr. Gildersleeve, you should have more confidence in your doctor. You mustn't run away, you know.
I'm not going to run away, but why don't you? Run away and come back some other day.
That's a rather peculiar reaction. I'll have to write the medical journal about this.
Really, Doctor, you don't understand.
Oh, hey, keep away. Cut that out.
What's wrong, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Woodpeckers are trying to build a nest in my hair.
Poor Uncle Mort.
What's the matter? Is he allergic to woodpeckers?
Here's a policeman to see you.
A policeman? What does he want?
There have been a lot of complaints from this neighborhood about a peeping Tom.
A peeping Tom. Oh, help! Get him off! Now the woodpeckers are dive bombing me. Hurry up, Oh, get away from me, birds. You bother me.
How's the sewing going on?
Sewing? Not so good. I'm getting too much attention from my little feathered friends.
I've got an idea how we can scare off the birds. I'll be right back.
All right.
Excuse me, Mr. Gildersleeve, but do you expect to be down for dinner?
I hope so, Bertie.
So do I, because I can't figure how I'm going to serve you your soup up there.
Oh, well, that'd be simple. I could drink it through a straw.
What, oxtail soup?
Yes, oxtail.
Here, Kitty. No, it's Kitty. Come on now. Hey, Unc, look what I've got to drive the birds off.
Oh, Marjorie's cat. Good. Send him right up here, Leroy. I'm afraid some bird's going to lay an egg on me any minute.
Go ahead up to Uncle Mort, Kitty. Attaboy.
Yes.
Keep on going. That's it.
Yeah, here, kitty. Ah, yes. Come on. Stay right up here near your Uncle Mort. Isn't he cute? Leroy, that was certainly a bright eye.
Good sight.
You're welcome, Bertie. Say, I didn't sneeze once since I came up here until that cat.
What is it, Uncle Mort?
I just found out what I'm allergic to, Marjorie. It's that cat of yours. Oh, well, this saves me a lot of doctor bills and time and trouble. Why, I'm so No, don't call him, Leroy. Leroy. Looks like I'm going to sneeze my way out of here. Come here, nice kitty. I can't hear you, Leroy. On account where am I?
You're in the middle of our victory garden, Unc. Right between the mashed potatoes and the split peas.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's just 6 months since Pearl Harbor. Since then, this nation has leaped to arms with one idea in our minds and hearts: victory. This summer, there'll be no slackening, no rest. The leading NBC shows are joining our government in bringing you the Victory Parade, a series of Sunday afternoon shows heard all through the summer in the Jack Benny time. We urge you to listen. Good night, ladies and gentlemen.
Original music heard on this program was composed and conducted by William Randolph. This is Jim Bannon speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company and inviting you to tune in again next week at the same time for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
We all need extra vitality these days, the energy to help make our war machine hum. So you'll be glad to know that one of the best energy foods you can serve, and one that's economical too, is wholesome parquet margarine made by Kraft. Now, unlike some foods, delicious parquet margarine is the kind you naturally serve at every meal. It's a wonderfully good-tasting spread for bread. It's a real flavor-shortening for baking. It makes pan-fried foods tastier. Yes, you can use parquet margarine all these ways to help add extra nourishment and goodness to your meals. Another thing, every pound of parquet margarine contains 9,000 units of important vitamin A. So for all these reasons, order a pound or two of economical parquet margarine tomorrow. Remember, it's parquet, Parkay. Parquet margarine made by Kraft. This program has reached you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.